Chapter 1: A Thrilling Engagement. In the 21st century, within the facade director of a prestigious private hospital in Donghai City, a thick stack of medica files was lamadanto theed squith a resounding thud. Director Lin's face wash in his theory palpable. Hanyanshi, Mr. Li Zonofti board member Sofling Yun Group, holding 40 for hospital shares, you must prioritize ES detoxification. In the face of head director's explosive answer, Hanyangsi remain calm, Hurin stuck it in tough pockets off her white coat. Director Lin, I apologize, but Mr. Li is suffering from chronic sneakivenom poisoning, this is not an emergency, and I cannot allow him to jump thank you. She was strikingly beautiful, with large, expressive eyes and charming dimples, and at a young age she had earned a remarkable reputation. The filed off traditional Chinese medicine for her extraordinary acupuncture skills. She was a very expert in detoxification, adept at dealing with animal toxins, plant toxins, chemical toxins, and eventos found within the human body. You think this is your domain, Thesis Ling Yun, the director sang her boyalida virashis methashan danthadisk. Director, I must reiterate, Mr. Li is not in critical condition, no matter how high, in the presence of a physician, are equal. Before Hanyangzi could finish her sentence, the director interrupted sharply, enough, spare me your to kov qualita there are distinctions between men and women. Hanyanshi, I am telling you, arrange the detoxification immediately or from this day forth, or to leave a themadica field. Wash a threatening her, one might expect Hanyangsi to be intimidated, yet she remained composed, her dominori arnest. Director Lin, before him, there are no distinctions of gender, only two types of people those who wish to save and those who do not. Mr. Listen to among those who wish to save please seek another capable physician. With that, she read a polite smiling turned to leave, her seemingly frail figure exuding an air of gracie and quiet strength that was impossible to overlook. However, as Hanyangsi reached forth the door, Director Lin's fury erupted more. Hanyanshi, how do you speak to me like that? Stop right there. Hourly to file a folder off her head. Hanyangsi froze, feeling a warm trickle leaf blood begin to flow down Hibako Furnik. Inshok, she turned her head, but before she could even catch a glimpse of Director Lin, she collapsed. 3 Sandir Sago, in the kingdom of Tianning. Hanyang Zigrogliawoki in a bridal sedanker, surrounded by the sounds of celebration flutes, drums, and joyous laughter filled the air, yet their vision was shrouded in darkness. What was happening? She instinctively pulled away the voltat covered her face in gaspeden shock, this was the bridalveal. Looking up and hand down again, she realized she was at her net in eponic crown and ceremonial robes, unmistakably a breedy on the verge of marriage. How absurd. The swaying off the sedanker was causing her a headache, and at that moment, unfamiliar memories began to flood her mind. Undoubtedly she had traversed time in space, and now she was in the brink of marriage. The original owner of this body was Hanyanshi, the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Han family, known for their medical prowess in the kingdom of Tianning. Her mother had saved the empress, how us know the dowager empress and the sersalt. Hanyanshi had been betrothed to his event prince, how us know King Qin. Long fate, their union had been celebrate das a romantic tale, elevating Han family status immensely. However, Nunmuth that Hanyangsi had inadvertently caused her mother's death. That beard hand had grown into seemingly inobtandun attractive a girl devoid of medical skills. Consequently, her marriage had been postponed time and again, becoming a taboo for King Qin. Tomic matters worse, a few days ago, King Qin had dangered Themper, ho decreed that they must marry be themed off Temonth. Today was the day of the grand wedding. King Qin Longfei had been granted istidea to engage and was one of the less surviving princes in the struggle for the throne. Though he was barely in his 20s, he was the only royal uncle in the Karantara, making him the most powerful figure in the kingdom of Tianning. The king's residence lay in the southern part of the city, while the Han family was situated to the north. The bridal procession had to pass through the city from north to south. Even though the king himself no tapir, his wedding caused a sensation, drawing crowds that filled the streets. As Hanyanek Caesar tethrid his memories, the celebratory music abruptly ceased. Suddenly, the matronophone cried out, oh no, this is terrible. Chapter 2: Humiliation, tomorrow will come. On this joyous occasion, how could the matronof honor declare in the streets that something was amiss? It was clearly a deliberate act. Hanyangzi was about to lift the curtain to see what was happening outside, but Hensher considered as a bride, making an appearance in public without property carum would surely invite the scorn of the ancients. Resigned Chekazi to remain still and listen from the commotion outside, it was evident that the large crowd had gathered. Oh dear, whether taken a wrong turn, should have a turned right at the last intersection instead of left, the matron's tone was almost comically exaggerated. I don't see what the fuss is about. This road can't still lead us to the king's residence. Exactly Wampa, a real Singerwitz, on such a festive day, why utter so commonness words, was Tidio ho directed dust odor and left just moments ago? The bearers exchanged banter, but Thematron continued to stump her feet in agitation. I am indeed losing me wits, this is disastrous. If we continue on this path, I will take at least another hour, and the breed will miss the auspicious hour. At this pronouncement, an immediate hush fell over the crowd. Thetiming of tu dingwa scrish 11 in ancient times, men a placed great importance in such matters. After a long pause, Onofti Baristamidli suggested, then should we go back and turn right? What Kindon sensi is that, Thematron exclaimed, stomping her foot, Thethik makeup on her face cracked with her anger, Aberdek and back, nor can Sheratress her steps, Aria cursing her tobsent back home? Herr word slath Thebearers speechless. Hanyang Ziralit Hirias repeatedly within the sedenchair, Ike was obvious Tathas matchmaker ways intentional delaying Hera rival. The king's residence had not sent all coming party, and Thegrum had not come itagrither on Layamatran had been dispatched. Before she'd enter at the door, she was already receiving a harsh welcome. If anything unfortunate to Arito befall king's household in the future, wouldn't all blamo fall upon her? Hanyang Zafultan overwhelming Gurjito Liap from Theacher and declare thought she would not marry, to abandon Thegrum right here in the street. However, she was acutely aware for her precarious situation. Her maternal family was filled with wolves, while Heron Losarik into Tiger sand leopards. Bearing the identity of Hanfamolis discarded daughter, she could not afford to act recklessly. She had nakoist but to take it on a steep academy. After all, this marriage had been bestowed bethet away Jerem press and mandated Bethemperor. She was determined to see how king's residence would treat her. After much deliberation, Thematron and Thebearers decided to present. The forebearers ran with reckless abandon, jostling Hanyang Ziviolatly within the Sedin. Yet, they ultimate limas said to auspicious hour, arrive in Gofuel half hour late. The grand door soft king's residence stood imposing Lyshut, note event the side gate teswari open a Krodof curious unlooker shajither at outside, whispering and pointing. I've heard that Hanyangzi is quite doubly now under king does to ven want to show his face. Ha, event they must beautiful women 90 aspire to marry in Toth king's residence. What is Hanyanchi then, I dare say even if Shajetson shall be left o garden empty house. Not a mention chess making quitethentran's and horlate, goodness, my legs seriacking from waiting. Had this been the former Hanyanchi would have been devastated by such remarks. But the current Hanyanzi was no longer hadamid, self-deprecating creature. Unperturbed, sheep-sent-minded Lyrabid Thegroth on your cheek while peering through T curtains gap. The grand entrancy off king's residence appeared solate, devoid of any festive decorations. If not for the Bredelson, one would hardly suspect the Todding was taking place today. Thestar Kempty Niswasa clear massage to Hanyang Sishwason welcome, arriving gate a place that did not deserve her presence. Thematron wasjid linocking gaunt the door, hurt abstentative, after a length I pose without response, Thesadidor creaky ketapan revealing an elderly gatekeeper was shown one tension off stepping outside. Thematron hurried over, her professionalism shining through us met with exaggerated carefulness. The bride has arrived. To her surprise, the old servant glanced dismissively at the sedin and retorted, that away Jerem precious decreed the thaving missed the auspicious hour, you are to return tomorrow. With that, Hesla met the door shut with a resounding thud. Chapter 3 Don't leave, I'm not to be provoked. The surroundings were initially enveloped in silence, only to erupt into raucous laughter moments later. This incident would surely be inscribed in the annals of Tianning's history. Never before had a bride been summoned to return the following day, a truly unprecedented occurrence. The onlookers were in stitches, and even many from the wedding procession could not suppress their mirth. After all, such an event was a first for anyone present. Inside the bridal sedan, the composed Han Yunchi gradually narrowed her eyes, contemplating the audacity of the Qin Wanfu. Wang Shipa returned with a dejected demeanor, sighing, alas, what a stroke of misfortune, in all my years as a matchmaker, I have never witnessed such a spectacle, let us return post-haste. However, just as the bearers prepared to lift the sedan once more, Han Yunchi commanded, wait. Who spoke? The crowd halted, casting puzzled glances around, unable to identify the source of the voice. Wangpa, would you be so kind as to inquire when I should expect to arrive tomorrow? Han Yunchi reiterated, her tone calm yet imbued with an imperious authority that brooked no dissent. Though her voice was not loud, it was crystal clear to all present. In an instant, the crowd turned their incredulous gazes toward the bridal sedan. Was it truly Han Yunchi speaking? In such a situation, was she not supposed to be weeping in silence? How daring of her to not only speak but to do so with such conviction. Wangpa, why do you remain frozen in shock? Do you wish for me to hold you accountable for the wrong directions? Han Yunchi's voice suddenly sharpened. Wangpa was caught off guard, her heart racing. The erroneous directions had been given by the Empress Dowager, and naturally, the Qin Wanfu would not hold her accountable. Yet, if the Han family were to pursue the matter, she would find herself in dire straits. At that point, the Empress Dowager would hardly come to her aid. How had Han Yunchi suddenly become so formidable? Wangpa, disregarding her thoughts, hastily replied, yes, please wait a moment, miss. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was anything but gentle this time. The same old servant opened the side door, grumbling, what do you want? Did you not hear that you are to return tomorrow? The bride wishes to know the exact time of her arrival tomorrow. I kindly request that you relay this to the Empress Dowager, Wangpa pleaded with a placating tone. The old servant was taken aback. This bride possessed a certain charm. Just wait a moment. In the garden pavilion of the Wang residence, the Empress Dowager was engrossed in a game of mahjong with several noble ladies, seemingly unconcerned about the matter of marrying off her son. Since the emperor took power, several of the former Empress Dowagers had passed away, and those who remained were either in mourning or under watch. Only the Empress Dowager, favored by her son, remained untouchable, even the empress treating her with deference. 3 years prior, finding the palace stifling, she had moved to the Wang residence to live with her son. A maid approached, bowing her head to whisper in her ear, "Your Grace, the bride inquires about the time of her arrival tomorrow." The Empress Dowager Yi's hand froze mid-move, turning to her, "Who inquired?" "The Yi bride," the maid replied, her voice still hushed. "How bold." The Empress Dowager Yi mused, yet she remained preoccupied with her game, casually responding, "It shall be at the SI hour." What difference did it make to ascertain the time? Even if she arrived tomorrow, she would ensure she was late. At the SI hour, Wang Shipa conveyed the message back to the bridal sedan. To her surprise, Han Yunqi coldly declared, "Wait here." Many in the crowd began to sense that something was amiss with Miss Han, yet Wang Shipa, oblivious, shouted, "What? The bride cannot behave in this manner. We cannot block the entrance of another, can we? It would be a source of ridicule. Did you not say there would be no retreat? Are you now wishing for me to be sent back to my family?" Han Yunqi retorted icily. Was this not precisely what Wang Shipa had just stated? Wang Shipa was rendered speechless. "Those who cannot wait may leave, but do not expect me to cover your wages upon returning to the Han family," Han Yunqi offered as a warning. The crowd exchanged glances, increasingly recognizing the bride's formidable nature. None dared to depart, they could only sit in place, waiting alongside her. Observing this, Wang Shipa found herself powerless and, reluctantly, sat by the sedan's edge. She could not resist the temptation to lift the curtain and glimpse the bride's appearance. Was she truly as frightful and timid as the legends depicted? Surely they had not switched brides? After a moment's hesitation, Wang Shipa timidly extended her hand. Chapter 4 Let her wait a little longer. As Wang Shipa lifted a corner of the hanging curtain, Han Yunqi promptly stepped down onto her hand, her voice laden with a dark tone, "The auspicious hour has yet to arrive. Do you intend to request my descent from the palanquin?" "And no, I was merely careless." Wang Shipa stammered, suppressing a cry of pain. Only then did Han Yunqi release her foot, gracefully retracting it and languidly leaning back within the confines of the palanquin. Though the Han family often subjected her to various forms of torment, they spared no expense on her wedding procession. The palanquin was spacious and comfortable, perfectly suited for a nap. She would not be foolish enough to return home only to come back tomorrow. If she did, who knew what unforeseen circumstances might arise to delay the auspicious hour? The Qin Wangfu, constrained by imperial decree, dared not refuse marriage but could certainly concoct numerous ploys to procrastinate, ultimately causing her the most distress. Although Han Yunqi was reluctant to wed, she understood that entering the grand gates of the Qin Wangfu was imperative, otherwise, she would inevitably face the emperor's wrath and be cast aside as a scapegoat. The news of the Qin Wang's marriage to a legitimate consort had already stirred the entire city. By simply waiting at the gates of the Qin Wangfu, the matter would surely reach the palace. Once the palace took notice, the Qin Wangfu would have no choice but to open its doors for her at the appointed hour. Contemplating this, Han Yunqi adjusted herself into a more comfortable position and soon fell into a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, the pampered and indulgent Empress Dowager Yi had lost her usual tranquility. Hurrying to the side door of the Qin Wangfu, peering through the crack, she observed the festive red decorations outside, and her well-maintained features darkened. "Mother, this Han Yunqi is rather peculiar. They say she is timid, yet today she exhibits such audacity." Just moments ago, someone from the palace inquired about the situation. Morong Wanru remarked with a worried expression. She was the adopted daughter of Empress Dowager Yi, gentle and virtuous, having served her since childhood, closer than a biological daughter, as evidenced by her endearing address of mother. "This ugly wretch has dared to confront me at my doorstep?" Empress Dowager Yi narrowed her eyes with malice, lightly tracing her finger across her throat, signaling Morong Wanru to dispose of the intruder. Morong Wanru's face paled with alarm. "Mother, a death at our doorstep would be most inauspicious. What if the emperor holds brother accountable?" The Qin Wangfu was indeed well guarded, and a death occurring at its entrance would be utterly unacceptable, especially with the emperor keeping a watchful eye on the matter. Not one to be easily fooled, Empress Dowager Yi quickly grasped the implications. "Ah, so she intends to linger here indefinitely. Tisk, tsk, how cunning this ugly creature is. Mother, what shall we do? Once the auspicious hour arrives tomorrow, should we open the gates or not?" Morong Wanru asked helplessly. "Humph, so she wishes to enter through these gates, does she? Let her in, I shall see how long she can endure." The Empress Dowager was not to be trifled with. In the heavily fortified Qin Wangfu, even the gravest matters would not escape the confines of secrecy. Morong Wanru nodded, a look of resignation on her face, yet a glimmer of triumph flashed in her eyes. She had long awaited Han Yunqi's entrance. Empress Dowager Yi had intended to betroth her to the Qin Wang, yet due to her humble origins, she could never attain the position of a legitimate consort, fearing that someone of influence might seize the rightful place. Han Yunqi, with her marred looks, was merely a pawn for the emperor to humiliate the Qin Wang, destined to evoke disdain and contempt from both the Qin Wang and the Empress Dowager, leaving her with no chance of redemption. Moreover, the position of the Qin Wang's legitimate consort, even if vacated by death, must remain unfilled, thus serving Morong Wanru's interests perfectly. With her spirits lifted, Morong Wanru linked arms with Empress Dowager Yi, carefully accompanying her. "Ah, the Empress Dowager intends to bestow you upon Fei. I suppose this fulfills my lifelong wish." The Empress Dowager gently patted Morong Wanru's hand, her expression one of regret. "Mother, Wanru only wishes to serve you for all eternity," Morong Wanru promptly declared. "Being my daughter-in-law would allow you to serve me for life as well. If there is nothing else to attend to, do visit the Qin Wang's study more often, do you understand?" Empress Dowager Yi replied with a smile. Morong Wanru blushed, lowering her head, an image of delicate charm, which only endeared her further to Empress Dowager Yi. Mother, the Qin Wang should be returning tonight, or else who will kick the palanquin door tomorrow? Morong Wanru inquired again. Let it be. If no one kicks it, she shall continue to wait inside the palanquin, Empress Dowagery replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the weather. Chapter 5 Familiar reminders. As the night enveloped the sky, Han Yunqi remained in a deep slumber, her body utterly fatigued. Yet, from the depths of her consciousness, a familiar sound reverberated, beep, beep, beep. Instinctively, Han Yunqi opened her eyes. Was that not the warning signal emitted by the latest detoxification system developed at Lingyun Hospital? In an effort to retain her, Lingyun Hospital had invested significantly in researching an intelligent detox system, which functioned as a smart space, capable of storing various instruments and medicinal herbs necessary for her detoxification of patients. This system was intricately embedded within her neural pathways, entirely controlled by her consciousness. Han Yunqi had not anticipated that her soul's transference would also bring this precious asset along, and she felt a surge of exhilaration. At last, fate had not forsaken her. The beep sounded akin to poison, serving as a dire reminder that toxins were nearby. Han Yunqi had previously suspected that the tumor on her face was a result of toxin accumulation, and the detox pack's alert confirmed her suspicions. She closed her eyes, attempting to activate the detox system with her mind, and to her delight, it proved as convenient as ever. She retrieved several golden needles and medical gauze, while also checking the inventory, which was replete with an ample supply of various needles and medicinal herbs. Casting a glance outside, she noticed that everyone else was dozing, assuring herself that she would not be disturbed for the time being. Thus, she commenced her treatment of the toxic tumor on her face. Initially intending to extract some of the tumor's fluid for analysis within the detox system, she was taken aback when a mere whiff of the venom allowed her to identify the toxin's nature. This particular poison, colloquially known as Staphylococcus, was a common disfiguring toxin in ancient times, easily resolved by any capable poison master. Yet, it was astonishing that the esteemed Han family, renowned in the medical community, had allowed their daughter to endure such torment without offering her any assistance in detoxification. This toxin must have been administered with malicious intent. The Han family, she silently noted this debt for the original owner of her body. There is truth in the notion that a physician should not neglect their own health. Although neutralizing this poison was relatively simple, its presence on Han Yunqi's face posed a significant challenge. She had to proceed in darkness, extracting the toxic blood, cleansing the poison, and preparing the necessary medicines for application. After a full hour of diligent effort, she finally completed the task. Once everything was tidied up, Han Yunqi covered herself once more with the ceremonial veil and called out, "Aunt Wang, I am famished. Please prepare a bowl of noodles." Aunt Wang, having kept vigil throughout the day and aware of the delicate situation concerning the Qin Wanfu, dared not offend Han Yunqi any further and promptly went to procure the food. A steaming, aromatic bowl was soon presented, effectively masking the medicinal scent. Han Yunqi dismissed Aunt Wang and lifted her veil, indulging in her meal with great delight. Meanwhile, not far off, atop a tall building, Han Yunqi's intended, Long Fei of the Qin dynasty, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the scene. His face remained obscured, yet his tall, imposing figure, clad in a fitted black attire, exuded an air of mystery and authority, radiating an undeniable arrogance. He resembled a deity of the night, lofty and aloof, surveying the world beneath him. "My lord, the investigation has confirmed that the woman in the sedan is indeed Han Yunqi, and Aunt Wang is affiliated with the imperial consort," reported a cloaked attendant respectfully. "What is the situation within the palace?" His voice was cold and grave. "It has spread widely. Many are secretly wagering on whether she will be allowed entry tomorrow," replied his close aide, Chu Shifeng. Candidly, Long Fei then turned, his strikingly handsome yet stern visage reminiscent of a masterfully carved sculpture that evoked both admiration and envy. The light illuminated his frosty demeanor, yet could not penetrate the depths of his dark, inscrutable eyes, which resembled a cold, bottomless abyss, an enigma yet to be unraveled. "I too am curious whether she shall gain entry," Long Fei remarked icily as he strode away, heading in the opposite direction from the Qin Wanfu. Chu Shifeng stood momentarily stunned. Could it be that he had misheard? The Qin Wang was actually expressing curiosity, and about a woman, no less. Surely, the sun would rise from the west tomorrow. Chapter 6, the auspicious moment has arrived. At the break of dawn the following day, the entrance of the Qin Wang mansion was teeming with people. Han Yunqi was surely unaware that both within the palace and outside, at least 30 prominent families had placed bets regarding whether she would be able to enter the gates of the Qin Wang mansion today, with thousands of individuals wagering on the outcome. Although the sounds of celebration had yet to commence, the cacophony of voices surrounding the area was already quite lively. Han Yunqi need not worry about oversleeping, as she was roused from her slumber by the commotion. Stealing a glance at the sky, she noted that there was still some time before the hour of the sea, providing her just enough opportunity to awaken and attend to the medicinal treatment on her face. The small tumor, upon encountering her esteemed skills as a master detoxifier, had little chance of surviving the night. As she tore away the gauze and cleared the herbal residue, her fingertips gently grazed over the previously afflicted area, which had transformed into a smooth and delicate surface. Regrettably, without a mirror, she was unable to behold her current appearance. However, she mused that even if she were not conventionally beautiful, the absence of the tumor at least spared her from being deemed an ugly woman. From her detoxification system, she discreetly retrieved a few golden needles to conceal within her sleeves, along with a measure of poison powder for self-defense, and tidily stored the waste materials within the detoxification system. Everything was meticulously organized, such that even if someone caught a whiff of the herbal scent, they would discern nothing amiss. Draped in a joyous veil, she sat serenely in the palanquin, closing her eyes to cultivate her spirit as she awaited the auspicious moment. Time flowed steadily, and the crowd continued to swell. Even on the second day of the wedding, the capital was abuzz, with citizens flocking to witness the event, including members of the Han family, who had disguised themselves to mingle among the masses. Finally, the auspicious hour arrived. With the sound of the Qin Wang mansion's gates creaking open, the previously raucous entrance fell into a sudden hush, as no one dared to utter a word. The Qin Wang mansion had not resorted to trickery. It opened its main gate with great candor. However, the groom was nowhere to be seen, nor was there even a single person to greet the bride. Only the gatekeeper, old Lu, emerged to stand by the entrance. What could this possibly signify? The groom ought to at least come and knock on the palanquin door, allowing the bride to disembark. Was it not? This peculiar situation plunged the once vibrant gathering into a profound silence, as all eyes fixated on the bridal palanquin. Those who had wagered on the bride's entry and those who had bet against it alike were filled with tension, uncertain of what would transpire next. Among the onlookers, a few members of the Han family could not restrain their inner contempt for Han Yunqi, chastising her in their minds. Although marrying into the Qin Wang mansion was indeed an elevation in status, there was no need for such self-inflicted humiliation. Old Wang, the matchmaker, concealed a smirk in her eyes, relishing the awkwardness of the moment as she awaited the auspicious hour to pass. Yet, unexpectedly, with a resounding bang, the palanquin door was kicked open from within, and Han Yunqi, adorned in her phoenix crown and bridal attire, gracefully descended from the palanquin. Though her stature was modest, and her attire ill-fitting due to a history of malnutrition, she straightened her back and held her head high. In that moment, she radiated a certain dignified poise that captivated the attention of all present. The auspicious hour has arrived. Why has the joyous music not yet begun? She inquired loudly. Upon hearing her words, the crowd regained their composure, realizing what had just occurred. Good heavens, the bride had kicked open the door and exited the palanquin herself. How could this be? It was utterly against tradition. You shameless woman, how dare you descend unaided? Are you so desperate to marry that you must force your way in? A voice from the crowd erupted in scorn. The chorus of agreement surged forth, hurling insults such as shameless and even invoking the term prostitute. Han Yunqi was, after all, a woman and felt the sting of their words, yet, what other choice did she have? To remain trapped in the palanquin, waiting for another auspicious hour. Would she even survive that long? The emperor had merely ordered the Qin Wang to marry out of spite, but should matters escalate further, what could possibly happen to him? Ultimately, all blame would fall upon her. Should she perish, the engagement would naturally dissolve. A pang of bitterness washed over her, yet Han Yunqi resolved to persevere. Survival was paramount. Amidst the cacophony of insults, she boldly retorted, "This is the very action the Qin Wang ought to undertake, but as he is too preoccupied to appear, I must take his place." Are you implying that my shame is a result of the Qin Wang's negligence? Her words ignited an uproar among the crowd. Han Yunqi, you distort the truth and slander with abandon. The Qin Wang has no desire to marry you. Indeed, do you truly believe the Qin Wang wishes to wed you? Have you never glanced in a mirror? Are you unaware of your own appearance? Han Yunqi halted, turning to face the source of the derision. Despite her frail physique, her voice resonated with conviction. The Empress Dowager arranged this marriage, and the Emperor has commanded that it be fulfilled this month. If you claim that the Qin Wang does not wish to marry me, would that not imply he is defying imperial edicts and engaging in duplicity? Whoever made such claims, step forward. As her words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the gathering. The individuals who had spoken moments ago turned pale, their faces drained of color, rendered speechless, while the surrounding crowd refrained from further discussion, well aware of the precariousness of defaming the Qin Wang. The atmosphere grew quiet, and Han Yunqi inhaled deeply. Summoning her courage with pride, she proclaimed, "Let the joyous music commence." Chapter 7, Who captivates the nation? The two teams of musicians, steeped in etiquette and decorum, dared not delay. They swiftly formed their ranks and commenced their jubilant performance, a harmonious blend of gongs, drums, and woodwinds, filling the air with a celebratory exuberance. Han Yunqi raised her hand, prompting Wang Shipa to rush forward and offer her support. With the bride having dismounted from her sedan chair, it would have been entirely her fault if she failed to assist in front of the crowd. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of hundreds, Han Yunqi straightened her posture and ascended the grand steps leading to the gates of the Qin Wangfu with a graceful elegance, each step taken with poise, as if she alone embodied the splendor of the heavens, exuding an air of untouchable nobility. This spectacle caused many to forget that she was originally perceived as an unattractive woman. However, just as Han Yunqi placed her foot on the final step and steadied herself, an unexpected dark projectile soared past her, sweeping her bridal veil from her head and casting it to the ground. Ah, an assassin! An assassin! Wang Shipa shrieked, panic-stricken, and in her haste, tumbled down the high stone steps. Instantly, several guards sprang forth from either side of the Wangfu, scanning the surroundings but failing to detect any assailant. After a long moment of silence, apart from the fallen projectile, no further disturbances emerged. The crowd remained in a state of unease, and Han Yunqi, too, was startled, her heart racing in her chest. While she possessed the skill to neutralize poisons, she was devoid of martial prowess. She had narrowly escaped a deadly fate, and the terror of the moment loomed large. The head guard approached, retrieving the veil and inspecting the dark projectile before handing it to an attendant for further examination. "Miss Han, here you go," he said, personally presenting the veil to her. Han Yunqi patted her chest to calm her racing heart, steadied her nerves, and turned to accept it, murmuring, "Thank you." To her astonishment, as she turned, the head guard's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a gasp, retreating in alarm. Had the blemish been erased, did she still appear unattractive? The guard's fearful reaction filled Han Yunqi with melancholy. And nevertheless, if she was deemed ugly, so be it. She had always relied on her skills rather than her looks. Resolute, she turned away from the crowd, offering her veil to Wang Shipa, stating, "It's all right now, you may come up." Yet, as she turned, gasps of disbelief echoed from the onlookers, and Wang Shipa's shrieks grew even louder. Yuhawa, unbeknownst to Han Yunsi, her mere turn was a vision of unparalleled beauty, radiating an elegance that captivated the realm. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the throng, "So beautiful, are you truly Han Yunsi?" Beautiful, she had yet to regain her composure, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Weren't they saying Han Yunsi was ugly? What is happening? Rumors can be treacherous, Han Yunsi, you surpass even the fairest maiden of Tianning. Does His Highness the Qin Wang know, such rumors are unreliable? In an instant, a cacophony of voices filled the air. Even the Han family members were incredulous, momentarily suspecting that Han Yunsi had been swapped. However, upon closer inspection, it was undeniable that this was indeed the authentic Han Yunsi. One could only surmise that her captivating beauty had been concealed for too long by that ailment, and today it emerged to astonish and enthrall. The commotion at the entrance was so uproarious that it reverberated into the great hall of the Wangfu, leaving Yi Taifei and Moron Wanru dumbfounded as a maid rushed in with the news. They sat in the hall, feeling as if they were perched on needles, eager to step outside and witness the spectacle for themselves. At this moment, Wang Shipa had successfully replaced Han Yunsi's veil, guiding her over the high threshold. The bride thus entered, leaving the crowd still in awe of her beauty, even forgetting the betting stakes that had been at play among the crowd. A strikingly attractive woman, elegantly dressed, tugged insistently at the arm of the man beside her, turning in indignation. "Elder brother, there must be something wrong with Han Yunsi's face. I secretly observed her before, she was hideously ugly, it was enough to make one feel nauseous. This woman was none other than Mu Luiyue, the third miss of the Mu general's household in Tianning, and the man beside her was none other than the most esteemed young general of Tianning, Mu Qingwu. Even without his armor, he exuded an air of valor and charm, his features sharp and striking, with eyes that sparkled with integrity and vigor. The dark projectile had indeed been launched by Mu Luiyue. She was an ardent admirer of the Qin Wang, and like all suitors, she held a particular disdain for Han Yunsi. Her intention had been to publicly humiliate Han Yunsi, but instead, she inadvertently elevated her. Irritated by the commotion, Mu Qingwu grasped Mu Luiyue's wrist, speaking sternly, "Is this a place for you to cause a scene? Return at once." He had initially been uninterested in the unfolding drama, but the bride's audacity captivated him, compelling him to pause and observe. He was astonished to discover that amidst the seemingly spineless elite of the capital, a woman of such fortitude existed. Mu Luiyue, having grown accustomed to her brother's brusque demeanor, pouted playfully, "Brother. That woman must have some hidden flaw. Regardless of any flaws, it has nothing to do with you. Go back." Mu Qingwu commanded. "There's no common ground between us." Mu Luiyue retorted, dismissing him with a huff, already plotting to consult her circle of friends to investigate whether this Han Yunsi was indeed an impostor. Chapter 8. Entering the bridal chamber. As the bride stepped through the threshold, the groom was conspicuously absent. How could one pay their respects in such circumstances? Wang Shibua, having received a directive from the Empress Dowager, promptly ushered her into the bridal chamber. "Is she truly as beautiful as they say?" the Empress Dowager inquired with a face full of skepticism. "Your Highness, I can attest with my own eyes that it is indeed the truth. I cannot fathom how such a magnificent beauty could be misrepresented as an ugly woman by the rumors circulating outside." "Impossible," the Empress Dowager straightened her posture, speaking earnestly, "I have seen her as a child. She bore a large scar on her right cheek. Your Highness, when the bride comes to pay her respects tomorrow, you shall see for yourself. I would never dare to deceive you. The medical skills of the Han family are remarkable, and it is entirely possible that the scar has been healed." Wang Shibua could only offer this explanation impatiently. The Empress Dowager waved her hand, dismissing Wang Shibua with a few coins as a token of gratitude. "Mother, this is a moment of great joy. Her beauty is a blessing. If we do not allow her to enter today, it would be a disgrace to the Qin Wangfu. Although the Empress Dowager forced my brother into this marriage, as long as she does not bring shame upon us, that is what matters," Moron Wanru exclaimed with delight. Initially, the Empress Dowager felt a flicker of satisfaction at the beauty of Han Yushi, but upon hearing the words forced marriage, her mood soured, and she retorted coldly, "The Empress Dowager marrying the daughter of her benefactor to my son, what could be more humiliating? No matter how beautiful she is, what use is that?" Moron Wanru sighed in resignation. Alas, if only her mother had not saved the Empress Dowager back then. Now, Moron Wanru's words trailed off, but it was evident to all that without that past event, even the fate of the current emperor would have been entirely different. Han Yushi's mother had altered the destinies of an entire generation by saving the Empress Dowager's life. "Enough, enough, I do not covet that position. As long as I have Long Fei, I am content." "You may leave now," the Empress Dowager said, massaging her temples with a weary tone. "Yes, I have spoken out of turn," Moron Wanru replied obediently as she withdrew, making her way to the hibiscus courtyard of Qinwang. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, she hesitated. She was well aware that this was a private domain of Long Fei, who despised any intrusion into this space, even from her, his sworn sister. However, Han Yushi had now entered with the title of the primary wife, brazenly taking residence. Contemplating this, Moron Wanru could not help but clench her fists, thinking that once Long Fei returned, Han Yushi would undoubtedly be expelled. Unbeknownst to Han Yushi, the significance of the hibiscus courtyard, she currently sat atop the bed. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without a single soul appearing, she boldly lifted the bridal veil, stood up, and stretched luxuriously, even removing the heavy phoenix crown, feeling an immense sense of relief and lightness. The first thing she desired to do was to gaze into the mirror. She was curious to see what manner of beauty could evoke such exaggerated praise from those outside. She pondered who among them had maliciously plotted against her, only to be surprised by her own reflection. At this moment, the malicious schemer must be feeling quite vexed, she thought. In high spirits, Han Yushi boldly seated herself before the mirror, and was utterly astonished by what she beheld. The visage reflected was reminiscent of her own, yet her skin, facial structure, and features were far superior to her previous self. The original beauty, combined with Han Yushi's own charm, truly resulted in a remarkable appearance, exquisite in every sense. Her fingers gently caressed her right cheek, where the scar had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. She mused that this face ought to be worthy of Qin Wang. Yet, the man himself had yet to reveal himself. Who could say what he looked like? As she took a stroll around the room, she noted its extraordinary size. The bedroom was merely a segment of this grand space, separated by thick drapes instead of a door. Beyond the drapes lay an even larger area, with a hot spring pool on the right and a study on the left. In front of her stretched a deep and expansive corridor, flanked by 2 rows of towering columns and heavy drapes leading to the grand entrance. To be precise, this was not merely a bedroom, it was a palace. Extravagance. Han Yushi remarked as she wandered about, returning to the bed feeling a bit fatigued. Did not wealthy families possess numerous attendants? In such a vast abode, she had yet to see a single figure or even anyone to engage in conversation. It was quite peculiar. Han Yushi settled back onto the bed, pondering whether the groom would return that evening. Chapter 9 of The Mysterious Man. Han Yushi waited from dawn until dusk, and not only did she not catch sight of the groom, but even a shadow eluded her gaze. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, she found herself leaning against her pillow, succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the stillness, akin to the sound of something colliding with the window. The oil lamp in her chamber cast a feeble glow, failing to illuminate the outside world. After an extended period of waiting without further disturbance, an unsettling feeling crept into her heart, prompting her to cautiously step out of the bedroom. "Who goes there?" she called out, but the dimness outside was met with silence. "Is someone there?" "Who are you?" she inquired again, holding the oil lamp aloft. At that moment, a disconcerting beeping sound resonated in her mind, warning her of poison. What could be happening? Could someone be attempting to poison her? A shiver ran down Han Yunshi's spine as she abruptly turned to retreat to her room, only to be seized by a hand gripping her ankle. Before her scream could fully escape her lips, she was yanked forward, the oil lamp tumbling to the floor, and she fell in a most undignified manner. Yet, she had no time to dwell on her predicament. She kicked out in desperation, only to collide with a man's chest, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. "If you wish to live, do not move," came the man's frigid voice, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet several degrees. Han Yunshi froze instantly, for a chilling blade was pressed against her. This man appeared to be injured and poisoned. Was he an assassin? The surrounding silence heightened the awareness of his labored breathing. After a tense moment of inaction, she timidly asked, "You came to assassinate the Qin king, did you not?" The man remained silent. "The Qin king is not here. I estimate he won't return for a year and a half. If you let me go, I promise to feign ignorance, alright?" Han Yunshi ventured, seeking to gauge his reaction. Unfortunately, he remained unresponsive. In the dimness, she discerned that he sat against the wall, clad in black, his features obscured from view. "You are injured. Do not remain in such a position. You must leave at once. I swear I will not alert anyone," Han Yunshi urged timidly, cautiously rising to her feet, attempting to push away his long sword. To her dismay, the moment she touched the blade's back, the man raised his sword, pressing it mercilessly against her neck, poised to draw it down. In that critical moment, Han Yunshi recoiled sharply, speaking urgently, "You are poisoned. The wound on your abdomen is 4 inches from your heart. It is snake venom, administered half an hour ago. You were not bitten directly by a snake, rather, someone has extracted the venom. Your breathing is labored and your heart rate is slow. This toxin affects the heart and acts swiftly. The fact that you have endured for half an hour is likely your limit." She spoke in a breathless rush, articulating all she deduced from the alerts of her detoxification system. Meanwhile, the man's sword remained poised at her neck, the blood trickling down her throat causing her heartbeat to race uncontrollably. Yet, the fact that he did not strike revealed to her that she had hit the mark. Silence enveloped them, the cold air thick with tension. Han Yunshi swallowed hard, summoning her courage to continue. "I can help you detoxify. If I fail, you may kill me at your leisure." Having said this, she fell silent, her heart pounding with trepidation as she awaited his response. After a prolonged silence, the man coldly inquired, "How long will it take?" "I need to assess the specific condition of your wounds and the potency of the poison," Han Yunshi replied candidly. The man was silent for a moment before lowering his sword. Finally, Han Yunshi felt her heart settle, relieved that her life was no longer in immediate peril. With the assurance of her safety, her professional demeanor emerged. She rose to her feet, noticing that the man intended to rise as well, and promptly commanded, "Stay seated, do not move." Her voice, though soft, carried an undeniable air of authority. "If you move, it will accelerate your blood circulation, causing more venom to enter your heart, which would be exceedingly troublesome." In the dim light, a flicker of ferocity flashed in the man's eyes, yet he complied, remaining still. To her surprise, Han Yunshi's next command was, "Remove your clothing." Chapter 10 Remove your clothes, remove your clothes? A glimmer of dangerous intent flashed in the man's eyes, and he remained motionless, clearly reluctant. In the dim light, Han Yunshi could still perceive the man's unwavering gaze upon her. "What are you staring at? If you don't undress, how can I examine your wound? You are a man, and I am a woman. The one at a disadvantage here is me, not you." As she spoke, Han Yunqi took matters into her own hands. The director Lin from Lingyun Hospital was indeed correct. In the presence of a doctor, there truly is no distinction between genders, at least, Han Yunqi had long since grown accustomed to it. As her hand approached, the man recoiled, seemingly averse to any contact with a woman. "I'll do it myself." Since the beginning, his every word had been devoid of warmth. Though he was deeply poisoned, the man still possessed considerable strength, swiftly discarding his outer garments. In truth, in the obscurity of the room, Han Yunqi could hardly discern anything clearly of the human body. After all, is rather similar in form. She could locate the major acupoints with her eyes closed. With 2 golden needles, she pierced the acupuncture points near his heart to stabilize the toxicity, and then, she extracted a small sample of blood from the wound. The man immediately felt a slight alleviation of the oppressive sensation in his chest, gradually relaxing his tense demeanor. "Please wait. I will fetch a lamp." Rising to head to the bedroom, Han Yunqi seized the opportunity to analyze the blood sample within the detoxification system, only to receive an unexpected outcome. The poison was a blend of snake venom. After all, the snake venoms prevalent in modern times differ from those of ancient times. Many ancient venomous snakes have long since become extinct, thus the detoxification system contained only relevant records, lacking the corresponding antidotes, and even the necessary herbs for concocting an antidote were absent. Upon grasping this information, Han Yunqi touched the sword wound on her neck, remaining remarkably composed. If there was no antidote, then so be it. That despicable assassin, quick to shed innocent blood, had not enticed her into genuinely saving him. Hence, she gathered some substances to temporarily counteract the poison and a few tools, taking a lantern with her as she returned. As the light illuminated the room, Han Yunqi gradually discerned the man before her. Though seated, his well-proportioned limbs revealed that he possessed an impressive physique, certainly tall and robust. As the light drew nearer, she became increasingly aware of his features, and when the lantern's glow fell directly upon his face, she was momentarily transfixed. Heavens, this man, as an assassin, he bore no mask. His chiseled facial contours and striking features resembled those of a deity sculpted by divine hands. Even injured and seated, he exuded an air of regal dignity and overwhelming presence. Before him, anyone would feel diminished. The light illuminated his face but could not penetrate the depths of his dark, enigmatic eyes. Those profound depths seemed capable of absorbing the entirety of the world. With those very eyes, cold and piercing, he regarded Han Yunqi, as if attempting to draw her in. Han Yunqi found herself entranced, her hand trembling, causing the lantern to fall to the ground. She had encountered many exceptional men, yet in a single glance, she conceded that this man possessed an undeniable allure that commanded submission. "What are you dawdling for?" he inquired, visibly displeased with her reaction. At last, Han Yunqi hastily averted her gaze, regaining her composure. "I haven't eaten, my hands are weak." As she spoke, she picked up the lantern, drawing nearer while keeping her eyes lowered, avoiding his gaze. She set the lantern down and knelt beside him, methodically arranging the medication, cotton swabs, gauze, and herbs. Noticing the exquisite medical cotton swabs and multi-purpose gauze, the man inquired, "What are these?" Han Yunqi pretended not to hear, lifting her head to inspect the wound. Yet, this time, her habitual fixation on injuries faltered. The man's physique was breathtakingly magnificent. His solid, muscular chest and well-defined abdomen gleamed with an alluring bronze sheen in the lantern's glow, exuding an irresistible primal allure. It became evident that the notion of no distinction between genders in the presence of a doctor was contingent upon circumstances. Han Yunqi momentarily forgot the wound, unwittingly surveying him from head to toe, her ears turning a deep shade of crimson. Chapter 11. Where should this king go? The dazed gaze of Han Yunqi filled the man with intense disdain, prompting him to coldly draw his sword once more, its edge resting against her throat. "Hurry," he commanded, impatience radiating from him like a frigid specter. Snapping back to reality, Han Yunqi berated herself internally for her lack of resolve. Taking a deep breath, she regained her composure and said, "Remove your sword, or I can't guarantee that my hand won't tremble, and you shall not blame me for any mishap." "Are you threatening me?" The man narrowed his eyes. "You may interpret it as such." Despite his striking appearance, Han Yunqi was no infatuated fool. She held a deep appreciation for life, and in the face of peril, her focus was genuinely compromised. If she were to gaze upward, she would surely see his eyes narrowed into a lethal line, a glare capable of inflicting 1,000 cuts upon her. Yet, what good was his ferocity when he was shackled by circumstance? Gradually, the sword was lowered. Han Yunqi chose not to speak further. After retrieving a cotton swab to inspect her wound, she proceeded with utmost seriousness, diligence, and even a hint of solemnity. The process of detoxification involves 2 key aspects: expelling toxins and neutralizing them. Expulsion entails finding methods to eliminate the toxins from within, while neutralization targets those toxins that cannot be expelled, requiring medicinal intervention. Han Yunqi excelled at the former. There exist 2 primary methods for detoxification: acupuncture and herbal poultices. First, acupuncture is employed to expel as much toxin as possible, followed by the application of medicines to absorb any residual poison. After a thorough examination, Han Yunqi was certain that the man's toxins could be entirely expelled. Regrettably, she lacked the necessary remedies. Silently, she retrieved her golden needles, seeking out the acupoints. Each location corresponds to different toxins, and while an average physician might take an eternity to locate them, for her, it was as simple as a daily routine. "It will hurt. Bear with it." The man did not respond, merely casting his gaze upon her. Han Yunqi, though deemed unattractive, somehow possessed a beauty that captivated all. Although timid by nature, she exhibited an unexpected poise in the face of danger. Despite being considered the most inept daughter of the Han family, she wielded exceptional skill in acupuncture. Unaware of the man's suspicions, she focused intently on her task, her brows furrowed in concentration, exuding an air of authority that demanded respect. As several golden needles pierced the acupoints, dark blood began to seep from the wound, progressively increasing in volume to a rather nauseating degree. Han Yunqi did not flinch. Instead, she meticulously wiped away the toxic blood, careful to prevent cross-contamination with other wounds. It was only when crimson blood flowed forth that she retracted the needles, cleaned the wound, staunched the bleeding, applied medicine, and bandaged it. The entire procedure was executed with seamless efficiency, taking no more than 15 minutes. Though she had no intention of being responsible for the man's life, she endeavored to expel as much poison as possible. As for the remnants that remained within him, without the necessary antidotes, he would have to resign himself to fate. The medication she applied served merely to alleviate inflammation and temporarily suppress the toxicity. Should she seek out further remedies, her own escape from this man would be impossible. After all, they were in the residence of the Qin king, on a night of marital celebration, with her groom potentially arriving at any moment. If discovered in the company of another man, her life would be forfeit. The sooner this man departed, the better. It would be ideal if he never returned. Han Yunqi handed him several packets of prepared herbs, stating earnestly, "Change the dressing once a day, and you shall recover in a few days. Now, do leave swiftly." To her astonishment, the man raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Han Yunqi, on this night of marital celebration, where do you wish this king to go?" Chapter 12 of the Cunning Threat Clang. The lantern in Han Yunqi's hand fell once more, leaving her pale with shock. Wedding night, this prince, what on earth is he trying to convey? Long Fei rose, casting a contemplative glance in her direction before brushing past her and striding towards the bedroom, clearly assuming the role of the master of the house. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yunqi followed him inside. You are Long Fei? Presumptuous. Long Fei's voice was cold. Few dared to utter his name so directly in this world. He had returned hastily, unaware that Han Yunqi would be sent here, to this most private of places. Although incredulous, Han Yunqi could not deny his identity, chiding herself for her naivety. What sort of assassin walks without a mask? What kind of killer possesses such a regal presence? Frustration washed over Han Yunqi. The situation had grown complicated. This man harbored remnants of poison within him, and even the slightest trace of it could prove fatal. He was a prince, and should he tragically perish, she would surely be condemned to follow him into the afterlife. Are you truly Han Yunqi? Long Fei's icy gaze seemed to penetrate her very soul. There were too many uncertainties surrounding this woman. Countless individuals wished him dead, and he had not been without spies in his midst. Yet, if this woman were indeed an undercover agent, she would have met her demise moments ago. Han Yunqi wore a glum expression, allowing him to scrutinize her, thinking to herself that no matter how deeply he gazed, he could never discern the truth of her transmigration. Answer this prince's question, Long Fei commanded. With a sigh, Han Yunqi leaned against a pillar. Your Highness, that inquiry is of little consequence. What truly matters now is the poison within you, which has not yet been completely neutralized. What did you say? Long Fei was taken aback. A portion of the toxin remains in your system, one that cannot be expelled by the golden needles. It must be absorbed by medicinal means. I do not possess such a remedy. If you doubt my words, take a deep breath and see if the area 2 inches below your heart does not stab with pain, Han Yunqi stated earnestly. Long Fei inhaled deeply, and indeed, a sharp pain shot through that very spot. In that instant, a flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Your Highness is mistaken. When I presumed you to be an assassin, you did not reveal your identity. If I had killed you, it would have been well deserved. Han Yunqi retorted. Deserved? Long Fei's frigid gaze bore down upon Han Yunqi, yet she remained unfazed, facing him with unwavering composure. This woman possessed courage. A hint of unrecognized admiration flickered in Long Fei's eyes as he coldly remarked, now you are aware. Speak of the remedy you lack. Han Yunqi regarded him with suspicion. What clandestine deeds had he engaged in, to sustain injuries and poison without consulting the imperial physician, but instead retreating here? It appeared that his wounds must remain concealed. Though taking advantage of his plight contradicted Han Yunqi's medical principles, she had to consider the implications for her post-marital life. Everyone knew that even if she managed to enter the Qin Wangfu, survival was not guaranteed, a fact she was all too aware of. Thus, she needed a solid ally, and the most powerful one was none other than the head of the Qin Wangfu, the esteemed Long Fei of the Tianning royal family. A sly smile crept upon Han Yunqi's lips. Your Highness, in truth, the medicine I shall administer can ensure that the toxin remains dormant for 10 days. And so? Long Fei continued to scrutinize her, his cold eyes deeply unsettling. Han Yunqi adopted an innocent, timid demeanor, imploring, might His Highness accompany me tomorrow to pay respects to the Grand Empress Dowager over tea and to present my greetings in the palace? On the first day of marriage, it is customary for the bride to honor her elders with tea. If this man would deign to accompany her, it would signify his acknowledgement of her as his consort, thereby alleviating many future troubles. What if this prince has no desire to comply? Long Fei inquired coldly. Han Yunqi lowered her head, feigning innocence. The poison afflicting you is hardly rare, any physician could remedy it. Ha, you are quite clever. If a physician were an option, why would Long Fei waste time here? This woman was subtly threatening him once more. Han Yunqi beamed with delight. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. Long Fei's brow furrowed involuntarily, feeling a sense of helplessness towards her. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand dismissively. Mind your tongue and withdraw. Han Yunqi's heart soared. The matter was settled. Yes, thank you, Your Highness. She exited the bedroom with excitement, even taking the initiative to lower the curtains for Long Fei. However, as she turned to face the enveloping darkness, she suddenly realized it was indeed their wedding night. Where then was she to retreat? Chapter 13. The red stain and the white handkerchief. That night, Han Yunqi remained ensconced in the study, fortunate that the weather was not too frigid, allowing her to endure. Upon awakening the following day, she found that Long Fei had already vacated the bedroom. Surely, he would not go back on his word. He seemed to have avoided giving a definitive answer last night, and unease began to creep into Han Yunqi's heart as she hurriedly rushed outside. To her surprise, Long Fei was in the garden, sipping tea. Upon seeing her flustered demeanor as she emerged, her disheveled attire, unkempt hair, and lack of shoes, he expressed his disdain, saying, "You have half an hour. Tidy yourself before coming out." "Yes, I promise not to bring shame upon the prince," Han Yunqi replied with an overly obsequious smile, hastily closing the door behind her. Half an hour was ample time for her to enjoy a soak in the hot springs. However, she soon realized that she had overestimated her situation. The hairstyles of ancient times were exceedingly intricate, and she had no knowledge of how to arrange them. After much effort, she finally managed to loosen her hair from the previous day's updo, but in despair, she resorted to styling it into a Korean princess bun, with a side-swept fringe. Desiring a hair ornament to embellish her appearance, she lamented the fact that the bridal jewelry she had brought along were all of inferior quality. She understood well that donning such trinkets would not only tarnish her own reputation but also that of the Qin royal household. Ultimately, she decided against wearing any accessories, recognizing that she could hardly do them justice. Almost perfectly on time, Han Yunqi opened the grand door. She donned a flowing ice blue gown that accentuated her fair skin, making her appear even more radiant. The simplicity of her hairstyle harmonized beautifully with her attire. Although lacking in extravagant jewels, her look was instead refreshingly elegant, capturing the eye. A true beauty does not require excessive adornment. Simplicity is the essence of true grace. "I am ready, please inspect me, Your Highness," Han Yunqi proclaimed, her spirits high. Long Fei regarded her for a prolonged moment but then, without uttering a word, rose and departed. What a miser! Does saying a word truly cost him anything? Han Yunqi muttered under her breath, quickening her pace to follow him, unaware that Long Fei's gaze seldom lingered on any woman for more than 3 seconds. With Long Fei leading the way, Han Yunqi trailed closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. As she entered, she had failed to observe the intricacies of the flower-laden courtyard, complete with artificial streams and bamboo groves, which exuded an air of tranquility and elegance, resembling a secluded retreat. Throughout their walk, they encountered no servants until they reached the courtyard's entrance, where at last, they came across an elderly matron, unmistakably a confidant of the Empress Dowager. The old matron appeared visibly astonished upon spotting Long Fei, momentarily taken aback before quickly bowing and greeting. "I pay my respects to His Highness, the Prince of Qin." Long Fei ignored her, continuing forward, while Han Yunqi, despite her title as princess, did not expect anyone to bow to her. She followed Long Fei's lead, walking as if oblivious to her surroundings. However, the old matron obstructed her path, her voice stern. "Princess, according to custom, the Empress Dowager must inspect the wedding night handkerchief, which must then be presented to the Empress." The wedding night handkerchief, a tool for verifying a bride's virginity, was not something every woman would necessarily possess on her first night. How many innocent women had met their demise due to this practice? If Han Yunqi failed to produce this item, she would either have to admit to a night spent alone or confess to not being a virgin. The former would subject her to ridicule and shame, while the latter could lead to a death sentence, potentially endangering the entire Han family. As she stepped into the palace, a world fraught with peril, trouble had already begun on her very first morning as a bride. Having not even slept in the bed last night, how could she possibly have the handkerchief? "Princess, please hand over the item to this old servant," the matron urged. Observing Long Fei's unyielding back, Han Yunqi felt torn. Regardless, trouble was inevitable. She steeled herself and boldly inquired, "Your Highness, you have the Chapter 14. A sense of unease. The crimson handkerchief rests with the King of Qin. The old matron gasped in disbelief, casting a bewildered glance towards the king. What a jest! It was inconceivable that she was unaware of the time the king returned. However, the mere fact that he had not expelled this woman from the Lotus Courtyard was already astonishing enough. The likelihood that he emerged alongside her was presumably to address the customary greetings in the palace. How could it be that he engaged in such intimate acts with her? Moreover, he had personally brought the crimson handkerchief. Surely, this woman must be lying. Yet, how could she dare to utter such falsehoods in the presence of the king? Was she courting death? The old matron, her face a mask of turmoil, hesitated to inquire further, her heart racing as she awaited the king's response. To her surprise, Long Fei merely uttered the word "wait," and turned to walk back. Was he truly going to retrieve it? The old matron covered her mouth in disbelief, unable to suppress her glance toward Morong Wanru, who was peeking from a distance. Han Yunqi, curious, followed her gaze, only to find no one there. You all. The old matron was utterly flustered. Was it truly necessary to create such an impression, as if they were lovers engaged in clandestine affairs? Han Yunqi rolled her eyes, leaning against the nearby fence in anticipation. In truth, she too felt a sense of unease. Who knew if Long Fei would indeed produce the crimson handkerchief? Yesterday, she had only considered having him accompany her for the greetings, without contemplating this additional matter. Without the handkerchief, what significance would his presence bear? That token was the only true representation of his acknowledgement of her, though she was fully aware of the improbability of such a scenario, and found it difficult to accept the notion of deception. A flicker of hope lingered in Han Yunqi's heart, for she had already wed him. Long Fei, our union is a consequence of imperial decree. None of this was of my own volition. But if you cannot resist the imperial will, might you not place all the burdens upon my shoulders as a mere woman? With her eyes cast downward, Han Yunqi leaned silently against the low wall, waiting in quietude. The old matron, in a state of frantic anxiety, paced back and forth, casting furtive glances her way as though she were a peculiar creature. At long last, Long Fei returned, yet his hands were empty. Had he resolved to reveal the truth without even bringing the token? Han Yunqi endeavored to dismiss the pang of disappointment in her heart, forcing a smile and uttering no inquiries. Your Highness, where it? To her astonishment, Long Fei replied, this king will bring it over. The old matron's heart sank. Your Highness, are you to visit the Empress Dowager together? Long Fei offered no response to the old matron and disregarded Han Yunqi entirely. Having spoken, he strode away with long, swift steps. Han Yunqi's body reacted faster than her mind. She hurriedly pursued him, her heart racing with trepidation. How would he choose to address the situation? She longed to inquire but found herself at a loss for words, trailing him to the entrance of the Empress Dowager's residence. At the entrance stood a girl of 17 or 18, slender as a reed, as if a gust of wind could topple her. Dressed simply yet elegantly, her countenance exuded purity, and her gaze was particularly gentle. This was none other than Morong Wanru, the adopted daughter of the Empress Dowager. Upon their arrival, Morong Wanru rushed forward, her voice soft and bashful. Brother, you have come too? Her voice was so tender it could melt the heart. Han Yunqi felt a shiver run down her spine, secretly lamenting the presence of such a delicate blossom. A beauty so fragile and endearing stood before her, yet Long Fei treated her as if she were invisible, not uttering a word as he walked past. Brother Morong Wanru's voice dripped with sweetness, tinged with a hint of grievance. Han Yunqi shivered once more, another wave of goosebumps cascading over her. Unexpectedly, Morong Wanru turned her gaze toward Han Yunqi, appraising her from head to toe. A flicker of jealousy crossed her eyes, yet her smile remained amiable. Do not take offense, come, let me lead you inside. Just moments ago, she had been disregarded by Long Fei, yet her words suggested that she was the hostess and Han Yunqi the guest. No matter how esteemed an adopted daughter may be, she does not bear the surname Long, while even an uncherished wife is destined to be the future mistress. Han Yunqi forced a smile that did not reach her eyes. Thank you, Miss Morong. Chapter 15 The display of generosity and valor. The esteemed Lady Yi is a woman of leisure and refinement, possessing an innate sense of beauty coupled with a penchant for cleanliness. Her chamber is adorned like a floral sanctuary, with the fragrant aroma of blossoms enveloping the air, causing Han Yunqi to momentarily forget that she was in a den of peril. There sat Lady Yi languidly upon her throne. Though she had reached the age of 40, she was remarkably well preserved. Her deep-set eyes and enchanting phoenix-like gaze exuded a rich allure, embodying the regal laziness of a queen. Upon Han Yunqi's entrance, Lady Yi's gaze was fixed upon her, contemplating that this daughter-in-law was indeed striking, and no longer appeared as disagreeable as before. If it weren't for that wretched empress who had forcibly thrust her upon Long Fei, perhaps she could have grown fond of her. Allowing Lady Yi to scrutinize her, Han Yunqi maintained her composure, hastening to Long Fei's side. Fei, when did you return last night? You did not even inform your mother. I have been waiting for you all day, Lady Yi remarked in a languid tone. Is there something amiss? Long Fei inquired, his tone exhibiting a hint of warmth. Not particularly, I simply have not seen you in a long while and missed you, Lady Yi replied with a smile. Han Yunqi's heart sank completely. Did this mother and son not realize that yesterday was their wedding day? Their sickly exchange was nauseating, any lingering hope she had held for Long Fei evaporated entirely. What was fated to happen would unfold as it must. She had endured far worse calamities in her life. At that moment, Long Fei retrieved a white handkerchief from his sleeve and presented it with both hands, saying, the fallen red handkerchief, please inspect it, mother. This item drew the attention of all present, with Han Yunqi, positioned closest, gaining the clearest view. The handkerchief was folded into a thick square, the topmost layer pristine and immaculate. With just a glance, she felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, preparing to face Lady Yi's scrutiny. Meanwhile, Morong Wanru, witnessing the scene, silently exhaled in relief. She knew that the prince would never engage with this woman, and his presence here was merely a courtesy. With a glance from Morong Wanru, the elderly matron hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the fallen red handkerchief, presenting it to Lady Yi with both hands. Lady Yi cast a cursory glance before her expression soured. New bride, what is the meaning of this? The prince returned last night. How did you attend to him? As she questioned, she carelessly lifted the fallen red handkerchief for inspection, only to reveal a crimson stain upon the once spotless silk. Ah! Lady Yi could not suppress a gasp, and upon closer examination, she indeed discovered it to be blood. Han Yunqi instinctively lifted her gaze, spotting the crimson mark as well, the fallen red. This, heavens, she incredulously glanced at Long Fei, who remained expressionless, as cold as ice, yet, inexplicably, warmth blossomed within. Long Fei, you are truly commendable, a man of integrity. My heartfelt thanks to you. Mother has seen it, take it to the palace, Long Fei commanded, and even Lady Yi's attendants dared not defy his order. The elderly matron promptly approached to collect the handkerchief, while Lady Yi's eyes flickered with astonishment. Reluctantly releasing her grip, she cast a significant glance at Morong Wanru, seemingly questioning whether Han Yunqi had bewitched her. Her son had always been impervious to beauty. The sight of that crimson stain was like a thorn in Morong Wanru's eye, piercing her deeply, as she refused to accept this reality forever. Once the fallen red handkerchief was taken away, a pot of hot tea was brought forth. Her Highness the Princess Consort's tea to Lady Yi, announced the elderly matron in a loud voice. With Long Fei's affirmation bolstering her confidence, Han Yunqi steadied herself, respectfully holding the teacup and performing a gesture of reverence. I, Han Yunqi, pay my respects to mother, wishing you longevity and prosperity. Lady Yi's eyes darted about, casting several glances at Long Fei. Though unwilling and perplexed, she still wished to honor her son. She accepted the tea and drank deeply, rewarding Han Yunqi with a blue jade hairpin, personally placing it in her hair, and said lightly, I have nothing of import to convey to you. Simply remember this, whatever you say or do must not bring disgrace to me or to the prince. Yes, I shall bear it in mind, Han Yunqi replied earnestly. Rise, Lady Yi instructed, beckoning Morong Wanru to come forth. Wanru, as a younger generation, you should offer a cup of tea to your sister-in-law. Yes, Morong Wanru replied, her voice a blend of sweetness and innocence, perpetually tinged with a hint of vulnerability, as though she were a victim of some injustice. She approached Han Yunqi, holding the steaming tea, her feeble demeanor concealing a flash of malice in her eyes. Chapter 16 A sudden downpour. Sister-in-law, please enjoy some tea. Morong Wanru gracefully cradled the teacup in her delicate hands, her frail figure slightly bowing, exuding an air of gentle obedience akin to that of a little sister. Beep, beep, beep. The urgent alert of the detoxification system had been ringing for quite a while, threatening to explode Han Yunqi's head. The tea contained poison. Activating the scanning system, Han Yunqi swiftly determined that the tea was laced with the most rudimentary of poisons, a laxative. How exquisite Morong Wanru appeared, a delicate flower, but in reality, she was a white lotus. Forcing her to consume a laxative at this moment would surely lead to a most embarrassing public display when she reported to the palace later. What a splendid greeting gift, rest assured, this physician shall return the favor with an even greater one. As the tea was presented before her, Han Yunqi boldly reached out and drank it down in one go. Just as she was about to return the cup, it slipped from her grasp and shattered upon the ground. What on earth? A broken cup during the tea offering was deemed exceedingly inauspicious. Morong Wanru hurriedly reassured her, Mother, it's nothing, shattered things bring peace, shattered things bring peace. As she spoke, she hastily bent down to collect the pieces, prompting Han Yunqi to crouch beside her, insisting, let me do it. Don't hurt yourself. No sooner had she spoken than a shard of glass inadvertently cut Morong Wanru's hand. Oh dear, you're bleeding, it's all my fault. Han Yunqi gasped, quickly grasping Morong Wanru's finger, unperturbed by the blood as she brought it to her mouth. The benevolent act was swiftly overshadowed by Han Yunqi's intervention, and Morong Wanru, unwilling to concede, struggled free. It's just a minor injury, sister-in-law, please don't be so concerned, I can bear it. How can it be just a minor issue? Someone, quickly fetch a doctor to examine it, what if it leaves a scar? The dowager consort's displeasure was palpable as she pulled Morong Wanru to the main seat, gazing at her wound with a heart full of concern. I've told you countless times that such tasks are best left to the servants. Why must you meddle and risk injury? Observing the dynamic between Morong Wanru and the dowager consort, Han Yunqi couldn't shake the feeling that they resembled a mother and daughter, their features bearing a striking similarity. However, she dismissed the notion, acknowledging that prolonged acquaintance often leads to shared traits. Before the dowager consort could direct her ire towards Han Yunqi, Morong Wanru interjected, Mother, do not blame sister-in-law. It was my own carelessness. Such words caused Han Yunqi's lips to twitch in disbelief. This was no innocent white lotus but rather a venomous water lily. Morong Wanru's remark reminded the dowager consort of her own concerns, and she glared at Han Yunqi. Clumsy and lacking refinement, I ought to punish you. However, before she could finish her sentence, a loud bang echoed through the room. What was that noise? Confusion swept over the gathering, soon followed by a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers. Bang, 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 clap, clap, clap. What a resounding flatulence, and oh, how foul it was. Ah, the dowager consort shrieked, leaping to her feet and covering her nose as she distanced herself, her expression one of utter revulsion. You dare to pass gas? How foul, quickly, get out. In that moment, every gaze turned toward Morong Wanru, whose face flushed crimson, akin to an embarrassed child. Only then did she realize, as the sound escaped her, that she instinctively clenched her posterior with all her might, yet it proved futile. Mother, she stammered, still at a loss for words, when another loud noise erupted, drowning out the floral fragrances around her. The fastidious dowager consort could no longer endure it, nearly retching as she stomped her feet in desperation, shouting, Someone, take her away, do not sully my chamber. Morong Wanru let out a short, sharp scream, only to be met with yet another loud sound beneath her. Heavens, how could this happen? She squeezed her legs together, on the verge of tears, rendered speechless by shame, overwhelmed by the disdainful gazes of those around her. She wished for nothing more than to vanish into the earth. What a disgrace, especially before Prince Qin. How could she ever show her face again? What was happening to her? Just as two maidservants approached to assist, suddenly, with a resounding bang, disaster struck, immediately followed by a torrent of noise. She found herself in a most unfortunate predicament, her trousers soiled. The dowager consort could bear it no longer, shrieking as she fled for her life. The room was engulfed in a foul stench, and with the dowager consort's departure, the remaining guests hastily followed suit, leaving Morong Wanru alone to endure the humiliation, sobbing uncontrollably as she continued her unfortunate episode. Why was this happening? What a disgrace, how could she ever face the world again? Someone, please, tell her what had transpired. She had intended to poison Han Yunqi, and it was not even a fast-acting laxative. Sitting amidst the chaos, Morong Wanru was at a loss, unable to rise or remain seated, utterly bewildered. Who would come to her rescue? Han Yunqi followed behind Long Fei, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet, when she turned her head, she found Long Fei gazing intently at her, clearing her throat. She suppressed her laughter, covering her nose. Your Highness, it reeks, let us hasten into the palace. Did you apply medicine to her wound, thus causing such a swift reaction? Long Fei inquired in a hushed tone. How could that be? Your Highness, do not wrongfully accuse me. Han Yunqi's eyes sparkled with mirth, her smile radiant. Chapter 17 The affectionate Empress Dowager. Before stepping into the carriage, Han Yunqi consumed the antidote. She carried with her several commonly used antidotes and poisons, which now proved to be quite advantageous. The ancients were far more adept at utilizing poison than modern individuals, for while contemporary toxins are largely artificially synthesized and intelligently extracted, in ancient times, every flower and herb could potentially harbor lethal properties. Seated alongside Prince Qin in the carriage en route to the palace, he rested with his eyes closed while Han Yunqi found herself stealing glances at him repeatedly. Upon closer inspection, this man appeared even more handsome than he did the previous night. Especially in his tranquility, he resembled a divine statue, exuding a noble and untouchable aura. A discarded red handkerchief might hold little significance for him, yet for her, it was a matter of profound importance. Despite the transactional nature of their relationship, Han Yunqi felt genuine gratitude emanating from her heart. Unbeknownst to her, countless wagers had been placed in the palace regarding her fate, with many losing substantial sums, thus making her a figure of numerous grievances. Initially, she had anticipated only an audience with the Empress Dowager, but upon entering Qiancoan Palace, she was met with a room brimming with women. Although the chamber was silent, pairs of cold eyes were filled with disdain, scorn, contempt, and resentment, shooting piercing glares at Han Yunqi like a barrage of arrows. While such glances could not physically harm her, they certainly instilled fear. Sighing inwardly, Han Yunqi pondered what she had done to warrant such animosity. The Prince of Qin was her royal uncle, and as his esteemed consort, she was also the daughter-in-law of the Empress Dowager and the sister-in-law of the Empress. Even the Emperor's concubines and children were obliged to pay their respects to her. What were these women staring at? Was she not beautiful enough for their gaze? In the face of scrutiny, Han Yunqi stood tall, raising her chin with dignity, grace, and poise as she walked beside Long Fei. Her breathtaking beauty, coupled with her extraordinary demeanor, made her appear as if all the splendor of the heavens had converged upon her, perfectly complementing Long Fei, as if they were a pair destined by fate. As she moved through the room, many gazes gradually transformed, evolving from disdain to admiration and envy. A confident woman is always the most beautiful. The chamber was vast, and it took a considerable time to reach the elevated seats. Upon seeing the Empress Dowager, Han Yunqi was struck by the realization of the senior concubine's age. The Empress Dowager was now a venerable elder with snow-white hair, and the Empress had also crossed into her 30s. The Empress Dowager radiated warmth and nobility, while the Empress exuded regal elegance. The aura they both emanated was enough to intimidate the entire harem, a testament to the unique authority of those in power. Son pays his respects to mother. May the Empress Dowager enjoy good health. Long Fei greeted respectfully. Han Yunqi followed suit, bowing. I beseech the Empress Dowager for good health and longevity. As long as you two are well, I shall be at peace. The Empress Dowager replied cheerily, her smile radiating kindness. Just as they stood upright, the concubines on either side rose to bow. May His Highness the Prince of Qin enjoy good health. May the Princess Consort have longevity. The significance of a man became evident at that moment. Did the saying, a wife flourishes by her husband's status, not hold true? Just as Han Yunqi was about to take her seat, the Empress Dowager called out, Yunqi, come closer, let me have a good look at you. This warmth of affection reminded Han Yunqi of the past when her mother had saved the Empress Dowager's life, leading to her betrothal to Long Fei. However, she couldn't help but think, dear Empress Dowager, is it truly fitting to betroth the daughter of your benefactor to the son of your adversary? Who could forget the fierce rivalry between senior concubine Yi and you in days gone by? Now, you wish to ruin the Han family due to their inability to cure the crown prince's ailment. Such blatant ingratitude is nothing short of extraordinary. Why the pretense? Though Han Yunqi did not approach too closely, the Empress Dowager beckoned her to sit beside her, delightfully examining her from side to side, exclaiming, look at this lovely visage. Such beauty cannot be deemed ugly. Who dares to speak ill of her? Should I discover the culprit, they shall not go unpunished. I recall seeing a scar on her earlier, is that not so? The Empress inquired thoughtfully. Is that so? I cannot recall. Besides, a woman changes greatly by the age of 18, her mother was a breathtaking beauty, otherwise, why would I have arranged her betrothal to our Prince of Qin? The Empress Dowager asserted, prompting the Empress to wisely fall silent. Turning her gaze to Long Fei, the Empress Dowager remarked, Prince of Qin, I have not wronged you by bestowing such a beauty upon you. I heard you did not kick the carriage door yesterday? Is that true? Han Yunqi suddenly realized that entering the palace for greetings might also spell trouble for Long Fei. Chapter 18, the most noble man confronted by the Empress Dowager's probing inquiries, Han Yunqi anticipated that Long Fei would find himself in a precarious position. To her astonishment, he casually replied, I was too busy yesterday to attend, but it is sufficient that the bride has entered. Such a simplistic explanation, too busy, was that truly an explanation? Han Yunqi distinctly sensed the Empress Dowager's hand stiffen slightly, and the surrounding crowd fell into an immediate silence. She braced herself for the storm that seemed poised to erupt. However, to her surprise, after a brief moment of silence, the Empress Dowager merely cast a displeased glance at Long Fei and admonished, I understand you are busy, but do not neglect the bride. Long Fei's expression remained unchanged, icy and aloof, exuding an unspoken authority. The Empress Dowager gently patted Han Yunqi's hand, saying, if he dares to neglect you again, feel free to come to the palace to report it. I shall advocate for you, do you understand? Han Yunqi obediently nodded, though her heart was shaken. They say even the emperor must yield 3 parts to the Prince of Qin, and she had not expected the Empress Dowager to be equally accommodating. This man is indeed extraordinarily noble. At that moment, an elderly matron presented a crimson handkerchief, declaring, Your Majesty, this is the crimson handkerchief, please take a look. The atmosphere, which had softened somewhat, grew tense again at the mention of the crimson handkerchief. Countless gazes converged, eagerly anticipating the Empress Dowager's unveiling of the handkerchief. More accurately, they were waiting to witness Han Yunqi's humiliation. What of Han Yunqi's beauty? She was a bride imposed upon the Prince of Qin by the Empress Dowager, and coerced into marriage by the Emperor himself. The fact that the prince had brought her to offer respects this morning was already a significant concession to both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. It was likely that last night, during their wedding night, Han Yunqi had scarcely even made it to the bed. Those seated in the front leaned forward intentionally, while those at the back stood, all eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Some even whispered bets on whether Han Yunqi would admit to being a non-virgin or publicly confess that the prince had not favored her. The thought of the impending drama excited everyone immensely. The Empress Dowager, however, did not rush to inspect the white handkerchief. Instead, she kindly grasped Han Yunqi's hand and whispered, "Still shy, are we? You will soon be a grown woman, you must strive to bear children for the prince." "Indeed, that is of utmost importance, mother. I believe there is no need to check. Our Qin Wang Fei appears pure and unblemished," boldly chimed in the audacious concubine Yun. "The Han family is a prominent lineage with strict family teachings. Nothing untoward could possibly arise." "Precisely, just look at the bride's bashful demeanor. I suggest we withdraw the crimson handkerchief. If it was personally examined by His Highness the Prince, surely there can be no error?" A chorus of concubines chimed in, ostensibly well-meaning, yet their words were laced with barbs, elevating Han Yunqi only to await her fall. With her head bowed, she observed quietly, reflecting on how dreadfully dull the women of the harem truly were. The Empress Dowager surveyed the crowd with a smile and said, "No need for your assurances. I am well aware the presence of the crimson is certain. This examination is a tradition that cannot be overlooked." Her smile was warm and joyful as she casually lifted the crimson handkerchief before the assembly, drawing every gaze to her. Red, a vivid splash of crimson. "Ah!" A scream erupted from the crowd, and chaos ensued as disbelief spread like wildfire. No one could contain their shock. How could this be? The Prince of Qin had indeed favored this woman. He was the most exalted Prince of Qin, a man renowned for his aloofness from women, a figure akin to a deity in the eyes of the populace. What was Han Yunqi, after all? The concubines who had just spoken were left speechless, incredulous, feeling as though they had smacked their own faces in disbelief. They had come today to witness Han Yunqi's disgrace, to see how the Empress Dowager would. The Han family, a lineage of medical practitioners, had long failed to cure the crown prince's ailment, and the Empress Dowager had long since resolved to destroy the Han family. Yet, unexpectedly, Han Yunqi had truly become the woman of the Prince of Qin. Chapter 19. The antidote. The Empress Dowager held the fallen red handkerchief suspended in midair, her other hand gripping Han Yunqi's with an icy chill that was quite unnerving. At this moment, it was Han Yunqi's turn to revel in a sense of schadenfreude. She cast a fleeting glance at the crimson fabric, her heart swelling with delight, and surreptitiously stole a look at Long Fei. At that very instant, his profound gaze met hers. For reasons unknown, a sudden jolt coursed through Han Yunqi's heart, prompting her to swiftly avert her eyes, her ears inexplicably warming with a blush. In the suffocating silence, Long Fei rose to his feet, declaring, "Mother, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave for now and visit again another day." With the formalities of greetings and the inspection of the handkerchief concluded, his departure was inevitable. Faced with one woman was already burdensome enough, let alone a throng of them. As he made to leave, Han Yunqi attempted to rise as well, but the Empress Dowager unexpectedly tightened her grip on her hand, the force so intense it felt as though her bones might shatter. It was excruciating. Just then, Long Fei turned back, his handsome brow furrowing slightly. "Han Yunqi, why do you linger?" Oh dear, she had feared he might abandon her, a truly terrifying thought. In an instant, Han Yunqi exerted all her strength to free herself from the Empress Dowager's grasp, exclaiming, "Mother, we have urgent matters to attend to, we must take our leave now and will return to pay our respects another day." As she spoke, she swiftly glided to Long Fei's side, anxious not to be yanked back into the clutches of the Empress Dowager, for she feared being left alone in such a place, where she might be devoured without a trace. The Empress Dowager lightly dropped the red handkerchief and donned a benevolent smile. "Then do hurry along, do not delay." Long Fei did not turn back, and upon seeing this, Han Yunqi's courage swelled. She dismissed the Empress Dowager's words as mere background noise and followed Long Fei with a lively step, not daring to look back as they made their way to the door. The King of Qin held the highest rank, a distinction unlike any other. As the future Princess of Qin, she certainly could not bring him shame, she mused, straightening her posture, thinking, how delightful it is to be associated with this fellow. Han Yunqi was in high spirits, but as they moved further away, the Empress Dowager, infuriated, knocked over the teacup, exclaiming, "That Han Yunqi, truly remarkable." Both rounds of greetings had gone exceedingly well, leaving Han Yunqi in a buoyant mood, her affection for Long Fei growing subtly. However, upon reaching the carriage at the palace gates, Long Fei's first words were coldly spoken. "You may now disclose the antidote recipe." The antidote recipe, immersed in her earlier joy, Han Yunqi suddenly realized that the day's smoothness and pleasure had merely been a transaction. He had assisted her in overcoming her dilemma, and in return, she was to help him expel the lingering toxins from his body. How could she ever expect him to genuinely care for her? Observing the frigid detachment in Long Fei's eyes, Han Yunqi silently lamented, "Indeed, one must not be swayed by male beauty. It consists of 3 ingredients, Zixia, Ziqiu, and Zidong. The more, the better. Once you procure them, come to me for preparation. Remember, you have only 10 days, after that, the risk of the poison manifesting is imminent." Han Yunqi relayed this with forthrightness. Long Fei merely nodded, uttering nothing further, before exiting the carriage. Was he not returning with her? "Hey!" Han Yunqi called out, but alas, he had vanished from sight, leaving only the coachman behind. With a shrug, Han Yunqi instructed the coachman, "Let us return." Lazily reclining in the carriage, she gazed through the partially opened window at the bustling splendor of the capital, pondering that since Long Fei had acknowledged her, life within the Qin royal residence should not be too burdensome. As long as no significant leverage fell into the hands of the Empress Dowager, she would be largely unharmed. Ideally, they would coexist peacefully. As long as they did not seek her trouble, she would be more than happy to play the role of a nominal princess, ensuring she caused them no inconvenience, for she had her own pursuits to attend to. Her studies in traditional Chinese medicine and detoxification methods faced considerable constraints in the modern world, with many recipes and herbs long extinct. In contrast, the ancient era offered a wealth of resources for her to explore and expand her repertoire of detoxification techniques. Innately optimistic, Han Yunqi felt a renewed sense of gratitude as she contemplated her circumstances, concluding that life, indeed, held a certain beauty. Chapter 20. A desperate rescue. The carriage turned into an alley and had not traveled far before it came to a halt. The driver exclaimed in alarm, "Your Highness, we have a problem, there's a person lying in front of us. I suggest we take a detour?" Han Yunqi lifted the curtain of the carriage and beheld a young gentleman clad in blue, sprawled on the ground. His face was obscured, but he was desperately reaching out towards them, seemingly in distress. The innate compassion and sensitivity of a physician compelled her to leap from the carriage, for as a doctor, she comprehended more acutely than anyone else the precariousness of life and death. The driver attempted to restrain her, but to no avail. He could only follow behind. "Your Highness, it's unwise to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. What if he is a villain?" the driver shouted. "Your Highness, today marks the second day of your grand wedding. The Dowager Empress must be awaiting your return. Not we should." The driver's please came too late. As they approached the young man in blue, an alarm blared in Han Yunqi's mind. Poison, and it was highly toxic. Without hesitation, she turned him over, only to discover a remarkably handsome and refined young man. Help! The color drained from his face, his lips turned a ghastly shade of purple, and before he could utter another word, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The driver rushed over, and upon recognizing the young man, he gasped in astonishment, "Your Highness, this is Major General Mu Qinggu of the Mu family." Mu Qinggu. Han Yunqi was familiar with this individual. He was the most valiant and skilled young general of the Tianning kingdom, the sole heir of General Mu, and a man known for his forthright counsel in court. He was both courageous and astute. Composed and upright legends spoke of his 3 campaigns on behalf of his father, each culminating in victory against the Bailey kingdom, making him both feared and revered by its generals, a true god of war. How could such an exceptional individual be poisoned and lying here in such a state? Han Yunqi cast aside her doubts and immediately activated her detoxification system, preparing to administer aid. However, frustration swiftly enveloped her. The poison he had encountered was akin to the snake venom that had afflicted Long Fei. Within her detoxification system, there was only a record of it, devoid of any antidotes. She cursed her ineffective detoxification system, wishing for someone to assist her in upgrading it. Alas, such thoughts were futile. Her focused gaze swept over him, and the detoxification system pinpointed the location of the wound, his abdomen. The poisoning was severe. Immediate intervention was imperative, for the longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to purge the toxin entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Yunqi tore open Mu Qinggu's clothing, causing the driver to gasp in shock. "Your Highness, what are you doing?" "Silence! Turn around and stand guard. No one is to approach," Han Yunqi commanded coldly, her phoenix eyes gleaming with fierce determination, leaving no room for dissent. As she pulled apart Mu Qinggu's shirt, she found no visible wound on his abdomen. Yet, the detoxification system's readings could not be erroneous. She scanned him once more, and the warning persisted at the abdomen. While carefully examining him, she pressed down on his stomach, quickly realizing with astonishment that a poison needle had penetrated deeply, likely reaching his internal organs. The person capable of employing such a lethal weapon was not only ruthless but undoubtedly an expert in poison. It appeared that Mu Qinggu had been ambushed. Once poison infiltrated the internal organs, it would gradually disseminate through the body's vital systems. Initially, the individual would suffer from persistent high fevers with no apparent illness, but by the time the organs began to decay, even the mightiest celestial beings would be powerless to intervene. The needle must be removed before the toxin spread further into the internal organs. Han Yunqi's hands moved deftly as she pressed on Mu Qinggu's abdomen several times, but it seemed ineffective. Acting decisively, she retrieved a small dagger and positioned the blade against his abdomen. However, at that moment, a group of soldiers stormed into the alley, surrounding them instantly. Leading the charge was Li Changfeng, Mu Qinggu's personal guard. Upon seeing the dagger in Han Yunqi's hand, he rushed over and kicked it away, shouting, "How dare you attempt to murder the young general? Seize her!" Chapter 21. The Useless One, speaking for herself. Murder of the Major General? "Wait, which of your eyes saw me murder your Major General?" Han Yunqi questioned angrily, incredulous at the notion that such a vile practice of extortion existed even in ancient times. Li Changfeng kicked the dagger lying on the ground into his hand and coldly declared, "All of our eyes bore witness. Woman. No matter who sent you, prepare to meet your end." The already apprehensive coachman, anxious to clarify his identity but feeling it inappropriate, hastily explained, "It's a misunderstanding. We merely passed by here and saw the Major General lying there. My master intended to offer assistance with no malice. The true culprit has long escaped." Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Han Yunqi, and scoffed, offering, "Who do you think you're deceiving? Seize this woman." The knife was to save him. He was poisoned, and the needle penetrated deeply. If it is not removed promptly, the consequences are far beyond what a mere guard like you can bear, Han Yunqi asserted, her tone grave, commanding the attention of everyone present. Li Changfeng hesitated, the situation perplexing him. 2 hours prior, the Major General had pursued a spy only to vanish without a trace. What had transpired remained a mystery. Examining the dagger in his hand, he realized he could not afford to take risks. This was a matter beyond his capacity to handle. Enough of this nonsense, take her back to the General's residence. Any misunderstandings can be resolved with the Grand General. Li Changfeng hoisted Mu Qinggu and hurried away. "You will regret this," Han Yunqi shouted, cursing under her breath. How dare they move him when he was already poisoned? Such actions would only accelerate the toxins spread throughout his body. Off to the general's residence they went. She feared them not, she had done nothing wrong and was thus unafraid. Surely the general's residence would not force a false confession upon her. However, upon arriving at the general's residence, Han Yunqi discovered she had grossly overestimated the Mu family. All the members were soldiers, brutish and uncouth, preferring violence over discourse. Mu Qinggu was taken back to his chamber, with the hurried imperial physician following closely behind. Han Yunqi and the coachman were thrown into the central hall, where the imposing figure of General Mu, with thick brows, large eyes, and a bushy beard, pointed a whip menacingly at Han Yunqi. "Speak! Who sent you? Who had sent her? Did she appear to be an assassin or a spy?" She had been brought to the general's residence without any resistance. These fools would surely cause Mu Qinggu's demise. Han Yunqi stood tall and composed, her demeanor dignified. "I shall reiterate, I merely passed by and sought to save a life. The major general has been poisoned, and the situation is dire. If aid is not rendered promptly, the consequences are unimaginable. A farce. Women like you are a dime a dozen in my experience. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you dare to argue?" General Mu proclaimed, advancing towards Han Yunqi, his whip cracking ominously in the air, instilling fear in the onlookers. With unwavering determination, Han Yunqi met his gaze, resolute and unyielding, her eyes fierce. General Mu, having encountered countless individuals, found himself taken aback by the audacity of this woman, yet what did that matter? "I command you to cease your arguments," he shouted, abruptly striking Han Yunqi with the whip. She did not flinch. She understood that evasion was futile. The whip struck her arm, tearing the skin, yet she maintained her unwavering gaze on General Mu, enunciating each word with conviction. "You will regret this. I shall ensure you regret first." General Mu bellowed, raising his whip once more, just as Li Changfeng emerged with the physician, Gu Beiwei. Young and in his early 20s, Gu Beiwei was the chief imperial physician, dressed simply in a clean white robe, exuding a gentle demeanor that warmed the hearts of those around him, even without a smile. He resembled a scholar more than a physician. General Mu shot Han Yunqi a furious glare before rushing to Gu Beiwei, his tone brusque. "Speak, what is my son's condition?" "High fever, unconscious, further observation is required for 2 more days, Gu Beiwei replied, his brow slightly furrowed, indicating concern. "What on earth happened? How could he suddenly fall into a coma? Speak." General Mu's voice thundered, as if he would devour Gu Beiwei whole. Despite General Mu's military power and high rank, Gu Beiwei held the title of a second-rank official, the emperor's trusted physician, and thus could not be shouted at without consequence. Gu Beiwei, though clearly frustrated, remained composed, responding earnestly, "No injuries, no pain, pulse normal. I am perplexed, hence the need for further observation." As the chief physician, Gu Beiwei's opinion held weight, rendering the input of other physicians unnecessary. General Mu, irritated, ordered, "Arrange for Gu Beiwei to stay in the guest quarters for the next 2 days." At that moment, Han Yunqi burst into laughter, a joke, a monumental farce. The esteemed chief physician cannot even determine the pulse of a poisoned individual. "If you wish to observe for 2 more days, I assure you, you will only be preparing to collect Mu Qinggu's corpse." Her words plunged the room into silence, all eyes turning towards Han Yunqi. What was this woman saying? Gu Beiwei also turned his attention to her, contemplating the possibility of poisoning but refraining from voicing uncertainty. You dare curse my son?" General Mu's fury ignited as he lunged forward, whip in hand. At that moment, the coachman could no longer contain himself, shouting, "General, hold on, this lady is the princess consort of the Qin Wang." Princess consort? General Mu's whip froze midair, shock rippling through the room. "What did you say?" General Mu roared at the coachman. "General, this lady is the princess consort of the Qin Wang, who just this morning entered the palace to pay respects. We encountered the major general on our way back. The princess consort would never conspire to harm the major general. Please see reason," the coachman implored, hastily presenting the Qin Wang residence's insignia. Having struck the princess consort, how could he return without a proper explanation? Upon seeing the insignia, the crowd had no choice but to believe that. They glanced at Han Yunqi's wounded arm, their expressions turning complex. This woman was the so-called waste of the Han family, the one who had kicked the sedan door upon entering. Princess consort Han Yunqi. Initially, Han Yunqi had not intended to reveal her identity. The title of princess consort afforded her numerous privileges but also imposed many constraints, especially since she was an unacknowledged consort. It was better to remain low-key, yet, now that the coachman had exposed her, she thought perhaps these people would temper their aggression. But to her surprise, General Mu's whip, which had paused in midair, suddenly lashed down again. Although it did not strike Han Yunqi this time, it still frightened her. And what of the princess consort? Deliberate murder of the major general is still a capital offense. Speak, who sent you? General Mu seethed, his face reddening with rage. Daring to harm his beloved son, he would not hesitate to confront anyone, even the Qin Wang himself. Moreover, this woman was not favored by the Qin Wang. He had not even made an appearance during their wedding day, making her title little more than a hollow honor. Who feared her? Han Yunqi was taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and helplessness. However, she could not afford to dwell on it. She met General Mu's furious gaze and coldly asserted, "I do not wish to engage in further discourse. I shall say this one last time, your son is poisoned. If the antidote is not administered, I guarantee that not even the highest celestial beings can save him within the hour." "Ha ha ha." General Mu laughed derisively. "Listen to what she says. A waste of the Han family can diagnose illnesses. The sun must have risen in the west." General Mu glanced at Gu Beiwei. "Did you hear that? Her diagnosis contradicts yours entirely. A waste versus a chief physician, whose word should I heed?" His remarks dripped with sarcasm, prompting laughter from those present. Gu Beiwei, however, regarded Han Yunqi with a serious expression, his brow furrowed as he pondered the situation. Soon, General Mu's laughter ceased. Men, take this woman away. Once the Major General awakens, deliver her to the Dali Temple for judgment. Unable to restrain herself, Han Yunqi turned to face him, her gaze sharp enough to intimidate the advancing guards, causing them to retreat. Arguing with these people was a waste of precious time that could cost Mu Qingguo his life. She shot General Mu a fierce glare, opting instead to sit calmly and coldly instructing, Gu physician, examine the area 2 inches above the Major General's navel, the Xianling and Mingyu acupoints. Use silver needles to test for poison. The truth of my words will soon be revealed. As soon as Han Yunqi finished speaking, a mocking voice rang out from the entrance. What Xianling and Mingyu acupoints? I've never heard of them. Han Yunqi, at least have the decency to fabricate a credible lie. A young woman in a pale yellow gown entered, her beauty striking, her gaze haughty. This was the same woman who had knocked Han Yunqi's red veil aside on that fateful day, the eldest daughter of the general's family, Mu Luiwei. Like countless women in the capital, she believed no one was worthy of the Qin Wang. Though she did not aspire to marry him, she would not permit any other woman to do so. The waste of the Han family had not only stolen the Qin Wang from her but had also attempted to harm her brother. She would not let this go unpunished. As Mu Luiwei entered, she grasped General Mu's hand, provocatively eyeing Han Yunqi as she declared, Father, hurry and send her to the Dali Temple. Everyone witnessed her attempt to kill my brother. Why waste breath on her? A waste knows nothing of medicine. Han Yunqi could not recall having offended this young lady. Why did she feel such deep animosity? Her head spun as she calculated the time. Mu Qingguo's toxin was nearly seeping into his vital organs. General Mu, of course, would not believe Han Yunqi and bellowed at the guards beside him, Are you all useless? Get her out of here. But just then, Gu Beiwei suddenly spoke up, Wait. He was familiar with the Xianling and Mingyu acupoints. These were not ordinary points, only someone knowledgeable would recognize their names, let alone their exact locations. 2 inches above the navel, Han Yunqi had spoken with precision. Moreover, these acupoints were particularly sensitive to toxins affecting the internal organs, making them ideal for testing. That Han Yunqi knew of them indicated she was no mere waste, and her words could not be dismissed. Gu Beiwei had been pondering whether Mu Qingguo was poisoned but had hesitated to diagnose, fearing the repercussions, and now, it seemed that trusting Han Yunqi might not be a mistake. General Mu, the princess consort makes a valid point. I shall investigate immediately, Gu Beiwei said urgently. Mu Luiwei immediately interjected, Gu physician, you must not go. Who doesn't know she is the Han family's waste? What does she know of acupoints or poisons? Absurd. Miss, lives are at stake. If it is indeed poisoning, time is of the essence. Please do not act recklessly, Gu Beiwei replied earnestly. Chapter 22, The Counterattack. Acupuncture. To find the source. Upon observing Gu Beiwei's grave expression, General Mu was taken aback. His foremost concern was, after all, the life of his son. Gu Beiwei, as the chief imperial physician, held the emperor's fate in his hands, thus his words were undoubtedly trustworthy. Mu Luiwei, however, remained skeptical of Han Yunqi and wished fervently to send her straight to the Dali Temple for her alleged misdeeds. She threw a tantrum, exclaiming, You shall not go, simply shall not. Yet, General Mu's voice rang out, Luiwei, step aside. Dad. Mu Luiwei protested. Step aside. General Mu's voice rose in anger. Reluctantly, Mu Luiwei took a step back, yet stubbornly clung to Gu Beiwei's hand. To her astonishment, Gu Beiwei suddenly shook off her grasp. The usually gentle physician displayed an unexpected temper, startling everyone present. In an instant, Gu Beiwei had vanished through the side door. He returned swiftly, his complexion pale and serious, brandishing 2 black and silver needles for all to see. Poison, lethal poison. General Mu's heart sank, and he leaped from his chair, exclaiming, Is he truly poisoned? Mu Luiwei, taken aback by the revelation that Mu Qingguo was indeed poisoned, stood dumbfounded, shaking her head in disbelief. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, suspicion clouding her features as she questioned, Han Yunqi, could it be that you administered the poison? Otherwise, how would you possess the antidote? Han Yunqi, utterly exasperated with the foolishness of those around her, rose to her feet. If you continue to delay, I will not provide the antidote. The prolonged wait had left her without any medicine, complicating matters considerably. Han Yunqi, I will trust you this once. Come with me. General Mu, anxious for his son, led the way with urgency. Han Yunqi exhaled a weary sigh, her gaze inadvertently catching Gu Beiwei's furrowed brow. Her impression of him softened somewhat. Seizing an opportune moment, she discreetly retrieved medicinal supplies and various adjuncts from her detoxification system, though none present questioned their origin, too preoccupied with the crisis at hand. Gu Beiwei and General Mu shall remain. The rest of you, leave and do not disturb me, Han Yunqi instructed, skillfully unfastening Mu Qingguo's white undergarment in plain view. The onlookers wisely retreated, save for Mu Luiwei, who stubbornly remained, obstructing Han Yunqi's light. Witnessing her brother's garment being removed, she hastily covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight even of her own sibling, astonished at Han Yunqi's audacity. Han Yunqi, you had best ensure he awakens, or I will not let you off lightly, Mu Luiwei warned coldly. Han Yunqi, at her wit's end, was about to retort when General Mu's fury erupted first, bellowing, Impudent girl, do not obstruct, get out this instant. Mu Luiwei froze, tears streaming down her face. How could her father shout at her so? In all her years, when had he ever truly been angry with her? This time, he was genuinely fierce, enraged. Mu Luiwei stormed out. Han Yunqi sighed in relief, focusing her mind anew, heating a dagger over the flame before cautiously making her incision. Her detoxification system primarily contained herbs, silver needles, and medical cotton. She lacked the surgical instruments of Western medicine. The conditions for operating were somewhat rudimentary, but in the urgency to save a life, compromises had to be made. The longer the delay, the greater the danger, as the toxin was far more troublesome than typical poisons. The deeper it settled, the harder it was to expel. A clean incision was made in the firm abdomen, blood gushed forth immediately, and General Mu gasped in horror, unable to contain himself. Han Yunqi, you. Unfortunately, the focused Han Yunqi paid him no mind. With her son's life hanging in the balance, General Mu dared not act out of turn, whispering to Gu Beiwei, now that the abdomen is opened, will it work? In truth, Gu Beiwei felt uncertain as well, but seeing the determined concentration on Han Yunqi's face, he involuntarily recalled her mother, Madame Tianqin. The two shared a striking resemblance in their medical practices. He was 4 years older than Han Yunqi and had once attended a consultation with his father, fortunate enough to have met Madame Tianqin, thus having seen Han Yunqi, albeit while she was still in the womb. Reflecting on this, a warmth spread across Gu Beiwei's lips. Hush, do not disturb her. Before long, Han Yunqi carefully extracted a black and silver needle from the wound. General Mu was incredulous, while Gu Beiwei's gaze filled with newfound respect. Soon after, a second black needle was retrieved, but the motion caused her wounded arm to bleed anew. Although she remained oblivious, all her focus on the patient. Gu Beiwei acted decisively, procuring medicinal powders and cotton, bending down to apply the cotton to the wound. Han Yunqi glanced over. Do not interfere, I assure you, I will not hinder you. Trust me, Gu Beiwei interrupted softly. Han Yunqi intended to refuse, but upon meeting his warm gaze, her heart inexplicably fluttered. She had never encountered such pure and clear eyes, more innocent than a child's. She couldn't help but ponder the nature of this man. Damn it, Han Yunqi realized she had momentarily lost her focus. Her expression turned icy. Let go, you are indeed hindering me. To her surprise, Gu Beiwei not only did not release her, but he also gently pulled her head toward Mu Qinggu, insisting, continue. I promise I will not interfere. Han Yunqi, disinterested in a debate, thought to push him away if he interfered, but, astonishingly, a remarkable occurrence transpired. Despite her arm's continuous movement, Gu Beiwei adeptly adjusted, following her lead, gently cleaning the wound and applying medication. His motions were not only fluid but also exceedingly meticulous and gentle, and, most importantly, he truly did not obstruct her work. Though her face remained impassive, Han Yunqi felt a sense of admiration. It seemed he was not merely seeking fame. Such skill was not something one could easily acquire. Releasing her arm to Gu Beiwei's care, Han Yunqi redirected her full attention, unaware of when her own wound had been bandaged. After extracting the poisonous needle, Han Yunqi did not immediately suture the wound. Instead, she promptly sought acupoints to expel the toxins. Gu Beiwei was instantly captivated by her acupuncture technique, watching with increasing fascination. Not to mention the elegance of Han Yunqi's technique, even the acupoints she targeted were beyond his understanding. He had no idea what those points were. Soon enough, the area surrounding the wound was filled with silver needles. An untrained observer might see a mere cluster, while a knowledgeable one recognized the profound expertise behind her needlework. As the silver needles multiplied, dark toxic blood oozed forth, saturating 3 large pieces of white cloth, with no sign of abating. Han Yunqi, however, withdrew the needles, inserting herbs into the incision. Your Highness, the toxic blood has not been fully expelled yet, has it? Gu Beiwei inquired, somewhat bewildered, as he was still entranced by Han Yunqi's technique. Han Yunqi, as always, ignored his questions, continuing her task. Lacking suturing tools, she relied on the invaluable medicinal herbs. Fortunately, the incision was not deep. A layer upon layer of medicine was packed into the wound, anti-inflammatory, toxin-suppressing, hemostatic, and flesh-binding, before finally wrapping it in white gauze for stabilization. Having secured the wound, Han Yunqi finally exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow before addressing Gu Beiwei's earlier question. If the blood continues to flow, he may not die from the poison but from excessive blood loss. This is basic knowledge, do you not understand? Gu Beiwei's face flushed, and he merely smiled faintly, offering no further argument. Reflecting on how he had been hailed as a genius since childhood, he found himself outwitted today by a woman younger than himself. She was no waste of space but rather a true genius. General Mu, displeased, coldly questioned, what about the toxins still within his body? Fortunately, we arrived in time. It has not yet affected the vital organs. I have managed to control it with medicine. He must not lose any more blood. For the next few days, he must remain still, otherwise, any movement could complicate the wound, Han Yunqi explained, writing out a prescription and handing it to Gu Beiwei. Can you procure these herbs? These herbs were not as rare as those she had written for King Qin. She recalled that ancient texts described them as relatively common in her time. Indeed, Gu Beiwei glanced at the list and replied, These herbs are readily available in the market. We have them in the palace. Your Highness, please wait a moment, I shall send someone to fetch them. The prescription Han Yunqi provided was not for detoxification but for transforming the poison. Mu Qingwu could no longer afford to bleed. He could only take medicine to dissolve the toxins within him. This method would yield slower results but was the only viable option. Han Yunqi could not afford to linger. The longer she delayed returning to the Qin Wanfu, the more difficult it would be to explain herself to the Empress Dowager. I shall not wait. Prepare 3 doses of herbs per prescription, boil the head and tail of the medicine separately, and take it on an empty stomach morning and evening for 10 consecutive doses, Han Yunqi instructed earnestly. Chief Physician Gu Beiwei instantly transformed into a little apothecary, a smile emerging at the corners of his lips, one he was unaware of. However, General Mu was not pleased, exclaiming in alarm, Han Yunqi, what do you mean you will not wait? Han Yunqi felt as if her eardrums might burst, turning to face him with measured patience. General Mu, the poison has been neutralized. The residual toxins in his body are not significantly affecting him. I assure you, once the fever subsides, he will awaken, the earliest by tomorrow morning, latest by tomorrow night. I do not care about any of that. Until Qin Guo awakens, you are still a suspect, and you are not permitted to leave. General Mu declared, both domineering and fierce. Han Yunqi gasped in disbelief. General Mu, the Empress Dowager is awaiting my return for questioning. Since you wish to keep me here, kindly send someone to the Qin Wangfu to inform the Empress Dowager and clarify today's events. I believe she will understand whether my intentions were to save a life or to commit murder. Though Han Yunqi held a strong dislike for the Empress Dowager, she had no qualms about using her authority to bolster her own position when necessary. She had already saved Mu Qinggu and was confident he would awaken shortly. If General Mu were to visit the Qin Wangfu, once Mu Qinggu regained consciousness, he would find it challenging to converse with the Empress Dowager. Even as a less favored daughter-in-law, the Empress Dowager had made it clear that all actions and words would represent the Qin Wangfu and must not bring shame upon it. Han Yunqi was certain that if matters escalated to the Empress Dowager, General Mu would not emerge unscathed. Though General Mu was indeed boorish, he was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that the Empress Dowager was far more formidable than the Emperor. Presently, he lacked sufficient evidence to gain the upper hand. After a moment of hesitation, General Mu finally conceded, very well, I shall trust you this once. Han Yunqi exhaled a sigh of relief, personally opening the door, only to find Mu Luiyue standing at the threshold with a face full of resentment. Is my brother awake? Mu Luiyue questioned suspiciously. Han Yunqi had no desire to engage with this obstinate woman, opting to bypass her entirely, ignoring her presence. Han Yunqi, stop right there. Mu Luiyue shouted in anger. Chapter 23 Doubt, Death without evidence. Mu Luiyue had been the cherished jewel of the general's manor since her childhood, enjoying a close friendship with Princess Changping, and was greatly favored by the Empress Dowager. Although merely a young lady, she was often referred to as the second Princess Changping in the capital, commanding respect even from the concubines within the palace. What was Han Yunqi, after all? Merely a nominal princess of the Qin, hardly more esteemed than a servant in the Qin prince's residence. She truly fancied herself quite significant. Did she think she could simply halt at her command? Han Yunqi remained oblivious. Furious, Mu Luiyue hastened after her, seizing Han Yunqi's arm. Whether it was intentional or not, her long nails dug painfully into Han Yunqi's flesh. Did you wake my brother? Mu Luiyue inquired imperiously. The great general, upon witnessing the scene, coldly interjected, Luiyue, let her go, your brother will awaken soon. So he hasn't woken yet? Mu Luiyue exclaimed incredulously. She cannot leave until my brother awakens. Mu Luiyue stubbornly refused to let go. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi deftly pinched the acupoint on Mu Luiyue's wrist, rendering her hand weak and limp. Irritated, Han Yunqi forcefully shook her off and said coldly, you lack the authority to restrict this princess's freedom. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Mu Luiyue, thrown to the ground, angrily scrambled to pursue her, but was halted by the general's firm hand. Enough, she wouldn't dare lie. Mu Luiyue was unwilling to relent, frustrated that Han Yunqi could depart before her brother regained consciousness, and even more incensed by Han Yunqi's presumptuous attitude as the Princess of Qin. She took a few steps forward and shouted, Han Yunqi, I warn you, if my brother does not awaken, I will ensure you face the consequences. Princess Changping will not spare you either. Princess Changping, she was the apple of both the Empress and the Dowager Empress's eyes, her temperament far more spoiled than Mu Luiyue's. Since childhood, she had clung to Mu Qinggu, and in a sense, they had grown up as childhood sweethearts. Everyone within and beyond the royal family knew she would only marry Mu Qinggu. Unfortunately, the Empress and Emperor had conflicting opinions regarding her marriage, delaying any betrothal. If she were to discover that Mu Qinggu had come to harm, who could predict the chaos that would ensue? Mu Luiyue's warning did not escape Han Yunqi's ears. However, she brushed it aside, indifferent to the so-called Princess Changping. Since her foray into medicine, she had never failed, and her detoxification system was infallible. After just purging the toxins, she conducted another examination, confirming that Mu Qinggu's toxins had diminished to a level that posed no threat to his health, and his temperature was beginning to drop, indicating that he would awaken shortly. Once Mu Qinggu did awaken, it would substantiate her innocence. Not even the Emperor could hold her accountable. Exiting the general's manor, Han Yunqi exhaled a long breath, relieved to have settled this troublesome matter. In the carriage on her way back, she tended to her whip wounds, bandaging them smaller and securing a handkerchief around her arm to cover the torn flesh. She had intended to consult the Yitaifei about the palace's affairs, but upon reaching the door, she was informed that the Yitaifei had gone to the western suburbs to stay for several days. Was she perhaps dissatisfied with the house, tainted by Morong Wanru's debauchery? At this thought, Han Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle. With the Yitaifei absent, her days would be considerably easier. The newly appointed matron was far more challenging to deal with than a new official. Han Yunqi candidly admitted to herself that she was not a good daughter-in-law. She wished the elder would never return. Just as Morong Wanru stepped out, she caught sight of Han Yunqi laughing, nearly inciting her wrath. After this woman left with the Qin prince, the Yitaifei hastily departed, instructing the steward to replace everything in the house and redecorate. How much disdain could one person harbor? Sitting amidst her own excrement, she could scream herself hoarse, yet no one came to her aid. Ultimately, she had to slink back home, mortified. The public embarrassment of her predicament had spread throughout the royal residence, and while the servants dared not laugh in her face, Morong Wanru knew they were all secretly mocking her. Fuming, Morong Wanru felt tears welling up at the thought of it. Seeing Han Yunqi only intensified her fury. How was she to know that Han Yunqi possessed such formidable skills in poisoning? Surely, she must have misjudged the medicine. Regardless, it was all due to this woman. As Han Yunqi glanced her way, Moro Wanru managed to suppress her rage. Our mother has gone to the villa for recuperation and will be back in a few days. If you miss her, I can take you there anytime. Also, if you desire any particular dishes, feel free to let me know, and I will instruct the kitchen to prepare them. Did she truly need Moro Wanru to accompany her? Could she not request food on her own? Han Yunqi forced a smile, masking her disdain. Why did this woman always assume a position of superiority in their conversations, as if she were the mistress and Han Yunqi merely a guest? Moro Wanru descended. Sister-in-law, where is my brother? Her possessiveness suggested that Long Fei belonged solely to her, as if Han Yunqi held no claim to him. He did not return with me. I am unaware of his whereabouts. Faced with someone she disliked, Han Yunqi had no desire to engage further, striding purposefully toward the main courtyard, yet, Moro Wanru hastened to follow, attempting to take Han Yunqi's hand with feigned warmth. Sister-in-law, my brother truly was with you last night. Han Yunqi halted, pulling her arm away, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Really? Or perhaps falsely, do you have an issue with it? Moro Wanru feigned shock, urgently grasping Han Yunqi's hand. Sister-in-law, what are you saying? Have you misunderstood me? Though you were not my brother's first choice, you are nonetheless his wife now. I know my brother's temperament well. I ask out of concern. If he has neglected you, please tell me, and I shall advocate for you. What a performance! When no one was around, she could act so convincingly. Truly, she was a master of deception. I was merely jesting. Why are you so anxious? Han Yunqi teased. Sister-in-law, such jokes should not be made lightly. You startled me. I am genuinely happy for you both. I eagerly anticipate your bearing a healthy son for my brother soon. Moro Wanru hastily clarified. Is that so? Hee. I too look forward to you finding a suitable husband and starting a family. Your concern for me is touching, and I shall take care to look after your marriage as well, Han Yunqi replied with a smile, her words striking a nerve with Moro Wanru. Noticing the rigidness in Moro Wanru's eyes, Han Yunqi felt a surge of satisfaction. Rest assured, once your brother returns, I shall discuss it with him. A brother is akin to a father. Long Fei indeed held that authority. Sister-in-law, Moro Wanru was about to explain when Han Yunqi interjected, enough, I am tired, you may return to your affairs. As she walked away, she turned back to add, Lady Moro, what transpired last night was indeed real. Rest assured. Moro Wanru halted abruptly, unable to contain herself any longer, her once pitiful visage twisted into a terrifying grimace. Clenching her fists tightly, she coldly declared, Han Yunqi, there will come a day when you will be expelled from the Qin prince's residence. Han Yunqi had assumed Long Fei would be occupied searching for medicine and would not return for several days. However, that very night, just as she had indulged in a soothing hot spring bath and was about to emerge, Long Fei entered. Ah, wait a moment. Han Yunqi's exclamation did little to impede Long Fei's advance. He appeared at the edge of the hot spring, clad in his night attire, which accentuated his refined physique. He resembled a mysterious panther of the night, exuding an air of cold authority and an unassailable aura. In comparison, Han Yunqi's beauty emerging from the bath was rendered insignificant. Momentarily taken aback, Han Yunqi submerged herself, only to surface in a flurry of frustration and anger. Long Fei, what is the meaning of this? You, get out. Though she was now wed to him, her heart remained unbound. Did he not understand the boundaries between men and women? Furthermore, he had no intention of treating her with the responsibilities of a husband. As a man, could he not exhibit some decorum and discretion? As anxiety gripped her, she soon realized her apprehension was unfounded. Long Fei showed no intention of taking advantage of her. On the contrary, he appeared indifferent to the situation, chillingly stating, I have a poison, I need you to concoct the antidote immediately. Despite being in a position where he could have taken advantage, his aloof demeanor left Han Yunqi feeling as though she had misjudged him profoundly. Alas, it was undeniably Long Fei's fault. Han Yunqi finally regained her composure, clearing her throat before responding nonchalantly, Can we discuss this once I am dressed? Would you kindly step outside? Long Fei, expressionless, turned without a word to exit. Han Yunqi felt a sense of relief, but unexpectedly, he pivoted back. Instinctively, Han Yunqi plunged back beneath the water, submerging her head. Observing this, Long Fei remained unfazed, his icy gaze reflecting a hint of curiosity. Wasn't this woman supposed to have a bold spirit? Why was she so easily frightened? Han Yunqi, he called out, emerging from the water. Han Yunqi wiped her face dry and shouted, Are you leaving or not? Long Fei paused, taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. She was the first. He chose to remain, standing at the pool's edge with hands clasped behind his back. Aren't you supposed to be a waste of the Han family? Where did you acquire your skills in detoxification? Last night, Long Fei had sent someone to investigate her, but the findings aligned with the rumors. She was the most inept member of the Han family, and the family's medical prodigies were not particularly adept at detoxification. Could you allow me to get out before questioning me? Han Yunqi pressed, struggling to maintain her composure. To her dismay, Long Fei replied, No. Very well. Han Yunqi belatedly understood that this man now suspected her, threatening her in this manner. If she remained silent, he likely would not allow her to surface. Feigning resignation, she exhaled a deep breath. My father believes I caused my mother's death, thus he harbors intense animosity towards me, treating me as if I were his enemy. Moreover, my appearance only adds to his disdain. As she spoke, sorrow washed over her, and she lowered her head. In truth, I am not a waste. They simply never taught me. I discovered my mother's medical texts in secret during my childhood, studying them on my OWN. It is only recently that I have gained proficiency. The tumor on my face was also a poison, which I managed to resolve. I feared my father might discover that I had stolen my mother's medical books, and I dreaded the thought of him forbidding me from pursuing medicine, so I kept it a secret. Long Fei, half convinced, was about to inquire further when Han Yunqi added, I have already burned the medical texts, for I have learned all I could. Upon finishing, her gaze was clear and unwavering as she met Long Fei's penetrating stare. Attributing all blame to the late Madame Tianqin, with no evidence to contradict her, even if Long Fei did not believe her, he would be unable to uncover any traces of deceit. Long Fei remained silent, his cold gaze seemingly attempting to see through her. Chapter 24 Money and Dignity. The gaze of Long Fei, filled with skepticism, was quite intimidating. However, Han Yunqi possessed a formidable psychological resilience, standing her ground without fear. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, he noted her unwavering composure and chose not to press further, turning to exit the room. Once she confirmed that he had indeed left, Han Yunqi hastily rose, puzzled over whether he would swiftly locate the 3 required herbs. What poison could possibly require her to concoct an antidote? Emerging from her bath, Han Yunqi resembled a water lily, exuding an ethereal beauty that was heightened by an air of otherworldliness, particularly accentuated by her large, luminous eyes, akin to the pristine lakes of the snowy highlands. As Long Fei observed her approaching figure, the depth of his gaze intensified. Upon entering the study, he retrieved a blood-stained white cloth, declaring, "This blood is toxic, take a look." The detoxification system had already alerted her to the presence of poison. Han Yunqi accepted the cloth, sniffing it but failing to identify any familiar toxin. "I cannot discern this poison, please fetch me a bowl of clean water," she replied earnestly. In truth, she had no need for water. She merely wished to divert Long Fei's attention. He was astute and already harbored suspicions towards her. Conducting a test on the blood sample in his presence could easily slip past his discerning eye. That night, when she aided him in detoxification, he had been gravely injured and less aware, and she had discreetly retrieved the needle and antidote from her quarters. Unfamiliar with poisons, Long Fei turned without a word and departed. Once she was certain he had truly left, Han Yunqi took out her golden needle and collected a sample of the blood from the cloth, placing it into the detoxification system for analysis. The results quickly revealed that the poison was floral in nature. Every flower contained varying degrees of toxins. While minimal exposure would not induce poisoning, a larger quantity could indeed prove lethal. Before long, Long Fei returned, personally carrying a bowl of clear water. Han Yunqi pretended to immerse the cloth into the water and then used the golden needle to extract a small amount of the blood-infused water, inhaling its scent. "This is floral poison rosemary," she declared with certainty. "Prepare the antidote." "I require it immediately," Long Fei commanded coldly. His tone irked Han Yunqi. Did he truly consider her a mere dispensing machine for remedies? Remaining composed, she elegantly extended her hand, stating, "Very well, but first, I require 50 taels of silver as my consultation fee." A flicker of displeasure crossed Long Fei's eyes as he hesitated, taken aback that this woman would dare demand payment from him. Meeting his disdainful gaze, Han Yunqi was acutely aware of her own mercenary demeanor, yet, she was far from destitute. Upon her marriage, not a single coin had been bestowed upon her by her family. Within the Qin Wang residence, the household was managed by the esteemed Taifei and Moron Wanru, who had yet to provide her with any monthly allowance, likely never intending to do so. Although her accommodations and meals were provided without charge, expenses for clothing, servant gratuities, errands, and the procurement of materials for the detoxification system all required silver. Not to mention the need to appease the servants. Those in affluent households were often the most disdainful and the most prone to gossip. If she wished for a more tranquil existence, she needed to first secure their loyalty. Long Fei said little further, tossing a pouch of silver onto the table, the sound indicating that it contained more than just 50 taels. Han Yunqi took the pouch, extracted 50 taels without hesitation, and promptly pushed the remainder back towards him. "Your Highness, I have stated that 50 taels is my rightful fee, kindly take back the excess." Though impoverished, she was not a beggar. Her dignity remained intact. With that, she began to pen the antidote's formula. Her small face bore a serious expression, her gaze focused, and her petite form exuded an indescribable allure that beckoned one to draw closer, to glimpse into her world and understand the essence of the woman she was. Long Fei's initial displeasure gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of amusement, as he unobtrusively reclaimed the pouch of silver. Once she had meticulously completed the prescription, Han Yunqi presented it with both hands, her curiosity piqued. "Your Highness, have you located the 3 herbs yet?" "Not yet," Long Fei replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. Han Yunqi was intrigued. How could he neglect his own poison while concerning himself with others, who could possibly be afflicted by rosemary? Of course, her curiosity was merely that. She understood the adage that curiosity can lead to peril. She assumed that upon receiving the antidote's prescription, Long Fei would depart, yet to her surprise, he entrusted the task of gathering the herbs to his attendant, Zhu Shifeng, while he remained behind. Had it been anyone else, they would have tirelessly sought the antidote without pause, but this man seemed unconcerned for his own life, taking a leisurely 10 days. Well, since he opted to stay, it appeared she was fated to sleep in the study once more. However, to her astonishment, Long Fei strode towards the hot spring, not sparing a glance back, and coldly commanded, "Han Yunqi, leave." Pray, where did he expect her to go at this hour, when it was already past midnight? She could lower the curtains, his chamber could be partitioned into numerous quarters. Why should a grown man concern himself with such trivialities? Han Yunqi hastened after him, forcing a smile as she inquired, Your Highness, how do you intend to accommodate me? Even concubines were afforded their own quarters. She, as the primary consort, found herself without a place to rest. Seek the steward for arrangements, Long Fei replied indifferently. The steward. Han Yunqi's lips twitched in frustration. Seeking the steward would merely provide Morong Wanru with an opportunity to undermine her. The affairs of the Qin Wang residence were managed by Morong Wanru on behalf of the esteemed Taifei, while Long Fei's residence, the Furong Courtyard, was entirely independent, beyond anyone's jurisdiction. Leaving the Furong Courtyard would only invite a multitude of troubles. Contemplating this, Han Yunqi again donned a smile, proposing, Your Highness, you may reside in your chamber while I occupy the study. This way, we can coexist without interference. Long Fei halted, yet still did not turn to face her, his tone as frosty as ever. I am unaccustomed to such arrangements, leave at once. At least she had saved his life once. What a heartless man, if he was unaccustomed to it. What about her? The room belonged to him, leaving Han Yunqi with no choice but to depart. Carrying a lantern, she wandered through the Furong garden. Having been married for 2 days, she had yet to properly explore the premises. In no time, she had familiarized herself with the general layout of the courtyard. The courtyard was substantial, featuring only a single sleeping chamber. However, there were none to be found in the Furong courtyard. Realizing she was alone, Han Yunqi felt a surge of joy. Hanging the lantern on the wall, this place would henceforth belong to her. The first floor could serve as a study and parlor, while the second floor would be her bedroom. If this were modern times, it would resemble a cozy studio apartment. That night, Han Yunqi promptly forgot about the unpleasantness she had endured earlier at the general's residence. With 50 taels clutched in her hand, she contemplated how to arrange her new domain and soon drifted off to sleep. The following morning, Long Fei had vanished without a trace. Han Yunqi sought someone to inquire after him, but alas, she found herself entirely alone in the Furong courtyard, devoid of even a single shadow. It was best that they did not encounter each other, lest they grow weary of one another. Splendid, he would pursue his own affairs while she tended to hers. Free and unencumbered, Han Yunqi proceeded to move her 2 chests of dowry to the loft. Though they contained only old items, they were treasures in her current state of destitution. As she organized her belongings, she stumbled upon a small lavender cloth pouch. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a handmade medicine pouch, a diminutive yet comprehensive kit, featuring numerous compartments for sorting various herbs, as well as a needle case for storing needles of different sizes. The pouch was pristine, with a heart embroidered in the lower right corner, a clear indication that it had been left for her by Madame Tianqin. This must have been a parting gift from her. Recalling the image of Madame Tianqin, heavily pregnant and filled with anticipation for her unborn child, personally stitching this pouch, Han Yunqi felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart aching. After enduring 10 months of hardship, had Madame Tianqin ever imagined that the renowned healer would succumb during childbirth, never to see her child, with such high hopes for her offspring? Had she considered that the child would face scorn and humiliation within the Han family? Madame Tianqin, fret not, the Han Yunqi of today shall not let you down. Han Yunqi retrieved an entire set of golden needles from her detoxification system, along with some commonly used herbs, cotton swabs, and gauze, neatly organizing them within the little pouch. Henceforth, this pouch would serve as her medical kit. The detoxification system she carried was an invisible space, allowing her to freely store and retrieve items. However, performing such feats in the presence of others would be deemed magical in the modern world and sorcery in ancient times. Fortunately, this small medical pouch could serve as a cover for her abilities. Han Yunqi slung the pouch over her shoulder, ensuring she would carry it with her at all times. Once her belongings were arranged, Han Yunqi ventured out to procure some essentials, transforming her little loft into a clean and cozy haven. She had anticipated a restful slumber, but little did she know that trouble would soon come knocking. Mu Qinggu remained unconscious, and the esteemed General Mu himself had come to seek her out. Han Yunqi was utterly taken aback. She could hardly believe it as she hurried to the reception hall. At that moment, Morong Wanru was already present, seated to the left of the main seat, conversing with General Mu. Upon her entrance, General Mu erupted in fury. Han Yunqi, you deceitful charlatan! You claimed Qinggu would awaken, yet he remains in a deep slumber, plagued by a recurrent fever. You must provide me with an explanation, or I shall not let this matter rest. General Mu had entrusted Gu Beiwei with watching over Qinggu during these past few days, but with the situation as it stood, Gu Beiwei was powerless. He could not discern the nature of the ailment. He had suggested seeking out Han Yunqi once more, but General Mu had lost faith in her, consulting several other detoxification experts, yet none could ascertain the cause of Mu Qinggu's condition. In desperation, General Mu sought Han Yunqi, firmly placing the blame upon her. It is impossible, the poison in him has been resolved. Han Yunqi's face paled, she could not believe she had made a mistake. Morong Wanru, having grasped the situation, quickly stood and asked, Sister-in-law, when did you acquire medical knowledge? How could I be unaware of this? Morong Wanru, why must you bring up such a topic now? Han Yunqi chose to ignore her, addressing General Mu with utmost seriousness. General Mu, I assure you that the poison in his abdomen has been neutralized. As for his persistent unconsciousness and fever, I cannot diagnose without seeing him. Let us go together. Humph, you will indeed accompany me. Han Yunqi, I warn you, if Qinggu does not awaken, I will take your life in exchange. General Mu's fury was palpable. Morong Wanru, aghast, hurriedly stepped in front of Han Yunqi, exclaiming, General Mu, just because someone saw my sister-in-law wielding a knife does not imply any wrongdoing. While I acknowledge she lacks medical expertise, I believe she would never act recklessly. Oh, Morong Balian, could you please keep your mouth shut? Chapter 25 of the Unexpected Change in Condition. Someone, take Han Yunqi away. Han Yunqi was already willing to leave with him and did not require any force. Just as she was about to explain, Morong Wanru unexpectedly pulled her behind herself and sternly declared, General Mu, although the imperial consort and the crown prince are absent, this is still not a place for you to act wantonly. This remark was clearly a reminder to General Mu that with the two revered figures from the prince's residence away, he could indeed behave quite audaciously. General Mu stepped forward, forcefully pulling Morong Wanru aside and seizing Han Yunqi's hand. At that moment, Han Yunqi took advantage of the situation to shake him off with considerable force, fiercely stating, Enough. I said I would go with you, so let us go. What are you stalling for? General Mu was taken aback but quickly regained his composure, responding, Then let us depart. Before they left, Han Yunqi cast a meaningful glance at Morong Wanru, who shockingly pursued them all the way to the entrance, adding, Sister-in-law, no one knows when mother and the crown prince will return, but rest assured, when they do, I will certainly report you. Upon hearing this, General Mu grasped the situation, realizing that there would likely be no one to rescue Han Yunqi at this moment. Han Yunqi, you must take full responsibility for this matter. Han Yunqi no longer wished to hear Morong Wanru's voice. It was an irritation to her ears that if given the chance, her first act would be to silence that White Lotus's mouth. Soon, they arrived at the general's residence. Han Yunqi was deep in thought during the journey, yet she could not fathom where the problem lay. Even upon reaching the residence, she remained resolute in her belief that she had made no mistake. Inside, Mu Qingwu's face was flushed, and his lips were unnaturally red. Han Yunqi instantly recognized that he was suffering from a high fever. She sat by the bed, feeling his pulse, her delicate brows furrowed tightly, exuding an aura of seriousness that deterred others from approaching. Gu Beiwei stood nearby, not daring to utter a word. After taking his pulse and examining the wound, Han Yunqi finally inquired, But has he been taking the medicine according to my prescription? Your Highness, I personally prepared the medicine. There can be no mistake, Gu Beiwei affirmed, bringing forth the remnants of the day's medicinal concoction for Han Yunqi to inspect. After a brief glance, she understood everything. There were no issues, and the toxins remaining in Mu Qingwu's body had significantly. Although some residue remained, it did not pose a substantial threat. The wound had not become inflamed, which could account for the persistent high fever and delirium. Han Yunqi's gaze deepened as she took his pulse once more, noticing nothing unusual. How could this be? After a long silence, seeing Han Yunqi not speak, General Mu erupted in fury. Han Yunqi, speak up. Han Yunqi honestly shook her head. I am uncertain, but I can assure you that the toxins within the young general have been mostly resolved. It is not due to the toxins. I do not care about that. I want him to wake up, now, at once. General Mu was extraordinarily agitated. Were it not for his hopes resting on Han Yunqi, he might have resorted to violence. Yet, surprisingly, Han Yunqi was even fiercer, retorting, You are making it impossible for me to diagnose, please be quiet. General Mu was taken aback, then clenched his fists, but thankfully Gu Beiwei intervened in time. General, please calm down and allow Her Highness to finish speaking. General Mu still held some trust in Gu Beiwei. He exhaled, withdrawing his fists and stepping back. Your Highness, if it is not due to the toxins, then there must be another source of illness? Gu Beiwei said earnestly. Indeed, as the head physician of the Imperial Hospital, his experience was profound. Han Yunqi glanced at him, nodding affirmatively. Yes, I too cannot determine the exact source of the illness at this moment, but it must have been present for quite some time. A long-standing source of illness? Gu Beiwei nodded. My diagnosis aligns with yours, Your Highness. This must be a long-simmering ailment that has finally erupted due to the young general's weakened condition over the past few days, or perhaps it was triggered by the toxins. Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi's eyes lit up with vigilance, and she seriously regarded Gu Beiwei. Could it be that there is a second type of poison within him, a chronic poison? If it were another source of illness, with such a high fever, the pulse would reveal it. Although Han Yunqi specialized in detoxification and was not particularly strong in other areas, Gu Beiwei was no fool. He would not be unable to discern such matters. The only possibility was that Mu Qingwu had been afflicted by a deeply hidden chronic poison. Han Yunqi activated the detoxification system once again, but still received no alerts. It appeared that the toxicity had yet to manifest, failing to reach the system's minimum sensitivity threshold. If the toxicity was so low as to cause repeated high fevers, how terrifying would it be if it fully erupted? What kind of poison could this be? She secretly worried. Although she did not yet know what the poison was, she could ascertain that it was chronic poisoning, a virulent toxin that had only once crossed her path in her years of detoxification. In this situation, the only course of action was to remain vigilant by the patient's side. Once she detected the toxins, she would immediately locate the source and begin detoxification. Otherwise, as the toxicity worsened, Han Yunqi could not predict the consequences. Chronic poison. Gu Beiwei pondered, glancing at General Mu. Chronic poison is a highly sensitive matter, indicating that someone had been administering poison to Mu Qingwu for an extended period, likely someone close to him. General Mu's previously furious expression shifted to one of grave concern. Who among those around him would dare to poison his beloved son? However, this was not the time to investigate the culprit. He urgently asked, Han Yunqi, what should we do now? We wait, Han Yunqi replied decisively. Only when the toxicity manifests can we begin detoxification. General Mu was skeptical, looking at Gu Beiwei, who nodded in agreement. We shall follow Her Highness's instructions. Wait. Han Yunqi estimated that the toxicity would likely manifest within a day. However, to her surprise, by the following evening, the detoxification system still failed to detect any signs of poisoning. She collected blood samples using silver needles for testing, but found nothing amiss. Gu Beiwei was also hesitant to administer any medication, resorting only to physical methods to reduce the fever. Thankfully, the fever came and went, otherwise, even if Mu Qingwu were to awaken, his mind would likely be irreparably damaged. At last, after being continually soothed by Gu Beiwei, General Mu erupted. He suddenly dashed to the bedside, swinging his fist past Han Yunqi's cheek and crashing it into a pillar. Han Yunqi, you have deceived me again, you are the one who poisoned my You seek death. Unfazed, Han Yunqi stated earnestly, no physician can ascertain the precise timing of a condition, I can only tell you that at the very latest, within 3 days, the toxicity will undoubtedly manifest. It will not exceed 3 days. Bah! General Mu did not believe her at all. If you do not believe me, you may seek others. Han Yunqi replied coldly, fully aware that General Mu sought her out precisely because he had no one else to turn to. General Mu, at the very least, we have clarified the condition now. Waiting an additional day or two is not a burden, Gu Beiwei advised. General Mu took deep breaths, appearing somewhat hesitant. However, just then, the door was suddenly kicked open, and Mu Luyao stood at the threshold, fuming. Han Yunqi, come out here. You deceitful murderer, you cannot escape today. That vexatious girl again. Han Yunqi chose to ignore her antics, but suddenly a haughty voice rang out, Han Yunqi, I command you to come out at once. If you dare to touch my Qingwu brother again, I will not let you off lightly. This. Princess Changping, the very ardent admirer of Mu Qingwu, had also arrived. It seemed Mu Luyao had gone to report. Han Yunqi anxiously glanced at Gu Beiwei, inwardly lamenting, this is not good. Just then, General Mu promptly stepped outside, respectfully bowing, Your Highness, I did not know of your arrival, I beg your pardon for not receiving you properly. General Mu, spare me. Do you truly see me as a princess? My Qingwu brother is in such dire straits, and you do not even inform me. Princess Changping retorted with displeasure. As she strode into the room, everyone watched her, and Gu Beiwei rose to bow, I pay my respects to your highness. Princess Changping waved her hand dismissively, signaling him to remain seated. She approached Han Yunqi step by step, yet Han Yunqi remained seated, refusing to budge. As Princess Changping drew near and caught sight of Mu Qingwu, her proud demeanor softened, but it quickly morphed into a cold, ruthless glare as she suddenly shoved Han Yunqi, You wretched woman, how dare you harm my Qingwu brother? Han Yunqi was taken aback, nearly falling to the ground, inwardly startled, what a barbaric woman. Then, Mu Qingguo's sister, Mu Luyao, entered, pointing at Han Yunqi, Princess, it was this woman. She was the one who tried to stab my brother with a dagger that day, she even deceived my father into thinking she could cure him, yet, my brother still hasn't awakened. Princess Changping seethed, You incompetent fool, how dare you attempt to treat my Qingwu brother? Do you take him for an experimental subject? Seize her, take her away. As soon as Princess Changping's words fell, 2 attendants rushed in from outside. Han Yunqi's eyes glinted fiercely, and she shot them a cold glare that made them hesitate. Princess Changping, the patient requires tranquility. Please take your discussion outside. Princess Changping was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Did you all hear that? She dares to speak like this, ha, what a joke. Turning serious, she continued, Han Yunqi, with Qingwu brother still unconscious, what right do you have to say such things? You are the assassin, the one who plotted against Qingwu brother, someone, why are you still standing there? Take Han Yunqi to the Dali temple for proper interrogation. It seemed Princess Changping had come specifically to cause trouble. Han Yunqi no longer held back, retorting coldly, since when did Princess Changping take it upon herself to conduct affairs for the Dali temple, that is against protocol? Princess Changping was momentarily stunned, having not anticipated Han Yunqi would speak to her like this. Could it be that the rumors in the palace were true, and this timid woman had entirely transformed? It is my prerogative, it is an honor for the Dali temple. Princess Changping replied defiantly. Then does Princess Changping know that capturing someone requires evidence? Han Yunqi pressed further. Without hesitation, Princess Changping replied, Lu Yao and Li Changfeng are witnesses, and Qingwu brother is also a witness, plus, Gu Beiwei could no longer remain silent and quickly interjected, Princess, I can also testify that the young general is on the verge of recovery. Please leave for now, we can discuss everything once Qingwu awakens. Princess Changping narrowed her eyes, coldly stating, Gu Taiji, you are not permitted to interrupt my conversation. Chapter 26, Humiliation and a Lesson in Dominance. The usually composed Gu Beiwei wore a grim expression. As the chief imperial physician, he was the closest person to the emperor, respected by officials both within and outside the palace, yet, faced with such an unreasonable and overbearing princess, he found himself at a loss. He had hoped that General Mu could speak on behalf of Han Yunqi, but unfortunately, General Mu remained silent at the doorway, merely observing. Han Yunqi, unfazed, continued to question. As a princess, Han Yunqi was under the authority of the Empress Dowager, thus, only she could issue such a warrant. Not at present. Princess Changping replied with an air of indignation. So, does that mean I am not yet a criminal? Han Yunqi inquired patiently. Princess Changping hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, Han Yunqi's voice rose in anger. If you have no warrant, what right do you have to be so arrogant? Get out immediately. How dare the princess act so haughtily in her presence? After all, Princess Changping was of royal blood, yet Han Yunqi was the wife of the Qin Wang, making her a senior relative. Taken aback, Princess Changping grasped Han Yunqi's hand incredulously, exclaiming, How dare you, Han Yunqi? You have the audacity to speak to me like this. Why should I not? Han Yunqi retorted coldly, her gaze dark and penetrating. As a physician, she abhorred interruptions during treatment and disturbances to her patients. As a woman, she detested those of her own gender who, relying on their status, felt entitled to act with arrogance and unreasonable demands. Princess Changping was momentarily intimidated by Han Yunqi's fierce gaze, quickly withdrawing her hand and stepping back. What was happening? Why was she afraid of this woman? Struggling to dismiss her inexplicable fear, she refused to acknowledge that she had come to confront Han Yunqi, not to embarrass herself. Flushed with anger, she approached Han Yunqi, unleashing a tirade. Han Yunqi, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? You are nothing but a useless woman, a mere pawn who came to my doorstep. Do you really believe you have risen to greatness? Let me tell you, a waste is always a waste. A sparrow will forever be a sparrow. You think too highly of yourself. Others wouldn't even consider you worthy of their attention. Wretched woman. Wretched woman. Princess Changping emphasized the words, akin to pointing an accusing finger at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi's face drained of color, her fists clenched tightly, barely restraining the urge to strike back. Yet, she remained composed. She understood that this was not the time for conflict but for saving a life. As a physician, she had to focus on her duty in the next 3 days. If the poison within Mu Qingwu were to erupt, she must be ready to act without delay. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she stated coolly, Princess Changping, if you deem me a waste for lacking medical skill, might I inquire if you possess any medical knowledge? The question rendered Princess Changping speechless. Han Yunqi exhaled again, recognizing the extent of her own restraint for the sake of her patient. Therefore, Princess Changping, I kindly ask you to speak with some decorum. Furthermore, as your royal aunt, is it proper for you to shout at your elder? I shall say this once more, please leave, so as not to disturb the patient. Indeed, as the royal aunt, she held a higher status than the princess. However, in the kingdom of Tianning, things were different. The princess's royal uncle was the Qin Wang, and Han Yunqi was the Qin Wangfei. The Qin Wang was not an ordinary noble. Even the emperor had to show him respect. In terms of status and hierarchy, Han Yunqi had ample justification to reprimand Princess Changping. However, the princess was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Royal aunt? Han Yunqi, how shameless you are. My royal uncle has no interest in you. It is you, a brazen woman, who has presented yourself to him. How dare you speak of being a royal aunt? You are beneath even a courtesan. A courtesan, the word struck like a slap, causing gasps from those present. Before anyone could recover, Han Yunqi swung her hand sharply, delivering a resounding slap across Princess Changping's. Having endured enough, she realized there was no point in holding back. With individuals like Princess Changping, reasoning was futile. One must act rather than speak. Han Yunqi had finally reached her breaking point. The princess stood in shock, her delicate, fair cheek now marked with a crimson imprint, a testament to the force of Han Yunqi's blow. Nearby, Mu Liuya, who had been watching the spectacle unfold, was equally astonished. This woman, Han Yunqi, truly dared to act. Soon, Princess Changping regained her senses and began to wail, lunging towards Han Yunqi with wild abandon. You wretched woman, how dare you strike me? I shall not My mother has never struck me. What are you to me? Han Yunqi, you wretched creature, you courtesan. Han Yunqi firmly grasped Princess Changping's wrists, cutting off her tirade. Enough, at such a tender age, how can you speak such foul language? What kind of upbringing have you received? How could she possibly be your mother? Upon hearing this, Princess Changping froze, incredulous that Han Yunqi had not only struck her but dared to speak ill of her mother. Han Yunqi, you are audacious. Princess Changping shouted, struggling frantically, but could not break free from Han Yunqi's grip. Guards! Guards, seize her, quickly! Princess Changping cried, but as her 2 attendants advanced, Han Yunqi shot them a fierce glare. Do you dare to seize the Qin Wangfei? Have you consulted the Qin Wang about this? Who has granted you such audacity? The name of the Qin Wang served as an impenetrable shield. The 2 attendants hesitated, and Princess Changping, infuriated, threatened, Han Yunqi, I shall await the Qin Wang to come and escort me away. Princess Changping stumbled against a nearby table, tears streaming down her face, her anger flushing her cheeks. She dared not truly approach her father. He had always opposed her association with Mu Qingwu, and he disapproved of her visiting General Mu's residence. Besides, if this matter reached the Qin Wang's ears, it was unlikely she would emerge unscathed. Covering her face, Princess Changping seethed, Han Yunqi, you shall pay dearly for this. With that, she stamped her foot and fled the room, her attendants and Mu Liuya rushing after her. However, in their haste, they inadvertently closed the door behind them, locking Han Yunqi inside. What was happening? Han Yunqi, just you wait, you will pay for this. You shall not leave this room without consequence. I will make you suffer. Voices of Princess Changping echoed outside, and Han Yunqi, staring at the closed door, felt a wave of frustration wash over her. What error was this, that she could not even save a life in peace? Soon, the princess's cries faded, leaving the room in silence. Han Yunqi exhaled a breath of relief, her eyes dark and contemplative. Ji Yubeiwa observed her with a complex expression. Your Highness, that slap you just delivered, she had it coming. Han Yunqi replied with fervor. At that moment, she was irate. Who would be pleased to be called a courtesan? True, she had approached the Qin Wang, but that had been out of necessity. She had never considered herself of any great stature, nor had she aspired to be the principal wife of the Qin Wang. Yet, she held her head high and felt no shame. She was proud of her integrity. However, Gu Beiwei remarked, Your Highness, that slap was well deserved. Yet, did Princess Changping not just mention that there is currently no arrest warrant? Han Yunqi paused, realizing in her previous anger, she had overlooked this detail. Glancing once more at the locked door, she pondered the implications. A blessing or a curse, one cannot escape their fate. Han Yunqi decided not to dwell on it further. She took a sip of water and returned to her place beside the bed, resolute. As long as you trust me, Dr. Gu, that is sufficient. She carefully monitored Mu Qingwu's condition, checking his pulse and temperature, conducting another toxicity test on his blood. She was certain that within the next 3 days, the poison would reveal itself. Just as she finished explaining her findings to Gu Beiwei, the door swung open. The voice of Lord Beigong, the head of the Dali Temple, filled the room. Qin Wangfei, here is the arrest warrant issued by the Empress Dowager. Someone has reported that you conspired to murder the young general Mu Qinggu. Please accompany me. The officials from the Dali Temple had arrived. Indeed, Princess Changping had not come empty-handed. She had prepared thoroughly, intent on ensuring Han Yunqi's imprisonment. Yet, for the Empress Dowager to personally sanction the arrest warrant was exceedingly severe. What did an arrest warrant signify? It indicated that there was already sufficient evidence for detainment, no need to inform the accused of any reasons. They could be interrogated after confinement. After all, Han Yunqi was the daughter of the woman who had saved her life. Did the Empress Dowager truly wish to eliminate her so swiftly? Moreover, in the case of Mu Qinggu, the Dali Temple had no evidence to prove Han Yunqi was the assailant. It was merely a misdiagnosis. This was clearly a personal vendetta. Gu Beiwei had anticipated this outcome but could not help but sigh. Absurd. Han Yunqi inhaled deeply, remaining composed. She understood that this was the nature of unassailable power. She knew that to live peacefully in this world, one must submit and obey, yet she had never learned to do so. Stepping outside, she found Lord Beigong and Princess Changping waiting at the threshold, flanked by several guards. Ignoring Princess Changping's smug demeanor, Han Yunqi coldly addressed Lord Beigong. May I inquire, what crime has this Qin Wangfei committed? Someone has accused you of attempted murder against the young General Mu Qinggu, deceiving the general's household, and poisoning him under the guise of treatment, Lord Beigong announced, sounding as if he believed his own words. That is a baseless accusation. Lord Beigong, I can attest to the innocence of the Qin Wangfei. I was involved in her treatment, Gu Beiwei declared gallantly. Lord Beigong snorted dismissively. There is no need for further discussion. This is the Empress Dowager's arrest warrant. Her Majesty is deeply concerned about this matter and has personally issued the warrant. Qin Wangfei, any statements you wish to make can be addressed at the Dali Temple. That if you have witnesses, please ensure they register at the Dali Temple. Lord Beigong. Gu Beiwei attempted to argue, but Lord Beigong raised his hand to signal him to stop. Dr. Gu, further discussion is futile. You are aware of the significance of an arrest warrant in the palace. Gu Beiwei fell silent, watching Han Yunqi, who had grown quiet and was staring downcast, his gentle gaze filled with concern. This woman, who dedicated herself to saving lives, what crime had she committed? Seeing the disappointment in Han Yunqi's eyes, Princess Changping and Mu Liuye reveled in their triumph, eagerly awaiting her outburst, her indignation, and her cries of injustice. Chapter 27 in Vigilante Justice, Unyielding. 1. Princess Changping and Mu Liuye eagerly awaited to see Han Yunqi's disgraced. However, to their surprise, Han Yunqi did not falter. She lifted her head, her gaze clear and composed, directing her attention towards Gu Beiwei, as well as the silent, scowling General Mu. General, Dr. Gu, you are both aware of the circumstances. My life is intertwined with that of the young general, you ought to understand. Gu Beiwei certainly grasped Han Yunqi's intention, while General Mu averted her gaze, looking aside. Noticing this, Han Yunqi offered a subtle smile, raising her brows towards Lord Beigong. Heezy, Lord Beigong, shall we take our leave? With that, her expression remained unperturbed, as she calmly turned to depart without the need for an escort. Han Yunqi actually, the onlookers exchanged glances, taken aback. Princess Changping and Mu Liuye had intended to belittle her, yet they found themselves feeling utterly dejected, devoid of any sense of triumph and revenge. This woman was unlike any other. She possessed a spirit that no woman of the imperial capital could match. Open and bold, she was not easily humiliated or subdued. Seeing that no one followed, Han Yunqi paused momentarily, turning back with an air of composure. Why are you all still dazed? Let us go. Lord Beigong and several officers exchanged incredulous glances, taking some time to regain their senses. As they observed Han Yunqi's upright figure, Lord Beigong couldn't help but express admiration. He had apprehended numerous royal criminals, most of whom would weep and plead for mercy, but he had never encountered such a proud woman. She was every bit the equal of any man. Regrettably, such a remarkable woman had her fate firmly in the hands of the Empress Dowager. Once she reached the Dali Temple, it would not be so easy for Han Yunqi to escape. Once a person was taken away, Princess Changping shot a disdainful glance at Gu Beiwei and coldly remarked, General Mu, just look at the quack you have brought, send him away at once. I have summoned several renowned physicians. As she spoke, attendants brought in several doctors, none of whom General Mu recognized. However, anxious about his son's illness, he hastily ushered the doctors inside, leaving Gu Beiwei to wait outside. Naturally, Gu Beiwei was well aware of the capabilities of those present. If he could not treat Mu Qinggu, how could these physicians? At that moment, both General Mu and Princess Changping were beyond reason, prompting Gu Beiwei to leave in haste. The only person capable of reviving Mu Qinggu was Han Yunqi, and at present, only those from the Qin royal household could extricate her from the Dali Temple. In truth, Gu Beiwei had considered entering the palace to seek an audience, yet his status made it inappropriate to present such matters to the emperor, especially given the emperor's ambiguous stance. Mu Qinggu's condition was dire. Should the poison manifest, and Han Yunqi be absent, his life would undoubtedly be in peril. At that point, it would be astonishing if General Mu and Princess Changping did not blame Han Yunqi for poisoning him. Gu Beiwei, making a swift decision, departed the general's residence for the Qin royal household, only to be informed that both the Empress Dowager and the prince were absent. Miss Morone, has the Empress Dowager mentioned where she might have gone? Gu Beiwei asked urgently. He knew that the prince's whereabouts were difficult to ascertain, and Morong Wanru might not know either, but surely the Empress Dowager could be tracked down. Morong Wanru detested being addressed as Miss Morone, yet many in the imperial capital continued to refer to her as such. The surname Morone constantly reminded her that she was merely an adopted daughter. And no matter how much she loathed it, she concealed her feelings well, though her charming face betrayed a hint of concern. Alas, such a major incident has occurred right after the wedding. If my mother finds out, she will surely be furious. How could she, with no knowledge of medicine, possibly a Miss Morone? The princess is innocent. I can vouch for her. However, Gu Beiwei explained the true situation to Morone Wanru. Morone Wanru regarded him with suspicion. This usually gentle and composed Dr. Gu was displaying an anxious side. It was said that he remained calm even when faced with the emperor's illness. Feigning anger, Morone Wanru retorted, "How can General Mu act in such a manner? How did things escalate to the Empress Dowager? Lives are at stake, so I implore you, Miss Morone, to take me to see the Empress Dowager without delay." Once one enters the Dali Temple, exiting becomes exceedingly difficult. Gu Beiwei could not help but urge her. Miss Morone appeared anxious yet took no action. "My mother is in seclusion and dislikes disturbances from outsiders. Here is the plan, Dr. Gu. You should return to gather information, and I will seek out my mother for her advice." Finally, Morone Wanru made a suggestion. Gu Beiwei nodded, relieved, and fearing to delay her, he took his leave. However, Morone Wanru did not leave immediately. She remained seated at the main position in the guest hall, exuding an air of languid ease, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of her lips. After reveling in her thoughts for a moment, she calmly surveyed the several maidservants in the room, shedding her semblance of gentleness and kindness, her brows lifting slightly in disdain. Should anyone speak of today's events, let them bear the consequences. The maidservants trembled and knelt. "Rest assured, miss, we understand." Morone Wanru secretly wished that Han Yunqi would never return. How could she possibly seek out the Empress Dowager? Previously, when General Mu had come knocking, she had worried about not having the opportunity to strike at Han Yunqi, and now, her troubles were alleviated. Stretching languidly, Morone Wanru returned to her chamber to continue her slumber, eager to make up for the rest she had lost from being disturbed twice the previous night. By now, dawn had broken in a hazy light, and Han Yunqi had just arrived at the Dali Temple's dungeon. The dungeon was inherently cold, and in the depths of winter, it was even more chilling. Han Yunqi hastily emerged, her clothing was scant, and upon descending from the dungeon, she immediately sneezed. The further she ventured inside, the more she felt as though she were stepping into a vast cold storehouse, her body shaking uncontrollably due to her unique status. She was confined to a solitary cell, 3 stone walls and 1 iron bar, relatively clean and barely habitable. With a resounding bang, the cell door closed, and Han Yunqi hurriedly huddled on the heated brick bed for warmth. It was so cold, she despised the cold. Fortunately, the heated bed was a blessing. After a while, her body gradually warmed, but she couldn't help but wonder how long she would be stuck in this wretched place. Even if Mu Qingwu were to awaken, the Dali Temple had already filed a case. The investigations, evidence collection, and interrogations could drag on indefinitely, all subject to the whims of those in power. In short, once inside, escaping was exceedingly difficult. Han Yunqi pondered that her only hope lay with the Empress Dowager in Long Fei. These days, Long Fei would certainly seek her out for medicinal preparations, and although the Empress Dowager might not hold her in high regard, she would not easily yield to the Empress. It was likely that the Empress had issued the arrest warrant as a means to contend with the Empress Dowager. Sighing, she realized how naive she had been. She should have known that the Empress would not let her off so easily after that ostentatious visit to the palace to pay her respects alongside Long Fei. The Empress had originally intended to humiliate the Empress Dowager by using her as a pawn, but she had unexpectedly become beautiful. The Empress had hoped to use her misfortune to punish the Han family, yet Long Fei had aided her. Surely, the Empress must harbor deep-seated resentment towards her. Reflecting on this, Han Yunqi couldn't help but shiver. How unfortunate she was to have offended the 2 most formidable women in the Tianning kingdom, the Empress and the Empress Dowager. Well, regardless of the circumstances, until she was formally charged, her status as the princess consort should prevent them from torturing her. With this thought in mind, Han Yunqi felt somewhat reassured about her predicament. Her greatest concern remained Mu Qingwu's condition. She was certain that Mu Qingwu would awaken within the next 3 days, but if the antidote was not administered in time, it would lead to grave consequences. If the antidote was not administered promptly, and Mu Qingwu perished, even if Long Fei personally came, he would be unable to save her life. At this point, their fates were irrevocably intertwined. 3 days, while it might seem slow, it could pass in the blink of an eye. Surely, Dr. Gu would come to check on her, and all her hopes rested upon him. Exhausted from a day and night of contemplation, Han Yunqi gradually succumbed to a heavy slumber, only to be awakened shortly after by the cold creeping up from her feet. No matter how she wrapped herself in blankets or curled up, warmth eluded her. She discovered that the fire in the heated bed had long since died, with no spare firewood available in the cell. Outrageous, wrapping herself in her thin blanket, Han Yunqi yawned repeatedly and called out for help. "Is anyone there? Is there anyone? I need someone." The night watchman offered no response, prompting Han Yunqi to resort to deception. "Help! There's an assassin!" Unfortunately, no matter how she shouted or what she called, the only reply was her own echo. Exhaling a heavy sigh, Han Yunqi ceased her futile efforts. She rubbed her hands together and jumped in place to keep warm. In the Dali Temple's dungeon, there were countless methods to kill without bloodshed, to torture without visible wounds, even without any overt actions. There were many ways to confine a person until they fell ill or perished. Han Yunqi realized she had underestimated the dark underbelly of the Dali Temple. Just as she was bouncing around to keep warm, she suddenly heard footsteps approaching. Just as Han Yunqi was about to turn, a bucket of icy water unexpectedly splashed over her. Soaked from head to toe, the bone-chilling sensation surged from her scalp down to her limbs, freezing her to the point where she could barely move. Outside the cell, Princess Changping, wrapped in a warm cotton coat, beamed with delight, looking at her with a sense of triumph, while Lord Beigong and several guards with water buckets stood respectfully nearby. Princess Changping, do you dare to torture this princess consort? Han Yunqi coldly demanded, her entire being drenched and in a pitiful state, yet her clear, pure eyes were colder than the surrounding temperature. Though she knew this woman could not retaliate, the moment their eyes met, Princess Changping felt a flicker of fear. No, with the Empress Dowager and her mother backing her, no one would dare to leak what transpired here. Han Yunqi would have no evidence. With this thought, Princess Changping regained her composure and sneered, Han Yunqi, you overestimate yourself. I know you are the Emperor's aunt, and I ought to respect you. This is precisely why I urged Lord Beigong to assist in cleaning your cell. I've heard that many have died of illness in this filthy place. Cleaning the cell at the dead of night? How absurd. There is no need, Han Yunqi firmly refused, but Lord Beigong eagerly commanded, quickly, do not delay in cleaning. How could we allow the princess consort to suffer? As soon as he finished speaking, several guards lifted their buckets, the water still floating with ice. Pour it on this princess. Princess Changping ordered without hesitation, her voice icy. Chilly water mixed with ice shards was hurled from various directions at Han Yunqi, who could only dodge. At this point, any warning was futile. She turned to flee, hiding as far back as she could on the heated bed, desperately trying to escape, but the guards were all well trained. One by one, they accurately aimed at her, splashing water with precision. Chapter 28 Vigilante Justice, Relentless Resistance. 2. The jailers doused her with buckets of icy water, one after another. Chilling streams cascaded from her neck down her body, causing Han Yunqi, already drenched, to shiver uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Oh dear, how careless of you. Do refrain from splashing the Princess of Qin, look how pitiful she appears, Princess Changping exclaimed, laughing heartily. Han Yunqi, you should quickly plead for mercy, hee, or perhaps you could beg me instead. If you ask nicely, I might just slap you and let you go. Indeed, Princess Changping had come this night to exact revenge. Han Yunqi was nothing but a mere pawn, daring to lay a hand on her beloved Qingwu brother and publicly chastising her. This night, she intended to make the insolent wretch pay dearly. Pour it on, drench her until she begs for mercy. A glance at the thin layer of ice forming on the ground convinced Princess Changping that it would not be long before Han Yunqi surrendered. However, her anticipation quickly turned to disappointment. Han Yunqi refused to plead for mercy, standing motionless against the wall, glaring defiantly at her. In that moment, Han Yunqi appeared disheveled and defeated, resembling a drowned rat. Yet, she was also a vision of unparalleled beauty, her violet lips curling slightly, her clear eyes filled with scorn, looking down upon Princess Changping from her lofty perch. What are you laughing at? Do not look at me. Princess Changping shouted in exasperation. It was Han Yunqi who was being toyed with, yet she felt the sting of humiliation. Han Yunqi, cease your gaze, close your eyes this instant. Beigong Darren, open the door. Princess Changping was furious, she wanted to enter and deal with this wretched woman herself. Your Highness, that wouldn't be wise. She is, after all, from the residence of the Prince of Qin, Beigong Darren replied, still apprehensive, for otherwise, he would have already punished Han Yunqi. She is now a prisoner. I command you to open the door at once. Princess Changping fumed, reminding the jailers to continue splashing water. Han Yunqi coldly regarded Princess Changping, who was barking like a mad dog, her disdain intensifying, pushing the princess closer to madness. Beigong Heezy, do you dare defy my command? Open the door. Caught in a dilemma, Beigong Darren was drenched in sweat from the cold, and ultimately, under Princess Changping's threat, he had no choice but to comply. Several jailers rushed in, firmly restraining Han Yunqi. She did not resist, finding the situation laughable. Did they truly fear she would retaliate against Princess Changping? She was already too cold to muster any strength. Princess Changping crossed her arms, nonchalantly approaching. Han Yunqi, show me your courage. Han Yunqi lowered her head, remaining motionless like a corpse. This reaction pleased Princess Changping greatly. She forcefully lifted Han Yunqi's chin, but unexpectedly, Han Yunqi spat a mouthful of icy water directly at her face. Ah, Princess Changping shrieked, stumbling back and furiously wiping her face. Wretched girl. You have such audacity. My rank is higher than yours, I am your elder Princess Changping, you can never alter this fact. Han Yunqi shot back, her lips curling with mockery. It was not that she feared death. She simply understood that even if she begged for mercy, Princess Changping would not easily let her go. Pleading would only add to her humiliation, fulfilling the princess's desire for revenge. Princess Changping wiped her face, her makeup smeared, her expression now resembling that of a furious tigress. An elder, you say? Very well, then I shall personally attend to you. She declared, lifting a bucket of. Han Yunqi recoiled, the icy sensation instantly spreading through her body, rendering her limbs numb, as if her very brain had frozen, her mind blank. Yet, this was merely the beginning of her nightmare. Soon, Princess Changping poured another bucket of water over her, followed by another and another, with no end in sight, until all the icy water had been exhausted. The two jailers holding Han Yunqi had their hands frozen stiff. What of Han Yunqi? Yet, she continued to stare at Princess Changping, like a frozen statue, her gaze penetrating deep into the princess's soul, as if she could see through all her vanity and depravity. This look not only left Princess Changping stunned but also frightened the jailers. As the two jailers loosened their grip, Han Yunqi collapsed to the ground, her rigid form hitting the floor with a resounding thud. Is she dead? Bae Gonghee's heart skipped a beat as he rushed to check for her pulse, finding she still breathed. He finally relaxed his suspended breath. Princess Changping gazed at Han Yunqi's stiff body, feeling not a shred of satisfaction from her revenge but an inexplicable fear. Though she knew this woman could do nothing more, she still felt dread. She dared not look at Han Yunqi's face again, muttering to herself, "Humph, Han Yunqi, dare to be Eric? Let me remind you, even if Jingwu wakes, you shall never leave the Dali temple, you are doomed." With that, Princess Changping turned to leave, but as she did, she slipped, tumbling forward and landing heavily on her face. Ah! Her scream echoed through the chamber. Bae Gongheezy and several attendants rushed to assist her, their faces pale with fright. As Princess Changping sat up, she howled, my back, don't touch me, it hurts so much." "Your Highness, you haven't sprained it, have you?" Bae Gongheezy asked in alarm. If her back was indeed sprained, recovery would be arduous, potentially leaving her with lasting repercussions, making her prone to future injuries. Terrified, Princess Changping was in pain and freezing, unable to move, and angrily shouted at Bae Gongheezy, "Hurry and summon the physician." As she spoke, an itch suddenly emerged on her face, and without thinking, she began scratching, unable to stop. "Your Highness, shall I carry you out?" "It is inconvenient for the physician to come here," Bae Gongheezy suggested, nearly in tears. Bringing the physician would undoubtedly expose the private punishment. Princess Changping, in excruciating pain, remained frozen on the icy ground, her pants soaked through with water, the chill permeating her body. She not only longed to scream from the pain but also from the cold, yet she was the one who had caused this icy predicament. How could she complain? "Then get me out of here quickly. Why are you just standing there? What good are you if you just sit around like a bunch of useless sacks?" Princess Changping shouted, scratching at her itch, venting all her ire towards Bae Gongheezy. Bae Gongheezy, disheveled and flustered, hastily instructed the jailers to fetch a stretcher, carefully lifting Princess Changping onto it and rushing her out. Just before leaving, Princess Changping glanced back and was startled to see Han Yunqi lying motionless on the ground, her cold phoenix eyes still fixed on her. Good heavens! Princess Changping quickly turned away, too frightened to look again, her mind filled with regret. She should never have stepped inside. Han Yunqi then allowed a cold smile to grace her lips, a smile that was both enchanting and devastating. "Princess Changping, prepare to have your beauty marred." In that very moment, while lying low, she had poisoned the ground beneath Princess Changping's feet, causing her to slip easily. That was trivial. The key was that the poison would cause the princess's feet and face to develop the same grotesque sores, akin to psoriasis, far more repulsive than any previous afflictions on her face. Once she confirmed that everyone had departed, Han Yunqi could no longer contain herself, shaking violently, her teeth chattering, her nose felt raw, the cold penetrating deep, rendering her helpless. The ground was now coated in a thin layer of ice, and several areas of her body had frozen over. How low must her body temperature be? Han Yunqi lacked the strength to rise, yet even if she could, the entire cell was soaked and icy. If this continued, all her bodily functions would slow to a crawl. At that moment, she desperately wished for a doctor to administer a few doses of a cardiac stimulant. She was a physician, but not an ordinary one. All she had on her were poisons and their antidotes. With no other option, Han Yunqi extracted a poison from her detoxification system, a heat-inducing toxin that would make her body restless and raise her temperature. Though this substance was harmful, it was her only solution. After consuming the poison, she collapsed on the ground, losing all her strength. The toxin quickly took effect, the heat radiating from within her battling against the cold encroaching from outside. In this clash of extremes, Han Yunqi slipped into a deep slumber. It seemed someone had come to clear the ice from her cell, and perhaps someone else had checked her pulse. Han Yunqi sensed these actions vaguely but was too weak to open her eyes. When Han Yunqi finally awoke, it was already the following evening. The heat from the toxin had dissipated without needing an antidote, yet she still trembled from the cold. She longed to take another dose of poison, but she was acutely aware that the second would surely cost her life. As she scanned the cell, she discovered that the remnants of the previous night had been meticulously cleaned. A fire burned in the stove, and warm food was set nearby, along with clean clothes. What could this mean? Just as Han Yunqi was pondering this, Gu Beiwa appeared at the door, carrying supplies. Bae Gongdaran had feared that Gu Beiwa would uncover the evidence of his illicit punishment, hence the thorough cleanup of the scene. The jailer who had been guiding him left, and Gu Beiwa hurriedly beckoned Han Yunqi, "Princess, come quickly." He crouched down, carefully pouring the hot soup into a bowl and extending it to her through the iron bars. "Your Highness, drink this while it's hot. I personally brewed this medicinal soup. It can dispel dampness and ward off the cold." Gu Beiwa was a person of impeccable cleanliness, dressed in white, with a radiant aura that starkly contrasted with the dim, cold cell. Yet, upon seeing him, Han Yunqi felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. She approached, gazing at the sincere concern and pity etched on Gu Beiwa's handsome face, then at the steaming soup, and her heart ached unexpectedly, a wave of emotion washing over her. Everything from the previous night had passed, yet she couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Was it true that once someone showed concern, even the strongest heart could become fragile? This place was cold? It was beyond mere cold, it was a chill that could take one's life, dispelling dampness and warding off the cold. How could a bowl of hot soup compare to the buckets of icy water poured over her head last night? Yet, this man, with whom she had no prior connection, had uttered a few words that could warm her heart. Throughout her life, no one had ever cared for her, let alone personally brewed a bowl of warming soup for her. Chapter 29. It all depends on you. Gu Beiwa's smile was as warm as the spring breeze in April, and Han Yunqi suddenly found his eyes particularly enchanting, especially when he smiled, exuding an irresistible charm akin to that of a friendly older brother. "Dr. Gu, you are truly thoughtful," Han Yunqi remarked as she accepted the hot soup, drinking it in one go without pause. To her surprise, the medicinal broth proved remarkably effective, gradually warming her body. Observing Han Yunqi's ravenous demeanor and her pallid complexion, Gu Beiyue could surmise the private punishment she had endured the previous night. He refrained from probing further, a flicker of compassion passing through his gaze as he sighed softly. With limited time for the visit, Gu Beiyue leaned closer and whispered, "Your Highness, I personally visited the Qin Wanfu last night. Although I did not encounter the Empress Dowager, I have sent Miss Morong to inform her you will likely be released soon. I will arrange for someone to visit regularly, which should deter them from inflicting further punishment." At this point, Gu Beiyue lowered his voice even more. In such a case, they would be less inclined to resort to private retribution. Han Yunqi looked at Gu Beiyue and, without any context, asked, "Why? What could possibly motivate this man to exert such effort?" He could easily remain uninvolved. Did he not realize that his involvement could cast suspicion upon him as a conspirator? Gu Beiyue appeared puzzled. "What do you mean, why? Why are you helping me so diligently when we are not particularly close?" Han Yunqi replied with a hint of detachment. Unexpectedly, Gu Beiyue's demeanor turned earnest. "Your Highness, a physician's duty extends beyond mere medical skills. The life of the young general rests in your hands." As he spoke, his tone softened considerably. "Moreover, Your Highness, this is also a matter of a human life." A flicker of surprise crossed Han Yunqi's heart, and she silently admired him, feeling somewhat inadequate in comparison. Would Morong Wanru not inform the Empress Dowager? Not wishing to undermine Gu Beiyue's confidence, she refrained from elaborating and instead asked, "What is the situation at the general's residence?" "Last night, Princess Changping summoned several renowned physicians, but to no avail. This morning, General Mu requested my presence again, and the young general remains unchanged. I have advised General Mu, but alas, what is the condition of the young general?" Han Yunqi pressed, her concern palpable. "Still the same, I fear. What if the poison remains suppressed indefinitely?" "Would not Your Highness?" Gu Beiyue trailed off, but Han Yunqi understood his apprehension. If Mu Qingwu's poison never manifested, even Long Fei might struggle to absolve her of blame. After a moment of silence, Han Yunqi asked earnestly, "Dr. Gu, you do not believe me either, do you?" It was not that Gu Beiyue doubted her, but rather, he feared the possibility of the worst. "It has already been a day. Within 2 days, the young general's affliction will surely reveal itself. Once the poison is resolved, he will awaken. Please keep watch over him, and inform me the moment the poison manifests," Han Yunqi declared, her eyes shining with determination as she grasped Gu Beiyue's hand, her expression earnest. "I would never jest with my own life. You are my only hope." Gu Beiyue instinctively looked down, somewhat taken aback. However, upon meeting Han Yunqi's clear gaze, he smiled faintly, his warm hand enveloping her cold one as he replied earnestly, "Very well, I shall do my utmost." Han Yunqi felt a surge of joy. She would not have trusted anyone else in this situation. Relinquishing his hand, she felt no awkwardness. "Remember to check frequently the moment the poison manifests. Draw his blood for me." "Draw blood?" Gu Beiyue appeared puzzled. Han Yunqi retrieved a golden needle, saying, "Use this needle to draw blood from the wound near his navel." Gu Beiyue understood the concept of blood testing for poison, but the prison lacked any tools or other medicines. How could Han Yunqi possibly conduct the test? Noticing Gu Beiyue's hesitation, Han Yunqi smiled gently, "Dr. Gu, there are only 2 days left. If I am released without charges, I will explain everything to you." To her astonishment, Han Yunqi still managed to smile despite her dire circumstances, which earned Gu Beiyue's admiration. He too smiled and extended his pinky finger. Han Yunqi was momentarily taken aback. Was he engaging in a pinky promise? "I am genuinely curious," Gu Beiyue said with a faint smile, looking exceptionally handsome. Han Yunqi linked her pinky with his, declaring, "Very well, it's a promise." Gu Beiyue regarded Han Yunqi as a puzzle, acknowledging that while her medical skills may not rival those of, he wondered if the Han family was aware of her abilities. Upon leaving that morning, he overheard servants mentioning that Princess Changping and Miss Mu had sought out the head of the Han family. That day, when Gu Beiyue returned to the Mu general's residence, Princess Changping and Mu Luiwei had already summoned Han Songin, Han Yunqi's father and a renowned physician. Upon entering the room, Gu Beiyue found Han Songin taking Mu Qingwu's pulse. Upon noticing Gu Beiyue's arrival, Han Songin stood, clasping his hands in greeting. "Dr. Gu." Although Gu Beiyue was the junior in this encounter, his position as the chief imperial physician commanded respect, and Han Songin, being a commoner, was obliged to pay his respects. Han Songin was highly skilled, having studied at the Medical Academy of Yunкong, and had been appointed as a council member the previous year. The position of chief physician should have belonged to him. However, years of failing to cure the crown prince's peculiar ailment had relegated him to the lowest esteem among the royal family, rendering him the least favored council member in history. In contrast, Gu Beiyue, orphaned at a young age and raised by his grandfather, who was the former chief physician and a council member at the Medical Academy of Yunкong, had showcased extraordinary talent from a young age, coupled with his grandfather's meticulous teachings, which justified his position. "Han uncle, you are being too formal," Gu Beiyue replied, returning the gesture with grace, embodying the essence of a humble gentleman, neither servile nor overbearing, yet exuding elegance. Han Songin, feeling at ease, took a seat and inquired, "You arrived just in time, please share the details with me." "Perhaps it would be best if you shared your insights first to avoid any bias from my account," Gu Beiyue suggested, appearing courteous, yet his words carried the weight of persuasion. His suggestion prompted Han Songin to reconsider, stroking his goat beard thoughtfully. "I have heard a general overview from General Mu, but regarding the poisoning, I believe there is room for discussion." Gu Beiyue refrained from voicing his opinion and asked casually, what aspects are open to discussion? A flicker of skepticism crossed Han Song'an's eyes as he ventured, I have heard that the diagnosis of poisoning was made by Yunxi? In truth, prior to Princess Changping's request for his presence, the Empress Dowager had already sent word, though she had not specified his course of action. Nevertheless, he was aware of the underlying motives. With Han Yunxi imprisoned, each day Mu Qinggu remained unconscious meant another day of suspicion cast upon her, ensuring she remained behind bars, exactly what the Empress Dowager desired. Furthermore, Mu Qinggu wielded military power and stood as both ally and friend to the second prince, the crown prince's fiercest rival. Should Mu Qinggu remain in a coma or even perish, it would serve the interests of the crown prince's faction. Even if it concerned the life of his own daughter, Han Song'an was more than willing to assist the Empress Dowager in framing Han Yunxi to safeguard the Han family's status. After a prolonged examination, he failed to identify any ailments or signs of poisoning. However, since Han Yunxi had treated him, she would be held accountable for whatever happened to Mu Qinggu, regardless of the circumstances. What is your perspective, then, Han uncle? Gu Beiyue inquired once more, maintaining a neutral stance. Having served by the emperor's side, he was acutely aware of the myriad interests at play within the court, recognizing that the more he knew, the more detrimental it would be for both Han Yunxi and himself. Han Song'an, a cunning old fox, refrained from disclosing his opinion and instead reproached, this girl has been useless since childhood. What does she know? I hear that the wound was inflicted by her when she attempted to detoxify him. Having examined the wound, which had healed remarkably well, an indication of skilled treatment, he found it hard to believe it was Han Yunxi's handiwork. How had she accomplished this? After all, she was known for her inability to distinguish between medicinal herbs. Since you have examined the wound, Han uncle, you should be aware that the young general's condition is not directly linked to that injury, am I correct? Gu Beiyue countered. Han Song'an stroked his goat beard, hesitating for a moment before responding, that it may not necessarily be the case. After all, we still cannot diagnose the source of the ailment. In that moment, a glimmer of caution flickered in Gu Beiyue's gentle eyes. The wound on Mu Qinggu's body was crucial. It had been treated by Han Yunxi. If it could be proven that the injury bore no connection to his current condition, Han Yunxi would be exonerated. Conversely, if the wound were to cause complications or even become fatal, Han Yunxi would find herself enduring a long sentence in prison. Fortunately, Han Song'an was Han Yunxi's biological father, yet he seemed intent on exploiting her vulnerable point. Since you hold that view, then the question of whether the Qin Wangfei is guilty or not will have to wait. Gu Beiyue's tone remained gentle, yet his words laid bare Han Song'an's true nature. After examining Mu Qinggu's wound and taking his pulse, Gu Beiyue confirmed that Han Song'an had not manipulated any findings. He spoke earnestly, General Mu, it appears that Han Shini is not only incapable of treating the crown prince but also unable to assist the young general. Thankfully, I remain confident about the young general's condition. He will awaken within the next couple of days, and I shall stay by his side. After a prolonged silence, Mu Dajuan's voice erupted with fury, get out. All of you, leave this instant, you are all worthless. The general's notorious temper was well known within the court. There had been instances of officials being severely harmed by his wrath. Fearing for his life, Han Song'an hastily exited, while Gu Beiyue stood resolute, facing the enraged Mu Dajuan. He presented a written guarantee, a stark black and white testament of life and death. General Mu, I stake my life on the promise that the young general will awaken within the next couple of days. I can save him, but if not, let it be one life for another. Gu Beiyue, though appearing delicate in his white robes, spoke with unwavering resolve, unafraid of the stakes involved. The furious Mu Dajuan's fist froze mid-air, and after what felt like an eternity, he finally lowered it, gritting his teeth as he replied, very well, I shall grant you one more opportunity. At that moment, Han Song'an had already fled far away, pondering the implications of Gu Beiyue's words. Did he harbor suspicions? With Gu Beiyue present, it would be challenging to harm Mu Qinggu. If he were to awaken, everything would unravel. As Han Song'an contemplated this, he exited the courtyard only to encounter Princess Changping and Mu Luiyue approaching. Having seen Princess Changping in good spirits that morning, he was baffled by her now veiled face. Your Highness, what has happened to you? Han Song'an inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Nothing to worry about. How did you come out? How is Brother Qinggu? Princess Changping asked hurriedly. She had unknowingly contracted some ailment during her visit to the prison, and throughout the morning, her face and feet had been itching, culminating in the emergence of red spots resembling rashes. Her face was her most treasured asset, and after discreetly consulting a physician, she had been reassured it was merely a rash that would resolve within a day or two. Thus, she hurriedly applied the medicine and rushed over. Chapter 30 An opportunity for escape. Oh dear, Han Song'an shook his head, the condition of the Major General is indeed quite complex. We can only wait a few days and see how things progress. Upon hearing this, Princess Changping became infuriated. Han Song'an, what is wrong with you? Why are you so useless? You cannot cure my brother the Crown Prince, nor can you heal Brother Qinggu. What kind of divine physician are you? You are a charlatan. I shall inform my imperial grandmother about this. This foolish princess, intent on saving Mu Qinggu, was simultaneously determined to harm Han Yunxi, all the while remaining oblivious to the fact that she was merely a pawn in the Empress Dowager's scheme. Suppressing the anger simmering within, Han Song'an patiently advised, Princess Changping, please do not be angry. Even Imperial Physician Gu could not discern the ailment. Who knows how long we must wait? If this drags on, that his words pointedly directed blame towards Gu Beiyue, and the unspoken conclusion sent both Princess Changping and Mu Luiyue into a state of alarm. Mu Luiyue, far more astute than Princess Changping, quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, Princess, that day, Imperial Physician Gu was assisting Han Yunxi. If Han Yunqi is guilty, then so is Imperial Physician Gu. Why does father allow him to monopolize brother's care? Yes, Imperial Physician Gu is also an accomplice, Princess Changping exclaimed, the realization striking her as she nearly strained her back in her excitement, painfully reminded that her injury had yet to heal. Rubbing her waist, she declared, I shall go to the Court of Judicial Review to report him. Han Song'an nodded, Your Highness, I shall return to consult with several esteemed members of the Medical Academy and come back to check on things tomorrow. The members of the Medical Academy were no ordinary individuals. The Yunnan Continent Medical Academy was the pinnacle of medical aspiration, gathering the elite of the continent's physicians, especially those venerable counselors aged over 100, revered as authorities in the medical field. Both Princess Changping and Mu Luiyue were elated. Wonderful, we shall await your good news, brother will surely be saved, then we can have father dismiss Imperial Physician Gu. Excellent, Luiyue, let us hurry to the Court of Judicial Review and make a significant report. In high spirits, Princess Changping was confident that her brother Qingwu would be fine, while Mu Luiyue eagerly followed suit. However, they did not consider that while the counselors were formidable, they were not deities, and the crown princess' illness had been diagnosed multiple times without resolution. Watching their retreating figures, Han Song'an's lips curled into a cold smirk. There were numerous ailments in this world beyond cure. He had already suffered from the crown prince's illness and would not take the lead again. If he merely replaced Gu Beiwei with another physician, it would not be difficult to ensure Mu Qingwu remained in a state of unconsciousness, or worse, in this way, he could avoid wading through this murky water himself. Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, you caused your mother's demise and brought disgrace to the Han family. Between the Empress Dowager and the Qin Wangfu. It is time you did something for the Han family in return. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi, imprisoned, was blissfully unaware of the dire straits she found herself in, for Gu Beiwei had been sending people to check on her regularly, and Lord Beigong had been so frightened last night that he dared not lay a hand on her again. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen visitor arrived that afternoon. At this moment, Han Yunqi was nestled on her bed, counting the hours, certain that tonight or tomorrow, the poison within Mu Qingwu would inevitably manifest. As long as Gu Beiwei could collect a blood sample in time, even without any medicine on hand, she could draft a prescription to temporarily save Mu Qingwu's life. Waiting and waiting, when would Gu Beiwei arrive? Just then, a jailer approached, conversing with the guards stationed at the door, who then retreated. Han Yunqi raised an eyebrow but chose to ignore it. To her surprise, the jailer unlocked the door and entered. How could a mere jailer enter when Han Yunqi was considered a major criminal? The jailer, in his 50s, had a kind demeanor. He furtively glanced around, ensuring no one was present, before hurriedly approaching Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi regarded him warily but remained silent. To her astonishment, the jailer knelt before her with a thud. Little benefactor, at last, I have found you. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Han Yunqi recalled the memories of her predecessor, who had been a sheltered, bullied girl, never having committed any heinous act, nor done any good deed. Elder, please rise and speak of the matter at hand, Han Yunqi said, attempting to assist him. The jailer, overwhelmed with emotion, refused to stand. Little benefactor, you surely do not know who I am, but I know who you are. You are the daughter of Madame Tianqin, are you not? You married the Qin Wang and are now the Qin Wang faith. Madame Tianqin. Although Han Yunqi was merely inheriting the body and memories of her predecessor, and was not the original individual, the name stirred an unshakable warmth within her heart. Madame Tianqin was her mother, a woman of remarkable medical skill and true benevolence, who had tragically perished during childbirth. Little benefactor, your mother was the savior of my entire family. That winter, when the plague ravaged the village of Lu in the western outskirts, my family fell ill. It was your mother who healed us all, otherwise we would have been burned alive. As the jailer recounted the events, he knelt again, choking back tears. Why do all good people have such short lives? I have yet to repay her kindness, and Madame Tianqin has already left this world. The jailer appeared genuinely sorrowful, tears streaming down his face. Elder, a healer's duty is to assist the world. It was my mother's responsibility. You need not dwell on it. Living well is the greatest tribute you can offer to my mother, Han Yunqi comforted, attempting to help the jailer rise, but he would not budge. Little benefactor, I have come today to repay her kindness. I cannot bear to see you perish in this prison. At this, Han Yunqi was taken aback. Perish here? The jailer anxiously glanced back, confirming no one was approaching, before grasping Han Yunqi's hand tightly and whispering, Little benefactor, I have long wanted to see you since your arrival. However, it was only last night that I was on duty. I overheard Lord Beigong and others discussing your fate. The higher-ups want your life. I know, Han Yunqi replied, subtly pulling her hand away from the jailer's grasp, smiling lightly. There were many who sought her life among the higher-ups. However, the jailer was clearly agitated. Little benefactor, it is the Empress Dowager who seeks your life. They plan to kill Major General Mu and pin your death on you, claiming you committed suicide out of guilt. Seeing Han Yunqi's lack of reaction, the jailer hurriedly continued, Little benefactor, you do not understand. Major General Mu is aligned with the second prince. The Empress Dowager aims to eliminate him under the pretense of assisting the crown prince. This revelation stunned Han Yunqi, not out of shock at the Empress Dowager's intentions, but at the extent of knowledge this jailer possessed. The jailer, trembling with anxiety, rushed to the door to check for any onlookers, confirming the coast was clear before returning, speaking in a hushed tone, Little benefactor, I am on duty tonight as well. I have arranged everything below. I know a secret passage. All you need to do is follow me. Do not foolishly wait here. I have heard them say that once Major General dies tomorrow, you will be killed immediately, accused of suicide out of guilt. You will let me go? Han Yunqi asked incredulously. Yes, we shall leave in the dead of night. Little benefactor, I have prepared a carriage for your escape. You can flee as far as possible and never return. The jailer spoke earnestly. If I run, wouldn't it be seen as fleeing out of guilt? How would I ever explain myself? Han Yunqi questioned again. Apologies, but she had been an orphan since childhood, accustomed to the caprices of human nature and the harsh realities of life. Trusting a stranger so readily was out of the question. Moreover, if she truly fled, it would be tantamount to admitting her misdiagnosis, the greatest humiliation for a healer, and even if she took a leap of faith, she did not believe the Empress Dowager could easily kill Mu Qingwu. Did this jailer think she was still the naive, sheltered Han Yunqi of your little benefactor? Now is not the time to quibble about right and wrong. Your life is at stake. The jailer implored anxiously. If I leave, what will happen to you? I cannot bring myself to harm another. Han Yunqi emphasized the words harm another, causing the jailer to avert his gaze. Little benefactor, my life is of little value. Madame Tianqin saved my family, repaying her with my own life is not too much to ask. The jailer's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. As he spoke, Han Yunqi suddenly asked coldly, why should I trust you? In that moment, the jailer was left speechless. Little benefactor, you this I flustered and at a loss for words, the jailer stammered, while Han Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile, her mind now made up. Elder, you are of considerable age, you cannot afford such turmoil, please, leave, Han Yunqi stated resolutely, returning to her position on the bed, her bright eyes glistening with clarity, rendering the jailer unable to meet her gaze directly. Then please take care, little benefactor. The jailer, struggling to maintain his composure, retreated hastily. Han Yunqi watched him silently, contemplating that if she truly escaped tonight, she would likely be killed as soon as she stepped outside the court of judicial review. Who, after all, devised such a treacherous scheme? The moment the jailer departed, he was escorted to a hidden chamber by two guards, where Princess Changping, Mu Luiyue, and Bei Gonghizi were engaged in light conversation. Upon seeing the jailer return, Princess Changping promptly stood. Well, did she agree? Princess Changping had come to report Gu Beiyue while also presenting a cunning scheme to entice Han Yunqi into escaping. After failing to deal with Han Yunqi the previous night, resulting in her own injury and a bout of wind rash, Princess Changping was eager to see Han Yunqi condemned. The jailer immediately knelt to Princess Changping. The Qin Wanfei is too clever. I am utterly useless. Princess Changping's hopes were dashed, and in her anger, she kicked him. You worthless fool, get lost. Lord Beigong exchanged glances with the guards, who then led the jailer away. Princess Changping narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning sinister as she made a slashing motion with her hand towards Lord Beigong. Absolutely not, Beigong immediately objected. Your Highness, we cannot proceed with that. If it were possible, we would have done it last night. And no matter what, she cannot die here. The Court of Judicial Review cannot bear that responsibility, especially since the Empress Dowager has not yet given her orders. With me here, what is there to fear? The Empress Dowager has long desired her death, Princess Changping retorted coldly. Even so, she cannot die here. There is also the Qin. Before Lord Beigong could finish his sentence, Mu Luiyue suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Princess, Lord Beigong, I have another plan. Let us consider this. Chapter 31. No turning back. It was uncertain what Mu Luiyue whispered, but the expressions of Princess Changping and Lord Beigong brightened with delight. Lord Beigong immediately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, splendid, Miss Mu is indeed a clever individual. Excellent, Luiyue, once the task is accomplished, you shall be handsomely rewarded. Princess Changping's eyes glimmered with a sinister smile as she hastily instructed Hizhe of Beigong to make preparations. Han Yunqi, this time, you must be eliminated. Han Yunqi anxiously awaited news of Mu Qingwu throughout the afternoon, yet no word arrived. By now, darkness had enveloped the sky. Another day had passed, and tomorrow marked the final deadline. She was beginning to doubt whether Gu Beiyue had already procured a blood sample on his way. However, until dinner time, a young apothecary finally arrived, delivering a specially concocted warming medicinal soup. Upon tasting it, Han Yunqi recognized Gu Beiyue's touch. Warmth spread through her heart, realizing that he truly was a considerate person. Has there been any news from the young general? Han Yunqi inquired softly. The young apothecary shook his head. Princess Qin, your father visited today, and after he left, Dr. has been by the young general's side without a moment's respite. Han Song'an, what did he say? Han Yunqi regarded that man with disdain. She felt a surge of anxiety, as the entire capital knew Han Song'an was the Empress Dowager's lapdog. I am not certain, my lady, please, drink while it's warm. The young apothecary could not linger for long. As Han Yunqi sipped the soup, he continued in a hushed tone, Dr. Han could not determine the ailment. General Mu was furious, and Dr. signed a life and death agreement before General Mu allowed him to stay. At this revelation, Han Yunqi's heart jolted, and inexplicably, her eyes began to sting with unshed tears. My lady, Dr. Gu asked me to convey his message. He urges you to relax and not to worry excessively, and to take care of yourself while awaiting his return. Han Yunqi's mind involuntarily conjured the image of Gu Beiyue's gentle eyes, and her anxious, restless heart inexplicably quieted. Gu Beiyue, will you come tonight? That night, sleep eluded Han Yunqi. Even in the dead of night, her eyes remained wide open, steadfast in her belief that her judgment was infallible. Either tonight or by tomorrow, within the span of a single night and day, the fates of herself and Mu Qingwu would be adjudicated. Gu Beiyue was their sole hope. She could only pray that he would not encounter any unforeseen troubles. Han Yunqi waited, and finally, just as dawn began to break, commotion erupted outside the prison. The sound of hurried footsteps was unmistakable. In the dim light, Han Yunqi could not ascertain who approached. Though excitement surged within her, she stifled it and waited in silence. Soon, light spilled into the gloom, and indeed, it was Gu Beiyue. Overjoyed, Han Yunqi leapt from her bed of embers. Seeing the guards present, she dared not raise her voice. Gu Beiyue discreetly settled matters with the guards, ensuring their departure. This was hardly visiting hours, and he must have spent a considerable sum. Once the guards left, Gu Beiwei, more anxious than Han Yunqi, exclaimed, quickly, the items you requested have arrived. The poison has manifested? Han Yunqi whispered. Indeed, you were right, high fever persists, lips and tongue are turning purple. I collected a blood sample and rushed over immediately. General Mu finally believes us and is personally overseeing the matter. Gu Beiwei handed Han Yunqi a golden needle. Although she was not well versed in toxins, the pulse and complexion of Mu Qinggu indicated a deadly poison. Everyone understood that facing such a toxin meant racing against time. She had to retrieve the antidote post-haste to save him, otherwise, the efforts of the past few days would be in vain. Without further inquiry, Han Yunqi turned to insert the golden needle into the detoxification system for analysis. The result nearly caused her to collapse. It's the 10,000 serpents' venom. The 10,000 serpents' venom? Gu Beiwei had never heard of it. It is a concoction of the venom from the 10 most poisonous snakes in existence. This toxin lies dormant for a time, but once it erupts, it guarantees death within an hour. Han Yunqi explained, neglecting to elaborate further. She swiftly retrieved several prepared medicinal packets from the detoxification system. Here, this medicine can only slow the toxin's rapid onset. Administer it to him first, then concoct the antidote. It must be prepared within 2 hours for him to consume, otherwise, Han Yunqi could not bring herself to finish the sentence. Hurriedly, she relayed the antidote recipe to Gu Beiwei and urged him to leave. In truth, had she been able to escape, she could have directly used acupuncture to expel the poison. But now, trapped, she could only rely on oral medication for detoxification. Fortunately, the ingredients would not be difficult for Gu Beiwei to procure. Time was of the essence. The journey from the Dali temple back to the general's residence would take some time, and brewing the medicine required time as well. They were truly racing against time for lives. If they succeeded, all would be well. If they failed, it would cost 2 lives. Gu Beiwei, already on edge, grew even more so upon hearing Han Yunqi's words. He grabbed the items and, without a word of farewell, made to leave. However, to his dismay, he had barely taken a few steps when Lord Beigong personally led several guards to encircle him. Doctor Gu, what a surprise to find you here in the dead of night. No wonder I could not locate you at your residence. Gu Beiwei's heart raced with urgency, though he maintained a calm facade. You are hereby placed under arrest pending further investigation, Lord Beigong declared loudly. At that moment, Han Yunqi, confined within her cell, heard the commotion and kicked the wall in frustration. Surely, they could not be doing this on purpose. Lord Beigong, who grants? Lord Hizhe raised his hands in a gesture of feigned submission. The Empress Dowager. Where's your evidence, Lord Hizhe? General Mu has already placed his trust in me. I must return to administer the antidote to the young general. You dare detain me, you shall bear the consequences. Finally, the typically gentle Gu Beiwei was enraged. After all, the lives of both Mu Qinggu and Han Yunqi rested in his hands. Ha, such nonsense. Han has already sought the medical academy for consultation. You may as well abandon hope. Lord Beigong scoffed. Let me go, you will condemn the young general to death. I demand to see the emperor. Lord Hizhe, the emperor's health has been fragile of late. I must remain on standby. Think carefully. Gu Beiwei continued to struggle, but alas, as a physician, he was no match for the formidable guards. Before long, his voice faded into the eerie corridor. Princess Changping had long urged Lord Beigong to apprehend individuals, claiming that if her father were to blame, she would bear the burden alone. Lord Beigong, wary of Gu Beiwei's status, had hesitated to act. Only after confirming that the emperor's health was stable did he dare to make his move, quietly capturing Gu Beiwei in the dead of night. Send word to the princess, informing her that the task has been accomplished without raising any alarms, Lord Beigong instructed as he yawned, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes, signaling for everyone to withdraw. Soon, the area was deserted, and the flames of the torches flickered out. Han Yunqi could no longer contain herself. She kicked the iron bars forcefully, her fury and anxiety beyond expression. Taking deep breaths, she paced back and forth. Just 1 hour, 2 hours, what would she do? Would General Mu notice Gu Beiwei's absence? Would he come searching for him? When would he arrive? If General Mu sent someone to retrieve the medicine, would it still be timely? Without Gu Beiwei, could the required ingredients be found in such a short time? What if General Mu believed Gu Beiwei had deceived him? Maintaining composure was an essential quality of a physician. Even in the face of death, a healer remained calm. Yet, at this moment, Han Yunqi was consumed by restlessness. She could not afford to wait, nor could she take risks. As time ticked by, Han Yunqi gripped the iron bars, her heart racing faster, feeling like a cornered beast. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted into her line of sight. Han Yunqi froze momentarily. The newcomer, clad in black and masked, wielding a large blade, made her retreat hastily. Who are you? Han Yunqi, someone has paid for your release. Enough chatter, come with me, the figure declared, swinging the large blade to sever the lock and charging in. An assassin, a prison break, her enemies would wish for her to remain in the dungeons forever. Why would they spend money to rescue her? Recalling the earlier charade with the prison warden, Han Yunqi surmised that her abduction would likely lead to charges of fleeing from justice. As she prepared to evade, the masked figure grasped her shoulder. Han Yunqi contemplated resisting and calling for help but suddenly froze. This was an opportunity. The chance to escape the dungeons and save lives had arrived, had it not? Hero, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me, I will go with you. Han Yunqi feigned fear. As long as you follow my lead, I promise not to harm you, the masked assassin agreed, eager for her compliance. Han Yunqi nodded vigorously, and thus, the masked figure led her out of her cell and towards the main gate. Along the way, she noticed several guards sprawled on the ground, and a few wardens as well. It seemed the masked assassin had indeed fought through the ranks. Upon reaching the main gate, they encountered several guards, but the masked figure, skilled in combat and valiant, dispatched them effortlessly, leading Han Yunqi out of the Dali temple. A physician's eye is keen, capable of discerning the minutest details. Han Yunqi had previously harbored doubts, but now, witnessing the masked figure's actions, she was certain that he was in league with Lord He, deliberately orchestrating her escape to frame her with charges of fleeing from justice. The masked figure did not pause after exiting the gate. He ran with Han Yunqi for some distance before stopping in a narrow alley. "Where are you taking me?" Han Yunqi asked timidly. The masked figure chuckled coldly. "Princess Qin, my employer wishes you dead, but you must perish outside the prison. Apologies." With that, he suddenly raised his large blade, aiming for Han Yunqi's neck. Han Yunqi instinctively dodged. The masked assassin scoffed. "Dawn is approaching, Princess Qin, allow me to send you on your way." However, just as he raised the blade once more, his hand unexpectedly seized up, rendering him powerless. The blade clattered to the ground, and simultaneously, his other hand and legs experienced the same fate, leaving him utterly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. "You!" the masked assassin gasped, unable to articulate his shock as he lay defeated. Chapter 32 Rescue. Every second counts. The once timid expression on Han Yunqi's face vanished without a trace, replaced by an indescribable fury. She viciously aimed a kick at the face of the dark-clad assassin, exclaiming, "What do you want?" "I'll send you to your death. Go back and tell Baigong He that this debt has been duly noted by the princess." She was a physician, and more specifically, a poison master. To put it plainly, she was an expert in toxins, adept at both concocting poisons and antidotes. The black-clad assassin had led her from the prison without a hint of caution, and if she didn't seize this opportunity to administer poison, she would be failing her professional ethics. Han Yunqi was acutely aware that the moment she stepped out of the Dali Temple prison, regardless of whether she lived or died, she would be accused of fleeing justice. However, time was of the essence, and she was determined to defy the odds. If those people wanted her to escape, she might as well make the charge against her a reality. After more than an hour of turmoil, she had less than an hour remaining. Exiting the alley, Han Yunqi sprinted desperately towards General Mu's residence, her slender figure darting through the early morning mist like a startled deer. "Master, that appears to be the princess," Chu Shifeng said timidly. He and Prince Qin had just returned to the city after seeking medicine, and they had nearly collided with the frantically running Princess Qin. Fortunately, they had managed to evade her in time. At that moment, the master and servant duo hid atop a roof by the roadside. Long Fei, dressed in a simple yet elegant outfit, was extraordinarily handsome and exuded an aura of cool nobility. With his brows slightly knit, he wasted no time and chased after her. What was this woman running so fast for so early in the morning? Was she fleeing for her life? Han Yunqi continued to run, driven by the urgency of saving a life, her pace faster than that of a mere escape. Cursed the Dali Temple for being so far from the general's residence. She was unaware of how terrifying her speed had become. By the time she reached the entrance of General Mu's residence, she was nearly breathless, banging on the door with all her might, gasping for breath and unable to utter a word. Soon, the gatekeeper arrived to open the door, startled upon seeing her. "Princess Qin, what brings you here? Where is Physician Gu?" "Quick, die!" Han Yunqi was still panting, unable to articulate her thoughts. Opting for silence, she pushed past the gatekeeper, intent on rushing inside. Just then, a sharp voice rang out from behind. "Han Yunqi, what are you doing here? Stop!" That voice could only belong to Princess Changping. Han Yunqi's steps faltered momentarily, but she refused to look back and continued to dash inside. Princess Changping, flustered, shouted, "Someone, pursue her, Han Yunqi has escaped." Several attendants hurried after her, while Princess Changping lifted her long skirt and ran after them. She had just received news from Baigong He that Gu Beiwei had been imprisoned, so she had immediately sought out Han, the divine physician, who had mentioned needing to wait for a message from the Medical Academy's council before recommending a physician. Han Yunqi surged forward once more, racing towards Mu Qingwu's chamber, with several attendants and Princess Changping hot on her heels. Soon, the once tranquil general's residence erupted into chaos. Han Yunqi was convinced that this was the fastest she had ever run in her life. When she reached Mu Qingwu's door, she nearly collided with it. Fortunately, she managed to place her hand on the door and halt her momentum. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. She pounded furiously, breathless. The ever-watchful General Mu rushed to open the door, and upon seeing Han Yunqi, he was taken aback. Han Yunqi, where is Gu Beiwei? Wasn't he supposed to? Gu Beiwei had not returned. He had already sent someone to search for him, but with no word back, he was anxious and unable to leave Mu Qingwu's side. Seeing Han Yunqi now left him bewildered. Breathless, Han Yunqi gestured for General Mu to let her in, and just then, Princess Changping's voice rang out from behind. Han Yunqi, Han Yunqi, stop right there, you are not permitted to enter. General Mu, she is a fugitive, stop her. What was happening? Regardless of the circumstances, detoxification was paramount. Upon witnessing Gu Beiwei extracting a sample of black toxic blood from Mu Qingwu's wound and observing the darkening color of his lips, General Mu, despite his ignorance of medicine, understood that Qingwu was indeed poisoned. Even if he had doubted Han Yunqi before, he could no longer afford to do so. When Han Yunqi spoke of poisoning, she was telling the truth. When she warned that the toxin would manifest in the coming days, it had indeed come to pass. Wasn't it Han Yunqi who had previously extracted the poison needle from Qingwu's body? The more General Mu pondered, the more unsettling it became. What Han Yunqi had diagnosed, Han Chong'an had failed to recognize, and he had even suggested consulting the Medical Academy's council, which had yet to arrive. Detoxification was an urgent matter, whoever could detoxify would be revered. As these thoughts crossed his mind, General Mu also recalled Gu Beiyu's warning before he left how the Empress Dowager was resolute in her intent to imprison Han Yunqi, and without a doubt, she would find a way to fabricate evidence against her. And the evidence was none other than Mu Qingwu. The factional strife in court was fierce. General Mu was no fool and was well aware that the Crown Prince's faction had long coveted the military power held by Qingwu. As Princess Changping's subordinates approached, General Mu made a swift decision, pushing Han Yunqi inside and stepping out himself, closing the door behind him and even locking it. Once the door was locked, Princess Changping's attendants arrived, only to be met with General Mu's fierce glare, standing like a formidable deity at the entrance. The attendants, accustomed to relying on their positions, shrank back in fear, hesitant to advance. Princess Changping, out of breath, approached, taking deep breaths to recover before commanding, "General Mu, open the door at once." "Princess Changping, this is my son's chamber. What business do you have here so early in the morning?" General Mu inquired, clearly displeased. Princess Changping was momentarily taken aback, astonished by General Mu's demeanor. Wasn't he also vehemently opposed to Han Yunqi? After all, it was Han Yunqi who had caused her brother Qingwu to be in this state. "General Mu, have you lost your mind? Let the criminal Han Yunqi in. What is your intention?" Princess Changping exclaimed in anger. "Physician Gu is attending to him. Do not cause any more chaos." General Mu retorted, unyielding. Princess Changping was momentarily stunned, but soon she shouted, "General Mu, you are blinded by folly. I saw you let Han Yunqi in. I must inform you that Han Yunqi is a fugitive, and you intend to harbor a criminal? You must be mistaken, Princess. The Princess Qin is currently imprisoned in the Dali Temple. How could she possibly be in my residence?" General Mu boldly lied, standing firm. For the sake of his son, he was willing to blatantly deceive, believing that as long as his son awakened, everything else could be resolved. "You!" Princess Changping gasped. "I clearly saw her. You are lying." "Indeed, General Mu, you are a high-ranking official. Do not speak falsehoods." The attendants chimed in eagerly. General Mu glared at them. "You are aware that I am a high-ranking official. What gives you the right to address me? Withdraw at once." The attendants, deflated, retreated behind Princess Changping. Princess Changping pouted defiantly. "Humph, I do not care. I saw her. I must go in." As she spoke, she attempted to force her way in, but General Mu pressed against the door, spreading his arms wide. "Qingwu is gravely ill and requires rest. I will not allow anyone to intrude without the Emperor's command. I would rather die here than open this door." Inside, Han Yunqi was diligently scanning to determine the toxin's severity and location. Upon hearing General Mu's words, she breathed a sigh of relief. This old fellow had finally regained his senses. She had only 30 minutes left. There was no time for brewing medicine or concocting antidotes. Since she was here, she would have to rely on acupuncture for detoxification. The detoxification scanner was moving back and forth, quickly pinpointing the toxin's location. Outside, Princess Changping tugged at General Mu's arm, exerting all her strength to pull him away. "I have brought a physician. At the very least, allow the physician to check on him. Han Yunqi has treated him twice, and both times there was no improvement. She claimed he would awaken, yet he remains unconscious to this day. She is utterly untrustworthy. General Mu, I implore you, let the physician in." "A physician? Is it one sent by the Empress Dowager?" General Mu scoffed inwardly, his posture unyielding. As Princess Changping struggled to pull him away and was growing increasingly anxious, Mu Luiwei unexpectedly arrived with a group of people, none other than Bei Gonghizi and his entourage. She had devised a clever scheme for Bei Gonghizi, planning to send an assassin to kill Han Yunqi after abducting her, then leading troops to capture her. Upon encountering Han Yunqi's lifeless body, they would frame her for fleeing justice, labeling her a... Little did they know that this frail woman had managed to escape the assassin's blade. If it weren't for Mu Luoyue's warning, Bei Gonghizi wouldn't have known where to search her. Upon seeing Bei Gonghizi leading a contingent of officials, Princess Changping rejoiced and hurriedly exclaimed, "Lord Bei Gong, Han Yunqi is inside. Hurry and capture her." General Mu's heart sank at the sight of Bei Gonghizi, wishing he could hang Mu Luiwei by her neck. In times of chaos, the military ruled. In times of peace, the officials held sway. The military could not contend with the officials, lest they be accused of treason. Inside, Han Yunqi had successfully identified the precise location of the myriad snake venom, which was concentrated in Mu Qingwu's chest, gradually erupting from within, a location perilously close to the heart. She had to act immediately. Even a moment's delay could be catastrophic. Han Yunqi was grateful she had arrived in time. Ignoring the commotion outside, she focused her mind, retrieving the necessary golden needles and arranging them meticulously to the side before proceeding to unfasten Mu Qingwu's clothing, searching for the correct acupuncture points. "General Mu, I am fulfilling my duty to apprehend a fugitive. I kindly ask for your cooperation," Bei Gonghizi said with a veneer of politeness. "The fugitive is not here. Please leave, Lord Bei Gong." General Mu flatly dismissed him, blocking the entrance. Princess Changping clearly saw the fugitive enter. Does General Mu believe she is lying? Bei Gonghizi pressed further. General Mu remained silent, turning his gaze away. "Since General Mu refuses to cooperate, do not blame me for being impolite." Bei Gonghizi's tone turned cold as he commanded, "Come, escort General Mu away and search the premises." In an instant, a throng of officials surrounded him, intent on apprehending General Mu. Unlike Princess Changping, Bei Gonghizi possessed the authority to arrest fugitives, and thus invoked the military without hesitation. "You dare!" General Mu roared, instilling fear in those who hesitated to act. He was a general, commanding an army of hundreds of thousands. "In the name of the Empress Dowager, we are here to capture the fugitive. What are you all waiting for? Daegung Heezy shouted in anger. Chapter 33 The Savior. Patiently awaiting within the room, Han Yunqi was poised to insert the first golden needle. Reluctantly, she was distracted by the sounds of a dispute outside. At this critical juncture, should that group of individuals burst in, the situation would become exceedingly dire. They would undoubtedly accuse her of attempted murder. Alas, her technique for detoxification could not be rushed. She had to attend to each acupoint methodically. General Mu, please hold on. Unaware of the cold sweat trickling down her temples, Han Yunqi gritted her teeth and focused intently, piercing the second golden needle into place. With Northern Palace Heezy's words echoing in their minds, the officials surged forward. General Mu's brow furrowed deeply, and unable to endure any longer, he impulsively drew his long sword. Protect the young general. Upon witnessing this, Northern Palace Heezy gasped in shock, indignantly questioning, General Mu, what do you mean by this? Are you intending to mobilize troops? At this moment, the surrounding crowd stood in stun. While there exists a saying that a general in the field is not bound by the emperor's command, General Mu was currently within the imperial capital. Without the emperor's orders, he was not permitted to mobilize his soldiers. Moreover, his troops were stationed outside the capital, leaving only a small contingent for protection at the residence. How could the soldiers confront the officials? Furthermore, Northern Palace Heezy was acting under orders to apprehend someone, a legitimate cause. Was General Mu truly on the verge of defying the Empress's decree and openly rebelling? General Mu was acutely aware of the consequences of his actions, yet for the sake of his son's life, he was willing to risk everything. General Mu, I am acting under orders to apprehend. Do you dare to oppose me with your troops? Are you truly seeking rebellion? Northern Palace Heezy's voice was sharp. Dad. Suddenly, Mu Luiwei cried out, Father, please calm down. Beside her, the steward and attendants grew anxious, never anticipating that matters would escalate to this point. Even for the young general's sake, the general could not raise an army and provide grounds for accusations. If this were to reach the emperor's ears, the crime of rebellion, especially by soldiers, would warrant the extermination of 9 generations. How many in the court were waiting eagerly to exploit the general's vulnerabilities? At his family's urgent pleas, General Mu finally regained his composure, glaring fiercely at Northern Palace Heezy while a wave of sorrow washed over him. This was the tragedy of being a minister. This was his Achilles heel. No matter how esteemed he was by the emperor, should he raise troops without cause, or oppose the authorities without justification, he would meet a dead end, leaving no room for negotiation. In times of peace, a military general within the imperial capital was, in fact, rendered powerless. With a resentful clatter, General Mu sheathed his sword, and his soldiers were compelled to retreat. Witnessing this, Northern Palace Heezy was elated. With a mere glance, his fierce official seized General Mu. It was not that General Mu could not resist, rather, as a military leader, he could not retaliate. General Mu was restrained to one side, and Northern Palace Heezy, reveling in his triumph, sneered, General Mu, do not worry, once we locate Han Yunqi, I shall not accuse you of harboring a fugitive. I will commend you for your report, haha. Fuming, General Mu nearly ground his teeth to dust, spitting in Northern Palace Heezy's direction, and cried out mournfully to Princess Changping, Princess Changping, Qingwu has indeed been poisoned. Han Yunqi did not misdiagnose him, the detoxification is urgent, she is currently saving Qingwu's life. Princess Changping was not inclined to believe that useless Han Yunqi, exclaiming, are you bewitched, what nonsense are you spouting? She then shouted, Imperial Physician. Someone fetch the Imperial Physician, where is the physician? A cold glint flickered in Northern Palace Heezy's eyes. The Empress had already issued secret orders to seize this opportunity to take Qingwu's life. Han Yunqi's arrival was fortuitous, making her the prime suspect. Bring the axe and break that lock. Northern Palace Heezy commanded sharply. Bang! The resounding crash startled Han Yunqi, causing her hand to tremble for the first time. She still held several golden needles, yet her hand quaked as her heart raced. Outside, the rustling noises indicated that the intruders were attempting to break the lock. In the next moment, they would burst through the door. At that instant, Han Yunqi's delicate face grew solemn, her eyes downcast, and her lips pressed tightly together, exuding an air of cold elegance. One hand continued to administer needles, while the other grasped Qingwu's personal dagger firmly. If only she could have 10 more minutes, she could expel the toxins. She was all in. No matter who attempted to stop her, she would take Qingwu hostage and see who dared to act. Time trickled by, and soon, Han Yunqi noticed that the previously rustling sounds outside had faded into silence. No one pushed the door open. What was happening? The quiet outside was unnerving, as if nothing stirred at all. What could have transpired? Unable to decipher the situation, Han Yunqi chose to dismiss her thoughts. No disturbance was preferable to a disturbance. She needed to focus on detoxifying. Without distractions, her concentration sharpened even further, and her speed increased significantly as the golden needles were methodically inserted into their corresponding acupoints. In a matter of moments, over 20 needles adorned Qingwu's chest, his once fair skin turning progressively redder, deepening to a near-black hue. Seeing this, Han Yunqi felt a surge of joy. The toxins were about to be expelled. She reached for another golden needle, but just then, a chorus of exclamations erupted from outside. Long live His Highness, the Prince of Qin! Startled, Han Yunqi's hand froze. Her composure, usually steadfast, wavered at this unexpected proclamation. The Prince of Qin, her newlywed husband, Long Fei, my heavens, was he truly here? Was that why the crowd had suddenly fallen silent? What brought him here? Did he come bearing medicinal herbs to find her? Well, none of that was of primary concern. The crux of the matter was that this divine being's presence ensured her safety, absolute safety. Han Yunqi wished to exclaim, Long Fei, you are undoubtedly my destined savior. With Long Fei's arrival, Han Yunqi felt assured of her safety. Regardless of the commotion outside, she blocked it all out, wholly dedicated to detoxifying Qingwu. Meanwhile, outside, everyone knelt, even Princess Changping, who bowed deeply, not daring to rise. Mu Luiwe, who had long admired the Prince of Qin, knelt at the back, staring enraptured at Long Fei, as though the world had narrowed to just the two of them, casting aside all else. Many officials and guards present had never laid eyes on Long Fei in person. They trembled, heads bowed, caught between excitement and fear, eager to gaze upon him yet afraid to look. He was a man of divine presence. Long Fei stood casually at the door, his tall frame erect as a mountain, with sharp, chiseled features akin to a blade. He appeared as a sovereign, exuding an aura of command, as if all the winds and clouds of the heavens converged in his gaze. All rise. His voice was consistently cold and commanding. The crowd rose, though most dared not lift their eyes. Long Fei had been tracking Han Yunqi, observing from the rooftops, and had gathered some understanding of the situation. His frigid gaze locked onto Northern Palace Hezi. Lord He, when did the Princess of Qin become a fugitive? This prince was unaware. Northern Palace Hezi quaked, immediately lowering his head under Long Fei's icy scrutiny, feeling as if he were trapped in an ice cellar. If she were indeed a fugitive, it implied she had been imprisoned before. Long Fei was questioning Northern Palace Hezi for apprehending her without his consent. Your Highness, the arrest warrant was personally issued by Her Majesty the Empress. He could not rely on Princess Changping for justification. He had to invoke the highest authority. So you intend to use the Empress to pressure this prince? Long Fei's already frigid voice turned even colder. Northern Palace Hezi, terrified, knelt once more. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Your Highness, I would not dare. The situation is as follows. When the young general was attacked, upon arrival, he was already unconscious, and everyone witnessed the Princess of Qin brandishing a dagger at him. Subsequently, the princess claimed she could heal him, yet after several attempts, she was unable to do so. General Mu, is this true? Long Fei's icy gaze fell upon General Mu. Typically irascible, General Mu now appeared subdued before Long Fei, responding in a low voice, it is. What is the current situation? Long Fei inquired again. General Mu hesitated, unsure of how to articulate the matter. Everyone trembled in fear, with General Mu trembling most violently, repeatedly bowing his head as he recounted the entire story, including Qingwu's poisoning incident. So, you apprehended someone without evidence, and now you wish to obstruct the rescue? No, no. Your Highness, the Empress is merely being cautious. After all, the Princess of Qin is also a suspect, so I ordered her confinement until an imperial physician could be summoned for diagnosis. Northern Palace Hezi hastily defended himself. Indeed. Your Highness, the Empress cares for the princess, yet it must be handled with propriety. We cannot provide grounds for accusation. Moreover, Han Yunqi has yet to revive Qingwu, who would believe she is capable, being the waste of the Han family? Your Highness, perhaps you should allow us to enter and check, just in case. Before Princess Changping could finish her sentence, she fell silent, intimidated by Long Fei's icy glare. Long Fei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded. Indeed, it should be handled with due process. Upon hearing this, Northern Palace Hezi and Princess Changping both sighed in relief. Princess Changping was certain that in Long Fei's eyes, Han Yunqi was no more than a servant girl, someone he would despise rather than protect. As the atmosphere relaxed, Northern Palace Hezi timidly suggested, Your Highness, perhaps we should allow the imperial physician to enter, just in case. To his astonishment, Long Fei interrupted coldly, what if she is disturbed and it affects the detoxification process? Lord He, will you take responsibility for that? This, to be responsible for the young general's life, as well as for the charges against the Princess of Qin. Northern Palace Hezi was terrified to the core. Your Highness, I trust the princess. Let her treat the young general alone. General Mu stated earnestly. With Gu Beiyu's warning in mind, he had grown distrustful of the imperial physician brought by Princess Changping. Long Fei stepped aside, casting a cold glance at the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to enter? Lord Northern Palace and Mu Luiwei cautiously glanced at Princess Changping, who desired to enter but lacked the courage to do so. Since no one wishes to enter, then please wait, Lord Northern Palace. Long Fei spoke indifferently. Chapter 34 Tension, what will be the outcome? How could I dare? A mere please, how could Beigong Hezi withstand it? Yet, Long Fei continued, if the Qin Wangfei cannot save Mu Qingwu, you shall take matters back and handle them accordingly. However, if the Qin Wangfei succeeds in reviving Mu Qingwu, he paused, his tone suddenly chilling, if you lack substantial evidence to detain my consort, do not blame me for treating this as a matter of state. Beigong Hezi shuddered, utterly bewildered. He remained uncertain whether Han Yunqi was a savior or a villain. He had only heeded the words of Princess Changping and the Empress Dowager. All present waited in trepidation, their hearts heavy with uncertainty. Both Princess Changping and Mu Luiwei wished for Mu Qinggu's safety yet did not desire Han Yunqi to escape blame. Caught in a web of conflicting emotions, their handkerchiefs nearly crumpled in their anxious grips. Servants brought in chairs, and Long Fei, with an imposing demeanor, took his seat at the doorway, reminiscent of a deity surveying all. He declared he would wait, even if it took 3 days and nights. No one would dare to move him. The more Beigong Hezi pondered, the more fear enveloped him. Unlike the others, he was merely a minor official, the Minister of Justice. Mu Qinggu's life or death bore no consequence to him. Should matters continue this way, if Mu Qinggu were truly revived, his own fate would be sealed. He had to find a way inside. Just then, a knock echoed from behind Long Fei. This was someone knocking from within. The entire room fell silent, all eyes converging, the knock resonating in their hearts. Thud, thud, thud. Inside the room were only Mu Qinggu and Han Yunqi. Who could it be? Long Fei lazily rose, personally moving the chair aside. The door had been secured from the outside, the pried lock still hanging there. Could it be that Han Yunqi had indeed neutralized Mu Qingwu's poison? The general, Mu Qingwu, was both excited and anxious, wishing to rush forward and fling the door open. However, seeing that the Qin Wang had no intention of yielding, he could only suppress his frantic heart. Long Fei was in no haste to open the door. Instead, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Bei Gonghizi, whose heart nearly leapt from his chest. His legs trembled, his vision dimmed, unsure of the outcome, wanting desperately to close his eyes and look away. Long Fei personally removed the chair, unfastened the iron chain, and slid back the bolt, all eyes fixated on his hands. With each movement, anxiety gripped them, breaths held in suspense. The occupants within seemed to have heard the sound of the bolt being drawn back, and they ceased knocking. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, each heartbeat racing faster. Suddenly, Long Fei thrust the door open. Bang! In that instant, Bei Gonghizi's heart nearly leapt from his chest. There stood a figure inside, tall and upright, with thick brows and large eyes, his features strikingly deep-set. Though his complexion was as pale as parchment, the brilliance in his eyes shone through, radiating a noble light. It was none other than the young general, Mu Qingwu. He had awakened. Not only had he regained consciousness, but his gaze was fierce, directed squarely at Bei Gonghizi. Having just been cured of poison, he was alert. As Han Yunqi tended to his wounds, she had revealed everything. The crowd was still reeling from the shock when Mu Qingwu's voice erupted in anger. Bei Gonghizi, what do you mean? The Qin Wangfei is my savior. By what right do you label her an assassin and accuse her of misdiagnosis? On what grounds do you detain her? Without her, my life would have been lost long ago. Do you wish for my demise? Heavens, Mu Qingwu had indeed awakened. Han Yunqi had truly saved him. It was all over. Everything was finished. Bei Gonghizi's legs quaked, nearly giving way beneath him. It was a misunderstanding. Young general, I was wronged. I had no idea the Qin Wangfei could save you. Mu Qingwu turned his furious gaze toward General Mu. Father, the Qin Wangfei has no grudge against me. How could she harm me? How could she be an assassin? That day, I was poisoned by an assassin, and it was the Qin Wangfei who saved me, after which I fell unconscious. General Mu's face flushed crimson with shame. Father, I was only worried. You have grown senile. You nearly endangered both the Wangfei and my life. Mu Qingwu reprimanded. General Mu, having realized his error, hastily knelt. I was wrong, I was wrong. With righteous indignation, Mu Qingwu pressed his hand to his wound and stepped over the threshold, prepared to continue his admonishment, only to notice Qin Wang Longfei standing nearby. He was taken aback, instinctively wanting to kneel to pay his respects. With the Qin Wang present, how could he speak so loudly? Enough, where is Han Yunqi? Long Fei inquired coldly. At that moment, Han Yunqi emerged, having cleaned herself up, just as she heard Long Fei utter her name. Whether it was the deep resonance of his voice or the beauty of her name, it brought her an unexpected comfort. I am here, Han Yunqi replied sweetly, stepping forward obediently to stand beside him. In an instant, all gazes shifted from Mu Qingwu to Long Fei and Han Yunqi. Since their marriage, none had witnessed them side by side. The nature of their relationship remained a mystery to all. Petite yet radiating a powerful aura, Han Yunqi stood by Long Fei, exuding an air of delicate dependence. Upon entering the Qin Wangfu, she had been met with various negative rumors. Some even predicted she would never see His Highness, the Qin Wang. Yet today, even the Empress Dowager remained silent, and the Qin Wang himself appeared, astonishing everyone. Had Han Yunqi indeed turned the tide due to her beauty? What was the Qin Wang's true attitude toward her? Why did you escape from prison? Long Fei asked coldly. Escape from prison? Only criminals escape. I am innocent. Am I not considered a fugitive? Han Yunqi replied, her expression one of innocence as she turned to Bei Gonghizi, sincerely asking, Lord Bei Gong, your word is law. Do you deem me an escapee? Once Mu Qingwu awoke, Han Yunqi had relayed everything to him. With Mu Qingwu's testimony, even the emperor could not convict her. Moreover, with Long Fei's presence, she knew she would not suffer injustice. He would not allow himself to lose face in such a manner. And now, Han Yunqi stood firm in her conviction. Escape from prison. Faced with this inquiry, Bei Gonghizi felt as though he might perish from the weight of it. No, the Wangfei has no fault. She is not a fugitive. If I am innocent, then why detain me? Han Yunqi pressed earnestly. Bei Gonghizi panicked. His logic became entwined, and he could find no explanation. Kneeling and bowing. Misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. I bow to the Wangfei. I apologize to the Wangfei. Please spare my life. Han Yunqi blinked her innocent eyes. Your Highness, does Lord Bei Gong imply that he has wrongfully accused me? Misunderstanding and false accusation were worlds apart. To falsely accuse the rightful consort of the Qin Wang, such a crime was not to be taken lightly. Bei Gonghizi's bowing faltered, wishing to weep, but no amount of tears would avail him. He could only continue to plead, Your Highness, spare me, Wangfei, spare me, I acknowledge my errors. A flicker of resentment crossed Han Yunqi's gaze. When he had doused her with icy water that night, and when he had sent assassins after her, had Bei Gonghizi considered the consequences he now faced? Had Long Fei not intervened in time, Mu Qingwu would have succumbed to his poison, and she would have been left with irrefutable evidence against her. As Bei Gonghizi continued to knock his head against the ground, Han Yunqi remained unmoved. One who respects me an inch, I shall respect a mile. One who harms me a grain, I shall take a bushel in return. She was a physician, not a saint. She would not save everyone. She was a woman, not a hero. She lacked the magnanimity to forgive those who harmed her. With Long Fei as her formidable backing, Han Yunqi felt the tide had turned. She remained calm and finally turned her gaze toward Princess Changping, who, feeling a pang of guilt, could not muster joy for Mu Qingwu's awakening and lowered her head in frustration. Yet, the hatred in her heart was palpable. She could not accept the reality before her. How could this waste of space, Han Yunqi, actually save her brother Qinggu? Her father had been powerless. How could Han Yunqi possess such capability? She refused to believe it. Seeing the bandages wrapped around Qinggu's chest, she wondered what this woman had done to him behind closed doors. A woman examining a man's body, was she devoid of shame? What was most intolerable was that Qinggu had just awakened and was now expressing anger, evidently to protect Han Yunqi and testify on her behalf. Ordinarily, when Qinggu showed any protectiveness toward his sister Mu Luiwei, she would feel jealousy. How much more so now that he was defending another woman? Though Princess Changping bowed her head, her heart remained defiant, growing angrier with each thought. Long Fei had no patience for such pleas for mercy. He cast a disdainful glance at Bei Gonghizi and coldly declared, "I have stated, this is a matter of state. Take him away, and submit him to the Ministry of Justice for severe punishment." Upon this pronouncement, the officials under Bei Gonghizi rushed forward, eager to serve the Qinwang, viewing even a single opportunity as a lifetime honor. This was undoubtedly a resounding slap in Bei Gonghizi's face. Bei Gonghizi, disregarding his own humiliation, lunged toward Princess Changping, kneeling and begging, "Princess Changping, I acted upon your counsel. You must explain this to me, I implore you." With the Qinwang now involved in Mu Qinggu awake, the Empress Dowager would naturally retract her support, washing her hands of the matter. Should the case be submitted to the ministry, Bei Gonghizi would not only lose his position but also face severe punishment. Princess Changping kicked Bei Gonghizi aside. "How dare you speak? It was you who incited me. Take him away." Bei Gonghizi shouted in protest, "It wasn't me, it was Mu Luiwei." Before he could finish, Mu Luiwei covered his mouth. "You scoundrel, you nearly cost my brother his life. It was all your instigation. The Qinwang sees through your deceit, you cannot deny it." With a righteous expression, Mu Luiwei felt a deep fear inside, dreading that Long Fei might learn the truth and view her unfavorably. Yet, her efforts for drama fell upon deaf ears, as Long Fei paid her no mind, not even glancing her way. Han Yunqi watched Mu Liuyue's performance with growing ire. Even if her marriage with the ice block was nominal, they were still spouses. Was she to be disregarded while Mu Luiwei sought to ingratiate herself? With this thought, Han Yunqi smiled lightly and said, "Miss Mu, it seems the one who has always claimed I harbored ill intentions against your brother is none other than yourself?" Chapter 35. Punishment. The fox, assuming the tigers might caught off guard and publicly shamed, Mu Luiwei panicked. I was merely concerned for my brother's safety. In such circumstances, how can one discern your intentions? You, woman, should not cling to a minor mistake. Rebellious daughter, cease your insolence. A sharp crack of the whip silenced Mu Liuyue's remaining words. Father, you strike me. A gash opened on Mu Liuyue's arm, raw and bleeding, deeper than Han Yunqi's injuries from that day. General Mu's wrath was palpable. "I strike you indeed, at such a tender age. Your heart is already wicked. The Princess of Qin has selflessly endeavored to heal and save lives, yet you dare to cast aspersions, opposing her at every turn, nearly endangering your brother's life. Does such a rebellious daughter not deserve punishment?" With that, another lash struck, adding yet another bloodstain to Mu Liuyue's skin, causing her to clutch her head in terror, weeping profusely. "Do not strike me anymore. Father, I acknowledge my faults. Woe is me. I shall not dare again, I swear." The general cast aside the whip and knelt before Han Yunqi. "Princess, you have saved my son. Old minister is deeply grateful." With that, he bowed his head twice in reverence, then continued, "I have wronged you, and I accept my fate. I beseech His Highness the Prince to mete out punishment, and I implore the princess for clemency." This brutish and simple-minded old man was surprisingly candid, acknowledging his faults unlike Bei Gonghizi and Mu Luiwei, who were full of excuses. Nonetheless, this did not absolve him. He was the root cause of the matter. Han Yunqi had never been so benevolent. Noticing that Long Fei remained silent, Han Yunqi boldly took charge. "General Mu, you are not a novice. You have consumed more salt than we have rice. How is it that you cannot distinguish right from wrong, nor see clearly the essence of matters?" The phrase right from wrong was universally understood as a veiled reference to Princess Changping and Mu Luiwei. Princess Changping clenched her fists in anger, eager to retort, yet without names. She found herself at a loss for words. General Mu nodded repeatedly. "I have indeed been foolish, old, and muddled. In the future, when assessing people and situations, keep your eyes wide open. You are a person of great virtue and esteem. I shall refrain from punishing you, but I hope you remember, I am not to be trifled with." Upon hearing this, Long Fei's icy gaze deepened. This woman was astute. General Mu was unlike Bei Gonghizi. He commanded a formidable army. Moreover, it was not he who had lodged complaints, nor was it his affair to involve Han Yunqi. Allowing her to chastise him was already a significant concession. How could there be true punishment? In fact, Han Yunqi had extended considerable leniency to General Mu. The Mu household now owed her a debt of gratitude. "Yes. I shall heed your words." General Mu's eyes flickered with appreciation as he readily acquiesced. After addressing General Mu, Han Yunqi turned to Princess Changping. From this event onward, all the grievances and torments Han Yunqi had endured were the doing of this willful and malicious princess. Without imparting some lesson, Han Yunqi would not be able to release her pent-up frustrations. However, as a princess, punishing her was not within Han Yunqi's purview. Casting a glance at Long Fei, Han Yunqi wondered if this icy figure might speak a word of justice on her behalf. At that moment, Princess Changping also cast a furtive glance at Long Fei, noting his displeased expression, which made her heart race with apprehension. She timidly stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Uncle Qin." Changping was merely worried about brother Qinggu and was momentarily misled by slanderous words. "Please forgive me this once. The one suffering is your royal aunt, not me," Long Fei replied coldly. This unexpected response took Han Yunqi by surprise. He had managed to distance himself from the situation entirely with such an ambiguous attitude. Who could fathom his true intentions? Han Yunqi was certain that his arrival was motivated by the need to uphold the Qin royal family's reputation and to neutralize the situation. Princess Changping, too, could not decipher his motives, yet she refused to believe that Uncle Qin had come for Han Yunqi's sake. It was more likely that he was there to preserve the dignity of the Qin household. Before the prince, Princess Changping dared not act too arrogantly. Even with 100 grievances bubbling inside her, she ultimately bowed her head, and, "I misunderstood you." Her apology was barely a whisper. She was loath to concede, her hands clenched tightly within her sleeves, nails digging into her palms. Today, she had truly lost face, glancing furtively at Mu Qingwu, who regarded her with disdain. Princess Changping was on the verge of fury, secretly vowing that this detestable woman, Han Yunqi, had escaped this time, but next time she would not be so fortunate. At that moment, Mu Qingwu, clutching his wound, knelt. "Thank you, Your Highness, and Your Highness the Princess for saving my life." Han Yunqi hurriedly reached out to assist him. "Young general, your wounds are not yet healed, please rise. You risk reopening your injury, and it would take you 10 days or more to recover." Mu Qingwu hesitated to accept Han Yunqi's help, wishing instead that he could converse with her a while longer. The moment he saw her walk alone into the Qin royal residence, he had known she was unlike any other. Alas, his injuries were too severe. As he recoiled, the world darkened, and he stumbled toward Han Yunqi. "Brother Qingwu!" Princess Changping cried out, darting forward like an arrow, catching him just in time and pulling him to her side. Mu Qingwu had already slipped into unconsciousness. Princess Changping glared at Han Yunqi, her face a mask of fury. "Han Yunqi, why has brother Qingwu fainted again? Have you done something to him?" Ignoring Princess Changping, Han Yunqi summoned General Mu to assist in carrying Mu Qingwu to the bed. After feeling his pulse, she stated, "He has been unconscious for days, and his body lacks energy. Allow him to rest. When he awakens, feed him a bit of millet porridge. He may begin to recuperate in 3 days, but it must be gradual, not excessive." General Mu nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Princess, for your life-saving grace. All in the Mu household shall remember this." Witnessing this scene, Princess Changping's ire intensified, and she shouted, "General Mu, why do you heed this woman? Brother Qingwu was perfectly fine, yet now he has collapsed. Something must be amiss." General Mu's temper flared, wishing he could lash out at Princess Changping as he had with Mu Luiwet. However, she was a princess, and he could not reprimand her, forcing himself to endure. Still, he resolved that with such a willful princess around, the household would never know peace. No matter what, he would never allow her to wed into the Mu family. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, General Mu replied coldly, "Your Highness, Qingwu is temporarily stable. You should return." Princess Changping immediately shook her head. "No, I will stay by his side until he awakens. I shall not leave. I must care for him." "Your Highness, you are of noble birth. A single word from you could spell death for my Qingwu. He cannot bear your care." General Mu retorted bluntly at Princess Changping. Not foolish, detected the sarcasm in his words. She bit her lip, on the verge of tears. "General Mu, are you blaming me? I did not intend for this to happen. You have misunderstood. I do not dare to blame you. I merely believe that propriety dictates distance between men and women. Your presence here would invite gossip. It would be best for you to leave," General Mu stated coldly. Han Yunqi nearly laughed aloud. It was evident to all that Princess Changping harbored feelings for Mu Qingwu. Given her status, the marriage was practically assured. However, with her meddling, it would be a miracle if General Mu could tolerate her. If General Mu opposed, not even the Emperor or Empress Dowager could compel the union. For Princess Changping to marry into the Mu household was a mere fantasy. Yet this was her own doing. Han Yunqi felt no pity for her. Princess Changping recognized that General Mu did not support their union, but he had never spoken to her in such a manner before. She wanted to argue but saw General Mu's icy expression, which made her eyes well up. Turning to Han Yunqi, who was smiling at her, only fueled her anger further. "What are you smiling at? You will have your day to cry." With a fierce shout, Princess Changping stamped her foot and fled in tears. Han Yunqi paid her no mind, watching the princess's retreating figure with a smile of delight. "Princess Changping, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. The poison from that day in the Dili Temple dungeon will soon take effect. This virulent toxin is a modern virus. No one in ancient times could cure you. When the time comes, we shall see who will be weeping." Han Yunqi said little more, leaving a few packets of herbs and detailing the procedure for General Mu to change the dressings, along with all the precautions, which he noted carefully. At the entrance, Long Fei observed everything silently before finally speaking, his voice devoid of warmth. "Han Yunqi, you should return now." "Oh." In her haste, she had neglected this esteemed figure at the door. "Yes, I shall return at once." She hurried out, offering a smile, sensing that he appeared somewhat displeased. Well, it had only been a few days since their wedding, and she had been imprisoned. As her husband, he had little reason to be pleased. General Mu and the others quickly stepped out to see her off, while Long Fei turned and left without a word. He was perpetually cold, like an iceberg, a riddle that everyone feared and was curious about. Han Yunqi obediently followed, recalling her earlier warning to Princess Changping. Finding it amusing, she had indeed predicted that Long Fei would come to escort her home. With his long legs, Long Fei moved swiftly, and Han Yunqi had to jog to keep up with him. Finally, as she approached the gates of the Mu residence, a thought struck her. Gu Beiwei was still imprisoned in the dungeon. That fellow had been secretly detained by Bei Gonghizi, and not many knew about it. Surely he had not been subjected to torture? Seeing Long Fei board the carriage, Han Yunqi timidly called out, "Your Highness, I forgot something, please wait for me." As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. How could this esteemed figure possibly wait for her? Just as Long Fei was about to respond, she hastily added, "Your Highness, you may return first, I shall be back shortly." To her surprise, Long Fei did not even spare her a glance, simply lowered the carriage curtain, and coldly declared, "If I do not see you in the Furong courtyard within half an hour, you shall bear the consequences." His indifference left her shivering. She quickly turned back to ask General Mu for a death warrant and urged him to expedite Gu Beiyue's release from the Dili Temple. Chapter 36, a proper introduction. After explaining everything clearly, Han Yunqi hurried back to the Prince of Qin's residence just in time. In the inner palace, Long Fei had already changed into a new outfit and was lounging in the study on a rocking chair, adorned in a golden threaded robe that accentuated his innate nobility. For the first time, Han Yunqi realized a man could wear ostentatious gold with such elegance, making her feel easily inferior in his presence. Taking a moment to steady her breathing, she approached him, "Your Highness. The 3 medicinal ingredients are on the table. You may prepare the antidote now," Long Fei replied coolly, not even glancing in her direction. Han Yunqi looked towards the low table beside her, where 3 sizable piles of herbs laid Zishan, Ziqiu, and Zidong. Goodness, these herbs were not easily found. She hadn't expected him to gather such a substantial quantity. A flicker of delight crossed her mind. In reality, she only needed a small amount, and the rest could be used to replenish her antidote system's inventory. These herbs, depending on their combinations, could neutralize a variety of toxins. "Your Highness, please wait a moment. I shall prepare it shortly," Han Yunqi said while starting to collect the herbs into her medical bag. However, to her surprise, Long Fei's piercing gaze turned towards her. "Prepare the antidote here, I wish to observe." He still doubts her. Han Yunqi secretly rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, let him doubt. He would never uncover the truth. "Your Highness, I lack other medicinal materials and must return to Yunxian Pavilion to gather them. If you are interested, perhaps you could accompany me," Han Yunqi suggested with a smile. "Yunxian Pavilion? Long Fei, I shall reside there in the future to avoid disturbing you," Han Yunqi answered candidly. In truth, she felt a tinge of anxiety, fearing he might banish her from Furong Courtyard to confront Yi Tai Fei and Murong Wanru, but surprisingly, he showed no objection, merely nodding before rising to follow her. Han Yunqi quietly breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly placed all 3 medicinal ingredients into her medical bag, a movement that Long Fei did not scrutinize closely. He remained oblivious to the fact that she had already integrated the 3 herbs into her detoxification system, meticulously proportioning them with other ingredients and automatically adjusting the heat for brewing. The path from Long Fei's inner palace to Han Yunqi's Yunxian Pavilion traversed the garden, providing ample time for the detoxification system to concoct the antidote. She secretly extracted it and concealed it within her medical bag. Upon reaching the entrance of Yunxian Pavilion, Long Fei spoke, "What does Yunxian signify?" "Clouds drift without concern, waters flow leisurely," Han Yunqi replied lightly, turning to meet his gaze. "Your Highness, since marrying into the Prince of Qin's residence, I seek only a tranquil corner." In truth, what Han Yunqi wished to convey was, "Dear, please cease your suspicions. My marriage into the Prince of Qin's residence was forced upon me, and I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely wish to live a quiet and stable life alone, without provoking you, and I hope you do not seek to disturb me either." However, she understood that if she expressed such thoughts directly, Long Fei would undoubtedly regard her with a lethal stare. Did not the ancients prefer to express their sentiments through poetry, she would conform to the customs of the land. "Clouds drift without concern, waters flow leisurely," was, after all, a renowned line from Bai Juyi, and Han Yunqi anticipated that Long Fei would be captivated by it. Alas, he merely cast her a fleeting glance, his expression devoid of emotion, and entered the pavilion in silence. Not only was this fellow expressionless, but his heart must be equally stony. Han Yunqi followed him inside, discovering Long Fei seated beside a tea table, scrutinizing her little haven. His imposing presence filled the small room with an undeniable gravity. Upon her entrance, he withdrew his gaze, coldly inquiring, "Can we begin preparing the antidote?" "Yes, I shall fetch a few herbs," Han Yunqi replied with utmost respect. Curiosity piqued, she thought, today shall be an enlightening experience for you. Under Long Fei's scrutinizing gaze, Han Yunqi retrieved several herbs and a mortar and pestle from a small study nearby. Then, before him, she extracted several packets of herbs from her medical bag to combine with the 3 ingredients. These packets contained the antidote freshly concocted within the detoxification system, impeccable in terms of herb quantity, mixing ratios, and precise brewing time, far surpassing any results achievable through manual preparation. Western medicine emphasizes precision, while traditional Chinese medicine tends to be more ambiguous. However, applying the meticulousness of Western practices to Chinese herbal medicine yields results that far exceed traditional methods. In other words, even with the same herbal ingredients, what Han Yunqi produced was substantially more effective than anything any physician of this era could offer. Yet how could Long Fei possibly comprehend this? After all, she was a modern professional. The herbs Han Yunqi brought forth were merely common anti-inflammatory agents, and mixing them with the antidote posed no issue. "Your Highness, preparing the antidote is quite simple," Han Yunqi said, her smile radiant as she mixed the antidote and a few anti-inflammatory herbs, placing them all into the mortar for grinding. "Ultimately, the prescription is of utmost importance. As long as all the ingredients are gathered and ground together, it is nearly complete," she continued while grinding the herbs, professionally explaining, "Of course, there is an art to this grinding. The key lies in the force applied, not too heavy, nor too light." As she spoke, she handed the pestle to Long Fei. "Your Highness, would you care to try?" Long Fei had lost patience long ago and replied coolly, "How much longer will it take?" Han Yunqi, with a serious expression, took a small amount of the herbs, rubbed them in her palm, and sniffed before responding, "I estimate it will take about an hour. An hour equates to 2 hours. Long Fei rose abruptly. Once prepared, come to the inner palace to administer the medicine. This was a command. Without waiting for Han Yunqi's response, he departed. Very well, your highness, travel safely. Han Yunqi joyfully saw him to the door, and once he was out of sight, she could no longer contain her laughter. Let him continue to suspect her. Should there be a next time, she would surely make it even more tedious for him. Upon closing the door, Han Yunqi had no intention of grinding herbs anymore. She would simply let the detoxification system handle it. 2 hours would suffice for her to take a nice bath and rest for a while. The affairs of the Grand General's mansion had exhausted her for several days, and if she did not take a break, her fragile, delicate body would likely not endure it. 2 hours later, Han Yunqi appeared outside Long Fei's study. Feeling refreshed, she found him engrossed in a book, lazily reclined against a warm couch, holding a scroll, his brow furrowed in concentration, resembling an ethereal figure from a painting, strikingly handsome and almost surreal. Unintentionally, Han Yunqi's mind wandered back to that night's dim scene, the lantern light casting shadows upon his bronze chest, the striking, wild visual impact that was utterly captivating and soul-stirring. Damn it, she was there to administer medicine, yet her thoughts had strayed. Biting her lip, Han Yunqi stepped inside. Your highness, it is time to apply the medicine. Long Fei set the scroll down and sat up, finally directing his gaze towards her, his deep, dark eyes fixating on her. Suddenly, Han Yunqi's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively averted her gaze from his scrutiny. Why was she feeling this way? It was not fear but rather a sense of nervousness. Wasn't she just applying medicine, such a simple task that she could accomplish with her eyes closed? Why was she so anxious? Han Yunqi inwardly chastised herself and stepped forward, lowering her head as she retrieved the medicinal materials and supplementary items from her medical bag, mentally preparing herself. Soon, she regained her composure, lifted her head to meet Long Fei's intense and dominating gaze, and with a serious and professional tone, instructed, please remove your outer garment. The golden threaded robe and pure white undergarment. Even the act of undressing was executed with such grace and nobility. His physique was solid and refined, yet a ghastly scar marred his chest, resembling a centipede resting upon his bronzed skin, grotesque yet ruggedly wild. To her astonishment, all his wounds had healed in just a few days. One must understand that poison wounds typically heal more slowly than ordinary injuries. Han Yunqi gazed in disbelief, a hint of crimson creeping to her ears, and this scene greatly displeased Long Fei. Have you finished looking? If you have, please proceed with the medicine. Long Fei's tone was cold and impatient. Han Yunqi abruptly looked up at him, her expression increasingly incredulous, yet she met his gaze filled with disdain. What did this fellow mean by that? Was she looking at something? Though she harbored a fleeting infatuation, it was merely a normal woman's appreciation for beauty, was it not? In an instant, all her nervousness was replaced by indignation, immediately. As she spoke, instead of retrieving the medicine, she brought forth a knife and held it over the flame to heat. What are you doing? Long Fei inquired coldly. Performing a small incision. Your self-healing ability is too remarkable, and the wound has already healed, preventing the medicine from permeating effectively. Thus, I must reopen the wound. Han Yunqi replied earnestly. In truth, there were alternative methods. She could simply add a few more ingredients to the antidote to enhance its efficacy, achieving the same result. However, Long Fei's disdainful gaze irked her. One should never offend two types of individuals in this world. Barbers and doctors. The former could render you hideous, while the latter could inflict unbearable pain. Are you certain? Long Fei regarded her skeptically. Absolutely. Han Yunqi replied with utmost seriousness, explaining, Your Highness, while it is possible to avoid the incision, it would take these herbs at least half a month to extract all the toxins from your body. You must decide. He had only 10 days, and 7 of those had already passed. The sense of being constrained made Long Fei exceedingly uncomfortable. However, he had no choice but to seek Han Yunqi's assistance in detoxification discreetly. Proceed with the incision, he acquiesced. Adding an incision to the wound was far more painful than a direct cut. Han Yunqi eagerly anticipated the change in his expression. She truly did not hold back, yet to her surprise, when she made the incision, Long Fei didn't even flinch, his expression remaining cold as he gazed down at his wound. What kind of pain would cause him to frown? Han Yunqi realized that such a thought was rather excessive, and she quickly reined in her musings. She hastily applied the medicine, her movements becoming gentler in an effort to alleviate his discomfort. Before long, she had applied the medicine to the wound and secured it with bandages, completing the task. All done, I shall return tomorrow morning to fetch the medicine and treat the wound, Han Yunqi stated earnestly. Will there be no need for a change of medicine? Long Fei inquired. Chapter 37 A visit, the general's gratitude. No need. Within a day, these medicinal herbs will draw out all the lingering toxins from your body. Do not let the wound come into contact with water, and be careful not to press on it while sleeping tonight, Han Yunqi explained earnestly. In truth, if this fellow were not so averse to pain, surgery would indeed be the swiftest remedy. Long Fei nodded slightly, and with a gentle wave of his large hand, he signaled her to take her leave. In that moment, Han Yunqi, carrying her medical kit, resembled a mere servant. Very well, she endured. The following morning, Han Yunqi returned to collect the medicine, and true to her word, the antidote had absorbed all the toxins, rendering the originally fragrant herbs putrid upon removal. After hastily bandaging the wound, she finally eliminated Long Fei's poison completely. She anticipated that Long Fei might utter some words, yet to her surprise, once she had packed her belongings, he remained aloof, waving his hand dismissively for her to depart. Such an arrogant and unfeeling man, Han Yunqi thought to herself, resisting the urge to leave immediately. Instead, she bowed and sincerely expressed, Your Highness, thank you for your assistance regarding the matters of the Grand General's residence. Although she understood that he acted for the sake of the Qin Wanfu's reputation and to eliminate the poison, he had ultimately saved her life. Unexpectedly, Long Fei's tone turned icy. You can cure poison, but you are not a bodhisattva. Remember your place, refrain from meddling in unnecessary affairs, and limit your outings. Do you understand? Han Yunqi, feeling somewhat disgruntled, replied, yes, I shall remember. I take my leave now. She silently mused that as long as she was a good person, she could never turn a blind eye to someone in peril. As for limiting her outings, Han Yunqi scoffed inwardly. She simply could not abide by that. To spend her entire life confined within the home, attending to the trivialities of eating, drinking, and sleeping was a fate worse than death. Feeling the few remaining coins in her sleeve, Han Yunqi reflected that regardless of the era or status, a woman must possess her own career. Maintaining a facade of a fictitious marriage with Long Fei, wherein they kept to their respective lanes, was quite acceptable. Once she settled into the Qin Wangfu, she would have to find herself some work, otherwise, where would she procure the silver she needed? In the days that followed, Han Yunqi strolled through the garden without encountering Long Fei again. He was as elusive as a ghost, likely having departed long ago. However, to her surprise, Long Fei had sent a maidservant to assist her, named Xinxiang, younger than Han Yunqi by a year or two. She appeared to be around 15 or 16, small of stature, clean and delicate in appearance, with a gentle demeanor and a bashful smile. Do you know martial arts? Han Yunqi inquired with curiosity. Xinxiang shook her head, no. Where did you serve before? Han Yunqi continued her questioning. I live in Shijiao Shishui village. I was just bought yesterday and brought here by a big brother named Chu Shifeng, Xinxiang replied obediently. What did he? Richly rewarded, Han Yunqi's lips twitched, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. She promptly assigned Xinxiang her first task. When Morong Wanru came seeking her, she would say that she was sleeping and unavailable. Thus, when Morong Wanru invited her for tea, she declined. When she suggested a shopping trip, she was turned down, and this morning, when she sent someone to invite her for an outing, once again, she was refused. With the Grand Dowager Empress absent from the residence, Morong Wanru could not press her for anything. Though Xinxiang was young, she was diligent and capable, managing various trivial matters, which significantly lightened Han Yunqi's load. Of course, she could not remain idle. Over the course of several days, she thoroughly inspected the detoxification system. This system resembled a spatial realm, containing numerous smaller spaces, one for testing toxicity, another for formulating medicines, and yet another for storing drugs and medical supplies. As Han Yunqi lounged in the courtyard, basking in the warm winter sun, her mind wandered through the detoxification system. She discovered that this spatial system contained several unknown smaller spaces that her consciousness could not penetrate. How peculiar, could it be an area yet to be developed? The previous researchers had never mentioned it to her. Han Yunqi was intrigued, yet she knew that curiosity was futile. No matter how hard she pondered, she could not unravel its mysteries. Fortunately, the existing spaces within the detoxification system were more than sufficient for her needs. As she withdrew her consciousness from the detoxification system, Han Yunqi tilted her head back, savoring the warmth of the winter sun. She mused that Princess Changping's skin ailment must be reaching a critical point by now. How amusing it would be for such a vain person to cover her face while desperately seeking remedies. Just as she reveled in this thought, little Xinxiang hurried over. Princess, someone has arrived at the courtyard gate, claiming you have a guest. A guest? Who could possibly come to the Qin Wangfu to seek out Han Yunqi? Who is it? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. The maid said it is a distinguished guest waiting in the parlor, something about a major general and a physician. She spoke too quickly, and I didn't catch it all, Xinxiang replied. Mu Qinggu and Gu Beiwei. Han Yunqi's spirits lifted immediately as she sprang to her feet. She had long wished to see Gu Beiwei to express her gratitude in person, but had been unable to find an opportunity to leave. Long Fei was not fond of her venturing out, and she had to exercise restraint during this period. Little did she expect that Gu Beiwei and Mu Qinggu would come to her instead. After changing into a fresh outfit, Han Yunqi entered the parlor, where Gu Beiwei and Mu Qinggu sat enjoying tea. Gu Beiwei was clad in white, exuding grace and elegance, while Mu Qinggu no longer bore the appearance of a frail man, standing tall and resolute, his eyes piercing. Upon seeing Han Yunqi enter, both men beamed with joy and promptly bowed. We pay our respects to the Princess of Qin, may the princess be blessed. Please, no need for such formalities. Take a seat, Han Yunqi replied, her mood brightened. Without hesitation, Mu Qinggu knelt before her, fists clasped. Your Highness, I have come today to express my heartfelt gratitude for saving my life. Please rise. Did I not thank you the other day? Han Yunqi chuckled. That day was that day. Today, I am here to formally express my thanks. I have no way to repay you, but should you ever require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask, Mu Qinggu stated earnestly, his dark eyes firmly meeting hers. Such a sincere young man was truly endearing. Han Yunqi nodded. Very well, I shall remember. As she spoke, she produced a written acknowledgement of her survival, addressing Gu Beiwei. Physician Gu, I believe I should properly express my gratitude to you as well. Upon seeing the document, Gu Beiwei's expression momentarily faltered before he quickly moved to stop Han Yunqi from bowing. Your Highness, that is not necessary, he insisted, his brow furrowing tightly. Han Yunqi observed him, feeling an urge to smooth away his furrowed brow. This warm-hearted man truly did not suit such a serious demeanor. I genuinely appreciate it, Han Yunqi said, presenting the document with both hands, her sincerity evident. In this matter, it was Gu Beiwei who had altruistically rescued her. Gu Beiwei gazed at the black ink on white paper and replied, Please, Your Highness, simply destroy the document. The truth is, I came here to. Before Gu Beiwei could finish his sentence, Han Yunqi cut in, I detected the poison. In the dungeons, she had promised him that once she revived Mu Qinggu, she would reveal how to identify toxins with empty hands. Han Yunqi was reluctant to speak untruths, but she knew that revealing the existence of the detoxification system to Gu Beiwei would likely baffle him for a lifetime. She could only say it this way. To her astonishment, just as she spoke, a familiar voice interjected. "You detected it, sister-in-law's nose is truly remarkable." The voice belonged to Morong Wanru. She sauntered into the room, clad in a pale yellow gown, her figure delicate, particularly her tiny waist that could be grasped with a single hand, making her appear enchanting. Though Morong Wanru hailed from a humble background, having been recognized as a foster daughter by the Grand Dowager Empress, she bore no formal title. Upon seeing Gu Beiwei and the Major General, she still performed a curtsy, her movements graceful and light, evoking an impulse to offer her support. Mu Qinggu immediately expressed concern. "Miss Morong, please do not stand on ceremony, rise quickly." Morong Wanru nodded gently before taking a seat beside Han Yunqi, her gaze lowered. "Sister-in-law, you still hold a grudge against me, don't you? I have sought you out 3 times, at the very least, hear my explanation." This unexpected statement left Han Yunqi bewildered. Is it possible that Miss Wanru has some unspoken reason for not seeking the Grand Dowager Empress that night? Gu Beiwei ventured, prompting Han Yunqi to recall the incident. In truth, she did not expect Morong Wanru to come to her aid. She would have been satisfied if she simply refrained from making matters worse. Morong Wanru's silence had nearly caused her to forget entirely. Furthermore, Morong Wanru's 3 attempts to find her had been for tea or shopping, and she had never once mentioned that matter. Now, to come here and apologize was merely a performance to maintain her image before Gu Beiwei and Mu Qinggu. After all, if Gu Beiwei were to disclose the truth, her reputation would be tarnished. With a sigh, Morong Wanru lamented, "Physician Gu, it is true that I failed to handle that matter, and I am deeply ashamed. I have long wished to see sister-in-law to clarify things, but alas, upon your return, you closed the door to me." As she spoke, Morong Wanru rose and personally poured a cup of tea, presenting it to Han Yunqi with both hands before continuing, "Sister-in-law, I know you are not a petty person, but this matter is too grave. I truly did not intend any harm. Please drink this cup of tea and grant me an opportunity to explain." This sentiment increasingly sounded like an accusation of her being petty. If she wished to explain, then she should do so without superfluous words. Han Yunqi refused to take the cup of tea and replied coldly, "The one who sought your assistance was Physician Gu, not me. You should explain to him." What a powerful retort. Morong Wanru paused for a moment, yet quickly regained her composure, turning to Gu Beiwei. "Physician Gu, I do wish to explain to you, but sister-in-law has ignored me for several days, and I must first seek her forgiveness." Han Yunqi felt exasperated. Must she truly trample on others to salvage her own image? Was she so concerned with appearances? Today, she would make a mockery of that. "Then hasten to explain," Han Yunqi said coldly. "That night after Physician Gu left, I became quite anxious and rushed out, but I fainted before I could reach the city gate." Morong Wanru spoke, her demeanor pitiable, her voice tinged with emotion. "Sister-in-law, you know my health is frail. I faint when I become overly anxious. I did return, but I sent Xiaolu to inform you as quickly as possible. Who would have thought that useless slave fell asleep at the door? Sister-in-law, it's all my fault." A trace of derision appeared at the corners of Han Yunqi's lips as she inquired, "When did you learn that Xiaolu failed to seek out the Grand Dowager Empress?" Chapter 38. The return of the Dowager Empress. Morong Wanru pondered for a moment. "I fainted until morning, and upon awakening, I found that Mother Empress had yet to return. Therefore, I sent someone out again, only to discover little Sixth sleeping at the entrance." "Oh," Han Yunqi elongated her tone, laden with meaning, "so, you did not send anyone else, did you?" Han Yunqi had been imprisoned in the dungeons for 3 whole nights. Morong Wanru was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a long pause, she replied, "I did go, I went personally, but I could not find Mother Empress. Sister-in-law, you know my humble standing, I am unable to intercede on your behalf. I was anxious and could only continue searching for Mother Empress. It is well known that the Dowager Empress cherished her, yet she was also deeply concerned with her own reputation. To dare use the Dowager Empress as an excuse for deceit, this girl truly possessed remarkable audacity." "So, you did not inform Dr. Gu?" Han Yunqi inquired once more. Morong Wanru knitted her brows, her eyes glistening with tears. "Sister-in-law, I was so anxious. I completely forgot." "Oh," Han Yunqi responded again, her tone rich with implication, "then did you eventually find Mother Empress?" Morong Wanru shook her head. "No, later I heard from the maids in the residence that you had returned, so I hurried back." "Sister-in-law, I wanted to see you several times to explain, but you would not see me." Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel a twinge of inferiority. What a masterful liar she was. Thus, Han Yunqi gazed at her earnestly. "How is it that I heard from Prince Qin that you had been at the residence just a few days ago? He claimed to have seen you multiple times in the garden." The moment those words left her lips, Morong Wanru's complexion turned ashen. Prince Qin had Han Yunqi reported her. Good heavens, what had that woman said to Prince Qin, and how would he perceive her? It became evident that when dealing with a master of deception, one must be even more adept at weaving lies. "Prince Qin, my health is poor, thus I did not go to search for you every day, but I did send people." At that moment, Morong Wanru's explanation sounded exceedingly feeble. Gu Beiwei remained silent, fully aware of the situation, while Mu Qinggu, ever forthright, had previously held a favorable impression of Morong Wanru, but now saw through her facade. He coldly scoffed, "Miss Morong, there's no need for further explanations. We still have matters to discuss with Princess Qin, please allow us some privacy." This was a clear dismissal. Morong Wanru's tears streamed down her face. Despite her exposed ugliness, she still managed to appear pitiful, as if wrongfully accused. I am sorry, I do not know what misunderstanding has arisen, but I sincerely wish the best for sister-in-law. If you cannot forgive me, I shall. As she spoke, she surprisingly knelt down with both hands offering tea. I shall kneel here and not rise. Han Yunqi was not swayed by her theatrics and coolly replied, ladies, the hour grows late. Perhaps we should discuss this another day. Gu Beiwei and Mu Qingwu exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Before leaving, Gu Beiwei let out a soft sigh, though less direct than Mu Qingwu's cold scoff. It nonetheless weighed heavily on Murong Wanru's heart. She was unsure of his intent but recognized it was far from benevolent. Such sincerity was truly disheartening. These two individuals held considerable sway in high society. Should their words circulate, the image Murong Wanru had painstakingly constructed would be utterly destroyed. This was all Han Yunqi's fault. Why had she not perished in prison? The hatred Murong Wanru felt was palpable. Once Han Yunqi and the others had distanced themselves, Granny Gue hurriedly approached. Miss, whether she forgives you or not is inconsequential. What we fear is her reporting to the Dowager Empress. The Dowager Empress was particularly sensitive to matters of face. Even a servant from the Qin Wangfu reprimanded by the Empress Dowager would trouble her for a good while, let alone such a significant incident as Han Yunqi's imprisonment. Murong Wanru remained still, a glint of malice flashing in her eyes. When will Mother Empress return? Tomorrow marks the Buddha's birthday. The Dowager Empress will certainly return today to pay her respects, though she did not specify when. Miss, you see, this matter, Granny Gue expressed her concern, knowing that should Murong Wanru be punished, they would all share her fate. Murong Wanru, however, smiled with satisfaction, her posture straightening. If she returns today, I shall not rise. I will kneel here and admit my fault to Mother Empress. Since it was to be a report, she needed to act before Han Yunqi did her. Granny Gue, upon hearing this, immediately understood and whispered, Miss, rest assured. Once the Dowager Empress returns, that woman will have a difficult time ahead. I will keep watch for you. Han Yunqi personally escorted Gu Beiwei and Mu Qingwu to the door, and just as their carriage departed, another splendid carriage approached at great speed. Han Yunqi recognized it instantly. It was the carriage of the Dowager Empress. Was she not supposed to stay at the secondary estate for a while? Why had she returned so soon? As soon as the Dowager Empress's carriage halted, Han Yunqi turned to flee, but it was already too late. Granny Gue emerged from within, abruptly seizing Han Yunqi and shouting, Long live the Dowager Empress! The Dowager Empress has finally returned. The old matron's strength was formidable, and Han Yunqi could not break free. As she struggled, the Dowager Empress had already disembarked. Upon witnessing this scene, the Dowager Empress was incensed, exclaiming, What is the meaning of this, pulling and tugging at the entrance? Do you have no shame? Both Granny Gue and Han Yunqi were taken aback and released their grips. Han Yunqi cast an inward glance, bowing in respect. I humbly welcome Mother Empress back to the residence. Granny Gue knelt with a thud, exclaiming, Dowager Empress, you have finally returned. If you had not, the miss would have been in trouble. In trouble? You wretched servant, what business do you have here? Do you wish to further disgrace the Qin Wangfu? The Dowager Empress reprimanded, casting a cold glare at Han Yunqi, her words laced with venom. Han Yunqi observed in silence, choosing to endure. After all, she was the matriarch, an elder, and a Dowager Empress. She was not someone to provoke. The Dowager Empress, resplendent and dignified, appeared to disregard Granny Gue's words, yet once everyone had entered and the door was closed, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The Dowager Empress's exquisitely made-up face darkened ominously. Granny Gue, what is the meaning of this? I have been gone only a few days, and already there are monkeys attempting to seize power. Once again, she directed her veiled accusations at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi could surmise the reason for Granny Gue's visit. It seemed Murong Wanru had no intention of letting her off the hook, likely having been aware of the Dowager Empress's return long before. Dowager Empress, you should hurry to the reception hall. It is quite cold, and the miss has been kneeling for quite some time, refusing to rise, insisting she will do so only upon your return to apologize. Granny Gue hastily replied. What is this? The Dowager Empress exclaimed in shock, hastening towards the reception hall. Han Yunqi longed to seize the opportunity to slip away, but where could she go? The Dowager Empress's status loomed large. Even if she hid in the Furong courtyard, she would still be summoned upon the Dowager Empress's command. In modern society, there exists oppression by the powerful. In a realm ruled by imperial authority, there is no escaping it. Han Yunqi steeled herself to confront and adapt to the situation. Seeing Granny Gue approach her, she offered a cold smile and followed suit. Upon entering the reception hall, she beheld Murong Wanru still kneeling in place, her back straight, hands raised with a cup of tea. Oh dear, Wanru, what has happened to you? The Dowager Empress exclaimed with a pang of sympathy, rushing over to assist her. Rise. Speak of your concerns. Who permitted you to kneel? What if your knees are damaged? Mother Empress, I was wrong. I committed a grave mistake, and I am sorry for you, for my brother and sister-in-law. Murong Wanru's face was a mask of guilt, and as she spoke, she began to cover her face and weep, utterly heartbroken. The Dowager Empress grew even more anxious. Do not cry. What if your eyes become ruined? No matter the gravity of the matter, Mother Empress is here. I shall take charge now. Tell me, what exactly transpired? Murong Wanru lifted her gaze, appearing pitiful and tearful, ready to speak, but after a moment of choking silence, she fell back into tears. The Dowager Empress took a deep breath and sat down in the main seat, her tone sharp. Granny Gue, speak. Granny Gue had been awaiting this opportunity, immediately recounting the events, embellishing as she went. Dowager Empress, the miss has been frantic over this matter. She fears that the princess consort suffers in prison and is also concerned about the reputation of our Qin Wangfu. She sent servants to search and even went herself, yet she could not find you, and thus the matter was delayed. As soon as Granny Gui finished speaking, Morong Wanru chimed in, weeping, Mother Empress, do not blame sister-in-law. This is all my fault for not being able to find you in time. The Dowager Empress, as previously stern countenance, darkened further, her phoenix eyes resembling a tempest about to unleash its fury. Granny Gui cast a glance at Morong Wanru and continued, as soon as the princess consort returned, the miss dispatched people to Furong courtyard to seek an audience, making several attempts to apologize. Yet, the princess consort refused to see her. Today, the princess consort emerged, and the miss offered tea and knelt, but the princess consort, before she could finish, the Dowager Empress erupted, Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi, standing nearby, responded softly, I am here. Is what Granny Gui said true? You were indeed imprisoned? Did they have an arrest warrant? The Dowager Empress asked, incredulously, her concern for Morong Wanru's grievances now taking a backseat to the unfolding crisis. Mother Empress, it was the Empress Dowager who personally issued the arrest warrant. Otherwise, who would dare to touch sister-in-law? Morong Wanru added, choking on her words. What, Han Yunshi, you. The Dowager Empress sputtered, her anger palpable, one hand gripping the armrest while the other pointed accusingly at Han Yunshi, half rising in fury, speechless. I acted with good intentions to save someone. Just moments ago, the young general came to express his gratitude. The Dali Temple's actions were nothing but a frame-up, and Prince Qin has already intervened, transferring the Dali Temple's minister to the Department of Officials for handling. Han Yunshi responded, her tone defiant. The Dowager Empress raised her hand in a sweeping gesture, her voice seething, I care not for such matters, you fell into the Empress Dowager's trap and ended up in the dungeons. How am I to save face? That old woman must be cackling at my inability, having married such a useless daughter-in-law. Han Yunshi's expression turned incredulous. She had always known the Dowager Empress was particular about her reputation, but never to this extent. It was utterly absurd. She had saved Mu Qinggu and ensured that the likes of Princess Changping faced consequences. Was that not worth something? The Dowager Empress vacillated between sitting and standing, entirely disregarding the kneeling Morong Wanru, her agitation palpable. Suddenly, she halted before Han Yunshi, her furious phoenix eyes narrowing dangerously. Chapter 39 The fierce quarrel between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. The esteemed Lady Yi pressed forward, narrowing her phoenix-like eyes as she berated, Han Yunshi, you wretched calamity. Ever since the Empress Dowager designated you for Prince Qin, I have lost all faith. On the day of the grand wedding, you still upon hearing Lady Yi resurrect old grievances, Han Yunshi could no longer contain herself. She was not one to endure humiliation. Instead of adapting, she sought to reclaim her dignity and rights. Han Yunshi interrupted Lady Yi's tirade, asserting loudly, Mother, I do not find this matter shameful. On the contrary, I believe I have brought honor to the Prince Qin's residence. Firstly, I have demonstrated to all that I am no inept fool, I am skilled in medicine and not inferior to my father. Secondly, both Princess Changping and the Minister of Justice have faced punishment, while the Empress Dowager remains silent and has not come to the minister's aid. They are the ones who should feel ashamed, forced to swallow their own bitterness. Indeed, Mother, while my sister-in-law's retort was inappropriate and her imprisonment is known to many, she is not entirely wrong. Has the Empress Dowager not pursued the matter? Morong Wanru feigned concern. Lady Yi seemed to have heard only fragments of the conversation, glaring fiercely at Han Yunshi and shaking her head repeatedly. Han Yunshi, you truly see yourself as something significant. Being confined in the Ministry of Justice is considered bringing honor. Today, I have finally witnessed such shamelessness. How dare you retort against me? As she spoke, Lady Yi retreated and sat heavily, commanding in a sharp tone, Grandma Gui, strike her. Today, I shall teach her what it means to bring honor and what it means to be humiliated, what it means to be slapped in the face. As soon as her words fell, Grandma Gui rolled up her sleeves and advanced, hand raised to strike Han Yunshi's face. Han Yunshi immediately retreated, finding Lady Yi utterly unreasonable. Logic had no place here. As she backed away, she guarded herself against Grandma Gui, coldly stating, Mother, this matter is handled by Prince Qin. If you still find it shameful, you may confront him. Grandma Gui was momentarily stunned, hesitant to approach further, while Lady Yi slammed her palm on the table, rising in disbelief. Han Yunshi, do you dare use Prince Qin to threaten me? I speak only the truth, and I reiterate, I do not find this matter disgraceful. Prince Qin entrusted the Minister of Justice to handle the situation and required Princess Changping to publicly apologize to me. Just moments ago, the general personally came to express gratitude. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at the general's residence. Furthermore, Prince Qin's involvement signifies to the Empress Dowager that no one shall dare bully the prince's household. Though aware that arguing was futile, Han Yunshi refused to relent. Lady Yi valued her reputation, and the resolution of this conflict had to begin from that point. Upon hearing her words, Lady Yi hesitated, momentarily silenced. However, Morong Wanru interjected again, Mother, I have heard that it was Princess Changping who complained to the Empress Dowager. After all, my sister-in-law is the legitimate wife of Prince Qin. Princess Changping should at least acknowledge her as an elder. How could she disregard Prince Qin's stature? Prince Qin's punishment of her is entirely justified. That ill-mannered, uncouth girl. Lady Yi fumed, casting an impatient glance at Han Yunshi, coldly remarking, Isn't it all because of you that such disgrace has befallen us? Even a junior dares to act unruly before you. What good are you if not a waste? What purpose do you serve? Why do you even return? Would it not be better to perish in the dungeons, as I would prefer not to see you? Han Yunshi clicked her tongue. Reasoning with Lady Yi was akin to playing a lute to a cow. Lady Yi, no longer allowing her a chance to argue, scolded Grandma Gui, why are you still standing there? Strike her hard. Even if Prince Qin were to arrive today, he would not protect her. Grandma Gue lunged forward, but Han Yunqi pushed her away. You are utterly unreasonable. At this, Lady Yi was taken aback. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Mother, you were the one who first raised your hand. I merely wish to explain myself properly, Han Yunqi responded without a hint of fear. You. Lady Yi was furious, having never encountered such audacity before. Someone, take this wretched girl to the back courtyard's woodshed. Immediately. The guards swiftly approached to seize Han Yunqi, at which point she could no longer resist. However, she neither struggled nor begged for mercy, her gaze cold and resolute as she allowed herself to be taken away. From the moment she stepped into Prince Qin's residence, she knew that one day Lady Yi would lash out. To survive in this household, she needed to possess her own strength. Seeing her expression, Lady Yi, too incensed to remain calm, hastily pursued a few steps, incredulously exclaiming, "What is she looking at, that little wretch? Does she think she has become a phoenix simply by marrying in? Tell her, even with the red handkerchief, I can still deal with her." Morong Wanru followed closely, timidly saying, "Mother, this matter is also partly my fault. Did I not tell you I was in another palace? Why could you not find me?" Lady Yi snapped, venting her frustration even upon her beloved Morong Wanru. "Your daughter acknowledges her mistake. Please do not be angry, Mother. It is not good for your health to be upset," Morong Wanru offered sweetly, bringing tea with a touch of tenderness. After sipping a few cups of tea, Lady Yi finally calmed down, saying lightly, "It is not your fault. She has already been imprisoned. Her face has long been lost." Lady Yi sat down, contemplating for a moment before asking, could it be that her medical skills truly surpassed those of Han Shini? I have heard that Dr. Gu treated her alongside Han Yunqi. For some reason, all the credit has been claimed by her alone. Mother, I believe the general's residence and Dr. Gu are also doing this for your sake, Morong Wanru skillfully flattered. Lady Yi smirked coldly, they would not dare disrespect me. Noticing that Lady Yi's mood had improved, Morong Wanru cautiously inquired, Mother, it was my brother who brought her back. If she dares to lay hands on me, I will not teach her a lesson, she will do the same to me next time. Does Prince Qin intend to protect her? If he dares to come, I shall punish him as well. Relay the order without my command. No one is to release Han Yunqi. Alas, daughter understands, Morong Wanru sighed faintly, a glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. Han Yunqi, the woodshed is not the same as the lotus courtyard. As your sister-in-law, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. In the dead of night, Han Yunqi nestled in the woodshed, eating heartily. Accepting her fate, she realized that her current situation was far better than she had initially anticipated. Had it not been for Long Fei's assistance during the incident with the red handkerchief, she might have faced execution by now. Even though she had defied Lady Yi, her offense was not worthy of death. Not facing the death penalty, she could devise ways to contend with Lady Yi. However, she wondered if that fellow Long Fei would intervene, and on which side he would stand. Why was she thinking of him again? He was such a cold, unyielding person. If he did not have a need for her, he would likely not even speak a word. The next day, meals were served as usual, with nothing amiss. However, starting from the third day, all the food brought to her was spoiled. Han Yunqi realized the torment had begun. She remained silent, returning the food untouched. On the fourth and fifth days, it was still spoiled meals. After 3 full days, Han Yunqi, weak from hunger, lay amongst the firewood, gazing at the sky with her lively eyes. Her lips were pale, yet her smile remained enchanting. At tea times, admitting fault and begging for mercy could yield a morsel of food, but here, it would bring nothing but more brutal torment. Moreover, it was not her fault, and she would never admit to it. Han Yunqi was no masochist. She valued her life greatly and dared to confront Lady Yi, having surely prepared an excellent escape route. Spoiled food was but spoiled food. She kept track of the time with her fingers. Tomorrow, Princess Changping would undoubtedly come. If she did not seek her out to resolve the poison issue, her face would be ruined. Once Princess Changping arrived, Lady Yi would have no choice but to summon her from the woodshed. On the 6th morning, as a plate of spoiled food was delivered, Morong Wanru and Grandma Gue emerged from the thicket. Has it been 3 days without food? This girl is quite stubborn, Grandma Gue remarked. This time, Lady Yi had not intended to starve Han Yunqi to death. After all, the reasoning was insufficient. Surely, she could not allow her daughter-in-law to starve simply for a push, as that would not sit well with her son. Moreover, Lady Yi had yet to comprehend why Prince Qin would acknowledge the red handkerchief. Prince Qin was a busy man, having not been seen for several days. Lady Yi awaited Han Yunqi's pleas for mercy while simultaneously expecting her son to return with complaints. Noise? Does she wish to plead for mercy? Mother cannot hear her, Morong Wanru said, a hint of malice flashing across her delicate face. Perhaps more opportunities would arise, but the night is long and dreams are many. Morong Wanru was not one to linger in anticipation. From a distance, gazing at the woodshed, Morong Wanru lowered her voice, Grandma Gue, if my sister-in-law is in a foul mood and refuses to eat, she must at least drink some water. How can that be acceptable otherwise? As she spoke, she turned to leave, adding softly, I have heard that the red-crown crane poison acts swiftly. Grandma Gue was startled, taking a few steps to advise against it, but soon halted. Over the years, most of Lady Yi's associates had been won over by Morong Wanru, who would eventually be arranged by Lady Yi to become Prince Qin's concubine. The legitimate wife was merely a decoration. The favored concubine was destined to become the future mistress of Prince Qin's residence. With this in mind, Grandma Gue made a decisive choice and set out to procure poison. At noon, a plate of food was delivered, along with a cup of water. Had it not been for the water, Han Yunqi would have likely fainted from hunger by now. This body was not the same as before her transmigration, sickly enough to provoke her own disdain. However, as soon as the food was placed before her, the detoxification system began to sound alarms. Han Yunqi brought the water to her nose, immediately recognizing the scent of the red-crowned crane poison. This poison was exceedingly potent and quite common, she could detect it without needing to examine it. Han Yunqi suspected that Lady Yi would not be so reckless as to kill her. This must be the handiwork of Morong Wanru, without food and now deprived of water. If it was indeed you, Morong Wanru, I shall repay this grievance. As the afternoon wore on, Han Yunqi felt cold, thirsty, and starved, nearing the brink of collapse. Gazing at the closed walls, she still smiled faintly, filled with hope for the future. She knew her time to escape was drawing near. In the evening, accompanied by Morong Wanru, Lady Yi finally made her way to the woodshed. Has it been several days? She has not fainted, has she? Lady Yi asked lazily, believing Han Yunqi must have fainted from hunger, as she had not pleaded for mercy. Perhaps so, mother, my sister-in-law is frail, this punishment is sufficient, Morong Wanru offered kindly. How many times must I tell you? One must not be soft-hearted, especially as a woman. Do you think she would appreciate your pity? With her temperament, will she be grateful? Lady Yi lamented. Morong Wanru fell silent, lowering her head and saying nothing further, though in her heart, she was filled with anticipation. Soon, they would no longer see the troublesome Han Yunqi, but rather a lifeless body. Chapter 40 Malicious intent. She desired to kill as long as Han Yunqi was dead. The position of the crown princess would remain perpetually vacant, allowing Morong Wanru to ascend as a side consort and enjoy all the privileges of the principal wife, thus liberating herself from the nightmare of her humble origins as a maid. Finally arriving at the woodshed, the usually composed Morong Wanru found herself brimming with impatience. The guard had just unlocked the door when she eagerly pushed it open. Inside the shed, amidst a pile of firewood, lay a petite, frail figure draped in an icy blue hue, seemingly as if a mere gust of wind could whisk her away. Humph, I knew she had merely fainted, the Empress Dowager scoffed. Someone, wake her up. A guard promptly brought over a bucket of water, and Morong Wanru, suppressing her excitement, quickly interjected, Mother, how cold is the water? Allow me to awaken my sister-in-law instead. The Empress Dowager shot her a resigned glance. You're too soft-hearted. Overjoyed, Morong Wanru hurried over, feigning concern as she gently nudged Han Yunqi. Sister-in-law, wake up. Mother is here. Sister-in-law, please admit your mistake to mother, and she will surely forgive you. As she pushed, she shielded the view of the others with the back of her hand, her other hand trembling with a mix of eagerness and fear as she resolutely reached toward Han Yunqi's nose to check for breath. As her hand inched closer, Morong Wanru's heart constricted. She had already rehearsed how to react upon discovering Han Yunqi's demise. However, just as her hand approached, Han Yunqi's eyes suddenly flew open, and she glared at her with suspicion. I'm not dead yet. What are you doing? Though severely weakened, Han Yunqi was not unconscious, her innate wariness rendering her as alert as a hedgehog, her phoenix-like eyes sharp as blades, glaring fiercely at Morong Wanru. Momentarily stunned, Morong Wanru let out a terrified scream, falling to the ground. Wanru, what's wrong? The Empress Dowager exclaimed, and the guards rushed forward to restrain Han Yun. As they helped Morong Wanru to her feet, the Empress Dowager looked down at Han Yunqi with disdain and demanded, What have you done to Wanru? Having not eaten for days. Mother, what do you think I could possibly do to her? Han Yunqi retorted with a hint of sarcasm. The Empress Dowager was momentarily at a loss for words, her embarrassment turning to rage as she kicked over a bucket of spoiled food. Even the dogs in the household can eat. What, are you not capable of it? Was she implying that she was inferior to a mere dog? Han Yunqi struggled to prop herself up. Mother, I propose a wager with you, how about that? The Empress Dowager, though reluctant, was ultimately intrigued. What could you possibly have to say? Speak. With great effort, Han Yunqi fetched a bowl of clear water from beside her. Mother, I wager that even the dogs in the estate would not drink this bowl of water. At this, Morong Wanru was taken aback. Sister-in-law, why would you make such a wager with mother? She is merely angry and using dogs as a point. As a younger generation, how can you challenge your elders? As she spoke, she rushed forward to seize the bowl of water from Han Yunqi, angrily spilling it out. Observing this, Han Yunqi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Though she was too weak to speak without difficulty, she had no strength to argue with Morong Wanru, she merely sought to confirm her suspicions. Morong Wanru's anxiousness confirmed that she was indeed the one who had poisoned her. Han Yunqi fixed her gaze on Morong Wanru, the corners of her pale lips curling into a mocking smile. Morong Wanru flinched as if struck by lightning, hastily averting her gaze. Mother, please don't be angry, give sister-in-law a little more time, and she will surely realize her mistake. Han Yunqi smirked. Morong Wanru was afraid she would acknowledge her error, afraid of mending her relationship with the Empress Dowager. Morong Wanru, as if mediating a quarrel, urged the Empress Dowager to leave urgently. In contrast to Morong Wanru's subservient attempts at placating the Empress Dowager, Han Yunqi possessed a leverage that no woman of this era had. Watching Morong Wanru coldly, a mockery etched on her lips. At that moment, Granny Gui rushed in, flustered. Your Highness, something's amiss, something's amiss. What is the matter with you, so frantic? The Empress Dowager asked, displeased. Your Highness, Princess Chongping has arrived. Granny Gui replied hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi's smile deepened, causing Morong Wanru to feel an unexplainable fear. Princess Chongping? The Empress Dowager was astonished. This princess, spoiled by both the Empress and the Queen, had never set foot in the Qinhuanfu. What could she possibly want, having not faced off against the Empress for quite some time? The Empress Dowager felt invigorated, momentarily dismissing Han Yunqi from her mind. So what if she has come? Why are you in a panic? Even if the Empress herself were here, it wouldn't matter. Let her wait, I have no time to see her. She elegantly raised her hand. I shall first indulge in a hot bath and then take a nap. Ah, the hot springs in this estate are simply delightful. Seeing this, Granny Gui felt a pang of sorrow and hesitated to speak, but had no choice but to say, Your Highness. Princess Chongping says she wishes to see the Qin Wangfei. What? The room fell silent, as all present were taken aback. She had come to see Han Yunqi. Moron Wanru gasped in shock, her eyes darting fearfully towards Han Yunqi. The self-satisfied Empress Dowager felt her face flush with indignation, furious and ashamed as she kicked at the discarded food. Useless thing, can't even report a matter properly. What does Princess Chongping want with her? I don't know, but Princess Chongping is quite anxious. If she cannot see her tonight, she intends to stay here overnight. Granny Gui quickly responded to the Empress Dowager, then turned her gaze towards Han Yunqi, coldly huffing, What does Chongping seek you for? Han Yunqi feigned weakness, shaking her head without a reply. The Empress Dowager squinted her eyes, not pressing further, coldly instructing Granny Gui, inform her that the Qin Wangfei is unavailable, tell her to wait. How could the Empress dare to issue an arrest warrant against her without her knowledge? She would not miss the chance to assert her authority over Princess Chongping. Watching the group hastily depart, Han Yunqi finally relaxed all her defenses, collapsing weakly among the straw, her brow tightly knitted in agony. It was such suffering, she felt as if her stomach were gnawing at itself from hunger. Nevertheless, she encouraged herself inwardly, Han Yunqi, you must endure, just a little longer, and soon everything will be all right. Princess Chongping could not bear to wait, creating quite a commotion in the guest hall. Unfortunately, the Empress Dowager chose to ignore her outburst. Such a fine Han Yunqi, humph, I shall seek my mother later and see if you are still around. Princess Chongping declared angrily before storming out. The Empress Dowager, perplexed, turned to Moron Wanru. Wanru, why do you think Princess Chongping has come? I too am curious, could it be she still harbors a grudge over the matter with the young general? Moron Wanru speculated. She dares. I haven't even settled the score with her yet. The Empress Dowager was immediately incensed. Regardless of Princess Chongping's intentions, Moron Wanru would not allow Han Yunqi to leave the woodshed. She intended to strike first. That night, she arranged for an assassin, but who would have thought that in the dead of night, Princess Chongping would return, and she had even brought the Empress with her. The Empress, being the mother of the nation and the Emperor's legitimate wife, commanded a level of respect that made the Empress Dowager polite. Oh dear, what wind brings you both to my humble abode tonight? The Empress Dowager greeted with a warm demeanor, beckoning for tea to be served. Though the Empress's status surpassed that of the Dowager, custom dictated that she still pay her respects, which the Empress graciously reciprocated. Princess Chongping, however, remained sullen, standing aside in silence. Noticing the princess's unusual behavior, the Empress Dowager inquired, What's the matter with Chongping? Upon being questioned, Princess Chongping became agitated. I'm fine. Chongping, mind your manners, the Empress admonished coolly, though her heart was filled with exasperation. Princess Chongping was unaware of the filth she had contracted while in the prison. After a day or two of itching on her feet and face, it had escalated into an unbearable rash. Initially, it had only appeared on her feet, but by the next day, it had spread to her face in large patches, resembling psoriasis, yet, despite consultations with numerous physicians, none could diagnose it. Some suspected it to be poison, but even the poison specialists came up empty-handed, bearing a grudge against Dr. Gu due to Mu Qingwu's affair. Princess Chongping had not sought his help. However, starting from the day before, the rash on her feet had begun to itch uncontrollably, leading her to scratch until her skin broke, causing the physicians to warn her that she would undoubtedly scar. Desperate, Princess Chongping had no choice but to set aside her grievances and seek Dr. Gu's assistance. He posited that it was likely poison but could not cure it, suggesting she consult Han Yunqi instead. Princess Chongping had initially exploded with anger, dismissing the idea outright. However, when the rash on her face began to itch the following day, she feared for her appearance and was unwilling to risk further damage. Though reluctant and skeptical of Han Yunqi's medical skills, she had exhausted all options and could not let go of her last glimmer of hope. She begrudgingly resolved to seek Han Yunqi's help. The Empress Dowager's lips curled into a sardonic smile. This girl has always been this way, I have grown accustomed to it. The Empress, needing something from her, refrained from retorting, smiling instead. Your Highness, is the Qin Wangfei not in the estate? Changping mentioned coming yesterday but saw no one. The Empress Dowager replied with a question of her own, Do you have business with Yunqi? Just as the Empress was about to respond, Princess Chongping interrupted, unwilling to let the Empress Dowager know of her disfigurement. The more people who knew, the more she would be ridiculed. If the Empress Dowager mocked her in front of everyone, it would be utterly humiliating. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Your Highness, please summon her at once. Princess Chongping insisted. The Empress Dowager exhaled softly, no longer pressing for details. I see, but Yunqi is currently out with the Qinwang. What, where have they gone? Princess Chongping gasped, stepping forward, excitement coursing through her. Ah, Chongping, you know your royal uncle's temperament. He never informs me, his mother, of his whereabouts, the Empress Dowager replied with a look of resignation. Princess Chongping was frantic. Then where are they? At that moment, the Empress gripped Princess Chongping's hand tightly, having sensed the Empress Dowager's attempts to thwart them. Just as Princess Chongping was about to speak, the Empress sternly reprimanded, Chongping, how many times must I tell you to behave? Your matters are of great importance, yet the Qin Wangfei is absent. Is this not troublesome for the Empress Dowager? Chapter 41. A matter of urgency, her leverage and urgent matter indeed. One cannot fault this girl under such circumstances. What on earth has transpired? The Dowager Empress feigned astonishment. The Empress, however, chose to ignore her and continued reprimanding Princess Changping. Since the Princess of Qin has accompanied the Prince of Qin, you ought to seek out your father and implore him to retrieve the prince. Surely, your father cannot be incapable of locating the prince. As she spoke, the Empress cast a meaningful glance at the Dowager Empress. Your Highness, would you not agree? With one wielding the threat of the prince and the other leveraging the emperor, the attendants present felt their hearts race. Yet, Princess Changping experienced a sudden epiphany, her excitement palpable. Yes, I shall consult father. This time, he will undoubtedly assist me. The Dowager Empress, well aware of the Empress's temperament, understood that she typically refrained from impulsive outbursts. Today, however, her willingness to invoke the emperor indicated that Princess Changping's situation was indeed grave, and she was confident that it warranted the emperor's intervention. Mother, let us go, we must seek father at once. Princess Changping exclaimed, eagerly tugging at the Empress to depart. In that moment, the Dowager Empress grew anxious. Under normal circumstances, she might have simply concocted an excuse to hand over Han Yunqi. However, at this very moment, Han Yunqi was confined in the woodshed, on the brink of starvation. Should this affair be exposed, it would tarnish her reputation. Where would she find the face to show? Just as the Dowager Empress was about to voice her concerns, Morong Wanru interjected, Your Majesty, Princess Changping, please wait. The Empress, anticipating this, halted Princess Changping with a glance. She typically endeavored to avoid troubling the emperor with matters from the harem, which was a significant reason for her favor. Morong Wanru quickly stepped forward, bowing, Your Majesty, Princess Changping, in truth, the Princess of Qin returned last night. However, Mother Empress has only just returned from the other residence today and is unaware of the situation. It is my fault for not reporting it sooner, blame me. With Morong Wanru's intervention, the Dowager Empress felt a measure of relief from her earlier embarrassment, promptly exclaiming, Returned? Why did you not say so sooner? Princess Changping is in urgent need. What if there are delays? It is my oversight, Morong Wanru replied, her head bowed, a visage of guilt. The Dowager Empress, not granting the Empress or Princess Changping a chance to respond, insisted, Your Majesty, Changping, please take a seat. I shall personally fetch her this instant. Princess Changping, reluctant to yield, was silenced by a mere glance from the Empress. We shall trouble you, Your Highness. The Dowager Empress turned back, offering a graceful smile, yet once she stepped outside with Morong Wanru, her countenance transformed into one of distress and fury. Had it not been for Morong Wanru's timely intervention, she would have been left with no recourse, utterly unsure of how to save face. What on earth is happening? The Dowager Empress exclaimed, her voice laced with urgency and ire. Mother, I cannot shake the feeling that my sister-in-law is aware of what is happening, Morong Wanru murmured quietly. If given the choice, she would prefer the Empress and Princess Changping to approach the Emperor, allowing her the time to act. However, should the truth regarding Han Yunqi's demise be exposed, it would create chaos, bringing her more distress than she could bear. Soon, they arrived at the woodshed, where Han Yunqi clung to life, utterly exhausted, her eyelids heavy with fatigue, yet, she remained vigilant, her gaze fixed upon the entrance, awaiting not only a chance to survive but also an opportunity to retaliate against the seemingly virtuous Morong Wanru. Upon catching sight of the Dowager Empress and Morong Wanru at the threshold, a faint smile graced her pallid lips before she gradually closed her eyes. At this sight, both the Dowager Empress and Morong Wanru were taken aback. Someone! Quickly, summon the imperial physician, post-haste, the Dowager Empress cried out, panic-stricken, Han Yunqi must not come to harm at this critical juncture. Morong Wanru felt a deep sense of frustration, compelled to support Han Yunqi, pinching her acupoint, and personally administering warm water. Before long, the specialized physician of the Prince of Qin, physicianly, rushed back. Upon assessing the scene and taking Han Yunqi's pulse, he swiftly deduced her state of extreme weakness due to starvation. He promptly retrieved medicinal pills, urging Morong Wanru to administer them to Han Yunqi, and proceeded to press several acupoints on her hands. After a series of interventions, they finally roused her from her stupor. The Dowager Empress let out a long sigh of relief. She had intended to chastise Han Yunqi but found herself in a situation requiring urgent care instead. Meanwhile, Morong Wanru felt a knot in her chest, struggling to feign concern, ultimately opting for silence. Han Yunqi appeared bewildered, yet a glimmer of sharpness flickered in her eyes. In truth, she had not lost consciousness. During the frantic attempts to revive her, she had been observing coldly. Upon her awakening, physicianly hastened to instruct Morong Wanru to feed Han Yunqi sweetened water, carefully attending to her for a while until Han Yunqi regained some strength. The Dowager Empress, her worries alleviated, demanded, Han Yunqi, what precisely does Changping require of you? Han Yunqi shook her head, conveying a sense of helplessness. The Dowager Empress, incensed yet restrained from lashing out, asked, Can you see her now? Han Yunqi, feeling feeble, did not even nod, her gaze shifting towards physicianly. He hesitated, Your Highness, unless it is an urgent matter, it would be best for the princess to rest and consume some millet porridge. Urgent matter, the Dowager Empress bellowed, by any means necessary, ensure she regains her strength immediately. Your Highness, my abilities are limited. Physicianly stammered, taken aback. Mother, perhaps I might assist my sister-in-law to my quarters to rest. I can inform the Empress that she has caught a chill and fallen ill, and they will deign to visit me there. Morong Wanru proposed. The Dowager Empress could only acquiesce. Hurry then, swiftly. Ensure there are no discrepancies. Just as she was about to turn, she cast a warning glare at Han Yunqi before hastily departing. Sister-in-law, you have endured much these past days, come with me, Morong Wanru said, a calculating glint in her eye as she summoned a servant to carry Han Yunqi away. Morong Wanru resided in Lanyuan, a garden-style courtyard conveniently near the Dowager Empress's peony courtyard. However, she did not escort Han Yunqi to her bedroom but instead directed her to a vacant side room within the courtyard. Once Han Yunqi was laid upon the bed, and the curtains were drawn, the Empress and Princess Changping arrived. Han Yunqi feigned an attempt to rise and pay her respects, but the Empress swiftly halted her, settling herself at the bedside and grasping Han Yunqi's hand. No need for that. Such a minor chill should not have led to such a state. Your constitution requires bolstering. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, Han Yunqi replied weakly. Princess Changping, unable to contain herself any longer, addressed the Empress with a commanding tone. Royal Aunt, I have an urgent matter, you must accompany me to the palace at once. Han Yunqi caught a glimpse of the Dowager Empress standing nearby, her expression dark and stifled. She could not fathom what grievances the Dowager Empress bore against this mother-daughter pair, yet she recognized that her chance for ascension had arrived. That cold and aloof Prince of Qin was merely acting out of obligation. He could not protect her at all times. If she was destined to remain within these walls, then it was imperative that she earn the favor of the lofty matriarch. Now was the opportune moment. Han Yunqi refrained from responding to Princess Changping, instead obediently looking towards the Dowager Empress, implying that the decision lay with her. At that moment, Princess Changping felt an itch creeping upon her skin, prompting her to plead urgently, Your Highness, I beseech you. Allow Royal Aunt to accompany me to the palace. I assure you, she will return safe and sound. Under ordinary circumstances, the Empress would not permit Princess Changping to implore the Dowager Empress in such a manner. However, witnessing her agitation, she understood that the itch had returned with a vengeance. With no other recourse, the Empress interjected, Your Highness, the matters of children should be left to them. The Dowager Empress had initially anticipated that Han Yunqi would seize this opportunity to assert herself, yet to her surprise, the young woman was willingly deferring to her authority. Instantly, the Dowager Empress felt less constrained, relishing the notion that the Empress and Princess Changping were now seeking her favor. She stole a glance at Han Yunqi, reveling in the moment, and resolved to leverage this opportunity against the Empress and Princess Changping. Yunqi, cough, look at you, your health has deteriorated so severely. What if a gust of wind strikes while on the way to the palace, exacerbating your condition? How would Mother Empress explain this to the prince? Would he not hold me accountable for not caring for you properly? When had the Dowager Empress ever shown such concern for her daughter-in-law? The Empress's face darkened. The Dowager Empress was clearly seizing the opportunity to assert her dominance. Cunning as she was, Han Yunqi recognized the Dowager Empress's intentions. She hastily replied, Mother, you jest. I am well aware of the prince's temperament. He only heeds your and the Emperor's words. He would not dare to blame you. Your concern is greatly appreciated. Oh, listen to how cleverly Han Yunqi spun her words, equating the Dowager Empress with the Emperor before the Empress, simultaneously expressing respect for the Emperor while flattering the Dowager Empress. Unbeknownst to Han Yunqi, this remark struck a chord with the Dowager Empress, more so than 100 of Morong Wanru's typical flattery. Morong Wanru, overhearing this, felt a surge of anxiety. What was Han Yunqi plotting? The Empress, furious, pressed her lips tightly together, unable to articulate her thoughts. Of Princess Changping, however, was bereft of time to engage in their verbal sparring. The itch on her face had become intolerable. Your Highness, should her condition worsen, I will take full responsibility. Please allow her to accompany me to the palace. Princess Changping's voice trembled with emotion, yet the Dowager Empress remained slow to acquiesce. She glanced at Han Yunqi, sighed softly, alas, this a mother. Princess Changping began to weep, grasping the Empress's hand. Mother, please intercede for me. We must hurry. The Empress's chest felt as if it might burst, yet she had no choice but to speak. Your Highness, there is truly an urgent matter at hand. We have prepared a carriage just outside, ensuring that Yunqi's condition will not worsen. Once we reach the palace, Physician Gu will be present to attend to her. Is that not ideal? Please allow Yunqi to accompany them. It must be admitted that the Dowager Empress was not one to be easily swayed. Even faced with such entreaties, she maintained an air of hesitation. Finally, Princess Changping broke down in tears. Your Highness, I implore you, I beg of you. Excellent, the Dowager Empress sought this very plea. Thus, she nodded, Yunqi, you may accompany the Empress to the palace. Very well, Han Yunqi replied with a nod, appearing obedient. The Empress immediately dispatched attendants to carry Han Yunqi, instructing that she be seated in a sedan chair for her departure. Just before she boarded the chair, the Dowager Empress cast a knowing glance at Han Yunqi. Alas, Han Yunqi pretended not to see with a piece of ginseng in her mouth. She thought to herself, Dowager Empress and Morong Wanru, just wait for my return. Chapter 42 Deadly Urgency. The swiftly galloping carriage had scarcely departed from the Qinhuangfu when it came to an abrupt halt. The Princess of Changping was beset by an acute outbreak of her skin affliction, which now rendered her unbearably itchy. She was eager to distance herself from the palace, caring little for her surroundings. Clutching a lantern in one hand and her skirt in the other, she hurriedly squeezed into Han Yunqi's carriage. Han Yunqi, drowsy, instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Your Highness, what is the matter? Before she could finish her sentence, the Princess of Changping abruptly yanked off her white gauze hat, revealing her face marred by the skin condition, which, against her pallid complexion, appeared particularly horrifying in the lantern's glow. Ghost, Han Yunqi exclaimed, half in jest and half in genuine shock. She was familiar with the affliction, yet had never encountered such a severe case in person. Han Yunqi, do you dare to call me a ghost? The Princess of Changping was incensed. Did she truly appear so ghastly? Every physician she had consulted had been left horrified. She was now too afraid to look in a mirror. No, Han Yunqi, feeling exceedingly weak, could scarcely manage a shake of her head, collapsing back against the carriage. In truth, after consuming elixirs, porridge, and ginseng, she had regained much of her strength, yet in the presence of the domineering princess, she felt compelled to feign weakness. Han Yunqi, rise at once. Dr. Gu has declared your detoxification skills to be exceptional. You must act swiftly. I am nearly driven mad by the itching, the princess commanded without reserve, setting aside her status as a junior. The fact that she was in need of assistance should have tempered her tone, yet she continued to shout imperiously. Without imparting a genuine lesson, it was clear she would not learn her lesson. P. Princess, Han Yunqi stammered for what felt like an eternity, failing to articulate a coherent response. The princess was nearly beside herself with frustration, her hands repeatedly reaching towards her face, nearly unable to resist scratching. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take a look at me. As she spoke, she leaned in closer, nearly pressing her face against Han Yunqi's. Anyone else would have retched, yet Han Yunqi had witnessed far more grotesque afflictions and had developed a certain immunity. Your Highness, I lack the strength. At long last, she managed to complete her sentence. Just look, just a glance. Does it require strength? Are you not capable? The princess was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, her hands fidgeting restlessly, struggling to contain herself. Well, if your Highness would just. Han Yunqi, resembling someone on the brink of collapse, prompted the princess, who, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, what is it you wish to say? In her agitation, the princess was unaware that her heightened emotions were causing a surge of adrenaline, which would only exacerbate her symptoms. Bring the lantern closer, so I can see clearly, Han Yunqi replied languidly. Though irate, the princess would comply with Han Yunqi's request. She obediently drew the lantern nearer. However, as the light illuminated the carriage, Han Yunqi, without even glancing at the princess's face, suddenly closed her eyes and fainted. The princess was consumed by fury, unleashing a piercing scream. How could this be happening? She raised the lantern, intent on striking Han Yunqi, but ultimately restrained herself, stifling her itchiness instead. Han Yunqi was her last hope. Upon hearing the scream, the waiting empress rushed to inquire, Changping, what has happened? The princess exited the carriage, the lantern crashing to the ground as she burst into tears. She has fainted. Woe is me, that wretched girl has fainted. Worthless. As she wept, her hands instinctively clawed at her face, causing the empress to panic and rush forward to grasp her hands. Do not scratch. You will mar your beauty. Nearby maidens hurriedly placed the gauze hat back on her head, yet the princess violently wrenched herself free from the empress's grasp, tearing off the gauze and clawing at her own face. God knows how unbearable the itching was, how fiercely she clawed. After just one swipe, blood streamed from her cheeks. The princess seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing her relentless scratching. The empress turned pale with fear. Someone, quickly restrain her. Seize her hands. Guards rushed in, swiftly gripping the princess's hands. Release me. How audacious you are. Let go. You're driving me mad with this itching. Let go. I command you to release me, or I shall have your heads. The princess thrashed violently, and the empress was on the verge of tears. Quickly, bind her hands and cover her mouth. Despite it being the dead of night, they were in the streets, and if the surrounding populace were to awaken, what would become of the princess's reputation? Before long, the princess was bound and silenced. The empress cast a dark glance at Han Yunqi's carriage, her eyes glinting with malice. Han Yunqi, were it not for you, Changping would not have gone to the Dali temple, nor would she have contracted this affliction. You had better ensure her face remains intact, or I and the empress dowager shall not spare you. After bringing the princess back to her carriage, the group hastily made their way back to the palace. The horses galloped swiftly, and the spacious, comfortable carriage offered a smooth ride. Han Yunqi lay languidly, her eyes remaining shut, yet a smile of contentment graced her lips. Those who venture into the world must inevitably repay their debts. Those who tread the path of mischief need not fear the consequences. Upon returning to the palace, dawn broke. The princess of Changping, utterly exhausted, seemed to have passed the worst of her affliction and had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Han Yunqi was escorted to the Anping palace of the princess, half awake, as maidens settled her onto a warm bed. Before long, the empress and Dr. Gu arrived. It is said she has caught a chill and is quite weak, having fainted during the journey. The empress briefly explained the situation. Dr. Gu sat at the edge of the bed, feeling Han Yunqi's pulse through the gauzy curtains. With his renowned expertise, he quickly discerned her condition. It was merely a result of starvation, not a true illness. Rather, she was simply weakened and lacked vitality. Fortunately, she had already received some treatment, and her prognosis was promising. Now in the recovery phase, she was not as frail as the empress had suggested. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Dr. Gu's dark, clear eyes as he rose. Your Majesty, this is a severe chill. The body of the princess consort is exceedingly frail and in urgent need of rest. If she is forcibly awakened to treat the princess, I fear. What do you fear? The empress interrupted, her impatience palpable. Once in the palace, her concern for Han Yunqi's health was secondary. As long as she could treat Changping, she would consent to anything, even drawing blood from Han Yunqi. I fear that not only will the princess consort be unable to treat the princess of Changping, but she may also jeopardize her own life. Dr. Gu exaggerated the situation. However, the empress, unversed in such matters, became anxious at the implications. If that were the case, not only would Changping's face be at risk, but Han Yunqi's life was also too valuable to lose. Had she known this would occur, she would have advised Changping to remain at the Qin Wanfu, enduring the ridicule rather than risking Han Yunqi's life. Taking a deep breath, the empress declared, then let us prioritize saving her. How long must she rest to recover? Perhaps 1 or 2 days. However, the princess of Changping will need to endure some suffering in the meantime. Dr. Gu answered candidly. The empress's brows furrowed in distress, struggling to find words, yet she had no alternative. She instructed Dr. Gu, use the finest medicine, and ensure the princess consort recovers swiftly. Do you understand? I understand, Your Majesty, Dr. Gu replied, nodding. I shall prepare a prescription at once. After Dr. Gu departed, the Empress went to check on the Princess of Changping, leaving a young maid to guard Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi could hardly contain her glee, secretly anticipating the splendid concoction Dr. Gu would prepare to nourish her. Though she might not fully recover in just a day or two, she would at least be able to move about without further harming her health. Dr. Gu was indeed a clever and considerate man. As Han Yunqi had anticipated, he concocted a luxurious, warming tonic tailored for her recovery. Though she yearned for a hearty meal, she knew better than to indulge after starving. Such recklessness could lead to indigestion or worse. The tonic provided by Dr. Gu not only nourished her body in the gentlest of ways but also curbed her intense hunger. With the restorative effects of the remedy and ample sleep, Han Yunqi was revitalized and full of vigor 2 days later. However, the Princess of Changping was suffering. Over the course of those 2 days, she endured 3 agonizing episodes of her affliction, each one leaving her with the desperate urge to end her own life. As Han Yunqi arose from her resting place, the princess remained confined, her hands and feet bound to prevent self-harm. The Empress sat beside her, attempting to console her, but the princess was beyond listening, muttering, "Where is that wretched Han Yunqi? Is she refusing to save me? Mother, bring her to me. She must be feigning. She wishes to see me poisoned. It is all her fault. All of this is because of her. Had it not been for her, I wouldn't have gone to the dungeons. Oh, mother, she is the cause of my suffering. Mother, let me go. I must find her." Han Yunqi entered quietly behind Dr. Gu, listening in silence. The Princess of Changping failed to consider why she had ventured to the dungeons that fateful night, yet she dared to cast blame upon Han Yunqi. Initially, upon hearing Dr. Gu's account of the princess's condition, Han Yunqi had felt a pang of sympathy and considered alleviating her affliction today. However, she now had second thoughts, for every pitiable individual has their share of faults. The Princess of Changping was not someone Han Yunqi wished to save. She did not subscribe to the lofty ideals of a healer's compassion. "Your servant pays respects to your majesty, the Empress." "Your servant pays respects to your majesty, and to her highness, the princess." Han Yunqi and Dr. Gu bowed from behind the gauzy curtain, and the Empress quickly urged them to rise, her tone sweetened. "Yunqi, come in quickly. Changping has been waiting for you." The princess, no longer shouting, fixed her fierce gaze upon Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi took a seat beside the bed and remarked coolly, "It is too dim. Bring the lantern closer." A maid hastily raised the lantern, its bright light causing the princess to squint, yet she stubbornly continued to glare at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi continued, "Changping, close your eyes. Let me see if there are any toxins on your eyelids." At this, the princess immediately shut her eyes, her expression one of sheer terror, which elicited Han Yunqi's disdain. What was the point of her stubbornness? If she had the ability, she should continue glaring. Han Yunqi then meticulously examined her face, discreetly activating her scanning system to assess the spread of the toxins and any potential mutations, before checking the condition of her legs. The princess was fortunate, the toxins had not spread extensively, nor had they transformed. Upon completing her examination, Han Yunqi was immediately bombarded with questions from the Empress. "Well, has she been poisoned? What kind of poison? Is it treatable?" Realizing the examination was over, the princess opened her eyes and imperiously demanded, "Han Yunqi, why are you dawdling? Speak at once." Chapter 43 of The Rescue and the Medicine. In response to Princess Changping's cries, Han Yunqi displayed the utmost professionalism inherent to a physician, remaining unfazed. Her demeanor was composed yet slightly serious, exuding an air of authority that instilled an inexplicable sense of security. She refrained from answering, gently caressing the princess's cheek with her fingertips, which immediately quieted Princess Changping, even causing the Empress to tense up, too apprehensive to inquire further. Han Yunqi then examined both sides of the princess's face. Based on her recent assessment of the toxins, it seemed that Princess Changping would soon experience another episode of poisoning. She continued her silent examination for quite some time, while both the princess and the Empress were filled with anxiety, yet neither dared to utter a word, let alone speak disrespectfully. Even Gu Beiwa, who waited outside the curtain, felt a pang of nervousness. He was aware that Han Yunqi possessed the ability to detoxify, but he was uncertain if she could remedy the specific toxin affecting the princess's face. He had merely recommended her. The room was enveloped in silence, the atmosphere palpably tense. Suddenly, Han Yunqi withdrew her hand as if startled, rising abruptly and exclaiming, "Heavens, the poison has changed. It will soon become contagious." "What?" Upon hearing this, the Empress retreated as if fleeing for her life, while the surrounding maidens backed away in fear. It was utterly terrifying. Should a contagious disease spread, not only the princess but even the princes would be banished from the palace and confined to a remote residence. If left untreated, they would never be permitted to return. Princess Changping froze momentarily before bursting into a fit of wails. "I don't want to go. I don't want to. Woo. Mother, please save me. I refuse to be sent away. I refuse." The Empress, who had retreated the farthest, appeared pale and anxious, urgently asking, "Yunqi, can you truly treat her?" Han Yunqi avoided answering directly, her expression grave. "It seems the poison is about to flare up again." As soon as she spoke, Princess Changping began to struggle, exclaiming, "It itches. Mother, my face is itchy again. Let me go. Release my hands. Mother, could you scratch it for me, I beg you?" Soon, her feet also began to itch, but alas, they were bound as well, and her frantic attempts to kick were futile. Witnessing this, everyone was astonished. They had not anticipated that Han Yunqi would indeed possess such remarkable skills. The Empress was utterly horrified and dared not approach, gripping Han Yunqi's hand and asking, "You truly foresaw this? Yunqi, you are incredible. You must have a way to save Changping, right? Yunqi, a contagious disease is no trivial matter. You must have a solution, correct? If word of this spread, not only would Princess Changping face dire consequences, but even those who would come into contact with her, including the Empress, would face prolonged isolation. And even if the Empress remained unaffected, she would likely be unable to see the Emperor for a year or more. In the depths of the palace, countless eyes were watchfully fixed upon the Empress. She could ill afford to lose such precious time. Save me, Mother, please let her save me. I'm going to itch myself to death, who will help me? Father, woo-woo. I want to see Father. Princess Changping was in such distress that her words became incoherent. At that moment, Han Yunqi finally pushed the Empress's hand away and stated earnestly, I will give it a try. All right. The Empress nodded repeatedly. Han Yunqi approached and sat beside Princess Changping. The onlookers were tense, unable to tear their gaze away. Could this woman truly have a solution? Princess Changping screamed in desperation, shaking her head vigorously and writhing in her bindings. Upon noticing Han Yunqi, she managed to collect herself momentarily and then began to curse, It's all your fault, this is all because of you. You are the reason I am in this predicament. I warn you, if you cannot save me, my mother will not let you off easily. Changping. The Empress chided sternly, What nonsense are you spouting? She then turned to apologize to Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi raised her hand to signal for silence. The Empress complied, yet Princess Changping grew even more frantic. Han Yunqi, if you however, before she could finish, Han Yunqi applied the ointment to her face, and in an instant, Princess Changping fell silent, her eyes wide with disbelief. This medicine, it feels so refreshing, the areas where the ointment had been applied were cool and soothing, and the itching had entirely subsided. What if I do what? Han Yunqi asked softly. Princess Changping was taken aback but quickly shook her head, and no. Han Yunqi applied the ointment to another patch of the rash, the cooling sensation more divine than any celestial remedy. Princess Changping inhaled deeply and then exhaled, unable to contain her delight. How comfortable. Isn't it? Han Yunqi asked with a smile. Princess Changping nodded vigorously, I want more. Han Yunqi hesitated, her expression conflicted. Princess Changping, anxious, watched Han Yunqi clutch a large bottle of ointment, abandoning all pretense of dignity as she pleaded, Aunt Qin, I beg you. I was wrong, it was my fault, please save me. Seeing this, the Empress grew anxious as well. Yunqi, Changping is still young and naive, if she has offended you, please do not take it to heart. Han Yunqi turned to her, How could I possibly hold a grudge against a younger generation? It is just that there are wounds on her face. If I apply this medicine, I fear it may leave scars, which is why I hesitated. As she spoke, she moved to the foot of the bed, treating Princess Changping's ailment while earnestly advising, Let us first alleviate the itching in your feet. As for your face, I recommend the princess endure it for now to avoid disfigurement. I will do my utmost to concoct an antidote before the virus spreads. Upon hearing this, the Empress finally exhaled a significant breath of relief. Excellent. She promptly instructed Princess Changping, You must endure. If you become disfigured, your brother Qingwu may not want you. Tears streamed down Princess Changping's face. All right, I will endure. Woo. I have managed to endure so many times already. She concentrated on the soothing sensation in her feet, yet while voicing her commitment to endure, her hands could not stop thrashing about, for the itching was unbearable. After applying the medicine, Han Yunqi simply stated, There may be a contagion period in the coming days, it would be best to keep your distance from her. This declaration undoubtedly cast Princess Changping into despair. In the royal family, familial ties could never be pure. The Empress would no longer visit Princess Changping, leaving only a few maidens to attend to her before hastily departing with Han Yunqi. Watching Han Yunqi's departing figure, Princess Changping seethed with hatred, yet she was oblivious to the torment that lay ahead. Before they could reach the guest hall, the Empress urgently inquired, Yunqi, what exactly is this poison? It is a rash poison, likely contracted in the dungeons. That place is filthy and teeming with toxins. Han Yunqi replied with feigned seriousness, Your Majesty, the princess is of noble birth, it would be wise to refrain from frequent visits to the dungeons. The Empress was aware of Princess Changping's ventures into the dungeons for personal retribution. At that moment, faced with Han Yunqi's mockery, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet she had no choice but to endure it all. Gu Beiwe, standing nearby, cast a sly glance at Han Yunqi, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. This woman certainly knew how to turn the tables, ensuring that debts owed would eventually be repaid. After a considerable pause, the Empress finally spoke, How long will it take for her to recover? Once the poison is neutralized, she will be fine. I'll write a prescription for the antidote and have someone procure the necessary ingredients immediately. As Han Yunqi spoke, she strode into the room, with the Empress closely following, urgently summoning ink and paper. Typically, an antidote would consist of only a few herbs, yet to everyone's surprise, Han Yunqi penned an extensive list spanning 2 full pages, including several rare ingredients. The Empress could not comprehend it, but Gu Beiwe struggled to suppress his laughter at the sight. This woman, was she truly writing an antidote? It was evident she was seizing the opportunity to exploit the situation. Several of the herbs listed were incompatible and should never appear on the same prescription. Finally, just as Gu Beiwe thought Han Yunqi was finished, she reached for a third sheet of paper and inscribed the final ingredient, 10-segment cicada slew. Cicada slew, the molted shell of a cicada post-metamorphosis, is a common traditional Chinese medicine. However, a 10-segment cicada slew is exceptionally rare. The Empress was oblivious, but Gu Beiwe, well versed in the imperial pharmacy, felt a complex emotion flash through his eyes, remaining inscrutable. Your Majesty, this is the prescription. Have it prepared as per the list, and the sooner, the better. I will personally brew it. Han Yunqi spoke earnestly. The Empress immediately passed the prescription to Gu Beiwe. Dr. Gu, this matter is entrusted to you. Ensure the ingredients are gathered promptly. The Empress was simplifying the situation far too much. However, it was no surprise, as the palace's pharmacy contained everything imaginable. Gu Beiyue nodded and promptly departed. That very afternoon, he returned with all the ingredients listed on the prescription, save for the elusive 10-segment cicada slew. This item is not available in the palace? The Empress questioned incredulously. Did you search thoroughly? Your Majesty, I assure you, it is not in the pharmacy. Gu Beiyue replied, casting a casual glance at Han Yunqi before continuing. The 10-segment cicada slew is incredibly valuable. To date, only 2 have been found, one in the possession of the Empress of Bailey Kingdom, and the other where? The Empress interjected, anxious. I am aware it is in the possession of Imperial Concubine E, but whether it has been used, I cannot ascertain. Gu Beiyue answered truthfully. It's with my mother? Han Yunqi exclaimed, shocked. Well, she had anticipated this, otherwise, she would not have included it in the prescription. She had seen that item in Imperial Concubine E's chambers, where it had been meticulously crafted into a decorative piece, purportedly to be given to Morong Wanru as a dowry. Each time Morong Wanru glimpsed it, she beamed with joy. Now, the Empress found herself in a predicament. Acquiring something from Imperial Concubine would not be an easy feat. After a moment of hesitation, the Empress earnestly suggested, Yunqi, perhaps you could speak to your mother about it. Han Yunqi sighed, Your Majesty, my mother is kind-hearted and will surely assist in matters of saving lives, but, the Empress waited anxiously for her to continue. Alas, if I were to acquire it, I would have to disclose Princess Changping's illness to her, yet both you and Changping have forbidden such disclosures. Han Yunqi expressed her dilemma. This remark finally made the Empress grasp the crux of the issue. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she began to suspect Han Yunqi's intentions were deliberate. Once Han Yunqi cured Princess Changping and returned, Imperial Concubine would undoubtedly interrogate her, placing her in a quandary of whether to reveal or conceal the truth. Speaking would offend the Empress, while silence would displease Imperial Concubine. Now, seeking the medicine would imply the Empress permitted her to inform Imperial Concubine of the situation. At that point, no one could blame her. The Empress seethed internally, realizing how astute Han Yunqi truly was. She had underestimated her all along. Seeing the Empress hesitate, Han Yunqi patiently awaited her response. In truth, she already had the antidote prepared in her medical kit. She merely sought to procure some herbs as compensation while simultaneously resolving the matter with Imperial Concubine, paving a smooth path for her return. Chapter 44 Releasing anger. Indulging your desires. The depths of the Queen's eyes flickered with obscurity. However, despite her indignation, she found herself in a predicament where she required assistance. She concealed her ire and spoke in a gentle tone. Yunqi, let us proceed this way. Merely state that Changping is ill, and refrain from detailing the nature of her ailment, as it is not a pleasant matter and would not bode well if it were to spread. Your Majesty, my mother is not a stranger. She would not spread baseless rumors. Han Yunqi earnestly defended her mother-in-law. The Queen nodded repeatedly, coaxing her, of course, but given that Changping's affliction is contagious and manifests on her visage, it would be prudent to preserve her dignity, especially since she is yet to be wed. Would you not agree? Han Yunqi feigned understanding, nodding. I comprehend, Your Majesty. Then let us say that Changping has contracted a heat-related illness and requires 10 doses of cicada molting to clear the heat and detoxify. Yes, that is precisely it. Would you be so kind as to make a personal visit? The Queen inquired tentatively. Having already made such concessions, it would be quite beneath her to further beg Lady Yi for assistance. Such a notion was utterly intolerable. If Han Yunqi were to go, then her own efforts would be rendered moot. She resolutely stated, I must remain here to guard the princess, in case the poison manifests and spreads. Your Majesty, time is of the essence. Please seek someone else to make the journey on my behalf. At the mention of contagion, the Queen grew anxious once more. Reluctantly, she decided to delegate the task. He offered no objections, responding respectfully, and promptly set off to the prince's residence to procure the medicine. As the afternoon wore on, uncertainty loomed regarding the situation at the prince's residence, and Gu Beiyue had yet to return. The Queen fidgeted in the guest hall, anxiously awaiting news, while Han Yunqi, hidden in the apothecary, ostensibly focused on concocting the antidote, was actually engaged in a clever ruse, having already swapped out the precious herbs. She meticulously selected the rare and irreplaceable ingredients from her stores, concealing them within her antidote system, only to replace them with common herbs, blending them into a concoction. At that moment, she nestled beside the hearth, warming herself while contemplating the unfolding events at the prince's residence. Since Lady Yi believed she had been imprisoned and shamed, this was her opportunity to restore her honor. Surely, Lady Yi would be delighted. Given that Princess Changping was indeed unwell and required the medicinal ingredients, it would be unreasonable for Lady Yi to withhold them. Han Yunqi was confident that Lady Yi would provide the remedy, picturing the dismay on Morong Wanru's face as she witnessed her long-desired dowry being taken away. Thinking of this brought Han Yunqi a measure of amusement. However, to her astonishment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lady Yi unexpectedly entered the palace alongside Gu Beiyue. The Queen was equally taken aback, forcing a smile to receive them. Without further inquiry, she preemptively stated, Lady Yi, it is merely a matter of medicine. Must you personally deliver it? Changping is hardly capable of bearing such a burden. To her surprise, Lady Yi wore a serious expression. Your Majesty, is it not troubling that you would conceal such a significant matter from me? I had thought Changping summoned Yunqi to the palace for leisure, only to discover it was for medical treatment. Before the Queen could respond, Lady Yi cast a glance at Han Yunqi, then continued earnestly, had I known it was for healing, I would have prevented her from coming. What medical expertise does she possess? Would she not inadvertently worsen Changping's condition with her misguided treatment and prescriptions? Han Yunqi maintained a stoic demeanor, observing silently. The Queen, however, grew anxious and hastily clarified, how could that be? Dr. Gu is here to oversee the process. Dr. Gu oversees, then let Dr. Gu attend to her, that would be far safer. Lady E retorted, casting a scrutinizing glance at Han Yunqi. An uneducated girl, if she could indeed heal, would not be labeled as a failure. Just the other day, she nearly wore out her cell, what can she possibly know about healing? The Queen's countenance darkened at this remark, her breathing noticeably strained. Lady E had clearly come looking for trouble. Yet, the Queen, ever composed, sighed with resignation, "Oh dear, my esteemed Lady E, do not be so modest, who would dare to label Yunqi a failure, I am the first to object. The matter with the general was a misunderstanding, it was a miscommunication, Changping has already apologized, surely, you can overlook this minor transgression." Lady E, taking delight in this exchange, shot her a sidelong glance, who does not know that Changping's bad temper was fostered by your indulgence? A flicker of anger crossed the Queen's eyes, yet she held her tongue, rising with a semblance of humility, half serious, half jesting, "Indeed, it is my fault. I owe Lady E an apology." Lady E pretended to be concerned, hastily offering her support. "Oh, I cannot accept your apology, I was merely jesting, which elder does not dote on their younger kin? As for our Yunqi, I spoil her daily." Listening to the two women of the imperial court exchange pleasantries, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei felt an involuntary shiver run down their spines, sharing a moment of silence. Yet, Han Yunqi knew that her days upon returning would at least not be as dire as before. Lady Yi was thoroughly enjoying her charade, she had the time and inclination for such frivolities, but the Queen had no such luxury, her mind preoccupied with the contagion period concerning Princess Changping. She could not afford to waste a moment. "Lady Yi, Yunqi's medical skills are not inferior to Dr. Gu's, I do not know how these rumors have spread, claiming she is incapable. In my view, the Empress Dowager was correct, the prince marrying Yunqi is indeed a fortuitous acquisition." The Queen adopted a serious demeanor. In the past, Lady E would have found such words to be laced with sarcasm, yet now, they brought her unexpected satisfaction. Initially suspecting that Yunqi's success with the general was suspicious, Lady E was utterly astonished after Dr. Gu's visit that afternoon, revealing the truth of the matter. How could she have anticipated that Han Yunqi's medical prowess was genuinely commendable? It appeared that forcing the prince to marry Han Yunqi had left the Empress Dowager in regret. The Queen continued to offer apologies and kind words, and Lady Yi felt elated, relishing a sense of satisfaction she had not experienced in years after contending with the Empress Dowager and her entourage for so long. Thus, she readily produced 10 doses of cicada molting, not presenting them to the Queen, but instead handing them directly to Han Yunqi, speaking kindly, "Yunqi, be cautious, I entrust Princess Changping to your care." Han Yunqi rose to accept the offering. "Rest assured, mother, I understand. I shall prepare the medicine at once." "Your Highness, allow me to assist you," Gu Beiwei quickly volunteered, well aware that Han Yunqi's prescription was a ruse, and he was curious about the true antidote. The chief imperial physician would lend a hand to Han Yunqi. Lady E was even more pleased, urging him with a smile, "Dr. Gu, do hasten." However, halfway there, Han Yunqi dismissed Gu Beiwei with a single sentence. "Dr. Gu, why not check on Princess Changping?" Gu Beiwei, sensing her desire for solitude, hesitated momentarily, wishing to voice something, but ultimately chose silence, smiling, "I shall comply." Just as he was about to leave, Han Yunqi turned back, her smile radiant, "Thank you, Gu Beiwei." With that, she departed, leaving Gu Beiwei momentarily stunned, shaking his head in resignation, his eyes twinkling like the gentle spring breeze of April. Han Yunqi returned to the apothecary, disposing of the previously concocted medicine, extracting the genuine antidote from her medical pack, and preparing it for distribution. The Queen and Lady E awaited her at Princess Changping's door, and upon seeing Han Yunqi carrying the medicine, the Queen exclaimed with delight, "This must be the remedy." Indeed, Han Yunqi affirmed with a nod. The Queen personally opened the door but did not enter, stopping Lady E who attempted to follow. "Lady E, the room is filled with medicinal fumes, and Changping is sensitive to drafts. The windows have not been opened for days. It is prudent that we wait outside." Lady E, being a person of particular cleanliness, caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor and retreated. "That sounds reasonable." Dr. Gu naturally proceeded inside, leaving the Queen and Lady E to wait outside. While the remedy had been prepared, its efficacy remained to be seen, and the Queen felt a knot of anxiety, while Lady E, who had entered the palace with such bravado, now felt a pang of trepidation. To their surprise, they waited a full half hour. Finally, the Queen could no longer contain her impatience. "Bring someone in to see what is amiss." Lady E furrowed her brow, pondering, "Han Yunqi, today I came to regain my dignity. Should you cause me to lose face within the palace, I assure you, my reprisal will not simply entail starving you for a few days." The maidservants, wary of infection, had no choice but to enter the room. Just as they were about to push the door open, it swung wide from within. Gu Beiwei emerged, followed closely by Han Yunqi, who quickly opened the windows on either side. The Queen and Lady E nearly leaped to their feet in unison, exclaiming, "What has transpired?" "The medicine has worked wonders, however, the princess has been fatigued and her constitution is quite fragile. She will require gradual recuperation to fully recover," Han Yunqi replied calmly. "Is that truly so?" The Queen's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it truly all resolved?" In truth, she yearned to inquire whether the contagion had been eradicated, suspecting that this was merely Han Yunqi's playful prank. Nodding, she said, "Your Majesty, Changping must be eager to see you, do hurry inside." With Han Yunqi's words, the Queen's anxious heart finally settled, and without a second thought, she strode into the room. Lady Yi, feeling a sense of unease, quickly followed inside. Princess Changping had been freed from her restraints. Although her body felt weak, her mind was exhilarated. She was currently commanding her maidservants to hold a mirror before her. While her skin appeared slightly rougher than before, and she bore 2 scars on her cheeks, it was far better than being covered in pockmarks. Despite Dr. Gu and Han Yunqi's assurances that the scars would take months to fade, at that moment, she was too elated to care. Her face was healing, she would not be disfigured, nor would she spread contagion. Though Princess Changping was reluctant to admit it, she could not deny that Han Yunqi had saved her face and her life. When the queen returned, upon seeing Princess Changping's face, she gasped and covered her mouth in astonishment. Heavens, this is real. A malady deemed untreatable by all physicians, even the most renowned toxicologists, has been cured by Han Yunqi's bowl of medicine. And the results had manifested so swiftly. The queen sank into a seat, gazing at her daughter's fair face, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, Lady Yi pondered, Changping, how did you sustain such injuries while suffering from a heat-related illness? Is it not evident? The illness overwhelmed me, and I could not help but scratch at my skin. The queen quickly fabricated an excuse. Princess Changping was entirely absorbed in her joy, fixated on the mirror, ignoring any further inquiries. What of it? Did Yunqi not take the opportunity to treat her? Lady Yi asked suspiciously. At that moment, a nearby matron interjected, Your Highness, the prince's consort prepared an external remedy, stating it would take several months for a complete recovery. Lady Yi was quite pleased, chuckling, that is splendid news. Changping, how fortunate you are to have such an imperial aunt. Chapter 45 The Warmth of Angel's Wings. Fortune. Princess Changping glanced over, poised to speak, but the Empress interjected, Indeed, we must express our gratitude to the Imperial Dowager's medicine. I shall certainly report to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager, ensuring that a grand gift is prepared to properly thank you all. The Empress dared not reveal this matter to the Empress Dowager, yet she understood that failing to say so would mean that Imperial Concubine would not depart. She had truly had enough of the humiliation. Now that Changping had recovered, she earnestly wished to avoid the sight of Imperial Concubine and Han Yunqi, that pair of in-laws. Imperial Concubine was in high spirits, her face beaming with delight. You are too kind, there's no need for such formality. Yunqi was bestowed upon the Prince of Qin by the Empress Dowager. Han Yunqi provided some additional instructions before returning to the manor with Imperial Concubine. Watching the two of them depart hand in hand, the Empress ground her teeth in frustration and swiftly turned, striding back into her chambers. Princess Changping remained enveloped in joy, blissfully unaware of the indignities her mother had suffered to secure her safety. Changping, be more cautious. This time, not only have I been embarrassed, but your royal grandmother's face has been tarnished as well. Did you not see the smug expression on Imperial Concubine's face? The Empress fumed, and only then did Princess Changping instruct a servant to remove the mirror. Mother, I cannot be blamed for this. It is all Han Yunqi's fault. If it were not for her, I would never have ventured into that dreadful prison. Her rescuing me is merely her obligation. I shall not repay her. You still dare to speak? In what instance have you ever acted in a manner that could ease your mother's worries? The Empress roared, startled. Princess Changping had never before been subjected to such a reprimand from her mother. Suddenly, she had a thought. Mother, what if it was she who poisoned me? I have long suspected that the poison affecting brother Qinggu was also her doing. Otherwise, how could she, a mere waste, have become so formidable so suddenly? The antidote must lie solely in her hands. Upon hearing this, the Empress's demeanor shifted. The transformation of Han Yunqi from a mere fool to a genius was indeed perplexing. Mother, what if we test her once more? The Empress's sharp gaze deepened with a glimmer of calculation. Even now that she was married, Han Yunqi was still a member of the Han family and the daughter of the renowned physician Han. Perhaps she could consult the Empress Dowager for a strategy. As soon as they exited the palace gates, Imperial Concubine released Han Yunqi's hand. Han Yunqi was not surprised. She understood that as the daughter of the Empress Dowager's benefactor, she was regarded as a rival by Imperial Concubine. She harbored no illusions that Imperial Concubine would treat her like a biological daughter. She merely wished for fewer troubles. Once in the carriage, Imperial Concubine immediately inquired, Where did you learn your medical skills? Han Yunqi replied as she had to Long Fei on that day. Regardless of who asked, she would respond in the same manner, for they had certainly investigated her thoroughly. They would find no flaws in her background at the Han household, and she was even less likely to reveal any telltale signs. Mention of Madame Tianqin darkened Imperial Concubine's expression significantly, but she refrained from pressing further, nor did she pursue the matter of Han Yunqi's imprisonment any longer. Moron Wanru awaited at the entrance, her typically gentle face now clouded with displeasure. Her heart had been heavy for most of the day. The promised 10 segments of silkworm chrysalis were her long-anticipated dowry, and it was infuriating that they had been lost due to Han Yunqi's single prescription. In the past, she could smile naturally even when facing her most despised adversaries, yet now, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain that facade in front of Han Yunqi. As she saw Imperial Concubine and Han Yunqi approaching from a distance, Moron Wanru took deep breaths. Taking her time to compose herself, she quickly approached, an expression of concern on her face. Sister-in-law, how are you? The Empress and the Princess did not make things difficult for you, did they? A cold smile graced Han Yunqi's lips as she replied nonchalantly, Mother has already departed, how would they dare to trouble me? Would that not humiliate Mother? Upon hearing this, Moron Wanru was taken aback and quickly clarified, Mother, I did not mean it that way, I was genuinely concerned for you. Her feigned innocence only served to make Han Yunqi feel as though she had truly wronged her. Imperial Concubine curled her lip in annoyance. Han Yushi, it is good that you understand your place. From now on the first day of each month, you shall collect your allowance from the treasury. As a princess, you must present yourself with the dignity befitting your status, rather than appearing so shabby. With that, she disdainfully appraised Han Yushi from head to toe before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Morong Wanru stood frozen in place, astounded that her mother would actually grant Han Yushi an allowance. With an allowance, Han Yushi would enjoy even greater freedom, and how then could she continue to find fault with her? Morong Wanru's composure finally shattered, her small face tightening into a frown. Sister, I heard that the 10 segments of silkworm chrysalis are part of your dowry. Could that truly be the case? Han Yushi deliberately inquired. You! Morong Wanru's anger flared, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. With a huff, she turned and ran off. Observing this, Han Yushi burst into laughter, thinking to herself that one day, she would thoroughly dismantle Morong Wanru's pretensions. After dealing with Morong Wanru, Han Yushi's spirits lifted further as she recalled the precious medicinal herbs she had. She skipped her way back to the Furong courtyard, only to unexpectedly encounter the imposing figure of Long Fei. When had this elusive man returned? It seemed he only appeared when there was a matter of importance at hand. The last time he had come seeking an antidote, what poison had he needed to resolve, and what about the incident when he himself had been poisoned? From what Han Yushi understood, Long Fei was no slouch in martial prowess. Anyone capable of injuring him must be formidable as well. Unconsciously, she halted, gazing from a distance as he sat amidst the flowers, quietly savoring his tea with sharp, chiseled features akin to a blade's edge. Even in repose, he exuded an air of elegance and nobility, resembling a lofty monarch. In that moment, he and his tea formed a world unto themselves, inaccessible to anyone else. Han Yushi found herself entranced once more, until a piercing, icy gaze snapped her back to reality. Long Fei was staring directly at her, and reflexively, she offered a friendly smile. You have returned. However, she quickly regretted her words. Why should his return concern her? With a forced smile, she turned to leave, but Long Fei commanded imperiously, come here. Ignoring him, Han Yushi continued on her way. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Long Fei's tone grew insistent. Waiting for her, was it another antidote he sought? Reluctantly, Han Yushi acknowledged her curiosity and a hint of trepidation at his authoritative demeanor. She turned back and seated herself before him. Long Fei opened with, has the matter regarding Princess Changping been resolved? He knew? Your Highness, your sources are remarkably well informed, Han Yushi replied. Long Fei did not pursue the topic further, stating coolly, get some rest, tomorrow at dawn, we shall be going out. He intended to take her out? For what purpose? Han Yushi was intrigued, yet she did not dare hope for an outing with friends or a feast. To resolve a poison, Long Fei replied succinctly. Again with this, Han Yushi longed to suggest that perhaps she should abandon her role as his princess and instead become his dedicated poison physician. Confronted with this specialized query, Han Yushi adopted a professional demeanor. What poison are we discussing? Once you arrive, you will find out, Long Fei replied. Han Yushi nodded, I require a consultation fee. Long Fei regarded her with disdain, barely willing to respond, yet he nodded and stood to leave. After taking a few steps, he added, I will come to fetch you at the hour of the tiger tomorrow morning. Just as Han Yushi was about to nod in agreement, she froze. Wait a moment. The hour of the tiger, that referred to the time between 3 and 5 in the morning, which, in the minds of ancient people, was considered early morning, yet to Han Yushi, it felt like the middle of the night. Waking up in the depths of winter was the most torturous of tasks, especially with the added necessity of going out. Han Yushi's complexion paled as she quickly pursued him. We can either go tonight or wait until after sunrise tomorrow. I cannot go out at such an early hour. Why is that? Long Fei frowned, inquiring. Han Yushi provided a single word in response, cold. I will pay double the consultation fee. Long Fei was generous, yet Han Yushi stood her ground. Not even if you offered tenfold would I go. At that moment, Long Fei finally turned to look at her, asking, Han Yushi, is there any poison you cannot resolve? Taken aback, Han Yushi quickly responded with sincerity, that is difficult to ascertain. The world is filled with countless types of poison, and within each category, there are innumerable variations. Even for the same poison, the methods of detoxification can vary based on the severity of the affliction, the timing, and the physical condition of the poison individual. Therefore, I cannot provide a definitive answer. Long Fei listened intently and then asked, what if it is not a human who is poisoned? Is it an animal that has been poisoned? Han Yushi pondered, her first thought drifting to the horses he kept. For what other animals could he possibly have? Yet, to save his horse, did it truly require venturing out in the middle of the night? Unexpectedly, Long Fei did not respond, merely stating, once you arrive, you will understand. Get some rest. I will come to find you at the hour of the tiger. With that, he departed, and despite Han Yushi's attempts to follow him, she could not catch up. Hey, what is going on? What exactly has been poisoned? Please clarify. If you do not explain, I truly will not go. Regardless of Han Yushi's threats, Long Fei continued on his way, soon disappearing into the flowers. Han Yushi remained rooted in place, vexed and bewildered. What could this poison be? What could possibly have afflicted something other than a human? Must he dangle such mysteries before her? Should she go or not? As a seasoned poison physician, she possessed a profound professional curiosity. She had studied nearly every poison accessible in the modern world, and now, in this ancient realm, she was driven by an earnest desire to uncover the knowledge of toxins long extinct in her own time. Long Fei's air of secrecy was utterly intriguing. What situation could be so compelling? That night, Han Yushi tossed and turned, the hours slipping away unnoticed. Knock, knock, knock. The powerful rapping at her door jolted her awake from the slumber she had just managed to find. Glancing at the hourglass, she realized it was indeed the hour of the tiger. Han Yushi donned the thickest clothing from her wardrobe, yet she still could not stave off the chill. Upon opening the door, Long Fei's imposing figure blocked most of the entrance, yet the biting wind seeped in through the cracks. She had not even crossed the threshold when her teeth began to chatter. Quickly, she sidled to the side of the door, her petite frame now appearing even smaller as she tucked her hands into her sleeves and drew her neck in. Long Fei towered above her, casting a dismissive glance at her pitiful demeanor, a hint of scorn curling at his lips. This woman was truly feeble. Are you still planning to go? He asked coldly. Unexpectedly, Han Yushi raised her head, her face pale, yet her bright eyes sparkled with determination. Despite the cold causing her lips to tremble, her voice remained steady. Yes, of course. 300 taels, not a single coin less. Long Fei was momentarily taken aback, compelled to acknowledge that every word of her response was beyond his expectations. Chapter 46, I am here. Fear not. A fleeting glimmer of unrecognized admiration flickered in Long Fei's eyes as he promptly produced a purse of coins and tossed it to Han Yushi. However, she returned it with earnestness, stating, upon encountering poison, it is prudent to first devise an antidote before accepting any reward. A woman who cherished wealth yet remained ungreedy. Long Fei uttered not a word, turning on his heel to depart, with Han Yushi hastily trailing behind. Oh heavens, the wind outside was fierce, far colder than within the confines of the room. Long Fei moved swiftly, and Han Yushi jogged after him, contemplating, surely, once we exit, we shall be able to board a carriage? Yet, to her surprise, upon reaching the entrance of the Furong courtyard, Long Fei halted abruptly. Han Yushi sought refuge from the wind behind him, trembling as she inquired, what is the matter? To her astonishment, Long Fei pivoted, extending an arm and raising his voluminous cloak, cold yet commanding, step inside. The wind billowed his cloak with a resounding crackle. In the darkness, his chiseled features bore an icy resolve, his brows sharp as blades, resembling a deity of the night, gazing down upon her with an air of superiority. Han Yushi was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp the implications of this encounter, yet, Long Fei exhibited little patience, swiftly pulling her into his embrace, encasing her beneath his arm. As he gathered the cloak around her, it cocooned her against the biting cold. In that instant, her heart raced tumultuously, fraught with confusion. Goodness, his body radiated warmth, imbued with an alluring scent reminiscent of dragon musk. Was this the legendary sensation of being sheltered beneath angelic wings? Such warmth. Before Han Yushi could fully comprehend her predicament, Long Fei held her close, and with a gentle push, they soared toward the northwest of the imperial city. Wrapped in the cloak and nestled against Long Fei's warm embrace, she accompanied him as they glided through the air, their velocity surpassing that of horseback riding. In the enveloping night, visibility was limited to the occasional flicker of distant lights. She remained oblivious to their destination, yet felt an inexplicable sense of security. Although she basked in warmth, the chilling winds assailed her, sharp and unyielding, akin to a blade, soon rendering Han Yushi unable to endure. She attempted to shield herself by turning her face away and bowing her head, yet to no avail. Ultimately, with no other option, she cautiously tried to shift her position. Noticing Long Fei's lack of reaction, her courage swelled, and she extended her arm behind him, leaning deeply to bury her head against him. At last, she felt a profound warmth envelop her. To assert that she was not anxious would be a lie. She remained stiff for some time, yet upon observing that Long Fei made no objections, she gradually relaxed and savored the warmth. Long Fei's gaze remained fixed ahead, maintaining their swift pace, yet unbeknownst to her, the corners of his stern lips had curved into a slight smile, seemingly dismissive of her timidity, yet playfully toying with her boldness, much like the enigmatic allure of his deep, dark eyes, mysterious and captivating, eluding comprehension. He led her as they traversed walls and mountains, the wind whistling past them, leaving her in a state of blissful ignorance, even as drowsiness began to claim her. It was not until Long Fei descended with her, standing upon solid ground, that she awoke, peering out from his embrace to discover they were perched atop a lofty cliff, dawn breaking around them. Long Fei cast his gaze downward. You may release your grip now. Startled, she realized that this man had already set her free, and her arms had unconsciously encircled his waist. Han Yunshi's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to an electric shock, as she hastily withdrew her arms, escaping from the confines of his cloak. The moment she left his shelter, the cold enveloped her from all directions, yet she still felt her face burning with heat. Avoiding his gaze, she endeavored to dismiss her embarrassment, stating coolly, "What brings us here?" Long Fei glanced at the sky, replying, "We shall wait a moment longer." Curious, Han Yunshi pondered the purpose of his visit. Was it not to concoct an antidote? Would someone be arriving in just a moment? She refrained from further inquiries, scrutinizing her surroundings. Towering mountains surrounded them, rendering it impossible to discern their exact location. Below the cliff lay a profound abyss, the morning mist still clinging to the ground, obscuring any view of what lay beneath. The sun had just begun to rise, painting the sky in brilliant gold, a breathtaking sight. Han Yunshi had not witnessed a sunrise in ages and was lost in its beauty when suddenly, a beep 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 sound resonated in her mind. Poison. The cadence and volume of the alert suggested that this was no ordinary toxin. Its quantity was substantial. Han Yunshi's senses heightened. She turned to Long Fei, who was also gazing at the sunrise. There is poison nearby. What is going on? Long Fei, taken aback, asked, "How do you know?" "This toxin is peculiar. Please explain." Han Yunshi implored earnestly. At that moment, Long Fei finally glanced into the abyss below. This chasm is perpetually shrouded in toxic mist. At night, it settles at the valley's base, only to rise with the dawn. Han Yunshi was astonished. She had not anticipated that it was not humans or animals suffering from poison, but rather the very air itself. Do you wish to descend? Han Yuan, she inquired. Below lurks an undercover operative from Bailey Kingdom, skilled in the art of poison, Long Fei Yi replied nonchalantly. Now it made sense, he had come to apprehend someone but was hindered by the toxic mist. Unable to descend, Han Yuan, she observed the slowly rising white mist, her brows knitting together in contemplation. It appeared the situation was more complex than Long Fei Yi had surmised. Is it feasible to capture him? Long Fei Yi asked. At that moment, the anticipated moment arrived. Through the white mist, a dark haze faintly emerged, and the alarm bells in Han Yuan's mind reached a crescendo. However, the black haze soon drifted back into the valley, vanishing from sight. Did you see that? That black mist is the most toxic, Long Fei Yi remarked coolly. To his surprise, Han Yuan, she countered, that is not toxic mist. What Long Fei Yi referred to as toxic mist was, in fact, miasma, an insidious, noxious vapor that emerges in late spring and dissipates by autumn. Without sufficient warmth, it cannot materialize. Presently, in the depths of winter, even the sunlit mountain peaks were frigid, let alone the shaded valley. What then is it? Long Fei Yi inquired, astonished. He had previously dispatched a contingent of elite soldiers down, yet half had perished before they could locate the target. Those who escaped claimed the valley was filled with miasma, and soon after, they too succumbed to poison. The undercover operative concealed within the valley possessed vital military secrets of Tianning Kingdom. Should he escape, the consequences would be dire. Long Fei Yi had pursued him for over a month, and the last time he encountered poison was also due to this operative's treachery. This operative was exceedingly cunning, employing his poisonous arts only at the last moment. Prior to that, no one had suspected his capabilities. Long Fei Yi had tracked him to this location, where the operative lay hidden within the secluded valley, refusing to emerge. It must be a swarm of venomous mosquitoes, Han Yuan, she suggested, equally surprised to encounter such a phenomenon. Numerous ancient texts documented that after a cloud of dark mist passed, those within would succumb to poison and perish. This ominous fog was traditionally regarded as miasma. In truth, however, that mass of black vapor was not genuine gas, but rather a multitude of mosquitoes congregating in flight, leading ancient people to misinterpret it as a toxic vapor. These mosquitoes carried malignant malaria pathogens. Once humans or animals were bitten, they would contract the disease and swiftly succumb, akin to poisoning. Under these climatic conditions, toxic miasma could not materialize. The valley's mist concealed a swarm of poisonous mosquitoes, which was highly plausible. A swarm of venomous mosquitoes? Long Fei Yi had never before encountered this terminology. The white mist is harmless, the dark haze is the swarm of mosquitoes. In conditions of insufficient light, it appears as black mist, leading to misunderstandings. Han Yuan, she elucidated earnestly, before adding, take me down, I must get closer to that dark haze to identify the type of venomous mosquitoes. In modern times, the varieties of toxic mosquitoes were innumerable, and given their ancient context, many had not gone extinct, likely outnumbering their contemporary counterparts. Han Yuan, she needed to ascertain her familiarity with them and whether she could concoct effective mosquito repellent. With the assurance that the white mist posed no danger, everything became simpler for Long Fei Yi. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Han Yuan's waist and leaped down. Upon entering the valley, Han Yuan's detoxification system immediately detected the presence of toxins. Swiftly, she established the direction, to the right. Long Fei Yi tightened his grip on her and soared toward the indicated direction. However, before long, the detoxification system alerted her to toxins on the left side as well. Could it be more than one swarm? Han Yuan, she gasped, when suddenly, the detoxification system urgently warned her of toxins both above and below. Heavens, they were being surrounded from all directions. We are encircled, Han Yuan, she whispered. No sooner had she spoken than Long Fei Yi perceived a dark, mist-like mass swiftly approaching from all sides. While he had not anticipated encountering 4 swarms, he maintained his composure and coolly inquired, how close must we get to ascertain the toxins? Quickly, we must flee, this is far too dangerous. They move with remarkable speed. Han Yuan, she decisively urged escape. However, Long Fei Yi coldly commanded, answer this prince's question. 10 paces, if I am 10 paces away, I can determine the type of poison. Han Yuan, she replied candidly. 10 paces, given the current speed of the approaching mosquito swarms, once they closed the distance, it would be a mere instant before they were engulfed in darkness, and moreover, they were surrounded on all sides. In other words, the moment the 4 swarms approached within 10 paces, they would be consumed by the black mist in an instant. Han Yuan, she dared not contemplate the implications. She still had no knowledge of the toxins the mosquitoes carried, nor did she know if she could concoct an antidote. What would she do if she herself were poisoned? Just as her anxiety mounted, Long Fei Yi issued only 2 words, wait here. No. Han Yuan, she exclaimed, helplessly watching as the mosquito swarms drew ever closer, as if she could hear their ominous buzzing. Prepare for assessment, Long Fei Yi commanded imperiously. This was no ordinary poison, it was a swarm of venomous mosquitoes. For massive swarms, to be swept past by them was more terrifying than being trampled by a herd of stampeding antelopes. They would leave no survivors. Han Yuan, she admitted her fear, shouting, I can't, I'm scared. Yet, Long Fei Yi suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his voice icy, I am here, you shall not fear. How domineering. How forceful. Han Yuan, she had always detested arrogant, tyrannical men who lacked reason, yet at this very moment, she felt no resentment whatsoever. Her heart raced wildly, inexplicably calming her down. This man's assertiveness instilled a sense of safety. At that moment, the swarms of venomous mosquitoes advanced from all 4 directions simultaneously. Are you prepared? Long Fei Yi inquired in a low, resonant voice. Now composed, Han Yunqi activated her scanning system with professional precision, attentively monitoring the movements of the encroaching dark masses from all sides, and replied solemnly, "Ready." Chapter 47. If fear strikes at that moment, for swarms of venomous mosquitoes, hurtling towards them from every direction, suddenly halted. Han Yunqi understood that this was a prelude to their attack. Her gaze swept around rapidly, and she made a decisive choice, exclaiming, "Let us go." Indeed, after a brief pause of 1 second, the swarms surged toward them like a tide. In an instant, Long Fei pressed Han Yunqi into his embrace, raising his cloak to envelop her snugly. With a flicker, he transformed into a lightning-fast figure, slipping through the narrow gaps between two shadows. The timing was critical, too fast, and they would be caught, too slow, and they would surely be overwhelmed. Just as Long Fei emerged from that narrow passage, the four swarms merged into one massive horde, frantically pursuing them. Without faltering, Long Fei dashed toward the cliff, the relentless swarms in hot pursuit. As they chased, the vast formation transformed into a shape resembling a deadly arrow, amplifying their speed and ferocity. Han Yunqi, tightly wrapped in the cloak, had not a sliver of skin exposed. However, she could hear the deafening buzzing, indicating that the mosquitoes were perilously close, and their fury was palpable, manifesting in the cacophony they produced. Curiosity knotted Han Yunqi. She longed to peek out and ascertain their situation. Had they reached the cliff? Just as she pondered this, her feet hit solid ground. They had made it. Overjoyed, Han Yunqi abruptly freed herself from Long Fei's arms and pulled down the cloak, only to see a vast, dark mass of mosquitoes hovering at the precipice, too fearful to ascend. Before long, they began to fade into the depths below. Turning back to Long Fei, she smiled sweetly in the sunlight. "Long Fei, you're amazing." Backlit by the sun, Han Yunqi glimmered with a delicate golden hue, her smile akin to a flower blooming in the sunlight. Long Fei gazed at her, and for a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Yet, he soon coldly retorted, "Coward." Instantly, Han Yunqi's smile faded. She tugged at her lips and rolled her eyes, too apathetic to engage further. The information she had just scanned was still stored in the detoxification system, and her heart raced with trepidation. Not yet able to extract it, she turned away, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. The detoxification system was intertwined with her consciousness. If she became too flustered, it would also become disordered. "Have you determined the nature of the toxin?" Long Fei urged, assuming Han Yunqi had merely been observing and smelling. Quickly regaining her composure, Han Yunqi turned to him with utmost seriousness. "Your Highness, congratulations. The four swarms belong to the same type of mosquito, known as the widow mosquito. This means they carry identical toxins, only one type, akin to the venom of the black widow spider, commonly referred to as widow venom." Whether it was fortune favoring Han Yunqi or Long Fei, she had conducted research on this peculiar widow mosquito in modern times. It was indeed a fascinating phenomenon that mosquitoes and spiders could possess the same toxin. Undoubtedly, Han Yunqi's detoxification system contained antidotes, not only for the poison but also specialized mosquito repellent. Upon hearing this, Long Fei nodded and inquired, "How long will it take to concoct the antidote?" "Guess," Han Yunqi replied with a smile, her spirits buoyed by the availability of the medicine. However, Long Fei narrowed his dangerous eyes slowly. "Well, regardless of her buoyant mood, it was wise not to jest with this ice-cold mountain, lest she find herself frozen." "I can do it now," Han Yunqi declared coldly. Seeing Long Fei raise an eyebrow in disbelief, she huffed lightly and retrieved 2 bottles of spray from her medical kit along with a box of antidote. Long Fei scrutinized the strange items, his handsome brow furrowing in confusion. Han Yunqi chuckled inwardly. It was rare to witness this stoic figure displaying such expressions. Alas, she had to admit, even his frown was charming. "This is the antidote, this is the mosquito repellent. Take the antidote, and for the duration of its effect, even if bitten, you will remain unharmed. Merely sustaining a wound, this spray will eliminate those mosquitoes. Of course, if you don't mind the mess, you can simply slap them dead," Han Yunqi explained, demonstrating by pressing the nozzle, releasing a faintly fragrant mist. Long Fei listened intently, observing her. Although this spray was foreign to him, he quickly grasped its usage. For the first time, Han Yunqi realized that the sight of this man when he was earnest was utterly captivating. Yet, before long, Long Fei resumed his usual impassive demeanor. "Where did these come from?" "Widow venom is a common toxin. Naturally, I have reserves," Han Yunqi answered candidly, indifferent to whether he believed her or not. "Such a coincidence that you were prepared?" Long Fei pressed further. Han Yunqi offered the antidote. "Do you want it or not?" Only then did Long Fei relent, consuming the antidote and casually handing the cloak back to Han Yunqi. "I'm not cold." "I don't need it," she replied, attempting to return it, but Long Fei insisted, "If you get injured, this prince will not take responsibility." Thus, he had gone to such lengths to ensure her warmth in that perilous moment? Fine, if she were to be disfigured, it would reflect poorly on him. She had already embarrassed him for years by once being an unattractive girl. Han Yunqi brushed aside the warmth swelling within her heart, took the antidote, tightened the cloak around her, and donned the hood to shield most of her face. Just as she finished arranging herself, Long Fei's powerful arm encircled her waist once again. Just like before, though separated by layers of clothing, Han Yunqi could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his palm. So warm, so very warm. It was hard to fathom that such a cold man possessed hands so warm. The venomous mosquitoes proved to be more astute than ordinary mosquitoes. Just as Long Fei had brought Han Yunqi out of the abyss, the 4 swarms reformed, surrounding them from all sides, this time at an even greater speed, as if they had been waiting for their descent. Unexpectedly, instead of retreating, Long Fei charged straight into the dense mass of mosquitoes ahead. "Ah!" Han Yunqi exclaimed, taken aback by his reckless bravery. Despite her immunity and the protective spray, being engulfed by a swarm of countless mosquitoes sent her heart racing with dread and disgust. Even with her head wrapped in the cloak, she could still feel the multitude of mosquitoes colliding against her, crawling all over her body, the incessant buzzing suffocating her, making it hard to breathe. She scarcely had time to deploy the mosquito repellent when, miraculously, all her anxiety vanished. Long Fei swiftly navigated through the swarm, carrying her far from the oppressive mass emerging from the cloak. Han Yunqi inhaled deeply, discovering that the four swarms had merged once more into a single horde looming before them. Realizing their immunity, the mosquitoes were no longer as aggressive as before, instead confronting them, hesitant to advance. Even mosquitoes possess self-awareness. Han Yunqi quipped lightly. However, Long Fei remained silent, tightening his hold on her, then abruptly surged toward the swarm once more. This time, he didn't merely pass through, he halted abruptly before the dark cloud and unleashed the mosquito repellent. With that spray, a small section of the black mist dissipated, startling the following mosquitoes into retreat. Observing this, Han Yunqi couldn't contain her delight. She also brandished her mosquito repellent, spraying at the dark mass, causing it to diminish with each application. It seemed as if the mosquitoes were momentarily stunned, fluttering in midair without fleeing. The more she sprayed, the more exhilarated she became, reaching into her medical kit, her detoxification system, to retrieve another bottle of spray. One in her left hand, another in her right. She swept them both in a dazzling display. Before long, vast swaths of black mist had vanished, leaving the ground littered with fallen mosquitoes. At last, the once invincible mosquitoes realized the threat and scattered in disarray, the black mist dissipating entirely. Han Yunqi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Han-style annihilation." Long Fei turned his head, regarding her with a gaze akin to that of a predator assessing its prey. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Han Yunqi instinctively looked up, only to meet his profound gaze. She momentarily froze, quickly suppressing her smile. Grinning at someone who never smiled was a futile endeavor. Long Fei withdrew his gaze, uttering not a word. The abyss was a closed, inverted V-shape, surrounded by barren cliffs, offering no concealment, thus the spy from Bailey could only hide at the bottom of the chasm. With Long Fei leading Han Yunqi, they descended unimpeded, landing amidst a desolate heap of rubble where not a blade of grass grew. They alighted upon the highest stone, Long Fei still holding on to Han Yunqi, his sharp black eyes scanning the surroundings coldly. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, landing on a stone opposite them. It was the Bailey spy Long Fei had been pursuing. To Han Yunqi's astonishment, the spy turned out to be a woman, a frail-looking one at that. Though her stature was modest, her figure was exquisite, with curves that epitomized femininity. Her delicate features surpassed even Moron Wanru's in beauty, exuding an air of vulnerability that evoked a protective instinct in anyone who laid eyes upon her. Upon appearing, she was already tearful, pitifully pleading, "Qin Wang, I was wrong, I shall never do it again, please, spare me this once. Qin Wang, spare me, I will do anything you desire." Unfortunately, Long Fei was not one to indulge in sentimentality. He didn't waste a word, releasing Han Yunqi and drawing his sword. Seeing her pleas fall on deaf ears, the female spy immediately turned hostile, her malicious gaze darting toward Han Yunqi as she drew her sword in defense. As she unsheathed her weapon, Han Yunqi whispered, "Be careful, her sword is poisoned." Long Fei was aware, having suffered once, he would not fall for the same trick again. Had he known this woman wielded poison, he would have been more cautious last time and avoided injury. "Long Fei, I'm surprised you made it down here, but I assure you, you will never ascend again," the female spy taunted, yet instead of attacking, she turned to flee. Long Fei pursued her with the speed of lightning, reaching her in a mere moment. True to his nature, he uttered not a single word, raising his sword to strike. However, at that moment, the female spy abruptly evaded, emitting an ear-piercing whistle that reverberated throughout the valley. Chapter 48. The reason she wishes to marry you. A long whistle pierced the air. Suddenly, dark clouds surged from all directions, overwhelming the sky as if intending to shroud it entirely. The swarm of venomous mosquitoes was far more numerous than anticipated, and they obeyed the command of this woman. Han Yunqi was astonished. The ability to control such poisonous insects was no small feat, which explained how this woman managed to injure Long Fei. With another sharp whistle, the black mist surged toward Han Yunqi like a tidal wave. "Long Fei, if you do not wish for that woman to perish, you had best safeguard my life," the female spy threatened while retreating. She had been lurking in Tianning Kingdom for so long and had never witnessed Long Fei engage with any woman, let alone embrace one. Even in the face of death, she could not suppress her astonishment. Who was this woman, and what significance did she hold in Long Fei's heart? As the ominous shadows closed in, Han Yunqi cast a glance at Long Fei and suddenly cried out, I am so frightened. It's terrifying, Your Highness, save me, quickly. Woo-woo, this is disgusting, Your Highness, I'm so scared. Dachi shouted while flailing her arms about. Long Fei's eyes betrayed a moment of confusion, but he quickly grasped the situation, a hint of helplessness surfacing at the corners of his lips, one he himself did not notice. Observing this, the female spy became smug, sneering, "Long Fei, you must have witnessed the ghastly state of your subordinates under the poison, haven't you? Your Highness, she is threatening you, how terrifying." Han Yunqi said nervously. Even when facing a grand battle, Long Fei was known for his swift resolution, never wasting a moment on his enemies. Yet, in the face of the female spy's threat, he displayed an unusual patience, which caused her to lower her guard, not suspecting Han Yunqi at all. With newfound confidence, she raised an eyebrow and coldly laughed, "Long Fei, if I die, she will die too, and you will not escape this valley." Unfortunately, Long Fei's patience was ultimately limited. Displeasure flickered across his handsome face, and in an instant, his sword was pressed against the female spy's throat. "You," she gasped, her anger flaring as she warned, "Long Fei, have you thought this through?" Only then did Long Fei speak, his tone icy and merciless, "I shall ensure your death, without you closing your eyes." With that, Han Yunqi instinctively ceased her antics, a sly smile curling at her lips. The female spy, sensing the shift, felt a wave of unease wash over her. But alas, it was too late. Han Yunqi produced 2 bottles of mosquito repellent, resembling a princess from a fairy tale, raised 1 foot gracefully, and spun around elegantly while spraying the repellent. Instantly, the encircling shadows shrank back, leaving the female spy dumbfounded, utterly unaware of the nature of Han Yunqi's concoction. Han Yunqi twirled gracefully a few more times, and with a gentle wave of her hand, the surrounding shadows retreated in haste. The female spy, in a fit of fury, disregarded the sword at her neck and frantically whistled, but no matter how she blew, it was futile. The poisonous mosquitoes preferred self-preservation over obedience. After several desperate attempts, despair settled in as she incredulously questioned Han Yunqi. What is that in your hand? Han Yunqi approached, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she smiled. My lord said that you shall die without closing your eyes. I am afraid I cannot tell you. No sooner had she finished speaking than Long Fei's blade struck mercilessly, causing blood to splatter as the female spy collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open in shock, unable to fathom how Han Yunqi had driven away the mosquitoes. Han Yunqi crouched down, scrutinizing the long sword, and discovered that the poison it bore was indeed from the snake venom Long Fei had encountered earlier. It seemed this individual had been pursuing the female spy for quite some time, and his earlier request for an antidote was related to this matter. The spies from Bailey Kingdom were skilled in the arts of poison, leading Han Yunqi to believe that the situation was far from simple. You could discern the poison on her sword just by looking? Long Fei asked, puzzled. The sheer number of mosquitoes and their distinct odor were not beyond Han Yunqi's perception. However, the sword. Han Yunqi rose, unperturbed. I could smell it. If Long Fei believed that, he would be a fool. He scrutinized her coldly, remaining silent. With a resigned shrug, Han Yunqi admitted, actually, I have been particularly sensitive to toxins since childhood. It's a pity my father and the others were unaware. She sighed. How I wish my mother were still alive. Although this was a perfunctory remark, it weighed heavily on her heart as she spoke, perhaps a primal response of this body yearning for maternal love, or merely the longing of a once-abandoned child. In her past life, she had no knowledge of who her mother was. Now, although her mother was gone, she knew who she had been and what kind of person she was, occasionally hearing tales about her. For Han Yunqi, that was a source of warmth. Noticing Han Yunqi's melancholic demeanor, a complex expression flashed in Long Fei's eyes, and he refrained from further inquiry. After retrieving a confidential military letter from the female spy, he departed with Han Yunqi. By the time they returned to the Qin Wanfu in the capital, it was already afternoon. The first thing Long Fei did upon their return was toss a pouch of money to Han Yunqi, reminding her of the matter. She, unembarrassed, boldly extracted a 300-tael silver note from his pouch, smiling brightly. Thank you, crystal clear now. Long Fei did not respond and turned to leave. Watching his figure vanish into the garden, Han Yunqi couldn't help but wonder if he would stay for the night or if he had other matters to attend to. Subconsciously, she wrapped her clothes tighter around herself, only to realize his cloak was still with her. Initially intending to pursue him, she reconsidered and decided to return it after washing it clean. When Han Yunqi returned, wrapped in the man's cloak, Xiao Qinxiang rushed over. My lady, whose cloak is this? Where have you been? I searched everywhere for you early this morning. I went for a breeze. Han Yunqi, with 300 taels in hand, was in particularly high spirits. This cloak, Xiao Qinxiang seemed eager to inquire further. Han Yunqi placed a finger to her lips, signaling her to be quiet, and Xiao Qinxiang hesitantly fell silent. The following evening, Han Yunqi went to return the cloak, knocking on the door for quite some time without a response. She then pushed the door, discovering it was unlocked. Did he have no habit of locking doors, or was this place simply too secure? Upon entering, she found everything as it had been, clean and orderly, except that the ice mountain was truly absent. To him, the Qin Wanfu perhaps was merely a place to rest. After placing the cloak in the study, Han Yunqi felt an inexplicable urge to sigh softly and shrugged before departing. In the days that followed, she did not remain idle, furnishing the small study in Yunxian Pavilion with medicine cabinets and bookshelves, purchasing several medical texts to enhance her knowledge and remedy any deficiencies in her detoxification skills. Though busy, her days were relatively comfortable. However, she was unaware that both Long Fei and the noble consort Yi, as well as the other ladies of the harem, were secretly investigating her. Her father, Han Songin, had not only been summoned by the Empress Dowager but also by Long Fei himself, prompting Han Songin to repeatedly scour through the chambers where Han Yunqi had resided before her marriage, seeking any clues. My lady, we have confirmed that the one in Yunxian Pavilion is indeed the authentic Han Yunqi. Before her marriage, the servants of the Han family and the 2 young ladies witnessed her being covered with a red veil and sent off in a bridal sedan from the Han residence to the Wangfu. She traversed the city streets, making it impossible to tamper with. That night, the matchmaker was also present, reported Chu Shifeng in detail. The poison on her face was resolved in the bridal sedan? Long Fei inquired coldly. There was a scar before she boarded, but it was gone upon disembarking, indicating it must have been resolved within the sedan. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Shifeng added, My lord, if the princess consort could neutralize the poison of Princess Changping with a single bowl of medicine, I believe this matter would not pose a challenge for her. With both talent and beauty, why hide it? Why endure disdain? Long Fei inquired further. In truth, he had held no interest in Han Yunqi previously. No matter what kind of person she was or whether she was beautiful, she was a woman forced upon him by the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, forever unworthy of his attention. He had even planned to expel her from the Furong courtyard on their wedding night, sending her to a distant palace for eternal confinement. However, unexpectedly, on their wedding night, Han Yunqi saved him, and her subsequent display of medical skills and demeanor continued to surprise him time and again. My lord, cleverness may not be as favorable as foolishness. In my opinion, if the princess consort reveals her talents and beauty, she may not end up marrying you, Zhu Shifeng remarked with a smile. This statement implied that Han Yunqi was eager to marry Long Fei, suggesting that all her restraint was for that purpose, which was precisely how Long Fei interpreted it. Long Fei turned to face him, his expression devoid of emotion, but who could have guessed that Zhu Shifeng, unafraid of death, would continue, "My lord, I believe the princess consort has feelings for you." However, before he could complete his thought, Long Fei's naturally frigid gaze darkened, causing Zhu Shifeng to shiver and promptly close his mouth. Unbeknownst to her, Han Yunqi was living comfortably, but good times are often fleeting. Just as she believed that consorty would quiet down due to the affair with Princess Changping, an unexpected trouble arrived, disturbing even consort Yi's peace. "My lady, another person has come seeking medical treatment. They cannot enter our wangfu and are waiting outside, refusing to leave. I heard it is the third wife of the Duke of the State," Xiao Qinxiang reported. Breathless, it was unclear who had spread the rumors, but word of Han Yunqi curing Mu Qingwu had circulated, growing more fantastical by the minute. They claimed she was humble and low-key, not a useless person but rather a rare genius, utilizing various fictitious achievements. They painted her as a reincarnation of Hua Tuo, capable of resolving all ailments that baffled both imperial physicians and renowned doctors with just a bowl of medicine. As if that were not enough, rumors circulated that she had a compassionate heart, charging no fees for consultations or medicines, prioritizing the treatment of the impoverished. Thus, since last night, numerous patients' families had rushed in, regardless of whether they were nobles, royal kin, or ordinary commoners, all seeking her healing. Such exaggerated rumors elevated Han Yunqi to a pedestal, crafting an impeccable image. Now, faced with patients seeking her help, she could either clarify her lack of talent, risking ridicule, or succumb to the pressure to treat them. Refusing outright would undoubtedly invite scorn. Everything transpired too suddenly. It was not common for someone to stir such a significant headline within the capital circles. The mastermind behind this was undoubtedly intent on uplifting her to the point of peril, crafting a dilemma that left her in a precarious position. Chapter 49 of the Defeat of the White Lotus. Master, what shall we do? Xiao Qinxiang inquired anxiously. At that moment, a servant hurried in with news. "Your Highness, the Grand Dowager Empress requests your immediate presence." Han Yunqi tugged at the corners of her mouth. As if the heavens conspired against her, she realized that if she hoped the Grand Dowager Empress would assist her in navigating this predicament, she was merely indulging in wishful thinking. Upon entering, the Grand Dowager Empress launched into a tirade. "Han Yunqi, is it that you cannot bear to conceal your abilities? Your Highness has misunderstood. I assure you, I do not seek trouble for myself," Han Yunqi replied coolly. "Seek trouble? I dare say it is you who has brought trouble upon me. Your fame has spread far and wide, and the palace is abuzz with your exploits. Do you know how close I am to being overwhelmed by those clamoring for your assistance?" the Grand Dowager Empress retorted vehemently. Many of those seeking medical help were of humble background and could not gain entry to the residence of the Prince of Qin, while the nobility had all been turned away by her. After all, the prince's residence was not a clinic, and the esteemed Princess of Qin was certainly not a physician. Had it been those of noble rank with whom the Grand Dowager Empress held favor, perhaps she would have permitted Han Yunqi to attend to them. However, in light of the rampant rumors, once a precedent was set, the situation could spiral out of control. Yet, if these events were occurring elsewhere, the matter would have been quite different. The Grand Dowager Empress had already formed her own plans. "Your Highness is astute. You must see that this is but a fabrication aimed at discrediting Yunqi," Han Yunqi stated earnestly. The Grand Dowager Empress scoffed, a glint of calculation flickering in her eyes. "I care not for such trivialities. You shall tell me how to resolve this matter." Just then, the gatekeeper rushed in to deliver another report. Observing this, the Grand Dowager Empress feigned fury and slammed her hand upon the table, exclaiming, "Han Yunqi, look at what you have done. I warn you, if you do not provide a satisfactory explanation today, you shall vacate the prince's residence at once." Vacate the prince's residence. The moment those words escaped her lips, Han Yunqi comprehended that the Grand Dowager Empress was not merely irked by the visitors seeking medical help. Rather, she was vexed by her daughter-in-law and sought to take advantage of the situation to drive her away. At last, Han Yunqi understood that no matter how much esteem she had brought to the Grand Dowager Empress, it was all in vain. Her fault lay not in attracting trouble, but rather in her very identity. Were Morong Wanru to find herself in such a predicament, the Grand Dowager Empress would undoubtedly hunt down the source of the rumors and retaliate fiercely. However, she was merely an outsider, a daughter-in-law who did not meet the Grand Dowager Empress's approval. Their relationship was destined to be fraught with discord. In this deadlock, it became evident that today's rumors were a trap laid by the Grand Dowager Empress and Morong Wanru. In light of this, there was no need for her to continue to endure and feign politeness. Han Yunqi smirked coldly. "Your Highness, are you suggesting a division of the family? Such a significant matter is beyond my purview. You would do best to consult His Highness. Wherever Long Fei resides, she shall follow." She would not easily relinquish her position. Having endured the humiliation of being carried in a bridal sedan, how could she so readily depart from the prince's residence? Should she leave, how much gossip would circulate behind her back, and how long could she live in peace thereafter? This marriage was bestowed by the Empress Dowager and commanded by the Emperor. Even Long Fei could not dismiss her without just cause, let alone the Grand Dowager Empress. A division of the family. The mere mention of those words left the Grand Dowager Empress momentarily speechless, and Morong Wanru stood beside her, equally astonished that Han Yunqi dared utter such a thing. The Grand Dowager Empress cherished the Prince of Qin as if he were her very life. Following the death of the previous emperor, she had seized upon the pretext of palace troubles to hastily move into the prince's residence. Han Yunqi, this outsider, had the audacity to speak of division. With a resounding clap, the Grand Dowager Empress lost her composure, striking the table with force as she bellowed, "Han Yunqi, what did you just say? Clarify your words at once." I said, if your highness wishes to divide the family, you must discuss it with his highness. This matter is beyond my control. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Han Yunqi replied coldly, turning to depart. How dare you? Stop her, the Grand Dowager Empress shouted angrily, as several guards rushed forward to block her path. Han Yunqi, how dare you suggest a division of the family? What right do you have to propose such a thing? Long Fei would never consent to it. You are far too self-important. Do you wish to rebel? The Grand Dowager Empress seethed. Your Highness, this is a grave misunderstanding. Han Yunqi exclaimed, the notion of division originates from you, not from me. Please do not wrongfully accuse me. What? The Grand Dowager Empress felt a surge of anger, nearly losing her breath. How can you speak such lies with a straight face? When did I say such a thing? Your Highness instructed me to move out. Does that not imply I should leave alone while the prince remains? Han Yunqi inquired earnestly. At this, the Grand Dowager Empress became agitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Han Yunqi feigned sudden realization, exclaiming, Your Highness, you cannot truly expect me to leave on my own, can you? Since entering this household, I have behaved with propriety, shown no disrespect, avoided conflict, committed no theft, harbored no jealousy, and suffered no ailments. I am diligently striving to bear His Highness's offspring. Why then must you drive me away? Indeed, Han Yunqi had not committed any of the 7 grounds for divorce: no offspring, no promiscuity, no disrespect towards elders, no quarrels, no theft, no jealousy, and no illness. The Grand Dowager Empress harbored intentions of expelling her, and her fury surged, ready to voice her thoughts, when Morong Wanru rushed in, interrupting her. Sister-in-law, this is all a misunderstanding. You are unjustly accusing the Grand Dowager Empress. This matter is truly trivial. Why must you overthink it? As she spoke, Morong Wanru cast a meaningful glance at the irate Grand Dowager Empress, urging her to sit. Sister-in-law, what mother means is that you should temporarily reside at the suburban villa for a few days. Given the influx of patients seeking your help, it would be impractical to accommodate them all within the palace, and equally unacceptable to turn them all away, Morong Wanru explained dutifully, serving the Grand Dowager Empress a cup of tea to soothe her agitation. Mother, please do not be angry. If you become unwell, how can sister-in-law feel at ease? Sister-in-law has misunderstood your intentions. Allow me to clarify for her, and I am certain she will understand and comply. Only then did the Grand Dowager Empress nod in agreement. After years of navigating the palace's intrigues, she was not one to lose her composure easily. She had already conspired with Wanru to use this incident to temporarily lure Han Yunqi to the villa, knowing that once she relocated, it would be challenging for her to return. However, Han Yunqi's mention of division had indeed incited her ire to nearly irrational levels. Fei was her sole pride, her only source of support, and the entirety of her hopes for the future. None could hope to take him away from her. Han Yunqi regarded Morong Wanru with a cold smile, compelled to commend this white lotus for her eloquence. After calming the Grand Dowager Empress, Morong Wanru pulled Han Yunqi aside to sit with her. Han Yunqi complied, having merely intended to intimidate the Grand Dowager Empress. She had no true desire to sever ties with her. Arguing with the elder generation was the most foolish of actions. Even if one were entirely justified, should the other party be intentionally difficult, the final label of disrespectful and unfilial would inevitably fall upon the one who fought back. Morong Wanru, exhibiting remarkable patience, offered Han Yunqi a cup of tea. Sister-in-law, please remain calm. Mother merely wishes for you to stay at the villa for a few days, to attend to the patients while also allowing yourself some time to devise a strategy. You will not be confined there as a physician indefinitely. What talk of division is this? No wonder mother is upset. Even brother would be displeased to hear it. This statement turned the situation around, placing the blame on Han Yunqi. Morong Wanru was indeed quite clever. Would the next step require her to apologize to the Grand Dowager Empress and acquiesce to their plans of temporarily relocating her to the villa? Morong Wanru's tactics were impressive, but Han Yunqi was not easily fooled. She avoided the debate and directly responded, I saved the young general and the princess merely because I happen to possess the antidote. I am unworthy of such lofty titles as miraculous healer or compassionate heart. I shall clarify the situation immediately. As she spoke, Han Yunqi rose to leave. If someone dared to insult her intelligence before her, she would certainly retort. However, there was no need for her to boast to the world of her talents. The heavens are often envious of the gifted, and how much more so the mere masses. If they sought to elevate her to a pedestal, she had no desire to climb that high. At the Grand Dowager Empress, growing agitated once more, shouted, Stop right there, are you not merely setting yourself up for embarrassment? Your Highness, surely you do not misunderstand me as well? I am not a physician, I cannot treat patients. I merely possess a slight knowledge of detoxification. If you compel me to treat a patient and I fail, resulting in their death, would that not be an even greater disgrace? Han Yunqi asserted seriously. Her words left both the Grand Dowager Empress and Morong Wanru speechless, and a flicker of malevolence crossed Morong Wanru's eyes. This rumor had been her doing. It served to expel Han Yunqi from the prince's residence while simultaneously providing an opportunity to sabotage her efforts in treating patients, potentially pinning the blame for a death on her. Such a cunning plan, thwarted by Han Yunqi's mere words, Morong Wanru felt an overwhelming sense of defeat, her expression one of feigned helplessness as she sighed deeply. Sister-in-law, the fields of medicine and poison are inextricably linked. Your humility is unwarranted. With the rumors circulating so widely, should you clarify the situation? Those unaware may perceive you as aloof. There are still many nobles outside with brother's support. We need not fear offending them. But here, Morong Wanru hesitated, her words trailing off. But what? The Grand Dowager Empress inquired heavily. Morong Wanru cast a glance at Han Yunqi, her demeanor one of resignation. But, sister-in-law, you represent brother. Should you disappoint the common folk, I fear it may impact brother's standing in their eyes, and that is of utmost importance. Long Fei held significant power, commanding respect even from the emperor, not solely due to his influence but because of his reputation among the citizens of Tianning. Morong Wanru's words struck at the heart of the matter, yet, Han Yunqi felt a sense of amusement. Should Morong Wanru not mention Long Fei, she would have done so herself. Shifting this burden onto him was the most advantageous course of action. She replied, Wanru, you are quite right, I dare not act on my own accord, let us consult His Highness before making any decisions. Unable to force Han Yunqi to relocate, the Grand Dowager Empress felt a despair settling upon her. Speaking of Long Fei, she became solemn, unwilling to risk undermining her son's reputation. Someone, go to the Furong courtyard and send word for the prince to return post-haste, stating that I have urgent matters to discuss, the Grand Dowager Empress commanded immediately. Observing this, Morong Wanru took a discreet deep breath, fully aware that she had lost comprehensively. Chapter 50 of the Imperial Decree, a terrifying matter. Han Yunqi had initially believed that Long Fei would not return so soon. However, to her surprise, he had not left the residence at all. He had merely been in the Furong courtyard, and as soon as a servant approached to report, he appeared. The tall and proud figure stood at the doorway, causing not only Morong Wanru but also several young maidservants nearby to blush, their hearts racing with both nervousness and excitement, longing for another glimpse of him yet too timid to stare. Clad in a loose-fitting white robe, his long, dark hair casually tied up with an obsidian hairpin, he resembled a celestial being from the heavens, ethereal and aloof, exuding an otherworldly charm. Even the Empress Dowager could not tear her gaze away, considering having such a son the greatest fortune of her life. However, Han Yunqi inwardly rolled her eyes. This fellow's attire clearly indicated he had been lounging at home, yet with such a significant incident occurring at the doorstep, he, the true head of the family, could remain so nonchalant and idle. She couldn't help but admire him. The Empress Dowager joyfully pulled Long Fei to sit on the warm couch, embellishing the account of the events as if Han Yunqi were the one who had instigated the trouble. Han Yunqi observed with a detached demeanor, pondering that if Long Fei did not resolve the matter properly, she would not offer her services again, regardless of the reward. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Long Fei coldly tossed a question her way. Han Yunqi, how do you think this matter should be handled? I am but a foolish servant, I implore your highness to take the lead. Han Yunqi responded humbly. It is well to be foolish, then ponder this matter carefully. Long Fei replied, with resolve. Han Yunqi declared, in my humble opinion, clarification is necessary. The key lies in how to clarify and who shall do so. Neither the Empress Dowager nor Morong Wanru took her words seriously, yet Long Fei nodded, signaling her to continue. At this, the mother-daughter duo exchanged incredulous glances. Han Yunqi spoke earnestly, I believe that if Mother Dowager were to clarify the situation, it would carry the most weight, especially since it was she who initially refused them. Moreover, those seeking medical help include nobles. With Mother Dowager's intervention, they would not dare to dissent. As for the common folk, I suggest that Mother Dowager grant each a sum for medical expenses, allowing them to seek renowned physicians elsewhere. This would not only showcase her benevolence but also prevent any backlash. The notion of having the Empress Dowager intervene was beyond Morong Wanru's comprehension. She thought to herself that Han Yunqi was being overly ambitious and would soon face the consequences. Me, intervene? The Empress Dowager sounded displeased. Han Yunqi added quickly, Mother Dowager, you would be the perfect representative for His Highness. She glanced toward Long Fei, Your Highness, do you not agree? This fellow was brought in to serve as a support, and Han Yunqi felt compelled to make him speak. A fleeting glimmer of appreciation flashed in Long Fei's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else, and he nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Though the Empress Dowager was fond of her son, he had never been particularly close to her. As he grew older, their interactions had become infrequent, especially in recent years when they rarely shared heartfelt conversations or meals together. Seeing him nod, she felt a sweetness in her heart, akin to tasting honey, and she dismissed her grievances with Han Yunqi. Very well, someone, prepare the funds, I shall attend to this matter at once. As the Empress Dowager prepared to leave, she turned back, Fei, you shall dine with me tonight, it has been a long time since you shared a meal with your mother. Without waiting for his response, she hastily instructed Morong Wanru to make arrangements. Morong Wanru wished to linger a while longer, but reluctantly departed. Once the others had left, only Long Fei and Han Yunqi remained in the parlor. Han Yunqi let out a quiet sigh of relief. This ordeal had finally come to an end. She hoped the person behind the rumors would not be discovered, or else she would not hesitate to transform from a skilled physician into a vengeful hand. Stealing a glance at Long Fei, she realized that whether she wielded his name for intimidation or summoned him in person, both were immensely advantageous. While Han Yunqi was secretly amused, Long Fei remarked coolly, You've made progress, What? Han Yunqi did not catch his words. Unfortunately, Long Fei did not intend to repeat himself. He stood up and walked toward the main door, exuding an air of solitary detachment. Han Yunqi felt an odd sensation, as if he were close yet infinitely far away. She rushed outside, standing at the door, calling out, Hey, I delivered that cloak to your study, did you see it? Believing he would ignore her, she was taken aback when he turned his head and nodded. Han Yunqi froze for a moment, then suddenly let out a soft "oh," inexplicably breaking into a silly grin. Moments later, as Long Fei walked away, Han Yunqi realized something was amiss. Wasn't he the Empress Dowager supposed to keep him for dinner? How could he leave without a word? Clearing her throat, she noticed that no one was around, and quickly stepped outside, eager to escape. The Empress Dowager had not insisted on her staying, and with Long Fei gone, she had no reason to linger. Leaving the Empress Dowager in the lurch was solely Long Fei's affair. Upon her return to the Furong courtyard, Han Yunqi found the lights in Long Fei's chamber already lit, indicating he was indoors. Would he be spending the night in his quarters this evening? He had been back for several days, or had he stayed during the nights prior? After contemplating a myriad of questions, Han Yunqi ultimately realized how trivial her curiosity was. He had his territory, and she had her ancien pavilion. Their lives were separate, and they would not interfere with each other. With a shrug, she turned to head toward the ancien pavilion. Xia Kangxiang had prepared fragrant dishes awaiting her, and as she approached the entrance, the delightful aroma of food enveloped her. However, just as she stepped inside, a servant's report reached her ears. "Your Highness, the Empress Dowager requests your immediate presence." This phrase again made Han Yunqi exhale an exasperated breath, coldly inquiring, "What is it?" "I am not certain, but the Empress Dowager has summoned His Highness as well. It seems to be of significance," the servant replied honestly. Han Yunqi dismissed the notion, wondering what pressing matter could concern the Empress Dowager. The issue at the doorstep was trivial. She had no doubt that the Empress Dowager possessed the intellect to resolve it without her input. With Long Fei also called forth, it seemed to pertain to nothing more than a mere oversight. "Very well, I shall go at once," Han Yunqi said nonchalantly. Once the servant departed, she stepped back inside, deciding to fill her stomach first. After all, family gatherings were bound to leave one hungry. Han Yunqi arrived fashionably late, yet what transpired was entirely beyond her expectations. Long Fei was already present, and seated in the Empress Dowager's parlor was an unexpected guest, Elder Shui, the imperial eunuch beside Emperor Tianhe of the Tianing Kingdom. Upon entering, all eyes turned to Han Yunqi, causing her already anxious heart to tighten with apprehension. The presence of the Emperor's eunuch signified that whatever the matter was, it was closely tied to the Emperor himself. Observing the expressions of the Empress Dowager and Long Fei, Han Yunqi felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that it would not bode well. "Your servant, Shui Guiping, pays respects to the esteemed princess." The eunuch greeted with an unsettling smile. "Shui Gonggang, no need for formalities, please, be at ease," Han Yunqi replied politely, well aware that Shui Gonggang was no ordinary servant. "Shui Gonggang, please take a seat." The Empress Dowager invited, and the eunuch accepted without hesitation. Han Yunqi, noticing Long Fei's proximity, took a seat beside him. "Yunqi, you should explain to Shui Gonggang that you are not skilled in medicine, only in detoxification, lest he returns with an unfavorable report." The Empress Dowager said calmly. At this statement, Han Yunqi's heart nearly stopped. Could it be that the Emperor had also heard the rumors and sought her medical expertise? Panic surged within her, yet she maintained a composed exterior. "Shui Gonggang, what exactly is going on?" Replying to the esteemed princess, "The Emperor has heard of your remarkable medical skills, particularly your ability to treat ailments that both Dr. Gu and Divine Physician Han could not resolve. Thus, I have come to request your presence in the palace to examine the Crown Prince," Shui Gonggang stated with feigned politeness. Han Yunqi's lips twitched at the phrase "to examine," which sounded all too simplistic. The Crown Prince, cherished by both the Empress and the Dowager, had been raised by the Emperor himself. However, he had been afflicted with a peculiar illness for 7 years. Han Song'an had volunteered to treat him, yet after so many years, a diagnosis remained elusive. Despite Han Song'an's considerable efforts and numerous consultations with medical associations, the ailment persisted. In truth, there were countless ailments that defied treatment, but Han Song'an's pulse readings had indicated a joyous pulse. How could a grown man possibly possess such a pulse? Many believed it to be a misdiagnosis, yet the members of the medical association had unanimously deemed it true. This had enraged the Empress Dowager, leading to Han Song'an's family being held in contempt, even disregarding the life-saving grace bestowed upon them by Lady Tianqin, and several times, she had threatened Han Song'an's life. This matter had been kept a secret, known only to the Emperor, the Empress Dowager, the Empress, Prince Qin, Han Song'an, Dr. Gu, and a few members of the medical association. Others merely understood that the Crown Prince was ill, but the specifics of the illness were shrouded in rumors. The medical association's members had departed, but Han Song'an had been left in a dire predicament. In truth, even the consultations had yielded no answers. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor were aware of this, and persisting with Han Song'an's treatment was merely to keep the matter from leaking. Consequently, all anger was directed solely at Han Song'an. Han Yunqi's awareness of this situation stemmed from the original owner's memories, which she had overheard by chance. Now, the Emperor wished for her to take the Crown Princess' pulse? Did this imply she was to inherit her father's legacy and succeed Han Song'an? "Shui Gonggang, there has been a grave misunderstanding." Han Yunqi abruptly stood, her face filled with urgency. "Shui Gonggang, although the Han family is a lineage of physicians, I am inherently dull-witted and lack any medical skills. This is well known. Has the Emperor perhaps misunderstood due to external gossip?" Shui Gonggang chuckled. "Your Highness, you are too modest. As the saying goes, there is no smoke without fire. The rumors must stem from your abilities, or else why would people speak so? Misunderstandings abound. My mother just left to clarify the matter." Han Yunqi felt on the verge of tears. However, Shui Gonggang responded, "Your Highness, even if those rumors are misrepresented, the facts remain valid. The issues surrounding General Xiao and Princess Changping have reached the Emperor's ears. Both ailments were examined by Dr. Gu and Divine Physician Han, yet neither could ascertain the cause. You, however, managed to cure them swiftly." Upon hearing this, the Emperor was greatly pleased and praised you for surpassing your predecessors, showcasing the talents of your mother. Lady Tianqin. Shui Gonggang spoke with delight, while Han Yunqi felt her heart sink. "Your Highness, this time it was the Empress herself who personally recommended you. You truly are a hidden gem," Shui Gonggang said half-jokingly of the Empress. What true flattery could lead to such a perilous fate? The rumors circulating outside paled in comparison. Han Yunqi sank back into her seat, finally grasping the situation. A glance at the Empress Dowager revealed a smirk playing on her lips, seemingly awaiting the unfolding drama. Beside her, Morong Wanru wore a sympathetic expression, her eyes betraying a sense of glee at Han Yunqi's predicament. Chapter 51 Bravery and Commitment. The Empress Dowager and Morong Wanru both eagerly anticipated that Han Yunqi would soon disappoint the emperor, leading to her severe punishment, ideally her banishment, thus eliminating her presence forever. Particularly, Morong Wanru had spread the very rumors that had stirred the emperor's attention, initially intending to drive Han Yunqi out of the Prince of Qin's residence, but to her astonishment, it had escalated to the emperor's notice. It would be most delightful if the emperor himself dealt with this woman. He had compelled Long Fei to marry her, and if he were to personally cast her aside, what could be more satisfying than that? Unconsciously, Han Yunqi glanced towards Long Fei, only to find him as aloof as ever, his expression frigid and unnervingly distant. She thought to herself, he must be relishing this predicament, wishing for her to lose her title as the legitimate wife. Princess Consort, it is rather late today. The emperor has sent me ahead to extend his greetings and to advise you to rest well. I shall return to escort you at dawn, announced Eunuch Shui, rising as he spoke. The Empress Dowager quickly followed suit, saying, Eunuch Shui, since you've come all this way, do stay for a meal before you depart. Thank you for your kind offer, your highness, but I must return to report, Eunuch Shui replied, not forgetting to remind Han Yunqi, do not delay in the morning, Princess Consort. The emperor wishes to see you after the morning court. Understood, Eunuch Shui, please take care on your way back, Han Yunqi responded graciously, a smile gracing her lips, though her heart felt utterly desolate. A pregnancy pulse, even in modern times, such matters are deemed extraordinary. She might not even be able to heal a severe illness, let alone an unusual ailment. While she could dismiss the rumors circulating outside, the emperor's expectations were another matter entirely. From Eunuch Shui's words, it was evident that Emperor Tianhui harbored substantial hopes for her medical skills. To refuse would be to disrespect the emperor, yet if she accepted and failed to cure the ailment, the consequences would rest solely on the emperor's mood. It was said that Emperor Tianhui had quite the temper. This entire affair had also been instigated by the empress, and if her treatment failed, the repercussions were all too predictable. Once Eunuch Shui had departed, the Empress Dowager, maintaining an air of nonchalance, urged, Wanru, hurry and prepare the meal, your brother must be famished. In high spirits, she glanced at Han Yunqi, her tone unexpectedly amiable. Yunqi, do join us for dinner. Eat well and return to rest, do not oversleep in the morning. Though Han Yunqi felt a chill in her heart, she still nodded with a smile. If the Empress Dowager and Morong Wanru sought to witness her misfortune, she would not grant them that satisfaction. At the dining table, the Empress Dowager and Morong Wanru were particularly attentive, serving Long Fei with dishes and soup, yet he scarcely touched his meal, remaining silent throughout. Completely overlooked, Han Yunqi lowered her gaze, focusing on consuming her food and soup. It was futile. If it was meant to be, it would happen, and she would navigate the circumstances as they arose. Having finished her meal, Han Yunqi believed she would sleep well, but the night found her restless, tossing and turning. Finally, she rose, wrapping herself in a blanket and leaning against the window. Lost in thought, however, she inadvertently noticed that the lights in Long Fei's chamber were still aglow. Was that man still awake? What could be keeping him from sleep? Suddenly, a phrase he once uttered echoed in her mind, as long as I'm here, you need not fear. In that instant, Han Yunqi felt an impulse to rush to him and inquire if he might accompany her once more, as he had when she had visited the palace to pay her respects. Yet, recalling his icy silence caused her bright eyes to dim instantly. Never mind, taking a deep breath, she closed the window, silently assuring herself that it was of little consequence. She was not afraid. Despite having not slept a wink, Han Yunqi awoke early the next day, allowing Xia Qinxiang to meticulously groom and adorn her, rendering her appearance particularly vibrant. Since avoidance was impossible, she resolved to face the situation with courage, reminding herself that not only must she act bravely, but she must also strive to excel in her endeavors. Eunuch Shui arrived punctually, and both the Empress Dowager and Morong Wanru were present. Their attendance was twofold, to honor Eunuch Shui and to witness her potential humiliation. When they smiled at her, Han Yunqi returned their smiles with even greater radiance. She was the type who would not shed tears even at the sight of a coffin. How could they mock her? As she prepared to board the carriage, Han Yunqi glanced back, yet she still did not catch a glimpse of Long Fei. Upon exiting the Furong courtyard, the lights in his chamber had long since been extinguished, and the doors were firmly shut. He was still lost in slumber and would not be coming. Upon arriving at the palace, she found Emperor Tianhui waiting for her in the imperial study, the corridor leading there quieter than anywhere else within the palace. Soon, she spotted palace maids and eunuchs standing motionless on either side, resembling statues. In the midst of this silence, the sound of Han Yunqi and Eunuch Shui's footsteps echoed prominently. Princess Consort, please walk swiftly, the emperor detests waiting, Eunuch Shui urged softly, speaking with utmost caution even within the corridor. The solemn atmosphere heightened Han Yunqi's already palpable anxiety. From what she understood, Emperor Tianhui was somewhat of a tyrant, known for his volatile temper. He would execute without a flicker of hesitation. Before long, they reached the imperial study. Eunuch Shui halted at the door, softly instructing, Princess Consort, you may enter on your own. The matters regarding the crown prince were beyond even his purview, and he was self-aware. Without waiting for her reaction, he raised his voice, calling out, announcing the arrival of the Princess Consort of Qin. With those words, Han Yunqi had no choice but to hasten inside. This was her first visit to this place, and the atmosphere felt oppressively solemn. Unfamiliar with the proper protocols, she stepped forward without knowing where to go. Yet, the suffocating silence in this space was several times more daunting than outside, making her feel as though her very footsteps were sinful. Finally, Han Yunqi caught sight of a large pearl curtain ahead, behind which stood a figure by a desk. Was that Emperor Tianhui? Her heart raced, and she clenched her small hand before lowering her head as she proceeded. Cautiously, she lifted a corner of the curtain, only to be met with a piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, that immediately enveloped her in an aura of impending doom. You are the princess consort of Qin, Han Yunqi? Emperor Tianhui's voice was frigid, his age evident in his graying goat beard, his countenance as imposing as that of the king of hell, commanding respect even in his silence. His coldness was distinct from Long Fei's, where Long Fei's chill was marked by indifference and unfeeling superiority. Emperor Tianhui's was imbued with severity and menace. Though she was nervous, Han Yunqi maintained her composure, gracefully bowing. Your Majesty, I am indeed Han Yunqi, the princess consort of Qin. To her surprise, Emperor Tianhui retorted sharply, who permitted you to enter so casually? Who authorized your entrance? Stunned, Han Yunqi froze in place. As a time traveler, she possessed only a basic understanding of etiquette and was unaware of the myriad rules governing the imperial. Moreover, Han Ti Eunuch Shui just announced her, bowing slightly. She struggled to identify her misstep, caught in a moment of indecision about whether to respond or remain silent, although referred to as the princess consort of Qin, in the emperor's eyes. Just as she grappled with her predicament, a familiar voice echoed from the side. Your Majesty, she is merely an uncultured woman, there is no need to hold her to account, the urgent matters at hand take precedence. The deep voice, laden with a distinctive magnetism, was chilling yet oddly comforting to Han Yunqi in that moment, despite its sardonic undertone. It was he, Long Fei. Unconsciously, she lifted her head to locate him, and there he was, clad in an elegant white palace robe, exuding grace and nobility, seated leisurely at a nearby tea table, savoring a cup of steaming tea. He had come, and earlier than she had. Witnessing his composed demeanor, Han Yunqi felt an inexplicable relief wash over her, a weight lifted from her chest. Had he come for her? A glimmer of unexpected hope flickered within her heart. Undoubtedly, Long Fei's words carried weight. The emperor turned his gaze towards him, falling silent, merely gesturing for Han Yunqi to rise. It was only later that Han Yunqi learned that even the empress had to bow outside the curtain before being granted entry into the inner chamber. Thank you, Your Majesty, Han Yunqi said as she rose, discreetly casting a grateful glance at Long Fei. However, he did not meet her gaze. Though she was his sister-in-law, the distinction between ruler and subject remained, and she was far from the emperor's notice. With Long Fei seated, Han Yunqi had no choice but to stand. I have heard from the empress that Mu Qinggu is in a coma, suffering from a long-standing illness, and all the physicians are at a loss. Is it true that you cured him with a single prescription? Emperor Tianhui cut to the chase, looking down at Han Yunqi with an air of superiority, failing to regard her as a sister-in-law. Your Majesty, that is indeed the case, but to be precise, neither General Shao nor Princess Changping were truly ill. They were poisoned. I can detoxify, but I am not a healer, Han Yunqi replied, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Regardless, she had to speak candidly. She could attempt to examine the crown prince, but honesty was paramount beforehand. To her surprise, the emperor interjected, medicine and poison are two sides of the same coin. I recall your mother once saying that all ailments stem from poison. Do you understand this principle? Cough. Han Yunqi nearly choked on her own saliva. While she was uncertain whether Madame Tianxin had uttered such a statement, it was undoubtedly ahead of its time. From a Western medical perspective, it could be argued that many ailments indeed arise from viruses. Unfortunately, for her, that was not the case. Toxins and viruses were not synonymous. The majority of toxins she could neutralize were those found in nature or artificially concocted. Setting aside these discussions, Emperor Tianhui's statement left Han Yunqi in a quandary. She could neither deny her mother's words nor explain the intricacies to the emperor. After a moment's reflection, she humbly responded, the convergence of medicine and poison represents the pinnacle of a physician's mastery. I am but a novice, having learned only the superficial teachings of my mother. Ah, no wonder the empress remarked upon your humility. If you can effortlessly cure ailments that even your father in Gubeiwei cannot, then if that is merely superficial, what does that make your father in Gubeiwei? Emperor Tianhui retorted sternly. Your Majesty, Han Shini and Gu Tai possess skills in healing, while I specialize in detoxification. These are two distinct matters and should not be conflated, Han Yunqi explained. To her dismay, the emperor grew impatient, declaring, Princess Consort, I summoned you here to treat an illness, not to engage in modesty. I expect you to cure the crown prince with a single bowl of medicine. Do you intend to remain hidden? With those words, Han Yunqi's heart sank. Who knew how the empress had flattered the emperor, leading him to such unwavering faith in her medical prowess? Chapter 52 The Strange Illness. The prince's joyful pulse. Faced with the emperor of Tianhui's impatience, Han Yunqi realized that further explanation would only lead to a futile argument. Did she really want to quarrel with the emperor? Stealing a glance at Long Fei beside her, she hoped he might intercede on her behalf, knowing that he was aware of her skills in detoxification. Unfortunately, he continued to leisurely brew tea, completely disregarding her plight. A self-deprecating smile crept upon Han Yunqi's lips. She had overestimated him. How could she expect assistance from someone merely there to observe? If she could not explain, then she would not. She resolved to do her utmost in treating the ailment, and even if she failed, surely the emperor would not resort to execute. The emperor had been awaiting her words, replying, Han Yunqi, do not let me down. With pressure mounting, Han Yunqi steeled herself as she, alongside the emperor and King Qin, made their way to the eastern palace. Upon arrival at the entrance, she noted the stringent security. It was common knowledge that the crown prince suffered from a bizarre illness, yet the specifics of his condition remained a closely guarded secret. All Han Yunqi knew was that it was a joyful pulse. What state the crown prince was in now, and whether there had been any changes over the years, was beyond her knowledge. She only knew that he had been confined to the Eastern Palace ever since his affliction began 7 years ago. The Crown Prince, intelligent from a young age and the firstborn of the Empress, held a prestigious status and was greatly favored by the Emperor. Since the age of 3, the Emperor had invested considerable effort into his upbringing, yet, who could have foreseen that he would succumb to such a peculiar ailment? Should he remain unhealed, the Emperor would be compelled to reconsider the heir apparent. The establishment of a new heir would not only consume time and energy but would inevitably incite factional disputes within the court, leading to fratricide among the princes. At a time when Tianning was flourishing, internal strife was the last thing the Emperor wished to witness. Thus, despite the Crown Prince's 7 years of illness, the Emperor had yet to relinquish hope, as the Crown Prince, even in confinement, remained engaged with state affairs, fully aware of all developments. Entering the Eastern Palace, Han Yunqi's heart sank further upon witnessing the even more formidable defenses within. She could not help but ponder a troubling question: if the Crown Prince suffered not from any ordinary illness but from a joyful pulse, one that carried a certain stigma for the royal family of Tianning, it could even be perceived as an omen of disaster. If the Emperor ultimately abandoned the Crown Prince, would those aware of his peculiar condition still retain their lives? Han Songin, Gu Beiwei, and soon, herself, though she held the title of Princess Consort, the Emperor's earlier demeanor indicated she was not regarded as part of the royal family. Silence enveloped them as they reached the inner palace, where the Empress Dowager and the Empress were already present, yet Han Songin and Gu Beiwei had not arrived as she had anticipated. It appeared the Emperor had already decided to entrust this burden to her. Through the beaded curtain, she could vaguely discern the bed within the inner chamber, shrouded in gauze. The Crown Prince was likely lying there. At this distance, if poison were present, her detoxification system would alert her. Although she heard no warning, a glimmer of hope remained. Perhaps a closer inspection would yield clarity. Upon Han Yunqi's entrance, the Empress Dowager warmly grasped her hand, her excitement palpable, as if she were not the one who had previously issued the arrest warrant for He Gongzi. I had thought that with your mother's passing, my fortune would also depart, yet here you are, inheriting her medical skills. Splendid, splendid indeed. Having failed to garner an understanding from the Emperor, how could she expect to do so from this puppet master? Moreover, Han Yunqi did not believe for a moment that they genuinely wished to see her save the Crown Prince. They merely sought to transfer this hot potato from Han Songin's hands to hers, thus creating another opportunity to incriminate her. Disinterested in arguing, she merely offered a faint smile. I am not entirely sure of the specifics, but I shall do my best. At that moment, the Empress approached, seizing Han Yunqi's other hand as though they were intimate acquaintances. Yunqi, do not be modest. I shall not permit you to fail. If even you cannot treat him, then, the Empress, saying this, drew out a handkerchief to cover her face, stifling sobs. Observing this, the Emperor's impatience flared. Enough. Princess Consort Qin, come with me. Yes, Han Yunqi nodded, noting that neither the Empress Dowager nor the Empress intended to follow. She assumed Long Fei would remain outside as well, but unexpectedly, this silent figure stepped ahead of her. Without uttering a single word of support, Han Yunqi found him rather irksome in that moment. Taking a deep breath, she strode into the inner chamber, where she could faintly perceive the figure upon the bed. The individual was covered with blankets, lying supine, while his features were obscured. She knew he was awake. This was the Crown Prince of Tianning, Long Tianmo. As Han Yunqi observed, Long Tianmo spoke. Tianmo cannot rise to pay respects. Please forgive me, father, and you too, Aunt Qin. Startled, Han Yunqi had expected him to be despondent, perhaps with a fiery temper, yet he exhibited such decorum. His voice, though somewhat frail, lacked the despondency typical of someone long afflicted by illness. 7 years, an entire 7 years, of enduring such a humiliating condition. It would be understandable if he chose silence or wished to expel her. What fortitude this man possessed! It was no wonder the Emperor valued him so highly, refusing to give up on him thus far. As a physician, Han Yunqi, attuned to nuances, immediately sensed the strength of his will to survive the setting aside all else. She found this resilience in a patient commendable. However, he utterly disregarded her presence, as if her status as the princess consort held no weight. Seated beside the bed, separated by the gauze curtain, Han Yunqi spoke softly, hand. After a prolonged interval, Long Tianmo extended his hand, silent and clearly reluctant, harboring doubts about her capabilities. Han Yunqi longed to express that she was even less inclined, but upon contact, she cast aside all distractions and focused intently. As her concentration deepened, the Emperor and Long Tianmo fell silent, both tense, while Long Fei observed her with an inscrutable gaze, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. Instead of immediately taking his pulse, Han Yunqi activated her scanning system for a thorough examination. Regrettably, the results yielded no toxins, leaving her disheartened. Reining in her thoughts, she began to take his pulse earnestly. Though a poison doctor, she was still competent in diagnosing ailments, albeit not an expert. Taking the pulse was a task both simple and complex. Upon contact with Long Tianmo's pulse, she gained a general understanding but dared not be careless. At first glance, it did indeed resemble a joyful pulse. Strictly speaking, a joyful pulse is not categorized as a distinct type of pulse. It is merely a specific variant of a slippery pulse, applicable only to women. In traditional Chinese medicine, the pulse of a pregnant woman is termed a joyful pulse. If a woman experiences a missed period without any other symptoms but presents a slippery pulse, pregnancy must be considered. A slippery pulse is characterized by a smooth, somewhat superficial yet solid, rapid pulsation, with a rounded and buoyant sensation. Conditions such as anemia, rheumatism, late-stage acute infections, or chronic gastrointestinal issues may also exhibit a slippery pulse. Han Yunqi's findings indicated a slippery pulse. Based on this pulse alone, it appeared that Long Tianmo's body bore no evident ailments. For a moment, Han Yunqi was at a loss. What could this pulse signify? Han Songin and the esteemed directors of the medical academy had categorized it as a joyful pulse. What was her interpretation? Basic knowledge that the ancients lacked was something she must grasp. After all, how could a man possess eggs or a womb to bear children? Although modern medical theories have proposed surgical methods to achieve the miraculous birth of a man, these remain purely theoretical, necessitating surgical intervention. What then was Long Tianma's condition? This could only be described as a slippery pulse without any discernible pathology. Realizing this, Han Yunqi released Long Tianma's hand. Observing her action, the emperor inquired urgently, "What did you discover?" "Your Majesty, could you summon Dr. Gu?" Han Yunqi replied earnestly. Given this pulse, she needed to consult Gu Beiyue. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened considerably. "Gu Beiyue has already seen him, he could do nothing. What exactly did you discern?" Unfazed, Han Yunqi spoke candidly, "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince's pulse is a slippery one. I cannot ascertain the specifics at this moment, further examination is necessary, and I require Dr. Gu's assistance." "Is it not a joyful pulse?" The emperor was truly not a joyful pulse? "Yunqi, what does this mean? Speak quickly." "Yunqi, I knew you would not disappoint the emperor. Please tell us what this signifies." The Empress Dowager and the Empress were both agitated, and for a brief moment, Han Yunqi almost believed in their sincerity. However, just then, Long Tianma suddenly threw off the covers, gesturing towards his abdomen, and mockingly said, "Princess Consort Qin, if you claim this is not a joyful pulse, then what is it?" Even through the gauze, Han Yunqi could see clearly. Heaven above, Long Tianma's belly was enormous, resembling that of a woman 7 months pregnant. This realization struck Han Yunqi like a lightning bolt, her complexion draining of color. She understood that the situation had become exceedingly dire. "If you cannot even assess the pulse correctly, father, I refuse to allow her to treat me," Long Tianma declared coldly, his frustration with Han Songin palpable. How could he possibly place his faith in the daughter of such a failure? Regardless of her title as princess consort, he would not hold back, fully aware that his greatest concern, Uncle Qin, held no regard for this woman. The Empress Dowager's disappointment was evident as she lamented. Did she truly misread the pulse? "I had thought a miracle might occur, Yunqi. It seems you have yet to notice Tianma's belly. I believed you," the Empress sighed repeatedly. Long Tianma pulled the covers back over him, turning away. Witnessing this, the emperor's brows furrowed into a shape, his gaze icy as he glared at Han Yunqi, his voice dripping with disdain. "A charlatan seeking fame. A fraud deceiving the world. You, and your father, guards, take her away and give her 30 lashes. The Empress Dowager and the Empress exchanged glances, sharing a mutual, cold smile, while Long Fei remained seated, his expression a mask of chill indifference towards Han Yunqi, as though she were no longer his wife and held no connection to him. The Empress Dowager and the Empress awaited Han Yunqi's pleas for mercy, anticipating the opportunity to accuse her of treason. To their astonishment, Han Yunqi's eyes sparkled with defiance, her expression one of indignation. She actually dared to glare at the emperor, unyielding and unafraid, her fists clenched, her petite frame seemed to conceal a surge of power, ready to erupt at any moment. What was this woman plotting? Did she even comprehend the gravity of her actions? The Emperor of Tianhui stared in disbelief, eyes wide. It was the first time someone had dared to look at him with such audacity. Chapter 53. Irresolute, he is in the wrong. Han Yunqi seethed with indignation. She understood the principle of no transmission of teachings without a knock at the door, yet here she was, summoned by Emperor Tianhui himself to provide medical treatment, only to be accused as if she were a charlatan. When had she ever sought fame or notoriety? Were the rumors circulating outside not the handiwork of malicious individuals? The two young eunuchs, who had been about to approach, were rendered momentarily frozen in shock, hesitant to move. Observing this, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the audacity of this girl, daring to act so brazenly before the Emperor. Yet, a subtle smile graced Long Fei's lips, betraying his amusement. In the ensuing silence, Han Yunqi spoke coldly, enunciating each word with gravity. "Your Majesty, I do not care who diagnosed the supposed joyous pulse. I shall reiterate, the Crown Prince's pulse is merely slippery, not joyous. If you summon me solely to validate another's diagnosis, then you have sought the wrong person." Her words left Emperor Tianhui momentarily speechless. The joyous pulse had been established long ago. He had summoned Han Yunqi to treat this very condition. Following the Crown Prince's abdominal distension, Han Chong'an had administered abortifacients, but to no avail. Han Chong'an was at a loss, merely taking the Crown Prince's pulse daily and prescribing tonics, while Emperor Tianhui fretted over the possibility of the Crown Prince giving birth one day. To his astonishment, Han Yunqi's pulse diagnosis revealed it was anything but joyous. Seeing the Emperor's lingering fury, Han Yunqi continued, "Your Majesty, a man cannot conceive. I stake my life on the assurance that His Highness does not possess a joyous pulse. The affliction lies within His Highness's abdomen, likely a massive tumor, which merely resembles a fetus, thus resulting in the slippery pulse. If left untreated, should the tumor continue to grow, it will undoubtedly endanger the Crown Prince's life." This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. How could this woman speak so boldly? Han Chong'an had spent 7 years firmly convinced it was a joyous pulse, certain there was a fetus within. Han Yunqi, how dare she assert it was merely an affliction? Long Tianma turned sharply to gaze at her, unable to suppress a flicker of hope, despite his initial skepticism. If it were not a joyous pulse, but rather an unusual condition, as Han Yunqi claimed, a tumor, then his entire fate could be transformed. For if it were confirmed as a joyous pulse, even if cured, it would forever stain his reputation, exposing him to ridicule. However, if it were indeed a tumor, it would be an all too common occurrence, freeing him from the need to guard against the prying eyes of other princes. Gazing at the steadfast Han Yunqi, Long Tianhua felt an overwhelming urge to believe her, yet, the empress wore a complex expression. While she desperately wished for her son's well-being, he was her entire world. Nevertheless, she could not fully trust Han Yunqi and hoped she would not take credit for resolving this matter. Yunqi, but your father has been taking the crown prince's pulse daily for 7 years. He can't have been wrong all this time, can he? The empress voiced her concern. This statement not only reminded Han Yunqi but also shattered the hopes of both Emperor Tianhui and the crown prince, for a mere pulse diagnosis was a straightforward matter for any ordinary physician, let alone Han Xiong'an. A flicker of complexity flashed in Han Yunqi's eyes as she resolutely replied, it is indeed his error. Yunqi, why don't you stay for a few days to observe further, the empress tentatively suggested. I am 100% certain he has erred, Han Yunqi asserted, her voice quiet yet imbued with undeniable authority. Even the empress felt her resolve wavering in the face of Han Yunqi's earnest expression. At that moment, Long Tianhua interjected, Father, summon Han Xiong'an for a confrontation. Emperor Tianhui hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced, bring Han Xiong'an here. The waiting period was steeped in silence, as all eyes shifted between skepticism and anticipation, fixated on Han Yunqi. As a physician, she had grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Unfazed, she sat quietly to the side, mentally sifting through similar cases she had encountered in the past. The crown prince's condition was indeed peculiar, yet peculiarity did not imply a lack of precedent. She recalled having heard of similar cases during her studies. In the annals of modern medical history, such cases numbered fewer than 100, rendering them exceedingly rare. While taking the pulse, her doubts had begun to solidify, and upon witnessing the crown prince's pronounced abdomen, she had reached a near certain diagnosis. The notion of a tumor was merely a convenient explanation. As for the true nature of the illness, she was acutely aware that she could not reveal it, for to do so would surely cost her life. Her current dilemma lay in how to discredit Han Xiong'an. Soon, Han Xiong'an arrived. In his 50s, with a grey goatee and donned in a modest grey robe, he attempted to project an air of humility, yet his authoritative presence was undeniable. This was Han Yunqi's first encounter with her father since her arrival in this world. Upon entering, Han Xiong'an performed the customary salutations, even bowing respectfully to Han Yunqi, addressing her as the princess consort of Qin. Her tone was cold, and she replied indifferently, no need for courtesy. Her feelings toward this father figure were not merely estrangement but laced with deep-seated resentment. Han Yunqi harbored a profound disdain for men who envied women, and Han Xiong'an epitomized such a man. The questions surrounding Lady Tianqin's tragic demise during childbirth, her own birth marked by the stigma of a disfigurement, and the lack of medical care from a family of renowned physicians were matters she would one day unravel. The empress, unable to contain her eagerness, spoke first. Han Xiong'an, the princess consort asserts that the crown prince's condition is due to a tumor. What is your perspective? Han Xiong'an had initially assumed that Han Yunqi would be at a loss when confronted with such an unusual illness, hence the emperor's summons. Yet, he was taken aback by her audacity. Looking incredulously at Han Yunqi, he thought this audacious girl must be out of her mind. Even if she had studied her mother's medical texts, they primarily covered detoxification methods. How could she dare to make such a diagnosis? Shaking his head repeatedly, he countered, Princess consort, you claim it is a tumor, but do you have any evidence? And you claim it is a fetus. Do you have evidence? Han Yunqi retorted. A smirk crossed Han Xiong'an's lips. The pulse is evidence, the crown prince's abdomen is evidence, even the board members of Yunкong Medical Academy have affirmed it is a joyous pulse. The only contentious point is the pulse. It is insufficient as proof, Han Yunqi asserted firmly. Were it not for her status, Han Xiong'an would have lost his temper, for he had been under scrutiny from the Empress Dowager and the favored consort these past few days. This audacious girl had indeed transformed into someone unrecognizable. In the past, even after becoming the princess consort of Qin, she would never have dared to speak to him so boldly. Then, if you claim it is a tumor, how did you arrive at that conclusion? Han Xiong'an challenged, believing that regardless of her abilities, a diagnosis ultimately hinged on the pulse. Her assertion that the pulse was insufficient as evidence intrigued him. He was eager to see what proof she would produce. Poison. Han Yunqi declared confidently. The mere utterance of that word drew gasps from the assembly. Poison? The crown prince has been poisoned by a toxin known as tumor poison. This toxin does not cause immediate death but lingers within the body, siphoning the impurities from the 5 viscera, leading to the formation of a toxic tumor. Should the tumor grow large enough to compress the major arteries, it will threaten his life. This was, in fact, a fabrication on Han Yunqi's part, yet she articulated it with unwavering composure, exuding an air of conviction. The audience was left in stunned silence, both astonished by the existence of such a bizarre toxin and by the revelation of the crown prince's peculiar illness. This bore no relation to joyous pulses or pregnancy. Compared to the idea of a man conceiving, Han Yunqi's explanation appeared not only reasonable but credible, even prompting the empress, who had sought to undermine her, to display a flicker of delight. In that moment, she wished to believe Han Yunqi wholeheartedly. Han Xiong'an was similarly taken aback, and after a moment, stammered, then, do you have any evidence? Han Yunqi refrained from revealing that her diagnosis was based solely on the pulse. Her eyes sparkled with confidence as she stated, I can neutralize the poison and extract the tumor. It has been 7 years, can you deliver a child? Han Xiong'an could no longer contain himself, stepping back in disbelief. To an outsider, it would appear as if the father and daughter were rivals. Princess consort, you cannot gamble with the crown prince's life. Han Xiong'an insisted earnestly. While he was unfamiliar with toxins, he could not bring himself to accept that the crown prince's condition stemmed from poison. The pulse had clearly indicated a joyous state, there was undeniably life within even if he had erred. Could the most authoritative medical academy be mistaken? Although the academy's board members had departed, he had frequently conferred with them in private over the years, exploring this very issue. The joyous pulse was a certainty. Their discussions revolved around how to alleviate the Crown Prince's condition, how to eliminate the non-existent fetus without endangering his life. The abortifacients had proven utterly ineffective, leaving delivery as the only option. However, childbirth was perilous for women, let alone in truth. They had yet to ascertain how a man could give birth. The thought of performing a caesarean section was a risk they dared not contemplate. Moreover, if a child were indeed delivered, the Crown Prince's life would be forfeit. The Emperor had long since accepted the joyous pulse but still harbored a glimmer of hope for a misdiagnosis. I am not gambling with the Crown Prince's life. Rather, you, who have failed to recognize the poison pulse for 7 years, have squandered precious time. Had the detoxification begun earlier, the Crown Prince's abdomen would not have swollen so. Han Yunqi retorted vehemently. She acknowledged her desire for revenge. Little did he know that Han Chong'an had also played a role in the matter involving the young general. Setting aside her own grievances of being mistreated in her maternal family, the mere act of sacrificing his daughter to curry favor with the Empress Dowager was enough to fuel Han Yunqi's lifelong resentment. Such a man was unworthy of being called her father. You are speaking nonsense. Han Chong'an exclaimed, losing composure and raising his voice in indignation. To his astonishment, Han Yunqi fired back, bold Han Chong'an, is this how you speak to the princess consort? Such disrespect is punishable. At this, the assembly gasped in astonishment. None had anticipated that the overlooked princess consort of Qin would assert her authority so openly before them. This woman was decidedly intriguing. Long Fei's smile grew ever more charming, while Emperor Tianhui stroked his chin. Deep in thought, Han Chong'an stood dumbfounded, shaking his head in disbelief, unable to articulate a response. Han Yunqi, perched high above, regarded him with disdain. Whether I am speaking nonsense will be revealed once the tumor is extracted. Turning to Emperor Tianhui, she declared, Your Majesty, my diagnosis has been laid bare. The decision to treat rests with you. Chapter 54 A Hope, a remedy to be found. Will you treat him, Your Highness? Do you imply that you possess a method to heal the Crown Prince? Emperor Tianhui inquired earnestly. In modern times, a mere ultrasound could diagnose a case such as the Crown Prince's, followed by an immediate laparotomy essentially akin to a caesarean section. However, viewed through the lens of ancient medical practices, this posed considerable challenges. Nevertheless, undeterred, Han Yunqi nodded resolutely, for she indeed had her own means. And how do you propose to treat him? Long Tianma pressed urgently. If she were to directly excise the object from the Crown Prince's abdomen, it would necessitate a substantial and deep incision, and without suturing tools, she was unwilling to take that risk. However, by employing medication to dissolve the tumor into a liquid state, followed by an opening to drain the toxins, this would resemble the minor procedure she had performed on General Mu Qinggu. As long as she could ensure minimal blood loss, the risks of this plan would fall entirely within her control. As her words hung in the air, Han Chong'an interjected, Yet you cannot prove that the Crown Prince harbors a malignant tumor. The tumor transformed into blood. Han Shini could easily take the blood for testing to ascertain its toxicity, Han Yunqi retorted with a hint of sarcasm, deliberately emphasizing Han Shini. Han Chong'an's face flushed with anger, yet he found himself at a loss for words. We are to proceed with surgery? The Empress hesitated. This seems unwise. The Empress Dowager voiced her concern, genuine worry shadowing her features, for the Crown Prince was her most beloved grandson. When I previously detoxified General Mu, it too required an incision, which led to misunderstandings with the Empress Dowager. Should you still doubt me, Your Highness, you may summon General Mu to verify. The scar from his abdominal injury should still be visible, Han Yunqi stated calmly. A flicker of anger flashed in the Empress Dowager's eyes. This insolent girl dared to bring up that matter, clearly mocking her. The Empress Dowager fell silent. With a successful case laid before them, Han Yunqi deftly relinquished the hot potato to Emperor Tianhui, ceding control of the situation to him. Your Majesty, I have elucidated the matter. Whether to proceed or not is at your discretion. Emperor Tianhui and Long Tianma exchanged glances through the gauzy curtain, both hesitant to speak. Han Yunqi was astute. She had arrived at a diagnosis entirely distinct from Han Chong'an's. If Emperor Tianhui chose to trust her, he would allow her to treat the Crown Prince. If not, there was no need for her to feel troubled. In this atmosphere, Han Chong'an dared not speak further, for after so many years without offering a viable treatment plan, any additional words would be tantamount to courting disaster. The room fell into an expectant silence. Unexpectedly, Emperor Tianhui slowly turned to Long Fei. Prince Qin, what is your opinion? Han Yunqi was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Emperor Tianhui would consult Long Fei. However, Long Fei remained unflappable, as if he had foreseen this inquiry. His demeanor was inscrutable. This matter is of great import. It is best left to my elder brother to decide. With those understated words, he relinquished the initiative back to Emperor Tianhui. Of course, Emperor Tianhui was no fool. He pressed on. Does Prince Qin have faith in the Crown Prince's consort? This question compelled Long Fei to respond directly. Han Yunqi felt a sense of unease, sensing something amiss. The outside world buzzed with tales of the close bond between Emperor Tianhui and Prince Qin, suggesting that the latter wielded significant power, causing the former to show deference, yet, the current dynamic between them appeared anything but fraternal. It was rather delicate, with this inquiry. If Long Fei affirmed his belief in Han Yunqi, and she were to falter, he would equally share the blame. Conversely, should he express doubt, it would spell ruin for Han Yunqi. All eyes turned expectantly to Long Fei, wondering if he would speak, especially after he had personally gone to General Mu's residence to rescue Han Yunqi. Why had he intervened to confront Changping and the Minister of Justice on her behalf? Did he truly harbor a genuine marital bond with Han Yunqi, allowing her to escape disgrace simply because she had proven herself competent in medicine? Curiosity abounded, yet, with a nonchalant tone, Long Fei stated, "My trust in her is inconsequential. What matters is whether His Majesty and the Crown Prince place their faith in her." With this seemingly effortless remark, he deftly extricated Emperor Tianhui from a precarious position. Han Yunqi nearly laughed. This fellow was indeed a cunning old fox. Emperor Tianhui pursed his lips, about to pose another question when Long Fei interjected, "Brother, the Crown Prince is no longer a child, he ought to make his own decisions." This statement implied that the Crown Prince should take charge of his own affairs. The support of Prince Qin was vital for every royal son, and naturally, the Emperor hoped for his backing of the Crown Prince. Emperor Tianhui smiled grimly, glancing at the Crown Prince. "Tianma, your uncle is correct. You ought to take responsibility for your own matters." After 7 years, Long Tianma had truly had enough. Even if he harbored lingering distrust towards Han Yunqi, he preferred to take a chance rather than await certain death. He understood better than anyone that if this illness persisted, his father would undoubtedly abandon him. Die in the heavy silence, Long Tianma's voice rang clear, "I accept treatment." Han Yunqi breathed a sigh of relief, while Han Song'an's face darkened with dismay. Undoubtedly, the Crown Prince's brave decision had rendered him utterly obsolete. The Emperor was pleased with the Crown Prince's resolution, nodding, "Han Wangfei, can we commence immediately? I require a thorough examination to ascertain the tumor's location and size before I can prepare the remedy," Han Yunqi replied earnestly. With the decision made, she felt invigorated and promptly advanced to conduct a detailed examination. Before long, she discovered that the mass within Long Tianma's abdomen was larger than she had anticipated, and it was indeed alive, as evidenced by its movement when she pressed specific acupoints. Her expression turned complex, a mix of concern and determination. "What is the verdict?" Long Tianma inquired anxiously. Han Yunqi smiled reassuringly, "Do not worry, for the next couple of days, focus solely on resting. Do not overthink it." As she spoke, she stepped back, and the Empress and the Empress Dowager gathered around her. "How is it? Can treatment commence immediately?" "I must deliberate carefully before finalizing it," Han Yunqi stated solemnly. At that moment, Han Song'an hastily volunteered, "Han Wangfei, though I am but a humble physician, I am well versed in pharmacology and would be honored to assist you. Should she fail, the Han family would surely face dire consequences. However, if she succeeded, he would bask in her glory. Yet, primarily, he wished to discern the source of this girl's audacity in her approach to treatment. However, Han Yunqi chose to ignore his offer, stating earnestly, "Your Majesty, I would like to request the assistance of Dr. Gu Beiwei." Compared to Han Song'an, Emperor Tianhui naturally placed greater trust in Gu Beiwei, promptly acquiescing, "Summon Gu Beiwei at once." Yet, Han Yunqi interjected, "Your Majesty, this matter is of, I shall discuss it with Dr. in the Imperial Medical Institute. I will have the prescription ready before sunset." Given the number of people present, Emperor Tianhui nodded and instructed to escort Han Yunqi to the Imperial Medical Institute. Han Song'an watched anxiously, but at that moment, the Empress coldly remarked, "Han Shini, perhaps it would be best for you to return and await news of your daughter." "Your Majesty, I have served the Crown Prince for 7 years and understand his condition intimately. It would be prudent for me to remain, in case." Before Han Song'an could finish, the Empress erupted, Han Song'an, what ill-fated words are you uttering? You shameless wretch dares to linger here. I'll tell you this, the pulse you diagnosed was your doing. Once the Crown Prince is well, I will ensure you receive your just desserts." Han Song'an, frightened into silence, hastily retreated, fleeing in disgrace. Observing Han Song'an's flustered exit, the Empress's eyes darkened with foreboding. She mused that if Han Yunqi were to succeed in treating Tianma, she might temporarily let the matter with Changping slide, allowing her to atone for her misdeeds. However, should she fail, she would ensure the utter ruin of the Han family, erasing this medical lineage from the realm forever, making Han Yunqi the harbinger of their downfall. The Empress Dowager and the Empress remained by Long Tianma's bedside, while Emperor Tianhui seemed disinclined to leave. His expression grave. It was undeniable, they were all on edge. This was the Crown Prince's final opportunity. If Han Yunqi could not save him, Emperor Tianhui would have no choice but to relinquish him with a heavy heart. The outcome now rested in Han Yunqi's hands, an unpredictable fate. Long Fei appeared the least concerned, rising to approach. "Brother, let us retire, I shall accompany you for tea." Only then did Emperor Tianhui snap back to reality, nodding in agreement as he followed Long Fei out. To govern a nation is easy. To manage one's family is far more challenging, Emperor Tianhui reflected. The Crown Prince is fated for greatness. Do not worry, brother, Long Fei replied coolly. Emperor Tianhui had tested him more than once, yet had consistently failed to discern his stance, each time forced to relent. As he aged, it became evident that neither the Crown Prince nor any other royal son could rival Prince Qi. In truth, had it not been for the Empress Dowager's ruthless machinations against Consort Yi, he would never have ascended to the throne. Bailey was the enemy of Tianning, yet in Emperor Tianhui's eyes, the brother beside him, of a similar age to his own sons, was far more fearsome than the armies of Bailey. "How goes the investigation into the Bailey spies?" Emperor Tianhui inquired. "There remains a significant player lurking. I have cast my net," Long Fei replied candidly. "Be aware that without internal traitors, these spies would not be able to stir such turmoil," Emperor Tianhui warned coldly. "I understand, brother, rest assured," Long Fei responded nonchalantly, his calm demeanor almost chilling. As the two conversed, they entered the Imperial Garden, while Han Yunqi had just arrived at the Imperial Medical Institute. Gu Beiwei, the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, naturally held dominion over this territory. Upon learning that Han Yunqi had come regarding the Crown Prince, he immediately dismissed all the apprentices from the study, instructing them to guard the entrance and allow no one to approach. Before Han Yunqi could utter a word, she couldn't help but admire Gu Beiwei in silence. Though he appeared delicate, he was undoubtedly formidable. If Long Fei was a cold fox, then Gu Beiwei was a gentle one. Personally closing the door, he approached with an unhurried demeanor, smiling softly. Han Wangfei, have you reached a diagnosis? In matters of such magnitude, others would surely be anxious, yet Gu Beiwei remained unflustered, and Han Yunqi found comfort in his gentle smile, which had the power to calm her instantly. However, it seemed that she was always the one to disrupt the tranquility in his gaze. It is not a happy pulse, she replied with a smile. Chapter 55 of The Truth Must Be Concealed. Is it not a joyful pulse? Gu Beiwei was somewhat taken aback, patiently awaiting Han Yunqi to elaborate. However, there is indeed a life within. Han Yunqi stated directly. If it is neither a joyful pulse nor merely a figment, what could it possibly be? Gu Beiwei furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent, encouraging Han Yunqi to continue. Yet, Han Yunqi's expression turned grave. I will only disclose the diagnosis to you. Do you wish to know? Gu Beiwei was taken aback. What on earth is going on? I require your assistance, but you must keep this a secret. Han Yunqi added. Without hesitation, Gu Beiwei nodded. Perhaps even he was unaware of why he placed such unwavering trust in Han Yunqi. Apart from him, Han Yunqi struggled to find another person she could trust. This secret was far too frightening. In modern times, even contemporary individuals might find it hard to accept, let alone those from ancient times. She lowered her voice. The disease the Crown Prince suffers from is called fetus in fetus. The child within his abdomen is, strictly speaking, the Empress's. Upon hearing this, the usually composed Gu Beiwei took 2 steps back, displaying an expression of shock, yet, he quickly regained his composure. Princess Qin, such words cannot be spoken lightly. Han Yunqi felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Once again, she had shattered the calm demeanor of this gentleman. She smiled faintly. I understand, please allow me to explain. Only then did Gu Beiwei draw closer, nodding slightly. When the Empress was pregnant with the Crown Prince, she was actually carrying twins. However, before the second child had fully formed, the Crown Prince enveloped the other within himself. To be precise, a fetus in fetus is a parasitic twin, where one embryo is enveloped by another during development, remaining within the infant's body, growing alongside it, drawing nourishment from the infant's blood, and developing abnormally. In different circumstances, some of these parasitic twins develop quickly and are discovered early on, while others develop slowly and may remain undetected for years. The longest recorded case in medical history was 32 years. Long Tianma is yet to reach 20, so the duration is not excessively long. Gu Beiwei was not well versed in cells or embryos, so Han Yunqi could only explain in the simplest terms. In other words, the Empress was initially pregnant with twins, but before the fetus had fully formed, the Crown Prince enveloped the other child within himself. Later, this Crown Prince fully formed and was born, leaving the other life inside him, sustained by the nutrients from his blood, gradually growing. Gu Beiwei finally understood, shaking his head in disbelief. I never anticipated such a phenomenon. He certainly did not believe that a man could bear children, but over the years, although he had not participated in the Crown Prince's treatment, he had read numerous medical texts regarding this case. While he was astonished by Han Yunqi's explanation, he found it reasonable. Gu Beiwei fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Han Yunqi with a serious expression. This life cannot be allowed to continue. Although it has been referred to as a joyful pulse for many years, the Emperor has never truly wished to believe it. Han Yunqi was fully aware that this life must not be preserved. Otherwise, she would not have concealed the truth in fabricated tales of abdominal tumors. A fetus in fetus is rarely a healthy child. Some may have only limbs without a heart or brain, making it a life that, even if saved, would not endure long. Setting aside these concerns, even if it were a complete and healthy child, it still could not be allowed to live. How could the Crown Prince possibly bear a child? If a child were truly born, those aware of the situation would undoubtedly be silenced, including the Crown Prince and the child. Should this matter become public, the Long royal family would be branded as a demonic lineage, providing ample justification for those rebellious factions poised to incite the populace. Of course, Han Yunqi could not afford to dwell on such matters. She knew that she could not speak the truth, and that she must save the individual to ensure her own survival. Observing Gu Beiwei's grave expression, Han Yunqi's tone turned frigid. Thus, I must terminate it within the womb. Your father has prescribed numerous abortifacients, none of which have proven effective, Gu Beiwei cautioned earnestly. Han Yunqi smirked disdainfully. His medications will undoubtedly be ineffective. Abortifacients are intended for women. The medications prescribed by Han Songin only worked on pregnant women, and since Long Tianma was not, they could not be effective. I require a poison to dissolve what resides within the Crown Prince's abdomen into blood, which can then be expelled as a form of detoxification. What the Emperor and others will perceive is merely toxic fluid, and the Crown Prince will not be considered pregnant but rather afflicted with a toxic tumor, Han Yunqi asserted with utmost certainty. Upon hearing this, Gu Beiwei remained silent for a moment before giving her a thumbs up. Undeniably, Han Yunqi's approach was the most prudent, serving not only to protect herself but also to keep this secret forever concealed. Those unaware of the truth would never harbor any doubts. His Highness the Crown Prince should express gratitude to you, Gu Beiwei chuckled. Han Yunqi shrugged helplessly. I merely hope that his mother will not trouble me in the future. Gu Beiwei understood that procuring poison was not challenging for Han Yunqi. Why then did she seek his assistance? You seek me? Gu Beiwei hesitated. Han Yunqi's resolute gaze suddenly dimmed. That mass is exceedingly large. This surgical procedure will be at least 10 times more challenging than that of General Xiao. Before the blood and fluids have been expelled, the Crown Prince is at significant risk of hemorrhaging to death. The medication Han Yunqi prepared for the Crown Prince was, in fact, poison, designed to corrode and dissolve the mass within his abdomen. She could concoct a precisely effective potion, ensuring that no harm befell the internal organs, merely turning that mass into blood. As a result, that blood would possess toxicity and must be expelled immediately. Her greatest concern was the risk of excessive blood loss, and she needed sufficient time to detoxify. In modern times, one could simply receive a blood transfusion, but now she could only rely on Gu Beiwei. He understood the gravity of this issue. Gazing at Han Yunqi, a complex glimmer passed through his eyes before he finally spoke. I am aware of a potion called blood-generating pill. Upon ingestion, it can— What is there to fear? Han Yunqi blurted, as in her mind, the royal family was simply a group of affluent tyrants. Gu Beiwei sighed in resignation, speaking softly. Princess Qin, in the Yunкong continent, the Tianning royal family is— However, her primary concern lay with the whereabouts of the blood-generating pill. Once she procured it, treating the Crown Prince would be a matter of mere moments. Then please tell me who possesses it, Han Yunqi pressed urgently. Gu Beiwei provided 3 words, Gu Qisha. Gu Qisha, Han Yunqi's memory stirred, as she seemed to recall this rather renowned name, murmuring, the genius Gu Qisha who was expelled from the Yunкong Medical Academy? Gu Beiwei nodded, indeed. This individual is a natural talent, possessing remarkable skills in the cultivation of medicinal herbs. Many commonly used herbs today were grafted and cultivated by him in his youth, earning him the title of medicine demon. I have heard he is the adopted son of an elder from the medical academy, living on herbs and medicines? Han Yunqi inquired curiously. Gu Beiwei confirmed with a nod. His knowledge was limited, as although his grandfather was a director at the medical academy, directors held a lower rank than elders, and he had little access to those at the higher echelons. Moreover, he had not spent much time at the academy before accompanying his grandfather to the Tianning imperial capital. Where is Gu Qisha now? Han Yunqi inquired hastily. After being expelled from the medical academy, he established his own. Transactions are conducted at his whim. Acquiring the blood-generating pill from him is no simple task, Gu Beiwei explained. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi appeared relaxed. I thought it would be quite a challenge. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Just one pill would suffice. That pill is not easily obtained. Gu Beiwei felt compelled to remind her once more. Han Yunqi chuckled mischievously. I shall only be responsible for providing the prescription. Sourcing the herbs is not my concern. This. Observing Han Yunqi's sly grin, Gu Beiwei finally understood her intention. As long as the prescription was created, the emperor would undoubtedly find a way to procure the blood-generating pill. If it could not be obtained, they could not be held accountable as mere physicians. Han Yunqi promptly approached her writing desk, swiftly penning the names of the required herbs along with their measurements. Gu Beiwei, filled with curiosity, attentively observed, but the more he looked, the less he comprehended. He recognized all the herbs listed on the prescription, yet he could not decipher their combined effects. To dissolve the mass within the Crown Prince's abdomen through poisoning while simultaneously ensuring no harm to the internal organs required an extraordinary level of skill. Soon, Han Yunqi had completed the prescription, inscribing the blood-generating pill at the end. Princess Qin, is this prescription complete? Gu Beiwei questioned skeptically. Han Yunqi shot him a significant glance. It's a secret. This prescription was certainly not complete, and regardless of who obtained it, they would not discern that it involved poison since the 3 critical ingredients were conspicuously absent. The prescription was merely a formality. Her detoxification system had long been prepared. Han Yunqi needed to safeguard her own interests. If she disclosed the true prescription and it fell into the hands of a skilled practitioner, it could expose her true intentions for treating the crown. Gu Beiwei, gazing at Han Yunqi's mysterious demeanor, chose not to press further, admiration for her growing in his eyes. With the blood-generating pill, Han Yunqi's most significant challenge had been resolved, and she felt an eager anticipation to become the Crown Prince's savior, eager to witness the reactions of the Empress and the Queen. Of course, she was even more curious about the responses of Consort Yi and Morong Wanru. At this moment, they must be anxiously awaiting her return at the Qin residence. She needed to acquire the blood-generating pill quickly. Let us hurry and deliver the prescription. Han Yunqi grasped Gu Beiwei's arm, ready to depart. Gu Beiwei was momentarily taken aback, hesitating for a moment, but ultimately unobtrusively pulled away. He said nothing, causing Han Yunqi to pause, instinctively turning back to glance at him, only to find Gu Beiwei's gaze swiftly averting. This fellow. Han Yunqi couldn't help but chuckle, not bothering to explain. She had momentarily forgotten that she was in ancient times and was a married woman. A male confidant was simply not permissible. Ahem, she cleared her throat, acting as if nothing had occurred, turning away. It was merely a moment of impulse. I did not mean to overstep. Gu Beiwei, who had initially intended to leave, hesitated again, but soon a gentle smile blossomed on his face, silently illuminating his features. Han Yunqi was oblivious to the fact that she had overlooked the most beautiful smile in the world. Chapter 56 Overbearing. Follow this king. Han Yunqi presented the prescription to Emperor Tianhui and earnestly informed him of the significance of the blood-replenishing pill. Secretly calculating, she thought that no matter how the emperor sought the medicine, it would take at least 10 days to half a month. During this time, she could return to the Qinwang mansion and enjoy her stay, bearing the heavy responsibility of watching how imperial concubine Yi and Morong Wanru would dare to act against her. Furthermore, she could use the pretext of consulting with imperial physician Gu to come and go freely from the Imperial Medical Bureau. The Imperial Medical Bureau was replete with numerous medical texts and abundant medicinal herbs. To her, it was akin to a treasure trove. With the prescription submitted, Han Yunqi breathed a temporary sigh of relief, but to her surprise, Emperor Tianhui laid down the prescription and turned to Long Fei, saying, "Prince of Qin, the medicine Demon Valley is not an ordinary place. You should make the journey personally." Though his tone was one of negotiation, everyone understood it was a royal command. Long Fei maintained his usual icy poker face and nodded slightly, understood. Han Yunqi stole a glance at him, unable to suppress her glee. "Ah, the great ice block, now you shall witness the consequences of your indifference. Caught in the crossfire, the blood-replenishing pill is not so easily obtained. If it cannot be procured, all blame shall rest upon your shoulders. Your Majesty, the other medicinal ingredients listed in the prescription are all available in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Yunqi and Imperial Physician Gu will prepare them promptly once the blood-replenishing pill arrives. We can commence treatment immediately," Han Yunqi stated earnestly. Emperor Tianhui nodded, "Then we shall await good news from the Prince of Qin." With that, everyone dispersed. Han Yunqi excused herself to prepare the medicine with Gu Beiwei and did not return with Long Fei, who also chose not to acknowledge her further. The Empress accompanied the Empress Dowager, looking troubled. "Mother, my heart is in turmoil. Can we truly trust Han Yunqi?" The Empress Dowager, uncertain herself, hesitated for a moment before sighing deeply. "If that girl can indeed cure Tianma this time, I shall certainly value her highly." Years ago, Madame Tianqin had saved the Empress Dowager's life, and in gratitude, she had arranged for Han Yunqi to be betrothed to the Prince of Qin, hoping to have her infiltrate his side. Who would have thought that Han Yunqi would grow up to be a useless and unattractive girl, while Han Songan had never been able to cure the crown prince? The Empress nodded, saying nothing further. Han Yunqi did not return to the Qinwang mansion until late, her stomach empty. Upon entering, she was summoned by Imperial Concubine Yi. Both Imperial Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru had been restless all day, waiting for news. Han Yunqi's safe return indicated something, didn't it? What is the status of the crown prince? Can he be cured? Imperial Concubine Yi asked directly. Han Yunqi was puzzled. Had Long Fei not left first? Could it be that he had not yet returned? She paid little mind to that, and seeing the eager expressions of Imperial Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru, a flicker of disdain passed in her eyes as she feigned a sigh, hesitating to speak. "Sister-in-law, what is the outcome?" "Mother and I have been worried all day," Murong Wanru urged anxiously. "Nothing much, it is as it is," Han Yunqi replied nonchalantly. "What does as it is mean?" Imperial Concubine Yi could no longer contain herself. "Nothing serious. I have a way to treat him," Han Yunqi finally revealed. She did not miss the astonishment in Imperial Concubine Yi's eyes, nor the hint of jealousy on Murong Wanru's face. Those who wished to see her fail would only find themselves mocked in return. "So, you have cured the crown prince?" Murong Wanru asked eagerly. "Just one more ingredient is needed, but it is extremely difficult to find. We must go to the medicine Demon Valley to procure it," Han Yunqi replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Imperial Concubine Yi visibly relaxed, while Murong Wanru smirked with sarcasm, saying, "I have heard of the medicine Demon Valley. Its master, the medicine demon, is a notoriously difficult character, who never shows mercy to anyone. Those who venture there to procure medicine often return empty-handed, and some have even wagered their lives just to obtain it." Imperial Concubine Yi, who had been tense, calmed herself, saying, "In that case, curing the crown prince will be quite a troublesome matter." Han Yunqi nodded vigorously. "Exactly, it is indeed very troublesome." However, she quickly shifted her tone and added, "But the Emperor has sent the Prince of Qin to seek the medicine, so I believe this matter will not be too difficult, will it?" At this statement, both Imperial Concubine Yi and Murong Wanru were taken aback. Immediately, Imperial Concubine Yi slammed her hand on the table in anger. "What, sending the Prince of Qin to the medicine Demon Valley?" Han Yunqi's expression was innocently earnest as she nodded. "If the Prince of Qin goes, he is sure to obtain the medicine. The Emperor's judgment is never wrong." Imperial Concubine Yi felt a sudden tightness in her chest and clenched her fists, nearly striking out in frustration. However, Han Yunqi's last remark about the Emperor's decision compelled her to swallow her anger. Murong Wanru stood there, dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the medicine Demon Valley was not a good place, nor a suitable locale for procuring medicine. What if the Prince of Qin encountered misfortune? If he failed to bring back the medicine, would all the blame not fall on him? Why was it that, although it was Han Yunqi's folly, the Prince of Qin would bear the brunt of it? Had she known the situation would escalate to this point, she would never have spread rumors to undermine Han Yunqi. Murong Wanru was filled with regret, her face paling as if she were about to faint. After a long day, Han Yunqi returned to see the mother and daughter duo looking as if they had swallowed bitter herbs, instantly refreshing her spirit and erasing her fatigue. "Mother, the Emperor has ordered me to rest well for the next few days to prepare for the Crown Prince's treatment. It is getting late, so I shall take my leave." With that, she performed a respectful bow and turned to leave nonchalantly. Imperial Concubine Yi was seething with rage, her clenched fists revealing the pulsing veins beneath her skin, yet she found herself utterly powerless against Han Yunqi. The Emperor was not someone she could easily provoke. "Who is it that spreads these rumors? They deserve death." Imperial Concubine Yi exclaimed angrily. Murong Wanru was terrified, not daring to utter a single word. Han Yunqi skipped away, realizing for the first time in her life that power truly was a wonderful thing. Upon returning to the Furong Garden, she noticed Long Fei's palace shrouded in darkness and paused. Where could that man have gone? Had he perhaps rushed directly to the medicine Demon Valley? That seemed rather swift. She bit her lip, reassured by the thought that with his formidable martial skills, he was unlikely to encounter danger there. Besides, given his reputation, perhaps the medicine demon would grant him some favor. With this thought, Han Yunqi felt more at ease and elegantly turned toward her Yushin pavilion. The lights within were bright, and she mused that little Qinxiang must be worried about her, waiting with the lantern lit for her return. Though little Qinxiang was merely a maid, the warmth of someone waiting for her at home was truly comforting. Little Qinxiang, Han Yunqi called out before she even entered, as hunger gnawed at her, eager for the maid to fetch her something to eat. Little Qinxiang, you, but to her surprise, as she reached the door of the pavilion, she saw little Qinxiang standing timidly with her head bowed by the door. Inside, a certain someone was brewing tea from Han Yunqi's vantage point. The curling tea smoke and the handsome figure before her made the scene feel surreal. Long Fei, Han Yunqi murmured, unable to contain herself. The person inside was none other than Prince Long Fei, who appeared to be waiting for her. Master, the prince has been waiting for you for quite some time, little Qinxiang softly reminded her, bringing Han Yunqi back to her senses. Waiting for quite some time, had he come to her immediately after leaving the palace? Han Yunqi hurriedly entered. I pay my respects to your highness. Long Fei poured the tea without raising his gaze, stating coolly, have you prepared all the medicinal ingredients? Yes, Han Yunqi replied, feeling apprehensive as she pondered why he had come. She knew he was more astute than the emperor, yet even so, he should not perceive any flaws in the crown prince's condition. What could his purpose be? To her surprise, Long Fei rose and said indifferently, then gather your things. We shall go to the medicine demon valley. What? Han Yunqi exclaimed in shock. Long Fei raised an eyebrow at her, is there a problem? Yes, a significant problem. It is not a good place, why must she go? Han Yunqi had already formulated a response in her heart, but her face betrayed a look of difficulty as she lamented, Your Highness, I do not know the medicine demon and would be of no assistance. I fear I might burden you. I am not afraid of you being a burden, Long Fei replied coldly. Han Yunqi sighed softly, however, I need to discuss certain treatment details with Imperial Physician Gu in depth. I fear that the Crown Prince has been ill for 7 years, a few more days will not make a difference. We can discuss it upon our return, Long Fei interjected. Your Highness, what if something happens to me on the way? How would I explain it to the Emperor? Han Yunqi boldly threatened. Unfortunately, this threat held no weight against Long Fei, who remained obstinate, there will be no mishaps. Frustrated, Han Yunqi racked her brain for a plausible excuse to refuse him, but instead, she turned to ask, Your Highness, why the sudden desire to take me along? Asking why was permissible, wasn't it? However, Long Fei offered no response, his tone cold and commanding, you have 1 TS worth of time to prepare, I shall await you at the back door. With that, he turned and left, leaving Han Yunqi in utter despair, rooted in place. Long Fei, you are truly ruthless. 1 TS worth of time is hardly sufficient for Han Yunqi to gather her things, yet, to her astonishment, little Qinxiang had already prepared her luggage, along with a small Undoubtedly, this was a directive from Long Fei, he was resolute in taking her along. Han Yunqi felt like crying without tears, while little Qinxiang beamed, Master, I heard them say that the prince never takes women out, nor does he ever use maids. You are the first. Han Yunqi's lips twitched, she mused that perhaps she was the only woman in the world who knew that accompanying the Prince of Qin would not lead to anything good. Master, what kind of place is the medicine demon valley? What will they do there? How long will they be gone? Little Qinxiang asked curiously as she escorted Han Yunqi outside. Han Yunqi rolled her eyes, so excited, why not join us? Little Qinxiang immediately retreated into the house, shaking her head vigorously, her face flushed with excitement, I would be a hindrance. Han Yunqi looked up to the heavens in exasperation. This little Qinxiang was surprisingly astute for her age, assuming they were off on a honeymoon. Resigned, she shook her head, too lazy to explain, and waved goodbye to little Qinxiang as she departed. Upon reaching the back door, Han Yunqi saw the carriage waiting. This time he was not taking her flying, she found herself preferring the sensation of flight. What was she thinking? Han Yunqi shook her head and climbed into the carriage, where she found Long Fei lounging lazily, propped up on his elbow. She settled into a seat beside him, also leaning back in a relaxed manner, thinking, let it be, who was afraid of whom, regardless, he must ensure that his Wang Fei returned safely. To her surprise, Long Fei glanced at her and coldly commanded, take the shortcut, head to Snake Valley first. Snake Valley, Han Yunqi felt an ominous premonition. Chapter 57 of the Duel with the Serpent, great power. The grand carriage surged forward with a swift and steady momentum, barely rattling at all. Had it not been for the sound of the wind, Han Yunqi would have been oblivious to the rapid pace at which they traveled. Inside the carriage were just she and Long Fei, who had merely cast a fleeting glance at her since she boarded, saying nothing more before closing his eyes again. By nature, Han Yunqi was audacious. Even in the presence of the emperor, she dared to challenge him, yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a wave of trepidation in the face of this man's frigid demeanor. She had intended to inquire about the Serpent Valley, but upon seeing him with his eyes shut, she refrained, instead stealing glances at him with a timid curiosity. His features appeared as though they had been meticulously sculpted by the heavens, narrow eyes, a high nose, and thin lips, all strikingly flawless. Han Yunqi had never fathomed that such an indifferent man could exist in this world. Even in silence, he emanated an aura that repelled others, evoking a natural respect and distance. Had he always been this way? Was he equally aloof towards the beloved imperial concubine? And what of the late emperor? Were there any souls who had glimpsed his warmer side, who had witnessed him smile? As these thoughts crossed her mind, she could not help but ponder whether there might be a woman destined to capture his heart, earning his lifelong devotion and boundless affection. However, she quickly dismissed the notion with a chuckle, realizing she was overthinking. Such a cold-hearted man surely harbored no feelings. Shaking off these distractions, Han Yunqi turned her gaze away, lazily reclining against the side of the carriage, deciding to contemplate the nature of the Serpent Valley instead. There was an undeniable air of conspiracy surrounding this man's decision to bring her along. At that moment, Longfei slowly opened his eyes, casting another indifferent glance at her before closing them once more. The carriage journeyed through the night, and upon the dawn of the next day, Han Yunqi awoke to find herself staring into Longfei's icy gaze. Ah, she gasped, startled, and quickly sat up. Awake? Longfei pushed away, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. I sought to rouse you. Very well, Han Yunqi collected herself. Have we arrived? What is the Serpent Valley like? Are there many venomous? Is that why you brought me along? After contemplating through the night, she concluded that there could be no other reason for his invitation. There is but one venomous snake. Its venom is the most coveted prize of the ancient 7 demons. If we procure its venom, we can exchange it for the blood essence pill, Longfei elucidated. So that was it, Han Yunqi thought, realizing this man truly possessed remarkable capabilities, gathering such intelligence. With this knowledge, acquiring the blood essence pill would not pose a significant challenge, provided she played her cards right. Confidence surged within her, she had no fear of venomous creatures. Let us proceed. I wish to see what species of venomous snake it is. With renewed confidence, Han Yunqi leapt from the carriage, ready to advance, only to be halted abruptly by Longfei's warning. It is a venomous giant python. What? Han Yunqi spun around, her brow furrowing in alarm. It is a venomous giant python, Longfei reiterated patiently. He would not have brought her along if it were merely a common snake. Traveling with a woman was fraught with complications. A venomous giant python, Han Yunqi murmured, utterly astounded. She was aware that pythons were typically non-venomous. Venomous snakes possess either front or rear fangs that can secrete neurotoxins, injecting them into their prey to induce death before consumption. In contrast, pythons constrict their prey with sheer strength until suffocation. The existence of a venomous python, especially one of considerable size, was a revelation. Han Yunqi felt a wave of confusion wash over her. She scoured her knowledge of the detoxification system, but found no relevant records. Undoubtedly, this venomous giant python was an entirely new species to her. Noticing her pallor, Longfei inquired, is there a problem? How large is this snake? Han Yunqi asked. Approximately 3 zhang, and it moves with agility, capable. From what he understood, many had attempted to capture this venomous giant python, yet none had succeeded, with numerous lives lost in the Serpent Valley. 3 zhang, equating to about 10 meters, and agile enough to expel poisonous gas. Was it not akin to a mythical creature? Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi's expression darkened further. She decisively declared, this is beyond my capabilities. I cannot counteract the venom of a giant python. You must devise another plan. She was unarmed, and if she could not neutralize the poison, approaching the giant python would only lead to her demise, either through venom or constriction. Why? Longfei questioned, perplexed. There are countless poisons in this world, and I am not omnipotent, Han Yunqi admitted candidly. Longfei had not previously visited this place, believing that bringing Han Yunqi, a detox expert, would ease the endeavor. However, he now hesitated. At that moment, the horse beside them suddenly reared in fright, whinnying in terror. Not good. Longfei's voice turned cold. Before he could finish his warning, a massive serpentine head shot out from the nearby woods, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. In a split second, Longfei seized Han Yunqi and swiftly retreated away from the valley. However, almost immediately, a colossal python tail lashed towards them like a whip. Longfei had no choice but to retreat further into the valley, where the entirety of the giant python soon emerged, resembling a colossal sword in rapid pursuit of them. As Longfei maintained vigilance over their surroundings, they fled at a breathtaking speed. Han Yunqi, tightly held in his embrace, was rendered speechless. Hearing about the giant python was one thing, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly chilling. The snake was terrifying. Several times, the poisonous mist nearly engulfed them, yet her detoxification system failed to alert her, reaffirming that this poison was unfamiliar to her. Given sufficient time to gather samples, she could potentially concoct an antidote, but alas, their lives were at stake. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the underbrush thickened, escalating their peril. Longfei pressed onward with alarming speed. Han Yunqi pondered that since they had entered the valley, he must be intent on finding another exit swiftly. However, unexpectedly, he veered off course, darting into the dense thicket on the right. Are you not planning to exit the valley? Han Yunqi exclaimed in surprise. I have come for the snake's venom. Longfei replied coldly. Compared to the venomous giant python, the ancient 7 demons of the Apothecary Valley were far more formidable foes. He had no intention of wasting time in pursuit of remedies. Since they had entered the Serpent Valley, he would not return empty-handed. The giant python seemed taken aback by Longfei's actions, pausing momentarily before disappearing into the dense foliage. Observing this, Han Yunqi abandoned her attempts to dissuade him and shouted, the creature has vanished. Longfei immediately surged forward. As he did, the giant python lunged but missed its mark, a heart-pounding close call. It was a race against time. The giant python soon disappeared again. Longfei alighted atop the tallest tree, one arm securely around Han Yunqi's waist, while the other grasped the trunk, surveying the entire valley from their lofty perch. Although fear coursed through Han Yunqi, she felt exhilarated at the view, her heart racing with excitement. Accompanying this man on his outings, while fraught with danger, was undeniably thrilling. She recognized that attempting to escape was futile. Had he wished to flee, he could have done so long ago. Since they were here, they might as well confront the giant python head-on. Perhaps they could indeed procure the snake's venom. Look, over there! Han Yunqi called out, her keen eyes spotting movement among the underbrush. In the Serpent Valley, the presence of the giant python had driven other creatures to either perish or flee. Such commotion could only signal the giant python's presence. Long Fei followed her gaze, landing with Han Yunqi on a branch below. "Steady yourself," he instructed coldly. Han Yunqi clutched the trunk tightly, acknowledging that without his support, her sense of security would vanish entirely. Long Fei stood firmly in the center of the branch, his posture as upright as a pine tree, both hands poised with a crossbow, his icy gaze fixed on the undulating movement below. From her vantage point, Han Yunqi marveled at how utterly cool he appeared, resembling a master assassin of the dark arts. Suddenly, the rustling in the underbrush ceased, the giant python came to a halt. Long Fei slowly narrowed his eyes, the crossbow's aim locking onto a single direction, the arrow poised to fly at any moment. Han Yunqi held her breath in anticipation, but just as she expected Long Fei to release the arrow, he unexpectedly pivoted, aiming at something. Even after it had been released, Han Yunqi could still feel the tremendous force behind it. To her astonishment, this man had infused his internal energy into the arrow, yet, why had he changed his target? Before she could ponder further, Long Fei unleashed a flurry of arrows, each one streaking through the air like falling stars, akin to lightning strikes, each imbued with incredible power. As the massive python's tail whipped through the trees, Han Yunqi realized that Long Fei had chosen to shoot at the python's head rather than its tail. If her instincts were correct, the giant python's head had sustained serious injury, severely. With its head wounded and burdened by its massive body and tail, escape would be a formidable challenge. What appeared to be a simple act of shooting was, in reality, a tremendous feat. Many would not have survived the giant python's pursuit, and even if they could find a perch to shoot from, hitting the target with such precision would be no small task. Han Yunqi understood that each arrow Long Fei released was infused with immense strength, otherwise, a mere bolt would be like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Long Fei ceased firing, but the veins on the back of his hands remained prominent. The giant python's tail thrashed wildly, swiftly flattening the surrounding trees. Han Yunqi assessed that the tail's reach would not extend to their towering tree, allowing her to breathe easier as she and Long Fei turned their attention back to the python's head. Once the head was dead, the tail's movements would become mere thrashing in the throes of death. They waited as Long Fei drew his crossbow again. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the python's head, as if it were making a final struggle, but soon after, the noise began to subside. "Has it finally perished?" Han Yunqi asked timidly. Long Fei did not respond, his eyes clouded with caution. They continued to wait, but suddenly, a white figure leaped from a nearby tree, diving straight towards the head of the venomous giant python. Han Yunqi recognized the figure clearly. It was a woman clad in white. What audacity to dare seize the opportunity in front of Long Fei. Chapter 58. The Lost Choice. Daring to vie with Long Fei for something. This woman in white must be tired of living. As Han Yunqi mused on this thought, a sudden eruption of white toxic mist surged forth from the jungle, charging directly towards the woman. "Beware, it's poisonous!" Long Fei exclaimed, and in an instant, he dashed forward. Was he attempting to intercept or to save her? Given his nature, one would expect him to coldly scoff, "Serves you right, or you're asking for it," but Han Yunqi was taken aback, incredulously observing him. Soon enough, she realized she had not misjudged the situation, nor had she misheard his shout. She had never anticipated that Long Fei could exhibit such urgency. Who was that woman in white? Long Fei's speed was so swift that human eyes could scarcely follow. Just a fleeting shadow passed, and by the time she caught sight of him again, he was already soaring through the air, arms wrapped around the woman in white, heading for a tree on the opposite side. Watching the two figures leaning against each other, Han Yunqi felt an inexplicable jolt in her heart, but she quickly dismissed it. Once the white mist dissipated, the thicket returned to tranquility, leaving everyone uncertain of the fate of the snake's head. From a distance, Han Yunqi gazed at Long Fei, who seemed to be conversing with the woman, but alas, the distance was too great for her to discern her features or hear their words. Who was that woman, and what was her relationship with Long Fei? Just as Han Yunqi pondered this, the ground trembled violently, and to her shock, the poisonous giant python began to thrash, its massive tail swinging violently towards the tree where Han Yunqi stood. Faced with the approaching giant tail, Han Yunqi was at a loss. Instinctively, she glanced towards Long Fei, who was making his way over, but unexpectedly, the woman in white suddenly leaped down, heading straight for the python's head. "Come back!" Long Fei shouted, but the woman merely cast a provocative glance back at him, her eyes sparkling with defiance, and accelerated her descent. At that moment, the serpent's tail crashed heavily against the trunk of the tree where Han Yunqi clung, resulting in a thunderous impact. "Ah," she gasped in terror, realizing that at a height of over 10 meters, whether she leaped or remained still, death awaited her. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around the tree trunk, hoping it would gently topple. However, the tail of the giant python lashed out once more. Bang! Though she clung tightly to the trunk, the force of the impact was overwhelming, causing her to lose her grip and plummet downward. Long Fei witnessed this entire scene, a complex expression flashing across his eyes before he turned to pursue the woman in white. With her body inverted and descending rapidly, Han Yunqi was unaware of Long Fei's momentary glance back. Deep down, she understood that if he had chosen to save her, he could have done so with his speed long ago, yet he had not come at all. Uncertain of when she would hit the ground or whether it would hurt, Han Yunqi shut her eyes, her voice choked. "Long Fei, you bastard, I will hate you even in death." As Han Yunqi fell, Long Fei had already caught up with the woman in white, delivering a powerful kick that sent her away from the venomous python, his voice cold. "Duan Muyao, know your limits. I thought that once Brother Fei married, he would no longer care for Yao Yao's well-being." Duan Muyao replied, garbed in ethereal white, resembling a celestial being from the heavens, her smile revealing dimples that added a touch of charm. She was the princess of the Western Zhou Kingdom, a nation allied through marriage with the Tianing Kingdom, and also Long Fei's junior. "I shall say this one last time, leave immediately, or I shall not be courteous." Long Fei's tone was frigid as he cast a sidelong glance. Han Yunqi was on the verge of hitting the ground. Duan Muyao raised an eyebrow. Brother Fei, tell me, which life matters more to you, mine or your wife's? As she spoke, she was inexplicably drawn towards the python's head once more. This was clearly a life-threatening maneuver to compel Long Fei. A surge of fury flashed in Long Fei's eyes as he retorted coldly, if you seek death, once you turn 18, I shall grant you your wish. With that, he kicked Duan Muyao away, sending her deep into the distant thicket, using her as leverage to hasten his flight towards Han Yunqi. Despair enveloped Han Yunqi, though her eyes were closed and her back was turned to the ground. She acutely sensed that her landing was imminent. Was this what it felt like to jump from a building? Soon, her head would collide violently with the ground, her brain splattering, her limbs shattered. Who had said that as long as he was around, she need not fear? Who had promised that there would be no mishaps? A single tear silently slid down her cheek. She clenched her teeth and resolved to open her eyes, wishing to see this world one last time, even if it meant death. Yet, to her astonishment, as she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of an exquisitely handsome face, cold as ice, chiseled and sculpted. His eyes were as deep as a frigid pool, his lips thin as a cicada's wing. So familiar, yet so foreign to Long Fei. A smile involuntarily graced Han Yunqi's lips. Was this a hallucination before her demise? She had not anticipated that she would still harbor hopes of his rescue. Long Fei leaned down, wrapping his arms around her waist, and together they descended slowly, spinning gently as they fell. In that moment, Han Yunqi felt as if this illusion were palpably real, a beautiful dream where everything around them faded away, leaving only her in him. She forgot her fear, her resentment, lost in the depths of his oceanic gaze. Unconsciously, she reached out, gently caressing his cheek. However, at that instant, Long Fei's brows furrowed sharply, his already frigid gaze growing even colder. In that moment, Han Yunqi awakened. This man could indeed frown. He was real. Startled, she froze, her hand suspended on his face. As he landed, he released her, disdainfully pushing her hand away from his cheek. Han Yunqi, still dazed, felt her legs give way beneath her, and she fell to the ground, finally jolted back to reality. Recalling her earlier indiscretion, Han Yunqi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, so mortified that she forgot to rise. Long Fei's expression darkened as he looked down at her, but he ultimately extended a hand to help her up. Han Yunqi's face burned with shame, yet she felt a flicker of warmth at his gesture. Just as she was about to reach for him, he coldly remarked, troublesome. At his words, Han Yunqi's hand froze midair before retracting swiftly. Disappointment flashed in her eyes, quickly replaced by anger. She had never insisted on following him. It was he who had compelled her to come, forcing her to deal with the snake's poison. After all the fright she had endured, she had not once reproached him, yet he had the audacity to disdain her. How foolish she had been to harbor warm feelings. It seemed now that it had all been one-sided. In that life and death moment, he had chosen another, disregarding her existence, and now, his arrival to save her was likely merely to appease the Tiangui Emperor. Using her hands for support, Han Yunqi stood up abruptly, glaring at Long Fei. My life is worthless, and I am a nuisance. This trouble was self-inflicted. If even a single hair on my head is harmed, I swear I won't be able to cure the crown prince. Long Fei's expression faltered slightly, his voice icy. Do not be so timid. Your life remains intact. As he spoke, he avoided Han Yunqi's furious glare, turning his attention back to the struggling giant python, which was still exhaling white toxic mist, albeit significantly reduced, clearly on the brink. Han Yunqi was at a loss for words, caught between wanting to speak and holding her tongue, ultimately choosing silence. She found herself wondering about the woman in white. Had she departed? The woman had seemed intent on reaching the python's head, not merely to seize the snake's essence. What was her true purpose? Did she know Long Fei? It was evident that Long Fei had been concerned for her safety and had attempted to save her. While curiosity bubbled within her, it was overshadowed by anger. Did Long Fei not realize that had he arrived just a moment too late, she would have perished? Did he truly regard her life as insignificant? Long Fei awaited the demise of the giant python, while Han Yunqi chose to sit cross-legged nearby, silent and brooding. Were it not for the poisonous mist, Long Fei would have likely retrieved the snake's essence by now. For the moment, they could only wait for the python to exhaust its energy. However, not long after, Long Fei's patience wore thin. He leapt onto a nearby small tree, retrieving his bow and aiming at the location from which the white mist emerged, renewing his assault. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Arrows flew forth, their power undiminished, indeed even more potent than before, causing blood to splatter. Han Yunqi watched in horror, belatedly realizing the extent of his fury. He was clearly venting his anger. If she had not held any leverage, would she have become the target of his wrath? The thought sent shivers down her spine. She wondered if her earlier defiance had truly provoked such ire from him. After all, in his eyes, she was merely inconsequential. It must have been that woman in white who had irked him. Despite her resolve to quell her curiosity, she found herself inexplicably drawn to it once more. Although she knew he was unlikely to divulge anything, she still wished to inquire. After a moment of internal conflict, she decided to remain silent, still seething with anger and engaging in a cold war with him. Even as Long Fei's assault raged on, the giant python, having lived for many years, was not so easily vanquished. Its enormous tail continued to thrash wildly, and the bloodied head reared up multiple times, releasing a cloud of toxic mist around it. Realizing this, Long Fei grew increasingly impatient. He leapt down from the low tree, moving forward to find a more advantageous position for his attack. Han Yunqi glared at his retreating figure, her expression darkening as she silently wished, "Go on, leave me here. If something unexpected occurs, just wait to take responsibility for it." Yet, to her surprise, Long Fei did not walk far before turning back, looking down at Han Yunqi from his elevated position, commanding, "Get up." "What for?" Han Yunqi retorted, exasperated. To her astonishment, Long Fei did not respond but abruptly yanked her up, holding her tightly as they soared upward to a tree over 7 or 8 meters high. Ah, Han Yunqi screamed all the way to the treetop. Having just nearly fallen to her death, she was now suffering from a form of post-traumatic stress. She doubted she would dare climb a tree for at least a year. Long Fei snapped impatiently, "Stop the shrieking." In response, Han Yunqi buried her head against his chest, her arms clinging tightly to him, a mix of fear and anger flooding her. "Long Fei, I warn you, if you leave me alone in this tree again, I absolutely, Long Fei awaited her threat, but Han Yunqi's mind had short-circuited. After a long pause, she finally managed to utter, "I absolutely will not let you off the hook." Long Fei was taken aback, glancing down to find her trembling in his embrace. By some strange twist of fate, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a rare and gentle expression gracing his features. Surely, no one had ever told him that when he smiled, the entire world dimmed in comparison, for no one had ever witnessed such pure joy emanating from him. Allowing Han Yunqi to cling to him, Long Fei readied his bow, aiming at the gaping maw of the python. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through. Chapter 59 Arrival. The woman in white. A single arrow pierced through the mouth of the venomous python, decisively resolving the threat it posed. Observing the creature flip over and lie motionless, ceasing to expel its toxic white mist, Long Fei finally sheathed his crossbow with a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, a timid woman remained clinging to him, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. A faint smile graced his lips as he placed his hands behind his back and gently descended beside the venomous python. "You may release your hold now." As the cold voice descended like a chilling breeze, Han Yunqi regained her senses from the shock, realizing her feet were firmly planted on the ground. Instinctively, she looked up, locking eyes with a gaze devoid of warmth, causing her to let go as if struck by lightning. Long Fei ignored her, unsheathing his dagger to retrieve the snake gallbladder. Han Yunqi cleared her throat a few times, pretending as if nothing had transpired, observing his swift and decisive movements as he extracted a ball-sized snake gallbladder with ease. With this gallbladder in hand, it was akin to possessing a life-restoring elixir. They had achieved significant progress. Han Yunqi steadied herself and produced a golden needle to collect the venomous python's blood. Such a rare toxin warranted thorough examination upon her return. "What are you doing?" Long Fei inquired coldly. "Nothing," Han Yunqi replied, her expression stiff, her tone even icier, as she wished to avoid further conversation with him. "Coward," Long Fei spat disdainfully. Fury ignited within Han Yunqi, her fists clenched, yet she chose to ignore his remark. Once she had collected the blood, she declared, "I've secured the snake gallbladder. It holds no value for you now. I intend to return." Long Fei was momentarily taken aback but did not attempt to dissuade her, responding coldly, "Very well, this prince will escort you out of the valley." Thus, the two walked back in silence. However, upon reaching the valley's edge, they discovered that both the horse and the driver had succumbed to the poison, leaving her unprotected for the journey home. Han Yunqi secretly relished the situation, thinking, "Let us see how you plan to deal with this troublesome predicament. Serves you right for seeking trouble." To her surprise, Long Fei presented her with two options: you may either walk back alone or accompany this prince. Without allowing her a moment to ponder, he turned and strode back into the valley. Han Yunqi, valuing her life, recognized the dangers of the journey ahead, fraught with bandits, and hesitated, especially since she was unfamiliar with the route. She hesitated, but Long Fei's figure was already fading into the distance. Was he truly serious? Panic surged within her, and she hurriedly chased after him, calling out, "Hey, Long Fei, you are being unreasonable. Stop right there, Long Fei. If you don't halt, I will leave at once." Hearing her shouts, Long Fei not only did not slow down but quickened his pace, a smirk growing on his lips, prompting Han Yunqi to break into a run. Thus, they found themselves in a comical chase, swiftly traversing the valley. High up in the trees, Duan Muyao lay weakly against the trunk, blood staining her lips. Long Fei had struck her with just the right amount of force, wounding her severely yet sparing her life. Her enchanting beauty was now overshadowed by the cold glare of her phoenix eyes, which bore a witch-like malice as she watched the two retreating figures. "Han Yunqi, how shameless you are, daring to embrace my senior brother." The recent events had left her maid in disbelief. The notoriously fastidious King Qin had permitted a woman to approach him so closely, even holding her tightly. Surely they must have been mistaken. "You wretched girl, I shall ensure your demise," Duan Muyao seethed, her anger intensifying as she recalled that her journey from the palace was solely to confront Han Yunqi. "Princess, your recovery is of utmost importance," her maid urged gently. "I refuse. If I perish, let him see how he will explain himself to my master." Duan Muyao retorted furiously, her rage triggering her internal injuries, causing her to cough up blood. "Princess, you know that King Qin detests threats from others. Why must you?" Before the maid could finish, Duan Muyao interrupted sharply, "Am I to be considered just another person in his eyes? He would rather harm me than spare that woman's life? When did Han Yunqi become more significant than this princess in his heart?" "Princess, after all, Han Yunqi is the consort designated by Empress Tianning. King Qin is left with no choice," the maid persisted. Duan Muyao scoffed, "As long as he is unwilling, there will be no such thing as no choice." Han Yunqi's marriage into the Qin royal household was a decree from Emperor Tianning, yet why did he insist on keeping that woman within the palace? All this time, she had been waiting in silence for him to deal with Han Yunqi, yet he remained unmoving, even keeping her close. Throughout their years of camaraderie, he had never once taken her along for any business. What could that timid, useless woman possibly possess that had captured his attention? The more she thought, the angrier she became. "Zhou heir, we shall go to the imperial capital of Tianning. I shall reside in the Qin royal mansion to recuperate." "Princess, the crown prince is still in the medicine devil valley seeking medicine for the empress. You should at least make an appearance," the maid urged urgently. Only then did Duan Muyao recall this matter and nodded, thinking to herself that she would go to the imperial capital after obtaining the medicine. At this moment, Han Yunxi was once again being embraced by Long Feiyi, soaring through the air and weaving rapidly through the trees. Though she wore a cold expression towards him, her mind was once again filled with curiosity about the woman in white, yet she could not fathom her intentions. Indeed, curiosity can be a perilous thing. After much internal conflict, Han Yunxi finally blurted out, "Hey, who was that woman in white just now?" To her dismay, after all her deliberation, Long Feiyi acted as if he had heard nothing, his gaze fixed forward, his expression unreadable. Han Yunxi rolled her eyes, her curiosity extinguished. After a day of travel, they arrived at Medicine Devil Valley the following morning. Upon entering the valley, the aroma of various herbs filled the air. It was astonishing how many medicinal plants were cultivated here, a truly wondrous place. Soon, they reached the actual entrance, where two young apprentices guarded a large gate formed by intertwining vines. In front of the gate, two groups of individuals were present. One group was in line, while the other was kneeling. It appeared that those in line were there to purchase medicine, while those kneeling were begging for it. After watching for a while, Han Yunxi noticed that the individuals in line spoke to an elderly steward for a moment before each of them, dejected, joined the kneeling group, indicating that they had been unable to procure any medicinal materials. Suddenly, one of the kneeling individuals rushed forward, shouting, "Lord Medicine Devil, I am willing to offer 10 million taels of gold for a single dragon's beard herb. I implore you to show mercy. I am in dire need of this medicine to save a life." The steward immediately approached, angrily rebuking, "What are you shouting about? Is this a place for you to flaunt your wealth? Guards, throw him out." "Steward Ming, how could a lowly person like me dare to flaunt wealth? I am offering the entirety of my family's fortune for this medicine. Please, Steward Ming, have compassion and relay my plea," the man begged, kneeling desperately. However, Steward Ming remained unyielding, dismissively waving his hand, ordering the guards to remove him. Han Yunxi furrowed her brows at the scene. She understood the rarity of the dragon's beard herb, yet it was certainly not worth 10 million taels of gold. Furthermore, this man had already exhausted his family's wealth. Seeing his tear-streaked, despairing visage, Han Yunxi felt a pang of sympathy and wished to offer him a dragon's beard herb from her own stock, as she had a few in her detoxification system. Regrettably, observing the throng of people around her, she ultimately refrained. Aiding one would not remedy the plight of many. If she were to assist but one individual amidst a sea of desperate souls, she would not be seen as a benefactor but rather as a callous figure akin to the Medicine Devil Valley, indifferent to the suffering of others. Moreover, they were there seeking medicine, not to disrupt the place. At that moment, Steward Ming spotted them and beckoned with a wave. "Hey, you two, yes, I'm talking to you, what are you doing standing there? Don T, you know the rules, go join the line." Long Feiyi glanced over and coldly commanded, "You, come here." Steward Ming was taken aback, incredulous. "What did you say?" "I said come here. Do you not understand human language?" Long Feiyi retorted coolly. Enraged, Steward Ming approached, quickly assessing that Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi possessed extraordinary bearing, likely of noble lineage, yet he had encountered countless aristocrats seeking medicine at the Medicine Devil Valley, and none had ever spoken to him so brazenly. Sizing up Long Feiyi, he expressed disdain. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? If you wish to procure medicine, not a chance." To his astonishment, Long Feiyi seized him by the throat and lifted him off the ground, his voice icy. "Go inform Guqisha that Long Feiyi has brought the gallbladder of the venomous python. Ask if he wishes to make a trade." Steward Ming nearly choked, but upon hearing Long Feiyi, his eyes widened in shock, and upon hearing venomous python gallbladder, he nodded vigorously. Only then did Long Feiyi release him. The steward did not even bother to announce their presence first. Instead, he adopted a subservient demeanor. "I did not realize it was His Highness King Qin. Please forgive my offense. Allow me to make amends." "Please wait a moment, I shall inform him immediately." Han Yunxi was astonished, realizing that the name Long Feiyi held power not only within the circles of Tianning's capital but also beyond. The Emperor of Tianning must indeed have his reasons for fearing Long Feiyi. In no time, the steward scuttled back, almost crawling, his obsequiousness palpable. "Your Highness King Qin, Lord Medicine Devil requests your presence. Please follow me." As Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi entered the Grand Vine Gate, they boarded a carriage that sped along. Han Yunxi observed that within the Vine Gate, all the vegetation consisted of medicinal plants, and the deeper they ventured, the more precious the herbs became. Goodness, though Guqisha may lack medical ethics, he was undoubtedly a rare talent. Before long, the carriage halted in front of an elegant villa by a stream. Steward Ming did not accompany them inside but merely announced, "His Highness King Qin has arrived." Soon, a voice, peculiar and drawn out, echoed from within, sounding almost otherworldly. "Your Highness King Qin, arriving for the first time with the gallbladder of the venomous python. What shall I offer you in exchange?" "Life-restoring elixir," Long Feiyi replied coldly. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell within the room. After a lengthy pause, a voice that was neither distinctly male nor female finally responded, "You may enter." Han Yunxi felt a chill run down her spine at the strange voice as she followed Long Feiyi inside. Upon seeing the figure within, she was once again engulfed in goosebumps. At the head of the room sat a figure cloaked in black, tall and imposing, shrouded in a dark robe that concealed his entire being, even his head hidden beneath a large black hood, creating the illusion of a faceless entity. This must be the genius known as Guqisha. Han Yunxi had initially expected him to be an elderly man, yet now she could scarcely discern his age or even his gender. Curiosity nagged at her, but Long Feiyi seemed less interested, coldly stating, "Guqisha, will you trade or not?" Guqisha's voice emerged, soft and haunting, as he sighed heavily. "How unfortunate, for someone has brought 7-star wormgrass to exchange for the life-restoring elixir as well. Both items are coveted by me, how am I to choose between them?" Chapter 60 Unexpected Circumstances. Senior brothers and sisters. What? There are actually others who brought 7-star cordyceps to exchange with Gu Qicha for the blood essence spell? And they arrived even earlier than them. Long Fei and Han Yunqi exchanged glances, both taken aback. What they had assumed was a guaranteed victory had unexpectedly taken a turn. However, it was fortunate that Gu Qicha had not yet made the exchange for the blood essence pill, otherwise, their journey would have been in vain. What does the esteemed Lord of Medicine plan to choose? Long Fei inquired coldly. Ah. King Qin, what do you think we should do? Gu Qicha sighed softly, the sound sending a chill down one's spine, as if it lingered in the air. Quite simply, trade with this king, Long Fei retorted frostily, immediately revealing the poisonous giant python pill, dismissing the 7-star cordyceps entirely. At that moment, the faceless Lord of Medicine's expression flickered with a glint of cold light, revealing a pair of narrow, enchanting eyes that fixated intently on the prey in Long Fei's palm. A fox, this was the first thought that crossed Han Yunqi's mind, for those were undoubtedly the eyes of a bewitching seductress. Wasn't this Lord of Medicine rather aged? How could he possess such captivating eyes? Just then, a boisterous laughter rang out from the side. Your Highness King Qin, have you yet to inquire whether this prince consents? Following the sound, a strikingly confident man strolled forward. With deep and dignified features, he was tall and imposing, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden edges, exuding an air of nobility and mystery. He approached leisurely, his haughty gaze sweeping over Long Fei before brazenly sizing up Han Yunqi, seemingly aware of her identity. Although a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes, it vanished almost instantly. Han Yunqi detested such arrogant and impudent scrutiny. She cast a cold glance at him, discerning from his self-reference that he was a prince, yet the nation he hailed from remained unknown to her. Does Prince Yi not agree? Long Fei spoke. In Long Fei's indifferent tone, the name Prince Yi seemed deliberately intended for Han Yunqi's ears, revealing the man's background. So it was him. Han Yunqi recognized the name. This was none other than the crown prince of the Western Zhou Kingdom, Duan Mubei, commonly referred to as Prince Yi. Unlike the crown prince of Tianning, this Prince Yi was notorious for his arrogance and ruthlessness throughout the Yunnan continent. Even before ascending to the throne, he had ruthlessly eliminated all opposing factions within the court. The Western Zhou Kingdom lay to the west of the Tianning Kingdom and was an allied nation through marriage. Logically, Duan Mubei and Long Fei should have had a good relationship, yet the current situation suggested otherwise. Standing at a similar height to Long Fei, Duan Mubei approached, gently pressing down on Long Fei's shoulder, deliberately slowing his speech as he pronounced, "No, I do not consent." Unexpectedly, as soon as his words fell, a surge of powerful force erupted from Long Fei's shoulder, forcefully shaking off Duan Mubei's hand, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. With narrowed eyes, Duan Mubei coldly retorted, "Long Fei, do you comprehend the concept of first come, first served? This king does not understand." Long Fei's tone was even more arrogant, and in an instant, he advanced towards Duan Mubei, intent on seizing the 7-star cordyceps from his grasp. Upon witnessing this, Han Yunqi was momentarily stunned, then she found herself amused. Long Fei was indeed barbaric and domineering, which she found appealing. Once he obtained the 7th, the earlier tremor on his shoulder had already proven that Duan Mubei was no match for Long Fei, and he quickly retreated, evading while exclaiming fiercely, "Long Fei, you are despicable." In the realm of victors and vanquished, the definitions of despicable and noble are only determined by those who triumph. Long Fei did not relent. Instead, he unleashed increasingly vicious and cunning moves, swift to the point that Duan Mubei had no time to engage in further dialogue. Han Yunqi watched with bated breath, each moment seeming to bring Long Fei closer to seizing the item, only for it to be narrowly evaded. The Lord of Medicine lounged languidly in his elevated position, his narrowed eyes gleaming with interest. Suddenly, Long Fei managed to grasp Duan Mubei's wrist with one hand while the other snatched at the brocade box in his possession. Just then, the Lord of Medicine called out, "Stop!" His voice stretched lazily, almost languidly. With this distraction, Duan Mubei slipped away, retorting sharply, "Lord of Medicine, when did you permit outsiders to engage in combat within the Medicine Valley?" The Medicine Valley had its own rules, forbidding outsiders from engaging in random skirmishes. "Ha, I merely wished to witness the martial prowess of you two," the Lord of Medicine sighed. "You!" Duan Mubei was furious and moved to advance, but the Lord of Medicine slowly extended a bony hand from within his black robe, reminiscent of an ancient demon, playing with several gleaming golden butterfly darts. Undoubtedly, this was a warning. The strong dragon could not overpower the local serpent. Duan Mubei had to suppress his anger, while a flicker of displeasure crossed Long Fei's eyes as he withdrew his hand, coldly inquiring, "Lord of Medicine, whom do you ultimately wish to exchange with?" "Lord of Medicine, there is more than one poisonous giant python in the world, yet there exists only one 7-star cordyceps, a peculiar entity that is neither entirely grass nor entirely insect. Do consider this carefully, and besides, it was this prince who arrived first," Duan Mubei promptly reminded. "There are indeed many poisonous giant pythons, but there is only one that is 500 years old," Long Fei also interjected. She observed the Lord of Medicine's hands, struggling to reconcile them with his alluring, narrow eyes. The Lord of Medicine continued to sigh. Long Fei and Duan Mubei fell silent, while Han Yunqi, watching from the side, was at a loss as to whom the Lord of Medicine would ultimately choose. To her surprise, the Lord of Medicine suddenly chuckled. I desire both, how about you continue to fight it out?" As he spoke, he solemnly informed Long Fei, "King Qin, I permit you to seize, but whatever you acquire will belong to me." "How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi nearly sputtered in disbelief. This unscrupulous old man was far too greedy and cunning, yet, she found it amusing. It merely meant Long Fei would have to exert more effort, and they would not be at a loss. Duan Mubei's expression turned pale in an instant, clenching his fists. He exclaimed angrily, Guqicha, do you intend to violate the rules of the Medicine Valley? Only then did the Lord of Medicine feign realization, we cannot break the rules. Otherwise, why not take it outside the valley? At this proclamation, Duan Mubei nearly spat blood, while Long Fei shrugged, very well. Just then, a melodious voice chimed in, brother, are you in there? Who is calling brother? Han Yunqi was puzzled, only to see a woman in white entering with light footsteps. She was ethereally beautiful, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm, yet the dimples gracing her cheeks added a touch of vivacity and charm, perfectly embodying both the beauty of a fairy and the spirit of a sprite. Han Yunqi immediately recognized her. She was Duan Mubei's younger sister, the renowned Princess Changlu of the Western Zhou Kingdom, celebrated for her unparalleled beauty and intelligence. It was said that since this princess came of age, suitors from various nations had flocked to the Western Zhou Palace in ever-increasing numbers, yet she had yet to find anyone to her liking. Han Yunqi recalled that she had never met this princess, yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity about her upon entering. Duan Muyao was momentarily taken aback at the sight of Long Fei and Han Yunqi, astonished that her senior brother was also present, and even brought Han Yunqi with him. A flash of jealousy crossed Duan Muyao's eyes as she pretended that the previous unpleasantness with Long Fei had never occurred. She quickly stepped forward, deliberately bumping into Han Yunqi while claiming the spot beside Long Fei, exclaiming joyfully, Senior brother, what brings you here? At this moment, Han Yunqi understood. The reckless woman in white who sought death in the Snake Valley was none other than Duan Muyao, so, she was Long Fei's junior sister, who had foolishly stumbled into the toxic miasma of a giant python in the Snake Valley. Was she perhaps quarreling with her senior brother? It seemed the little junior sister harbored quite the jealousy. With Duan Muyao's arrival, Duan Mubei's eyes gleamed with cunning as he remarked, Yao Yao, your senior brother is vying with us for the blood essence pill. Why not challenge him to a duel? Duan Muyao was taken aback, her brow furrowing as she asked, Senior brother, is this true? Why do you need the blood essence pill? Long Fei's eyes flashed with impatience as he prepared to speak, but Han Yunqi interjected, positioning herself beside Long Fei and raising an eyebrow at Duan Muyao, earnestly declaring, Your Highness, I absolutely require the blood essence pill. This declaration shocked Duan Muyao once more. How could this be? Her senior brother was actually fighting for a woman, and against her, no less. No, she would not allow it. Moreover, she could hardly tolerate Han Yunqi referring to herself as this humble servant before her senior brother. Senior brother, the blood essence pill is mine. I painstakingly found the 7-star cordyceps to exchange for it. You must not compete with me. Duan Muyao commanded, her tone both domineering and spoiled. Yet, Long Fei feigned ignorance, ignoring both Han Yunqi and Duan Muyao, coldly addressing Duan Mubei, Prince Yi, since the Lord of Medicine has expressed this intention, let us step outside for a duel. Had it been earlier, Duan Mubei might have agreed, but after their previous exchange, he understood that he would gain no advantage. A flicker of treachery crossed his eyes as he smiled, since Yao Yao has arrived, why not let you two siblings engage in a friendly spar? I believe it is merely a spar. There is no need to leave the valley. As he spoke, he glanced at the Lord of Medicine, what do you think? The Lord of Medicine cackled, a spar between senior brother and sister, how delightful. Upon hearing this, Duan Mubei promptly handed the 7-star cordyceps to Duan Muyao, relaying the conditions to the Lord of Medicine. Duan Muyao was taken aback, quickly clutching the 7-star cordyceps tightly. Lord of Medicine, Long Fei was about to retort, but the Lord of Medicine burst into laughter, declaring, Your Highness King Qin, I eagerly anticipate the spectacle. He then ordered tea to be served, intent on enjoying the unfolding drama. This unprincipled individual, Long Fei narrowed his dangerous eyes, while Han Yunqi inwardly cursed. Having Duan Muyao take the stage made the relationship between senior brother and sister ambiguous. A duel between them would be difficult to predict, not to mention the outcome, as the entire process would be fraught with uncertainty. Duan Muyao appeared determined to fiercely protect the 7-star cordyceps. Would Long Fei allow her to do so? Although he maintained a cold demeanor towards Duan Muyao, his eagerness to protect her in the Snake Valley was evident, revealing that he was indeed fearful of her being harmed, even leaving her behind to fend for herself. Contemplating this, Han Yunqi silently shed a tear in her heart. Thus, she resolved to take action. After all, her sole responsibility was to heal and save lives, and whether she could obtain the blood essence pill was beyond her purview. Chapter 61 Contest. Women in conflict. With this thought, Han Yunqi felt considerably at ease, quietly retreating to a corner to sit down and prepare to watch the spectacle unfold. Prince Qin, I eagerly anticipate your splendid performance. Lord Yaogui had already made his pronouncement. Duan Mubei curled his lips into a smirk. Prince Qin, it's merely a friendly spar, do not take it too seriously. With that, he stepped aside, leaving the room shrouded in silence, all eyes fixated on Long Fei, a mixture of tension and anticipation palpable in the air. To everyone's surprise, Long Fei was the first to react in a manner that caught them off guard. His icy gaze unexpectedly fell upon Duan Muyao's hand, his expression one of fierce determination. In an instant, he closed the distance towards her. This man is truly aggressive. Han Yunqi was startled, but quickly composed herself, wanting to cheer for Long Fei. Although she was aware that his actions were solely to obtain the Xingshu Dan, she couldn't help but feel delighted. As for her senior and junior siblings, they could go to the devil. She resolved to forgive him for his past deeds in the Serpent Valley. The most unexpected reaction came from the siblings Duan Mubei and Duan Muyao. Duan Muyao instinctively recoiled, her eyes reddening. Although her brother often ignored her, it was merely a reflection of his cool demeanor. Over the years, he had never once taken anything from her. Today, however, he was actually vying for something against her for Han Yunqi. No, Duan Muyao could not accept this reality, casting a furious glare at Han Yunqi, wishing she could rush over and tear that woman apart. Duan Mubei exclaimed angrily, Long Fei, are you really going to steal a woman's belongings? That item does not belong to her. Long Fei retorted imperiously. Cornered by Duan Mubei's treachery, he found himself at a loss for words. Duan Muyao, seething with rage, shot a defiant look at Long Fei, boldly concealing the Qixing Chuanko within her bosom, and then, with a proud stance, declared without fear, Brother, since the opportunity is rare, let us engage in a proper contest. Come and take it if you dare. Suddenly, the room fell silent, only to be broken by the cackling laughter of the old Yagui, his voice oscillating between a mocking tone and a deep, aged timbre, filling the space with an eerie resonance. An ingenious plan, ha ha ha. Han Yunqi's lips twitched in amusement. Duan Muyao, you are indeed ruthless, but have you no shame? The male's treachery could never rival that of a woman. Long Fei's expression darkened, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes as the standoff continued. As Lord Yagui's laughter subsided, the room descended into a profound silence. Seated high above, Lord Yagui reveled in his delight, for it had been ages since Yagui Valley had seen such liveliness. He scanned the crowd, his gaze finally resting on Han Yunqi, his narrow eyes narrowing playfully. Everyone stood tense, locked in a standoff, yet this woman was intriguing. She was seated, watching the drama unfold, much like himself. Thus, in the stillness, Lord Yagui spoke, his tone leisurely and unhurried. Prince Qin, it is far more fitting for a woman to seize what she desires from another woman. This statement undeniably aimed at Han Yunqi. Her eyes widened in surprise as she regarded Lord Yagui. What was this old man up to? Duan Mubei and Duan Muyao turned their gazes toward Han Yunqi, only now realizing she was leisurely seated to the side. Seeing Han Yunqi's relaxed demeanor infuriated Duan Muyao even more. What right did she have? Duan Muyao had already witnessed Han Yunqi's cowardice and incompetence in the Serpent Valley. She had no intention of clashing with her brother, but now, with Lord Yagui's suggestion, it seemed the tables had turned. A scornful smile crept upon Duan Muyao's lips as she coldly remarked, Han Yunqi, if you desire something, come and seize it yourself, or this princess will allow you 3 moves. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Fei interjected coolly, how could a woman devoid of combat prowess sit there so calmly, unaware of Long Fei's true motives for wanting the Xingxue Dan? Duan Muyao's eyes turned venomous. If you have no abilities, do not embarrass yourself. Han Yunqi was somewhat pleased with Long Fei's performance. At least their alliance remained intact. Observing Duan Muyao's arrogance, she remained unfazed, slowly rising with a feigned look of pity. Lord Yagui, how crude it is for a woman to engage in physical conflict. Besides, I lack martial skills as well, why not compete in something else? Before Lord Yagui could respond, Duan Muyao erupted, Han Yunqi, what do you mean by that? Who are you calling crude? Whoever minds can be the one I refer to, Han Yunqi said with calm composure. Just as Duan Muyao was about to explode with anger, Han Yunqi continued, as the illustrious princess of the Western Zhou, renowned throughout the realm, possessing both grace and martial prowess, how could she possibly be crude? This remark left Duan Muyao speechless, her immense fury quelled, constricted within her chest. Duan Mubei narrowed his eyes, though filled with anger, a hint of admiration glimmered beneath the surface. This woman, despite her lack of martial skills, was proving to be more formidable than those who wielded weaponry. A slight smile graced Long Fei's lips, while Lord Yagui burst into hearty laughter, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama. Duan Muyao, unable to vent her frustration, took several deep breaths to compose herself. Very well, Han Yunqi, this princess concedes. You may choose the contest. Indeed, Han Yunqi spoke truthfully. She was renowned as a talented woman in the Yunкong continent, possessing both literary and martial excellence. A contest of lesser skills would be child's play for her. Having grown weary of such trivial pursuits since childhood, she felt confident that a mere daughter of a fallen house like Han Yunqi could not possibly match her. Han Yunqi furrowed her brow in contemplation. To ensure fairness, let Lord Yagui decide the nature of our contest. Naturally, Lord Yagui agreed, for regardless of the outcome, he would procure 2 treasures, and the spectacle of women clashing was far more captivating than that of men. Excellent. It is settled. He chuckled once more, seemingly thrilled. I shall propose the challenge. You 2 will compete in, however, he faltered, pondering what the contest should entail. Momentarily silenced, Han Yunqi no longer found him terrifying. Rather, she realized that his sudden quietude was the most alarming aspect of all. Though distant, she could sense the aura of mystery and dread emanating from him. Who knew what terrifying challenge he might propose? Duan Muyao raised her chin defiantly, casting a provocative look at Han Yunqi, exuding confidence and arrogance. Regardless of the contest, today, she would undoubtedly shine before her brother, and humiliate this Princess Qin in the process. Though Han Yunqi felt uncertain, she surmised that any contest would be preferable to a physical confrontation. She doubted her strength could match that of Duan Muyao. Maintaining her poise, Han Yunqi raised an eyebrow in challenge. What of being a princess, she had dealt with the princesses of her own nation, let alone one from a neighboring realm. After a lengthy pause, Lord Yagui finally lifted his head. I have decided. Everyone turned their attention to him, as he appeared in high spirits, grinning mischievously. You 2 will compete in finding medicinal herbs. Finding herbs? What kind of herbs? And how will the search be conducted? Duan Muyao exclaimed, caught off guard, as this was entirely outside her expectations. I will provide a prescription and a herbal guide, and you must search throughout the entire Yaogui Valley. The first to gather all the ingredients from the prescription shall be deemed the victor, Lord Yagui declared proudly, clearly pleased with his proposition. A glint of calculation flickered in Duan Muyao's eyes. She was utterly clueless about medicinal herbs, and what of Han Yunxi? This woman was a so-called wastrel from the Han family. Although rumors of her miraculous transformation into a genius physician circulated throughout the capital, Duan Muyao remained skeptical, believing it to be merely self-aggrandizement. After all, how could someone with such a reputation not take on any patients? Thus, Han Yunxi should be as ignorant of medicinal herbs as she was. If Han Yunxi shared her ignorance, wouldn't that place her at an advantage? After all, searching for herbs throughout the vast Yagua Valley would be an arduous task given Han Yunxi's frail physique. She would undoubtedly struggle. Even if she could endure, her speed would never match Duan Muyao's. With this thought in mind, Duan Muyao immediately spoke up, buttering up Lord Yagui. Indeed, Lord Yagui is a master of his craft. His challenges are unlike those of ordinary folk. However, may I inquire if outsiders are permitted to assist in this search? Since this is a competition between the two of you, outside assistance is, of course, not allowed, Lord Yagui replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Duan Muyao's confidence soared. Without Long Fei's assistance, how far could Han Yunxi's little legs carry her? How quickly could she traverse the terrain? With her superior agility, Duan Muyao could cover half the distance in no time. I am willing to accept the challenge, Lord Yagui. Duan Muyao declared eagerly. Lord Yagui, satisfied, turned to Han Yunxi. Princess Qin, what about you? It seems somewhat challenging. Han Yunxi sighed lightly. You may concede right now, Duan Muyao taunted immediately. To her surprise, Han Yunxi replied earnestly, though it presents a challenge, I do hail from a family of physicians. Do you not think it would be unfair to compete in finding herbs, Princess Changlu? Duan Muyao smirked derisively, whispering, it is said that you are the first waste in the history of the Han family. How pitiful, I would not mind letting you have a chance. So, does this mean, Princess Changlu, that you consider this contest to be quite fair? Han Yunxi asked again. Duan Mu, if you agree, let's begin immediately. Han Yunxi feigned a look of resignation, nodding, very well. Very well, that since someone wished to court folly, what could she do? Han Yunxi had no intention of revealing to Duan Muyao that during her studies in traditional medicine, she had dedicated considerable time to foraging for herbs in the mountains. The growth habits of different medicinal plants vary, their locations differ accordingly. Moreover, some herbs grow in proximity to one another, while others are entirely incompatible. Once familiar with these properties and growth patterns, she could identify the specified herbs in no time, even if given an entire mountain to scour. One must possess a few tricks of the trade to survive in such a field. After all, hearing Han Yunxi's agreement, Duan Muyao's lips curled into a smirk. She could hardly wait to witness Han Yunxi consume the venomous giant python pill prepared by Long Fei. Excellent. Once agreed upon, neither of you may retract your statements. Should you do so, I shall be most displeased. Lord Yagui's laughter carried a hint of jest, yet it served as a warning. With that, he lazily rose, striding with regal grace to the writing desk to draft the prescription. What kind of prescription would he concoct from the plethora of medicinal herbs within Yagui Valley? Chapter 62 Threats. The vengeful apothecary. The gaunt hand of the apothecary, resembling little more than skin stretched over bone, was a chilling sight. Its skeletal structure was starkly apparent, with a deep, unsettling black hue that evoked a sense of dread. Yet, despite this disquieting appearance, the hand wielded a pen with remarkable grace, producing calligraphy that was vigorous and majestic, imbued with a dramatic flair. In no time, the apothecary had filled an entire sheet of paper with an impressive list of over 20 medicinal herbs. Observing this, Long Fei's eyes flickered with complexity as he expressed his displeasure. When life-saving blood-replenishing pills are urgently needed, do you expect them to find them in the distant future? Lord Apothecary, those in need of your remedies cannot afford to wait, Duan Mubei added. Cough, cough. The apothecary cleared his throat, visibly displeased. With such a limited selection of herbs, why should he be rushed? Ideally, he would prefer to take at least 10 to 15 days, allowing him to enjoy the sight of beautiful women searching for herbs daily, thus alleviating his boredom. As for the urgency of saving lives, that was of no concern to him. There were plenty of people waiting outside the valley for salvation. If you find it too tedious, then cease your games, the apothecary sneered coldly. At this, both Duan Mubei and Duan Muyao grew anxious, ready to respond, but Long Fei interjected, very well. With that, he turned to leave. The apothecary narrowed his eyes dangerously, exuding an ominous aura as he cast a cold glare at Long Fei's retreating figure. Long Fei sensed a formidable presence bearing down upon him, yet his expression remained haughty, his steps resolute. He even urged Han Yunxi, aren't you leaving yet? Finding the herb-finding contest to be Han Yunxi's forte, Long Fei was reluctant to decline. However, with so many herbs at stake, Han Yunxi's physical stamina could not match Duan Muyao's, and ultimately, she would be defeated. This was a step he would not allow to happen. Han Yunxi was well aware of her strengths and weaknesses, secretly admiring Long Fei's boldness. Without a word, she followed him. Seeing the two truly about to depart, the apothecary's fury intensified, leaving Duan Muyao, who stood closest to him, feeling inexplicably fearful. At that moment, Long Fei and Han Yunxi had reached the threshold, on the verge of exiting. Suddenly, a butterfly dart, propelled from the apothecary's hand, flew forth with unseen speed, aiming directly at Long Fei. Remarkably, Long Fei did not even turn around. An invisible force surged from his back, deflecting the butterfly dart and returning it to the apothecary. Both Duan Muyao and Duan Mubei were taken aback, astonished at how much Long Fei's martial prowess had advanced in just a few months. The apothecary had long coveted the poisonous python pill and could not allow Long Fei to leave unscathed. Furthermore, the blood-replenishing pill was not exclusive to the apothecary valley, it could surely be found elsewhere, and with Long Fei's capabilities, he might not have any trouble locating it. As Long Fei stepped over the threshold without so much as a backward glance, the apothecary finally spoke coldly, Long Fei, I shall grant your request. At this, Long Fei and Han Yunqi turned back. Indeed, the two bore a striking resemblance to a couple, both composed and unflappable. The apothecary regarded them with a glint of hatred in his eyes. Long Fei, this time you have outmaneuvered me. I hope you never come seeking my unique remedies again. Furthermore, I shall take my revenge upon you this very instant. The apothecary tore apart the first secret formula and resumed writing. The more anxious Long Fei became, the longer he intended to delay, writing only a handful of herbs instead of many, ensuring that Han Yunqi and Duan Muyao would remain in pursuit for a year and a half, if not longer. He was eager to see whether Long Fei or Duan Mubei would be the first to grow impatient. The apothecary's pen hovered over the blank page, this time pausing to contemplate earnestly. There were many elusive herbs, some resembling ordinary plants yet possessing a strong concealment quality, appearing right before one's eyes but remaining unfound. Others had exceptionally harsh growth conditions, making them nearly impossible to locate, let alone gather. And some species were rare, with lengthy growth cycles, with perhaps only 1 or 2 specimens in the valley. The apothecary intended to record herbs that possessed all such conditions. Everyone awaited his decision, while Duan Muyao cast several disdainful glances toward Han Yunqi this time. Han Yunqi had no desire to engage in a battle of glares. Instead, she moved close to Long Fei, deliberately leaning in. Upon noticing this, Duan Muyao turned her head away in irritation. Unwilling to look further, Long Fei glanced down at Han Yunqi, then stepped back to create some distance, leaving Han Yunqi feeling awkward. However, Duan Muyao did not witness this exchange. Han Yunqi felt a twinge of frustration. She mused that had it been her in need of the blood-replenishing pill today, rather than Long Fei, he would likely have remained indifferent and aloof. It was unnecessary to question his relationship with Duan Muyao, for he was cold and indifferent to everyone, devoid of exceptions in his heart. Finally, after a prolonged wait, the apothecary had settled on his choices. He wrote down only 3 types of herbs on the blank paper, producing 2 copies, which he handed to Han Yunqi and Duan Muyao. Without even glancing at them, Han Yunqi watched as Duan Muyao read aloud, 7 kill iris, single white yimi, ghost wall. Upon hearing these names, Han Yunqi's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. She quickly scrutinized the prescription in her hand, reading each word carefully, confirming its accuracy. Heavens, it was indeed these 3 herbs. A wave of excitement surged through her, nearly bringing her to tears. To an outsider, she appeared as though she were on the verge of weeping without tears. Long Fei, witnessing her reaction, felt a complex emotion flicker in his eyes, unable to fathom this woman's thoughts. Meanwhile, Duan Muyao laughed. Princess Qin, hailing from a medical family, you must have encountered these 3 herbs before? Han Yunqi, still exhilarated, sniffed back her emotions and shook her head. I have not. Duan Muyao's confidence soared instantly. Splendid, it was time to rely on physical prowess. Soon after, the apothecary dispatched 2 volumes of herbal compendiums. Shall we begin? The apothecary inquired impatiently. Absolutely, Duan Muyao replied eagerly. With the compendium for comparison, these 3 herbs were trivial. With her speed and stamina, she could excavate the entire apothecary valley without breaking a sweat. Han Yunqi tightened her grip on the herb compendium. Excellent, let us commence. I shall await your return here. Before the apothecary could finish his sentence, Duan Muyao had already dashed out the door with the herbal compendium in hand. Such speed. I am thoroughly looking forward to this. The apothecary laughed exuberantly, though his attention was primarily on Han Yunqi, for Long Fei had crossed him. Noticing Duan Muyao's rapid departure, Han Yunqi hesitated momentarily before regaining her composure, clutching the herbal compendium and sprinting out. However, her running pace was so slow that even the apothecary felt anxious for her. Rising to his feet, the apothecary trailed alongside Han Yunqi, appearing to walk leisurely but moving faster than she was. Han Yunqi, you must pick up the pace. Allow me to inform you that there is only 1 ghost wall in the entire apothecary valley. If you arrive late, you shall lose. Han Yunqi turned back, feigning shock. Is that true? The apothecary's narrow, enchanting eyes narrowed into a line as he smirked. I never deceive women. Thank you for the information, Han Yunqi replied sweetly, quickening her pace until she finally reached the courtyard, only to find that Duan Muyao had already vanished. Long Fei and Duan Mubei had been waiting outside. Upon seeing Han Yunqi arrive, Duan Mubei smirked with a hint of mockery, teasing, Princess Qin, moving at such a leisurely pace, you must be quite confident? Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi turned to him, her earlier excitement returning as she nodded emphatically, fully endorsing Duan Mubei's remarks. In that moment, she no longer resembled someone on the verge of tears but appeared genuinely exhilarated. Duan Mubei was taken aback, puzzled by her reaction. What on earth was going on with this woman? Even Long Fei found himself perplexed. What was her true response? Did she recognize these 3 herbs, or was it merely a coincidence that she did not? To their astonishment, Han Yunqi disregarded them entirely, seeking a stone bench to sit upon, gently smoothing her chest to calm her excitement. Seeing this, even the boastful apothecary fell silent. This woman, was she contemplating giving up? If so, he would be prepared to mock Long Fei thoroughly, yet Han Yunqi was not pretending. She was genuinely, overwhelmingly excited. Words failed to express her feelings. Gazing at the apothecary, she felt an urge to rush forward and commend him profusely. He was a true genius. No, not just a genius, he was a prodigy. The 3 herbs he had written down were all poisons. Moreover, the most crucial detail was that all 3 poisonous herbs were located within this very courtyard. It was essential to understand that this place was the easiest to overlook, which was precisely why Duan Muyao had dashed out so hastily. There were 2 categories of poisonous herbs, one that required processing to extract toxins, classified as latent poisonous plants, and another that revealed toxicity even at the sprouting stage, classified as overt poisonous plants. Unfortunately for them, all three herbs the apothecary had listed belonged to the latter category, or upon entering the apothecary valley, Han Yunqi had received multiple alerts from her detoxification system, warning of the numerous poisons within the valley. As she stepped into this courtyard, the detoxification system had issued yet another alert. She was most familiar with these types of plant-based poisons. For overt poisonous plants, she could identify them with a mere glance, without any need for testing. Duan Muyao, you may as well search diligently. 7-kill iris and single white yimi are no ordinary herbs but exceedingly rare poisonous plants. Even if there were second or third specimens in the valley, the apothecary himself might not be able to locate them within a short time. As for the ghost wall, there was only one, which the apothecary had likely cultivated himself. It was impossible to find it outside. While Long Fei, Duan Mubei, and the apothecary regarded her in astonishment, Han Yunqi continued to smooth her chest, taking a moment to compose herself for such an exhilarating revelation. Finally, Duan Mubei could no longer contain himself and asked with irritation, "Princess Qin, are you not going to search? Are you conceding?" Arrogance in the face of impending doom. He would soon witness her tears. Han Yunqi rose, smiling. "Prince Bei, why are you so anxious when the Princess Changlu was in such a hurry?" As she spoke, she casually returned the untouched herbal compendium to Long Fei. "Your Highness, please hold this for me." A flicker of contemplation crossed Long Fei's eyes as he accepted the herbal compendium in silence. Duan Mubei was at a loss for words, increasingly uneasy. Could it be that this woman held some sort of confidence? Yet, this notion was quickly dismissed. It was impossible. Even if she recognized those herbs, she could not possibly find them immediately. Where did she derive such confidence? Surely, she was just putting on a show. With that thought, Duan Mubei crossed his arms and adopted an aloof demeanor, prepared to witness the outcome, unwilling to believe Han Yunqi could produce any results. However, the anxious apothecary began to feel uneasy. This woman was not leaving her seat in the courtyard. Had she discovered something? Chapter 63. The useless must defy fate. Observing Han Yunqi's demeanor, it appeared she had no intention of departing the courtyard. The Lord of the Medicine Spirits, harboring a guilty conscience, could not help but grow suspicious, yet, he ultimately remained unconvinced that Han Yunqi could locate the three medicinal herbs. After all, these herbs were the result of his meticulous efforts and grew solely within this courtyard. No matter how clever one might be, it was unlikely they could deduce this so swiftly. Moreover, even if Han Yunqi suspected the herbs were within the courtyard, she would still need to search for them. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon the herbal compendium in Long Fei's hands. Han Yunqi had not even glanced at it. Even if she suspected the three herbs resided here, she would need time to search, and it was by no means guaranteed she would find them. With these thoughts in mind, the Lord of the Medicine Spirits felt considerably reassured. Confident in the challenge he had set forth, that he cast a sidelong glance at the impassive Long Fei, a wicked smile flitting across his alluring eyes as he mused about how long this young man could remain arrogant. Surely, after 3 days without Han Yunqi finding the herbs, he would be compelled to come and plead for assistance. However, just as the Lord of the Medicine Spirits reveled in his smugness, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation between his shoulder blades. Instinctively, he turned to find Han Yunqi's gaze filled with mirth meeting his own. The Lord of the Medicine Spirits was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her expression. To his astonishment, Han Yunqi's enchanting eyes darted towards the stone steps to his right. There, he noticed the steps were overrun with moss, fringed by a circle of foxtail grass. Following her gaze, the Lord of the Medicine Spirits focused on the foxtail grass and felt his heart skip a beat, nearly stopping altogether. It was well known that the seven fiends' iris often mingled amongst such foxtail grass. Could it be if one could see the Lord of the Medicine Spirit's face, they would witness his brows knit tightly in a frown? No, this must be mere coincidence. How could Han Yunqi, a supposed useless talent, recognize the seven fiends' iris without having even glanced at the herbal compendium? Many apothecaries might not even know what the seven fiends' iris looked like. Quickly, the Lord of the Medicine Spirits averted his gaze, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes, firmly believing Han Yunqi would not succeed. Yet, Han Yunqi rose and walked over, prompting the Lord of the Medicine Spirits to follow her with his gaze. She confidently grasped a medicinal herb that closely resembled the foxtail grass and prepared to uproot it. "Stop!" the Lord of the Medicine Spirits exclaimed, his voice devoid of any mockery or age, sounding fierce and urgent, revealing a hint of his true tone. Han Yunqi did not release her grip, smiling. "The seven fiends' iris, am I correct?" Though she had already grasped it, her verbal confirmation left the Lord of the Medicine Spirits in disbelief. Was this the rhythm of a useless talent defying fate? He narrowed his eyes, hesitating to respond. Han Yunqi shrugged, feigning to uproot the herb, which made the Lord of the Medicine Spirits, in a fit of exasperation, finally admit, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Duan Mubei leaped to his feet, incredulous. "Han Yunqi, how did you know the seven fiends' iris was in the courtyard, and how did you find it?" the Lord of the Medicine Spirits inquired, equally curious. This woman had not even glanced at the compendium yet had seemingly discovered it at a glance. "Because I am clever," Han Yunqi replied with a smile, releasing her hold on the small seven fiends' iris. As a lover of herbs, she would never waste such a precious resource, and more importantly, she could not afford to offend the Lord of the Medicine Spirits. "Clever, more like you cheated. How could a useless talent possibly recognize the seven fiends' iris?" Duan Mubei scoffed derisively. "Didn't someone just say it was a fair game? Are you reneging now, Your Highness? I've only found one herb." "Don't lose faith in your sister." Han Yunqi teased. Her words left Duan Mubei momentarily speechless. To continue would only serve to slap his own and Yao Yao's faces. "Oomph, I don't believe you can find a second one," Duan Mubei retorted angrily. "I also doubt you can find a second one." The Lord of the Medicine Spirits narrowed his eyes, fixating on Han Yunqi. Even if it was a coincidence that she recognized the seven fiends' iris, surely she could not identify the Danbai Yimi as well. He was resolute in his disbelief. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi smiled, her lively and cunning eyes darting towards the grass beneath the fence ahead. Having learned from her earlier success, even Duan Mubei felt a surge of tension as he followed her gaze, though he perceived nothing significant. Yet, the Lord of the Medicine Spirits felt a chill rush through him, his narrowed eyes suddenly sharpening with seriousness. Without needing to follow Han Yunqi's gaze, he instinctively knew what lay hidden among the grass beneath the fence. There, a small patch of grass was adorned with delicate wildflowers, one of which was a singular white bloom and inconspicuous yet invaluable Danbai Yimi. Could it be that Han Yunqi recognized the Danbai Yimi as well? Han Yunqi withdrew her gaze, observing the Lord of the Medicine Spirit's rigid posture, and smiled radiantly. The Danbai Yimi, do you want me to point it out for you? The Lord of the Medicine Spirits offered no reply, his gaze riveted to her eyes as if they were transfixed. He had never faltered in his expertise in herbalism, and though he had not personally participated in this competition, the challenge was of his own design. He had never intended for anyone to uncover the answers, yet unexpectedly, Han Yunqi had identified 2 herbs in less than half an hour. In truth, she had hardly searched at all. The fact that she recognized even the Danbai Yimi was astounding. Such a feat was remarkable even for the most skilled apothecary, let alone for someone deemed useless. The Danbai Yimi was rarer than the seven fiends' iris, and moreover, it was poisonous. Lord of the Medicine Spirits, that little white flower is the Danbai Yimi, would you like me to point it out? Just that one white bloom, the only one, Han Yunqi elaborated playfully. The Lord of the Medicine Spirits inhaled deeply, realizing that his carefully crafted challenge was being effortlessly unraveled. There remained one final poisonous herb, the ghost wall, but could she have already found that as well? He still offered no response, but Duan Mubei suddenly seized the herbal compendium from Long Fei's table, flipping to the marked pages to find the illustration and description of the Danbai Yimi. Upon comparing the two, he was left utterly dumbfounded. It was indeed the Danbai Yimi. Your Highness, is this correct? Han Yunqi inquired with a smile. As the compendium fell to the ground, Duan Mubei slowly rose, his expression darkening with anger. Have you also found the final herb, the ghost wall? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Han Yunqi's eyes as she abruptly glanced to the right. Duan Mubei reflexively followed her gaze, and when she looked to the left, he turned his head that way as well. Haha, it's right beneath your feet. Han Yunqi laughed heartily. Duan Mubei actually looked down, and upon seeing nothing there, Han Yunqi nearly toppled over in her mirth. Had he been tricked? Duan Mubei's face flushed with embarrassment, his fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Medicine Spirit's eyes were filled with a complex mixture of emotions. He had personally cultivated the ghost wall, which appeared indistinguishable from common weeds. Not even the most elite poison masters could discern it. If Han Yunqi had deceived Duan Mubei, she must not have found it, right? With this thought, the Lord of the Medicine Spirits regained a measure of confidence, returning to a calm demeanor as he cryptically reminded, Han Yunqi, while you have indeed found the seven fiends' iris and the Danbai Yimi, you cannot win without locating the ghost wall. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunqi's gaze took on a profound significance. Sensing this, the Lord of the Medicine Spirits felt a twinge of anxiety, only for that significance to quickly dissipate as Han Yunqi casually glanced at the roof. The seemingly casual glance sent a wave of trepidation through the Lord of the Medicine Spirits. Could it be that she had indeed found the ghost wall? Was she a genius? He had spent 3 arduous days traversing mountains in search of that very herb. Noticing the Lord of the Medicine Spirit's anxiety, Han Yunqi smiled, remaining remarkably calm and saying nothing. Meanwhile, Duan Mubei, observing the exchange between her and the Lord of the Medicine Spirits, quickly deduced that the ghost wall was also planted within this courtyard. How could this be? These were all rare medicinal herbs, and the Lord of the Medicine Spirits had just claimed there was only one ghost wall. How could Yao Yao, who had rushed out earlier, possibly find it? Duan Mubei, now preoccupied with concern for his sister rather than the location of the third herb, was fiercely protective of her, unable to bear even the slightest injustice against her. Lord of the Medicine Spirits, you've posed an excellent challenge. Duan Mubei exclaimed in anger before turning to leave. However, Long Fei swiftly blocked his path, coldly stating, remember the rules we established, no outside assistance. Duan Mubei was furious but found himself without a valid reason to depart. With the Lord of the Medicine Spirits present, he dared not cheat and had no choice but to sulk in silence. This time, they were undoubtedly at a loss. The Lord of the Medicine Spirits, preoccupied with Han Yunqi, had not the slightest interest in Duan Mubei. His gaze remained fixed on her, eager to discover whether she had indeed recognized the ghost wall. Meanwhile, the helpless Duan Mubei could only wait, anticipating Han Yunqi's revelation and the return of Yao Yao. Yet, Han Yunqi remained seated, silent, her eyes steadied. At that moment, Duan Mu Yao Yao was scouring the valley in search of the seven fiends' iris. She had examined the illustrations and descriptions in the herbal compendium 3 or 4 times, convinced of her own cleverness as she sought out the foxtail grass. Thus, she flew through the valley, landing wherever she spotted patches of foxtail grass, diligently comparing each one to the illustrations in the compendium. Little did she know of the events transpiring within the Lord of the Medicine Spirits courtyard. As she searched, she could not help but think of Han Yunqi, convinced that her rival would surely fail in her endeavor. Having ruled out numerous patches of foxtail grass, Duan Mu Yao Yao lightly landed, continuing her search. Though the task was proving somewhat arduous, she remained confident. Before long, night began to fall. As darkness enveloped the sky, Han Yunqi had yet to locate the ghost wall, remaining steadfast within the courtyard. The courtyard of the Lord of the Medicine Spirits was aglow with lanterns, while Duan Mubei paced anxiously at the entrance, his face pale and heart racing, unable to venture out to offer a reminder. The lord of the medicine spirits squatted beside the flower bed, occasionally glancing at the roof, then at Han Yunqi, patiently awaiting the outcome. Chapter 64. No obstruction and surrender. Throughout the afternoon, Duan Mubei persistently urged Han Yunqi to hasten her search for the elusive ghost wall. As the situation reached an irretrievable juncture, he would rather concede defeat sooner than allow Yao Yao to search aimlessly outside. Yet, Han Yunqi remained unperturbed, presently seated by a stone table, enjoying tea and delicacies with Long Fei. Long Fei lounged casually, his aura exuding an air of indifference and dominance, as if he were the true master of the courtyard. Han Yunqi rested her chin on one hand, cradling her teacup in the other, basking in a state of leisurely contentment. She refrained from mentioning the final ghost wall, and Long Fei did not inquire, but he could not deny that this woman had once again surprised him, a surprise that could even be termed delightful. Strangely, he found himself convinced that she would indeed locate the ghost wall. Glancing at Han Yunqi, Long Fei's deep, cool eyes flickered with a glimmer of recognition, one he had not even realized he possessed. For the first time, he acknowledged a woman in such a manner. What other hidden talents lay within her that he remained unaware of? As night fell completely, Duan Muyao had yet to return. Unable to contain himself, Duan Mubei strode up to Han Yunqi, declaring, "Princess Qin, since you have already found the ghost wall, do reveal it, to spare us all from wasting time." Given Han Yunqi's relaxed demeanor, it was hard to believe she had not found it. Her delay seemed deliberately designed to torment Yao Yao. The eyes of the medicine ghost lord brightened, revealing a tinge of complexity. He hoped Han Yunqi would indeed uncover the ghost wall, leaving him astounded, yet he also wished that the puzzle he had devised would not be so easily unraveled. Above all, he resented the thought of Long Fei suffering any hardship. Han Yunqi raised an eyebrow at Duan Mubei and earnestly replied, "Your Highness, you overestimate me. From what I understand, the ghost wall is a peculiar herb. Only one can grow on a mountain, otherwise, they all perish. This valley is vast, and the medicine ghost lord has stated there is but one herb. It is genuinely challenging to locate. How could I possibly find it so swiftly?" Upon hearing her words, admiration flickered in the eyes of the medicine ghost lord. At this point, he could not help but respect this woman. She even knew the peculiarities of the ghost wall, indicating her remarkable expertise in this field. Young and a woman at that, she was truly extraordinary. The medicine ghost lord gazed at Han Yunqi, his eyes gradually narrowing, the appreciation supplanting his previous animosity. However, Han Yunqi's statement was perceived as mockery by Duan Mubei. The medicine ghost lord had just asserted that there was only one ghost wall. Han Yunqi's emphasis now suggested to Duan Mubei that her delay was intentional, implying that if Yao Yao was swift enough, she could simply wander outside a bit longer, particularly since it was already dark, and she had no immediate intention of leaving. Duan Mubei's fists clenched, cracking with tension. Had Han Yunqi been a man, he would have struck her without hesitation. If Han Yunqi prolonged her stay in the courtyard, Yao Yao would suffer for another day. If she delayed a month, Yao Yao would endure for a month, perhaps even a year. But Yao Yao was entirely at her mercy. Duan Mubei wished fervently for Yao Yao to come to her senses and return to search the courtyard. Searching in such a small space was infinitely easier than scouring the vast valley, yet, he could not convince himself that Yao Yao would indeed return. She was not that clever, and he knew her temperament well. She would not return unless she found a herb, for pride would prevent her from doing so otherwise. Duan Mubei felt a tightness in his chest, unable to suppress his frustration. The longer he gazed at Han Yunqi, the more it pained him. This cunning woman, with her fade of incompetence and ignorance of herbs, was merely a ruse. Time passed slowly, and the medicine ghost lord summoned dinner. Long Fei and Han Yunqi dined together, while Duan Mubei had no appetite whatsoever. "Yao Yao, oh Yao Yao, do return." Yet, the night wore on, and Duan Muyao did not return. According to the old steward, she was seen wandering the valley with a torch in hand. Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi could not suppress a laugh, nearly causing Duan Mubei to spit blood in frustration. With Long Fei watching over Duan Mubei, Han Yunqi felt at ease. She had retired early to her guest room, and it was undeniable that her antics had even kept the medicine ghost lord from sleeping, as he accompanied Long Fei in keeping an eye on Duan Mubei. After a night of travel, Han Yunqi slept profoundly and sweetly, only rising lazily as the sun rose high the next day. "Good morning," Han Yunqi greeted cheerfully, her spirits high. Long Fei raised an eyebrow at her but offered no words, while the medicine ghost lord muttered to himself, unsure of what to say. Duan Mubei squinted at her, suddenly striding up to her, but almost simultaneously, Long Fei reached her side, shielding her behind him and shooting Duan Mubei a cold glare, his sharp eyes betraying his displeasure. Although Han Yunqi knew that Long Fei's protection came with conditions, predominantly for the sake of the blood-generating pill, she still felt a warmth in her heart. It at least confirmed her worthiness of being protected by the world's foremost prince. "What do you intend to do?" Duan Mubei finally erupted. Though it had only been a day and a night, he was deeply concerned for his younger sister. Yao Yao, a delicate flower, had been cherished and pampered since childhood. Even in her training, she had never faced such hardship. Moreover, this was all part of Han Yunqi's scheme, and she was deriving amusement from their plight. The longer this dragged on, the more humiliating it became for them. This was the first time Duan Mubei had felt so belittled in front of a woman. Such humiliation was intolerable. "Your Highness, do not be hasty. I have yet to find the third herb myself. If you cannot wait, you may surrender. I will not obstruct you," Han Yunqi earnestly proposed. At her words, Duan Mubei's hand shot up in anger, his voice booming, "Han Yunqi, you." Long Fei's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he seized Duan Mubei's wrist, coldly stating, "Princess Qin is not someone you can provoke." Taken aback by Long Fei's ferocity, Duan Mubei was startled. He had known Long Fei for many years and had never witnessed him so serious on behalf of a woman. "Prince Qin, do not tell me you are truly trading the blood-generating pill for this woman." Duan Mubei ventured cautiously. Long Fei forcefully pushed him away, causing him to collide against the wall, and coldly replied, "It is none of your concern, surrender or wait quietly." Duan Mubei clenched his fists, the sound crackling ominously, yet he had no choice but to bide his time. Soon enough, half a day passed, with Han Yunqi basking in the sun and sipping tea, occasionally casting a teasing glance at Duan Mubei, her demeanor rife with provocation. Duan Mubei, already fuming, could hardly withstand Han Yunqi's taunts. Having lived a life of pride, he found himself for the first time scrutinized so disdainfully by a woman. How much could one bear? Finally, he could no longer restrain himself, standing abruptly and exclaiming, "Medicine Ghost Lord, we concede. Bring Yao Yao back at once." "Surrender." The Medicine Ghost Lord cupped his ear, exclaiming loudly, What did Prince Bei say? I did not hear." Duan Mubei, the bloodthirsty prince, had never felt so humiliated, nor had he ever conceded defeat so easily. "We concede. If we wish to obtain the 7-star wormwood, bring Yao Yao back immediately." His voice simmered with barely contained fury, as dark as the depths of hell. The Medicine Ghost Lord's eyes glimmered with disdain as he promptly ordered, "Bring the Princess Changla back." Duan Mubei did not even want to glance at Han Yunqi. He flung his robe aside and sat down, his face darkened with displeasure. Han Yunqi's spirit soared as she beamed at Long Fei, unreservedly provoking Duan Mubei as she declared, "Long Fei, I have won." With her eyes sparkling and a radiant aura surrounding her, Han Yunqi captivated Long Fei's gaze, which lingered on her face, unable to tear away. Seeing Long Fei's impassive expression, Han Yunqi formed a V sign with her fingers and grinned even wider. "Hey, we won." Long Fei's lips twitched, though it was unclear if it was a smile. Either way, it was stiff. Han Yunqi stifled a roll of her eyes, considering it best to let it be. After all, this great ice block was born with a perpetual frown, and she was accustomed to it. Duan Mubei, already furious, felt his anger surge further at Han Yunqi's jubilance. Though he had not intended to gaze at her, he now glared at her fiercely. Had looks been lethal, she would have surely been reduced to ashes by now. Yet, the Medicine Ghost Lord's gaze remained fixated on Long Fei. Had it not been for Han Yunqi's contest, he would never have easily allowed Long Fei to take the blood-generating pill. Where had this extraordinary woman come from? If she could remain in the Medicine Ghost Valley, she would indeed be a splendid addition. Before long, Duan Muyao was brought back, looking considerably diminished. Her long hair was disheveled, and her once spotless white dress was now speckled with dirt, a testament to a sleepless night. Her eyes were bloodshot, betraying her undeniable fatigue. The individual who brought her back did not disclose what had transpired. Upon entering the courtyard and seeing Han Yunqi, Duan Muyao immediately perked up, coldly smirking. "What is it, Han Yunqi, are you ready to concede?" She believed that not even one herb could be found by this woman, so why would they have summoned her back? Han Yunqi remained silent, her gaze thoughtfully appraising Duan Muyao. Duan Mubei, torn between concern and anger, pulled Duan Muyao closer, stating discontentedly, "Bring out the 7-star wormwood." At this, Duan Muyao froze, exclaiming, "What? They have one." "Produce the item." Duan Mubei's expression darkened further. Duan Muyao was momentarily stunned, then shouted in anger, "Impossible, how did they win? Where is the item?" Although she knew her brother would not deceive her, the suddenness of it all left her incredulous. "It was your royal brother who conceded to the Medicine Ghost Lord. If you doubt it, ask him." Han Yunqi replied with a smile, appearing utterly innocent. Duan Muyao turned sharply to the Medicine Ghost Lord, who nodded in affirmation. She stumbled back in disbelief, then seized Duan Mubei by the collar, demanding angrily, "Who told you to concede? Who instructed you to concede?" Duan Mubei, a dignified prince, allowed his younger sister to grip his collar without irritation, his expression one of concern as he softly explained. However, Duan Muyao, not even allowing him to finish, was already fuming. Obtaining the blood-generating pill was one thing, but losing face was another. How could she possibly lose to Han Yunqi, especially in front of her senior brother? "Where is it? I want to see it for myself." Duan Muyao was incensed, charging toward Han Yunqi, unrestrained by even Duan Mubei's attempts to stop her. Han Yunqi was more than willing to demonstrate, pointing out the 7-fiend iris and the white yimi in the courtyard for Duan Muyao to see. Duan Muyao appeared astonished, and it took her a moment to comprehend just how foolish she had been. Chapter 65 To hand over. Until we meet again. Duan Muyao finally realized that she had been utterly humiliated, and worse, had brought this humiliation upon herself. Han Yunqi had never truly left this courtyard. She had even managed to navigate the ghostly walls, deliberately stalling while allowing Duan Muyao to run around like a jester. Han Yunqi, you would. Duan Muyao, both embarrassed and furious, pointed an accusatory finger at Han Yunqi, almost at a loss for words. You cheated. You hail from a medical family and are well-versed in medicinal materials, while I am completely ignorant of them. This is unjust, I refuse to accept it. Han Yunqi had long since discerned the lack of integrity in this princess. She turned to the medicine demon. "Esteemed medicine demon, you must uphold justice in this matter." At that moment, the medicine demon regarded Han Yunqi with an oddly favorable disposition, warning her with a sardonic tone, "Princess Changlu, you stated before the contest that the rules were fair. Now that you wish to renege, I must say, I would be rather displeased." Undaunted, Duan Muyao attempted to argue further, but Duan Mubei restrained her, firmly gripping her wrist and whispering, "Enough, this is no place for such antics." Though the medicine demon was eccentric and unpredictable, he was certainly not to be trifled with. Having already endured humiliation, Duan Mubei was unwilling to bear the reputation of a sore loser, nor did he wish to escalate the situation. With a hint of anger in his royal brother's demeanor, Duan Muyao, no matter how unwilling, turned away and obediently retrieved the 7-star cordyceps from her bosom. As soon as she handed it to her brother, tears welled in her eyes, and she cast a resentful glare at Long Fei and Han Yunqi before storming out. "Han Yunqi, I loathe you. Next time, I will not let you off so easily. Duan Mubei presented the 7-star cordyceps to the medicine demon, stating coldly, esteemed medicine demon, a bet is a bet, I honor my word. The medicine demon revealed his bony hand, snatching the item into his dark robe, soon erupting into a strange, cackling laughter, neglecting Duan Mubei entirely. Prince Qin, until we meet again. Duan Mubei maintained a semblance of decorum, performing a respectful bow. Though directed at Long Fei, his gaze held a warning for Han Yunqi. You are indeed an extraordinary woman, but alas, you have harmed Yao Yao and humiliated this prince. I sincerely hope you never find yourself in my grasp. With that, he flicked his sleeve and departed. The more menacing warnings Han Yunqi had encountered, the less intimidated she felt. She muttered, a bet is a bet, how is this conceding? The medicine demon chuckled in a bizarre manner, Princess Qin, I genuinely admire you. Han Yunqi shivered involuntarily, instinctively retreating behind Long Fei. She was unprepared for this peculiar admiration. Long Fei presented the poisonous giant python pill, coldly reminding, esteemed medicine demon, you should retrieve the blood-generating pill now. Upon seeing Long Fei, the medicine demon immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor, leisurely responding, just wait a moment. He sauntered into the house to fetch it, returning after a considerable time with a brocade box, slowly unveiling it to reveal a blood-red pill the size of a bullet, which emitted a faint metallic scent. This was the blood-generating pill that Gu Beiwei had mentioned. Han Yunqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she reached out to take it, but the medicine demon abruptly retracted it, grinning mischievously, Princess Qin, tell me where the ghostly walls are located in this courtyard, and this treasure shall be yours. What do you say? Han Yunqi hesitated, about to respond when Long Fei's cold voice interjected, Gu Qisha, do you intend to go back on your word? I am not addressing you, the medicine demon retorted icily, flipping his attitude with alarming swiftness. Nevertheless, Han Yunqi countered, what if I refuse to divulge? The medicine demon's gaze darkened, a murderous intent flickering to life, only to quickly subside. He took a deep breath and ultimately presented the blood-generating pill with both hands. Fearing he might rescind his offer, Han Yunqi hastily accepted it, securing it in her possession. With a deep breath, she felt a sense of relief. The critical item was finally in her grasp, and Long Tianma's ailment could now be largely remedied. With the item secured, they needed to hurry back. The Eastern Palace was likely in a state of anxious anticipation. To her surprise, the medicine demon trailed them all the way to the entrance, grinning as he pressed on, Princess Qin, do tell. However, as Han Yunqi and Long Fei exited the valley, the medicine demon ceased his pursuit, watching from a distance. Once their figures vanished, he chuckled softly as surprisingly, the sound was not only magnetic but also remarkably melodious, clearly emanating from a youthful male voice. His hands emerged from his black robe, smooth and elegant as jade, slender and striking, entirely unlike the gaunt appearance he had previously displayed. Even the prized poisonous giant python pill and 7-star cordyceps held in his palms paled in comparison to the allure of those hands. He murmured to himself, a playful smile gracing his lips, Han Yunqi, how intriguing, until we meet again. On their way back, Long Fei inquired of Han Yunqi, where in the courtyard are the ghostly walls located? To his surprise, even this fellow was curious. Han Yunqi replied mysteriously, I shan't tell you. His expression stiffened, taken aback by her response, but he quickly regained his trademark aloofness. The two hurried along, returning to the capital of Tianning by early morning 3 days later. In the days since Long Fei and Han Yunqi's departure, the emperor and empress had been in a state of distress. Had it not been for Prince Qin's actions, everyone would have assumed Han Yunqi had fled. From dawn, the Eastern Palace was bustling with activity. The Emperor Tianhui hurried over as soon as he descended the court, while the Empress Dowager and Empress had remained vigilant throughout, with even Han Song'an faithfully standing behind the Empress Dowager, suppressing his grievances. Gu Beiwei stayed in the chamber beside the prince's bed. Your Majesty, Prince Qin and Princess Qin have entered the palace and are coming this way. As Long Fei and Han Yunqi stepped into the palace, eunuch Shui rushed over, nearly tumbling in his haste to report. Emperor Tianhui beamed, did you bring back the blood-generating pill? At the mention of this, Han Song'an's anxiety surged, his gaze fixated on eunuch Shui, eagerly awaiting his response. Han Yunqi had analyzed the condition so thoroughly, confidently asserting that her diagnosis was correct. Though Han Song'an had been rendered speechless, he still could not bring himself to trust her judgment. Once the blood-generating pill was in hand, Han Yunqi could commence treatment, and the results would reveal who was right, him or her. With a child in the prince's womb, he was determined to witness how Han Yunqi would turn it into a tumor. Eunuch Shui hesitated. I forgot to ask. In truth, eunuch Shui did not dare to inquire. What right did he have to question Prince Qin? Even if he did, Prince Qin would likely not spare him a glance. What a useless fellow. Hurry up, the Empress Dowager scolded, more anxious than even Emperor Tianhui. Yes, I shall go at once. Eunuch Shui replied, just as Long Fei and Han Yunqi entered. The pair appeared travel-worn but retained their poise, especially Long Fei, whose imposing stature instilled a sense of authority in the courtyard, rivaling even the emperor's own majesty. Although Emperor Tianhui was anxious, he maintained his composure. Upon seeing Long Fei, he approached with concern, Prince Qin, was your journey smooth? Thanks to my royal brother's blessings, everything proceeded smoothly, Long Fei replied with a bow, with Han Yunqi dutifully mirroring his gesture. Ah, that is splendid. Please, be at ease, Emperor Tianhui smiled, though the surrounding crowd was tense with anticipation, eyes glued to Long Fei and Han Yunqi, awaiting news. So, did you bring back the blood-generating pill? Emperor Tianhui finally inquired about the matter of utmost importance. At this question, tension enveloped the room. Han Song'an's brow furrowed deeply, while within the chamber, Gu Beiwei and Prince Long Tianma remained still, quietly listening. Long Fei's expression was impassive, unperturbed by the crowd's impatience, as the item was not yet in his possession. Han Yunqi scanned the gathering, secretly reveling in their anxiousness, believing that their wait was a fitting reward for her arduous journey. Her gaze landed on Han Song'an, who suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. What was this insufferable girl up to? Han Yunqi delayed for a mere few seconds, yet the anxious crowd could hardly contain themselves. Prince Qin, did you acquire the blood-generating pill? The Empress could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Long Fei remained silent, but his eyes bore into Han Yunqi, signaling her to know when to stop. Very well. Han Yunqi smiled and promptly produced the brocade box from her sleeve, opening it to reveal, this is the blood-generating pill, successfully obtained. In an instant, all eyes converged upon her, with Emperor Tianhui unable to suppress his excitement, urgently calling, Gu Tai, come here. Gu Beiwei emerged swiftly, hastening towards them. Gu Tai, is this the blood-generating pill? Emperor Tianhui asked earnestly. Upon detecting the metallic scent and observing the color, Gu Beiwei confirmed, his joy evident. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Your Highness, this is indeed the blood-generating pill. The prince's ailment can be treated. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With Gu Beiwei's affirmation, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, the acquisition of the blood-generating pill also signified the commencement of Han Yunqi's treatment. In truth, neither Emperor Tianhui nor the Empress Dowager and Empress fully believed Han Yunqi's diagnosis. Rather, they were simply more inclined to trust her over Han Song'an's assessment. Of course, this also represented Emperor Tianhui's final chance for the prince. If cured, all would be well. If not, Emperor Tianhui would be forced to abandon the prince. The stakes were clear, particularly to the Empress, who understood that while the Emperor had many sons, she had only the prince. She cared not for the accuracy of Han Yunqi's diagnosis, nor whether the prince bore a tumor or a child. All she desired was a single outcome, that her son remained unharmed. Han Yunqi, can we begin detoxification now? Emperor Tianhui's eyes revealed an unmistakable hint of anxiety. To everyone's astonishment, Han Yunqi replied nonchalantly, not yet. What? The blood-generating pill is in hand, yet it cannot proceed. At this pronouncement, silence enveloped the room, even Long Fei frowned in her direction. Chapter 66 Tension, a critical moment. Why, despite having acquired the blood-replenishing pill, could Han Yunqi not commence the detoxification? The crowd expressed their astonishment, only for Han Yunqi to clarify, I am exceedingly fatigued. Let us begin in the afternoon to avoid any mishaps. After a long journey, fatigue weighed heavily upon her, and while those around her were anxious, she dared not share their urgency, for her own well-being must be prioritized. As a physician, being responsible for oneself equates to being responsible for one's patients. Although the blood-replenishing pill was in her possession, detoxification was merely a minor procedure. It still involved surgery, and a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Upon hearing her words, Emperor Tianhui's eyes flickered with displeasure, yet he, wary of her caution regarding potential errors, merely nodded in agreement. Han Yunqi slumbered in the Eastern Palace's side chamber for the entire morning. Save for Long Fei, no one else departed. Despite their impatience, they could only await her return. After awakening and consuming some snacks in the afternoon, Han Yunqi finally re-entered the courtyard, where Gu Beiwei had prepared everything in anticipation of her arrival. Not seeing Long Fei, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she had no time for further contemplation. Han Yunqi, I trust you are feeling revitalized now? Emperor Tianhui inquired from his exalted position. Your Majesty, I am feeling considerably better, Han Yunqi replied, bowing as she spoke earnestly. That is good to hear. You must understand, should any errors occur, the Emperor's words trailed off, yet they bore a weightier warning than if he had continued. Yunqi understands, she said, lowering her gaze, her eyes veiled with calmness. Acknowledging the Emperor's sentiment, she felt compelled to assert her own request, Your Majesty, during the treatment, I must insist that no one else be present apart from Dr. Gu. At this declaration, the Empress was the first to express discontent, her voice icy. Han Yunqi, what is this attitude you are displaying? Han Song'an, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to question her, Princess Qin, do you harbor some nefarious scheme in your treatment that necessitates an empty room? Or perhaps, are you fearful that the fetus within the crown prince is merely an illusion, and you do not want others to witness it? With a cold glance, Han Yunqi retorted, would you prefer to take over the treatment, Dr. Han? You. Han Song'an was momentarily at a loss for words, turning instead to Emperor Tianhui, Your Majesty, I believe there is something fishy about this. Gu Beiwei, aware of Han Yunqi's methods, was about to explain, but Han Yunqi solemnly addressed the Emperor, Your Majesty, this treatment demands immense concentration. Your presence adds considerable pressure, hindering my focus. For the sake of minimizing risks and safeguarding the Crown Prince's safety, I implore Your Majesty for your understanding. As for Dr. Han's suspicions, I have stated previously that once the toxic growth within the Crown Prince is resolved, Dr. Han may personally verify the outcome. Once Han Yunqi entered her professional mode, an air of authority enveloped her. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable gravitas. Before Emperor Tianhui could respond, she continued earnestly, moreover, I have one further request. I wish for a tranquil and secure environment during the treatment, free from unnecessary disturbances and unforeseen incidents. In that moment, though surrounded by the most esteemed, despite Han Yunqi's demeanor discomforting Emperor Tianhui, he had little choice but to acquiesce. He was unwilling to witness any errors unfold. After the treatment, he would ensure an immediate inspection of the premises, knowing that Han Yunqi could not conjure any tricks. Very well, I grant you this request, but I hope you will not disappoint me. Proceed, the emperor replied coldly. With the emperor's consent, Han Songin found himself at a loss for words. He glared at Han Yunqi, anticipating the examination that would follow the treatment. Thank you for your understanding, your majesty. Yunqi shall not let you down, Han Yunqi expressed with confidence, for resolving the issue of excessive blood loss would simplify the procedure significantly. Having straightened her posture, she prepared to enter the room with Gu Beiwei when the empress caught up to her, grasping her hand. Yunqi, I entrust Tianma to your care. Just as Han Yunqi was about to respond, the empress lowered her voice, delivering a chilling warning. Han Yunqi, you had best ensure Tianma's safe return. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. As the empress spoke, a hint of arrogance graced her lips. Of course, should you succeed in curing Tianma, both I and the empress dowager will not treat you poorly. Han Yunqi smirked inwardly, recognizing that the current predicament was a mess of the empress's own making. The notion of being poorly treated held no allure for her. She would be grateful if the empress refrained from causing her further trouble. Without replying, Han Yunqi cast a deep glance at the empress, unobtrusively freeing her hand before promptly entering the room, personally shutting the door behind her. Witnessing this, the empress's face darkened with fury. What a daring Han Yunqi! Were it not for your status as the legitimate wife of the Prince of Qin, I could easily dispose of you with a mere finger. You had better maintain that bravado when you emerge, or I shall see to it that you regret it. Once the door was closed, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress lingered outside, intent on eavesdropping, hoping to discern any sounds from within. Although the Empress was filled with anger, her predominant emotion was anxiety. The Emperor did not stray far, seating himself in the courtyard and observing the furtive, unbecoming behavior of the Empress Dowager and the Empress, which stirred a sense of annoyance within him. Mother, do come and sit, he said blandly. The Empress Dowager approached, her eyes rife with worry. Alas, my heart is in turmoil, fluctuating between hope and dread. The Empress was about to support her when she caught sight of the Emperor's impatience, leading her to silence and sit beside the Empress Dowager. The waiting felt interminable, each passing second stretching into eternity. Meanwhile, within the room, Han Yunqi busied herself, having already conducted the necessary examinations on Long Tianma, confirming that they could proceed with the surgery before administering anesthesia. This anesthesia had to be general. Firstly, the ingestion of the poison would be exceedingly painful. Secondly, undergoing surgery could prove unbearable for Long Tianma. Most importantly, she did not wish for him to witness too much. The newly formulated anesthetic within her detox system proved remarkably effective, and soon Long Tianma was completely unconscious. Gu Beiwei then commenced the preparation of the antidote, transforming a large quantity of poison into a small bowl of toxic concoction. Indeed, it was poison, with a uniquely sinister flavor that even Gu Beiwei, who had been raised amidst medicinal herbs, found intolerable. Fortunately, Long Tianma was unconscious, otherwise, persuading him to consume the remedy would have posed a significant challenge. Once the antidote was ready, Gu Beiwei personally administered it to Long Tianmo. As Han Yunqi approached the cauldron to dispose of the toxic residue, she hesitated, taken aback by the unexpectedly potent aroma of the remnants. Whether concealed within her medical kit or Gu Beiwei's traveling box, there was a risk of detection. Should it be discovered, an explanation would be impossible. What to do? Han Yunqi glanced back at Gu Beiwei, observing his focus on Long Tianma, a complex emotion flickering in. Unbeknownst to Han Yunqi, at that very moment, a pair of cold, penetrating eyes observed her from above the rooftop. Long Fei immediately discerned something amiss with Han Yunqi and instinctively suspected that the medicine jar was problematic. However, lacking expertise, he could not fathom the situation. Could it be that Han Yunqi was concealing something from Gu Beiwei? At that moment, as Han Yunqi delicately grasped the toxic remnants, appearing to sniff them, she deftly made them vanish into thin air. The instant Long Fei's attention wavered. Long Fei furrowed his brow, shifting a tile to gain a clearer view, only to find the medicine jar completely empty, while Han Yunqi turned to retrieve a package from Gu Beiwei's traveling box. Where had the contents gone? Had he simply overlooked them, or had they truly vanished? Long Fei found the situation bewildering. Transferring the toxic residue into her detox system was the safest option, rendering it undetectable. Han Yunqi cast a glance at Gu Beiwei, who remained engrossed in administering the poison to Long Tianma, exhaling a sigh of relief. Retrieving the previously prepared medicinal ingredients from Gu Beiwei's box, she had written the prescription casually earlier. She placed the entire package of ingredients into the cauldron, adding only half the required water, preparing to boil it anew. By the time she completed the detoxification, the concoction would have transformed into residue. At that point, whether Emperor Tianhui or Han Songin wished to inspect it, she would fear nothing. As the bowl of poison was consumed, Han Yunqi's expression turned solemn. Though the procedure was ostensibly straightforward, risks loomed, and this moment was critical, indeed, the most perilous juncture. As the poison took effect, it began to dissolve the growth within Long Tianma. Rather than a fetus, Han Yunqi preferred to refer to it as the entity, for it merely exhibited life characteristics, perhaps lacking even a humanoid form. Such a perspective alleviated her feelings of guilt regarding the sanctity of life. With steady hands, Han Yunqi lifted Long Tianma's garments, exposing his abdomen. Although aware of her identity as a physician, Gu Beiwei was momentarily taken aback by her swift movements. However, he felt admiration swell within him. This woman was devoid of the hesitance that characterized many others, her actions bold and her intentions pure, executing her tasks with decisiveness and resolve. Dr. Gu, you are not to speak to me until I have completed the procedure. No matter what transpires, do not disturb me. Han Yunqi's tone was grave. The process of dissolving the entity required a precise amount of time, directly influencing the timing of Han Yunqi's incision. Acting too soon would prevent the complete dissolution of the entity, while delaying could allow the toxins to endanger the internal organs, leading to new complications or lingering aftereffects. These were outcomes Han Yunqi could not permit, nor could she afford to shoulder the responsibility. It was crucial to remember that the three individuals outside were no trifling adversaries, with Han Songin eagerly waiting to seize upon any misstep. Of this step could only succeed, failure was not an option. Though Gu Beiwei did not grasp the intricacies involved, he understood the significance of this moment, otherwise, Han Yunqi would not have made her second request to Emperor Tianhui. Very well, do not become overly anxious, Gu Beiwei stated, distancing himself to minimize distractions. Han Yunqi's gaze settled on Long Tianma's pronounced abdomen, her eyes steely and focused. She promptly activated the deep scanning function of her detox system, meticulously analyzing the toxins within Long Tianma's body, tracking their movement, and estimating the rate at which the poison would be neutralized based on its toxicity. In that instant, Han Yunqi was wholly absorbed, radiating an aura that demanded solitude and respect. Although the deep scanning function of the detox system relied on intelligent calculations, it required her conscious focus. Her attention needed to be absolute. Any lapse could lead to miscalculations, thereby jeopardizing the timing of her incision. From a distance, Gu Beiwei observed her, admiration filling his gaze. He cherished the sight of her earnest demeanor. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, Chapter 67 Interference, who was responsible just as Han Yunqi was deeply engrossed in her work, a sudden voice from outside interrupted her concentration. It was Han Songin, beseeching Emperor Tianhui, his voice resonating loudly. Damn it, Gu Beiwei silently cursed but dared not open the door to intervene, fearing that if she did, a throng of people would rush in and further disturb Han Yunqi. Outside, Han Songin initially looked forward to the post-treatment examination, but as he thought more about it, unease began to creep in. What if Han Yunqi had bribed Gu Beiwei and was concocting some deceit? That would spell disaster for him, regardless of the circumstances. Even the slightest possibility was unacceptable. He had to enter and monitor Han Yunqi's every action closely. Your Majesty, allow this commoner to enter as well. After all, I have served His Highness the Crown Prince for many years and know his condition better than Dr. Gu, he implored. Emperor Tianhui cast a cold glance at him, hesitating momentarily. Your Majesty, permitting this commoner to enter would provide additional oversight. It would allow us to clearly see how the princess consort treats and administers medicine, thus ensuring greater safety than a post-examination, wouldn't it? Han Songin's words were sufficiently clear. Having harbored doubts about Han Yunqi, Emperor Tianhui nodded. You may enter. Han Songin rejoiced. Thank you, Your Majesty. This commoner will ensure to observe closely. His excitement caused his voice to rise, which Gu Beiwei could hear distinctly. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi remained still, uncertain if she had heard the commotion outside. Seeing Han Songin approaching, Gu Beiwei was filled with anxiety, caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to act. Allowing Han Songin inside was out of the question, yet stepping outside to obstruct him would equally impose significant disruption upon Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwei's typically tranquil brow was now tightly furrowed, while Han Yunqi, possessing commendable focus, chose to disregard the external disturbances. However, no one could guarantee that when Han Songin arrived to knock, Han Yunqi would still be able to maintain her concentration. At this critical juncture, with Han Songin at the door, Gu Beiwei resolved to take a leap of faith, placing a hand on the door, ready to open. It seemed Han Yunqi sensed his movement and momentarily lost her focus. She immediately endeavored to regain her composure, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her back drenched, yet, her concentration wavered, and if this continued, a significant error would be inevitable. What to do? Just then, amidst the frantic urgency, a chilling voice interjected. Your Majesty, did you not just promise her that no one would be allowed to disturb? It was Prince Long Fei. The moment he spoke, Han Songin halted abruptly. Upon hearing that voice, Gu Beiwei's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally settled, and his hand, previously poised on the door, fell to his side. Han Yunqi too exhaled a sigh of relief. Just as when she had saved the young general, she had been so disturbed that her hand trembled while holding the needle, yet upon hearing his voice, tranquility enveloped her, as if the world had become secure once more. Her eyes narrowed, and she immediately entered the zone, forgetting everything around her. Unbeknownst to anyone, after that statement, even Gu Beiwei, standing by the door, heard no further sounds. Outside, Han Songin had been given the prior promise. Emperor Tianhui refrained from further conversation, a flicker of complexity crossing his gaze as he pondered Long Fei's attitude toward this legitimate consort. Had he acted to ensure the crown prince's safety, or was it to protect Han Yunqi from incurring blame? Inside, silence reigned. Time seemed to slow in this waiting period, gradually revealing the gurgles from Long Tianma's abdomen, indicating the poison dissolving within. The sound grew from faint to pronounced, then gradually diminished, dissipating alongside the tension in the air. Suddenly, Han Yunqi's eyes sparkled, and she whispered, "Prepare the blood-birthing pill." It was a success. Gu Beiwei smiled broadly, immediately getting ready to assist Han Yunqi in administering the pill to Long Tianma. After a brief pause, Han Yunqi heard the scanning system emit a confirming beep, and her taut nerves relaxed. The moment had arrived. Stretching her hands, Han Yunqi deftly began her incision, her movements practiced and elegant. The sharp blade carved a 2-inch incision across Long Tianma's abdomen, initially oozing bright red blood, but as Han Yunqi commenced her acupuncture, the blood turned black. While she sought the acupoints and monitored the blood flow, soon the entire bed was stained crimson. She maintained her focus, her expression serious and professional. Although this was her forte, she never let her guard down. Dr. Gu, the medication. Gu Beiwei responded promptly. The blood-birthing pill proved miraculous, and Long Tianma's pallid complexion began to take on a healthier hue. Han Yunqi glanced up, took his pulse, and was thoroughly satisfied before returning to her task of locating the acupoints. Though the process felt protracted, the danger had diminished significantly. Finally, after half an hour, all toxins were expelled from Long Tianma's body, eliminating the need for further medication. Han Yunqi applied some anti-inflammatory and tissue-bonding ointments, carefully bandaging the incision, and meticulously adjusting Long Tianma's garments, ensuring everything was in order. Once finished, Han Yunqi turned and exhaled a long breath, the relaxation of her spirit giving way to fatigue. The exhaustion that had accumulated over several days, compounded by the hour and a half of intense focus, surged forth, yet, she persisted, taking his pulse and checking his complexion before finally sitting down, calmly stating, "Dr. Gu, please open the door." Gu Beiwei, with a hint of concern in his eyes, did not immediately comply. Instead, he fetched a cup of warm water for Han Yunqi, then retrieved a few slices of ginseng from his medical box, gently saying, "Suck on these for a moment, you should rest, there is no rush." Upon tasting the ginseng, Han Yunqi recognized its extraordinary value. It must be at least 500 years old, if not 1,000. Just a small piece was worth a fortune, and he had generously given her 3 large slices. Perhaps it was her overwhelming fatigue that caused her to see things differently, but she perceived Gu Beiwei surrounded by a faint golden glow, resembling a gentle celestial being. Noticing Han Yunqi's improved complexion, Gu Beiwei finally approached the door. Outside, Emperor Tianhui and the others were anxiously awaiting, and as soon as the door opened, the Empress rushed in. "How is the Crown Prince?" Gu Beiwei smiled as he reported, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, Empress, the treatment was highly successful. His Highness the Crown Prince as well." "Is that true?" Emperor Tianhui exclaimed, leaping from his seat, nearly losing his balance, a gesture that unmistakably revealed his tension. The Empress rose as well, her face alight with joy. "Really? Is it true?" "The treatment went exceptionally well, the poison tumor in His Highness's abdomen has been resolved, and all toxins have been expelled." Gu Beiwei confirmed earnestly. "Quickly let us go in and see." The Empress was overjoyed, hastily moving inside. Seeing her eagerness, Gu Beiwei quickly advised, "Your Majesty, please take care, watch your step. Slow down, after so many years, I've dreamed of this day, I knew Tianma would be fine." "Your Majesty, I told you it must have been Han Songmen's misdiagnosis." "How could Tianma have contracted such a peculiar illness?" The Empress Dowager chimed in with excitement. Both women, in their joy, momentarily forgot their statuses, rushing inside while Emperor Tianhui followed suit. Only Han Songmen remained, dumbfounded, collapsing to the ground in shock, perhaps too astonished, his mouth agape, causing the cloth that had silenced him to fall away. The only one remaining composed was Long Fei. He cast a sidelong glance at Gu Beiwei, who lingered at the door, then turned and walked away. Inside, the air was thick with a pungent metallic scent, mingled with the stench of decay. Han Yunqi had nearly finished cleaning up, leaving only the medicinal pot and a bed stained with blood. Long Tianma lay quietly on the couch, his previously swollen abdomen had significantly reduced, leaving only a ring of loose skin which was somewhat concealed by the white gauze wrapped around him. Admittedly, the blood odor in the room was unbearable, but joy overshadowed any sense of revulsion. The Empress, forgetting the soiled bed, sat down beside her son, gently caressing his face, her voice trembling with emotion. "Is he truly all right? Is it real?" The Empress Dowager gazed at his abdomen in disbelief, exclaiming, "Wonderful, splendid, truly splendid." Emperor Tianhui, maintaining his composure, asked, "Han Yunqi, does this mean the Crown Prince as well?" "Your Majesty, as Dr. Gu stated, the tumor in His Highness's abdomen has been resolved and expelled. Once the anesthesia wears off, he will awaken. I have left 3 doses of medicine to be administered nightly, and the wound will heal." Han Yunqi responded earnestly. "How long until he awakens?" Emperor Tianhui inquired. At this, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress turned their attention to Han Yunqi, who understood Emperor Tianhui's implication. She would not be allowed to leave until the Crown Prince awakened. "About an hour, I believe," she replied candidly. "Princess Consort Qin, you should remain in the side chamber." Yet, he had refrained from calling her by name, addressing her as Princess Consort Qin indicated a shift in his attitude toward her. Han Yunqi was quite eager to take a break. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Gu Beiwei and was about to follow the maidens when Han Songmen's voice rang out from outside, "Princess Consort Qin, wait." Soon, Han Songmen entered, his goat-like beard slightly raised, a serious expression on his face as he bowed and declared, "Your Majesty, I believe it is premature to draw conclusions about His Highness's condition at this juncture." In truth, the Crown Princess' prominent abdomen had vanished. As long as he awoke, there was no need to investigate the nature of what had been within him. Even if it were a child, Emperor Tianhui would never permit such information to leak. However, for Han Songmen, verification was essential, as it pertained to his reputation and, more critically, his life. Naturally, with no outsiders present, Emperor Tianhui was equally curious about the truth. Yet, Emperor Tianhui waved his hand, signaling for the maidens to exit the room. Chapter 68 Diagnosis and the Punishment of 3 Clans. Although Han Songmen was eager to take action, Emperor Tianhui did not permit him to proceed with the examination immediately. Instead, he inquired earnestly, "Dr. Gu, have you confirmed that this blood is indeed toxic?" Gu Beiwei, a gentle fox, humbly replied, "Your Majesty, as you know, I am not well versed in poisons. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow Divine Physician Han to take a look." He added, "Of course, for the sake of caution, we might also consider consulting a specialist in toxicology for verification." Han Songmen, confident in his diagnosis, nodded vigorously, "Doctor Gu is correct. It is indeed wise to summon a professional toxicologist for examination." He then turned to Han Yunqi, "Princess Qin, do you not agree?" Han Yunqi nodded, a hint of derision playing upon her lips, maintaining her composure throughout. Fetch 3 toxicologists at once. Emperor Tianhui commanded coldly. The Empress Dowager and the Empress exchanged knowing glances, understanding the gravity of the situation without uttering a word. If, by any chance, this tainted blood were not poison but rather blood from a fetus, then neither Han Yunqi nor Han Songan would emerge unscathed, for if the crown prince were indeed unharmed, would he still require a physician? Despite being renowned, Han Songan was still merely a commoner, while Han Yunqi, though a princess, held no real power. In his haste to validate his diagnosis, Han Songan overlooked this crucial point. Soon enough, the 3 toxicologists arrived and were instructed by Emperor Tianhui to simultaneously examine the tainted blood, reporting their findings thereafter. As they conducted their tests, the onlookers harbored their own thoughts. Han Songan's gaze flitted over Han Yunqi's medical kit and Dr. Gu's consultation box, a knowing look in his eyes, as though he had stumbled upon a revelation. Exhausted, Han Yunqi quietly seated herself nearby. Despite her fatigue, she felt a surge of anticipation for the results of the examination. Shortly, the 3 toxicologists concluded, "Your Majesty, this blood is indeed toxic, and of considerable potency, classified as highly poisonous. However, we are ignorant of the specific type of poison responsible." At this pronouncement, Han Songan was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Impossible." Emperor Tianhui fixed him with a cold stare, prompting Han Songan to regain his composure. Suppressing his shock and anger, he respectfully stated, "Your Majesty, even if this blood is toxic, we cannot ascertain whether the poison originated within the crown prince's womb or was introduced after it." Gu, typically calm, interjected coldly. Han Songan was indeed suspicious of Dr. but dared not voice his doubts. "Your Majesty, without sufficient evidence, we cannot convince anyone, nor can we uncover the truth," Gu remarked. Emperor Tianhui retained a measure of trust in Dr. nodding in acknowledgement as his gaze fell upon a nearby pot used for brewing medicine. Dr. replied nonchalantly, "Your Majesty, the medicine was brewed by me and is non-toxic. However, since the toxicologists are present, perhaps they should conduct further tests?" These substances had long been handled by Han Yunqi, leaving no room for error. Emperor Tianhui, exercising caution, nodded, and the toxicologists proceeded with their examination. Moments later, they reported, "Your Majesty, these are medicinal herbs, non-toxic, and comprise various types. We are unable to identify the specific herbs due to our lack of familiarity with common medicinal plants." Upon hearing this, Han Songan's complexion paled further, while Emperor Tianhui's understanding deepened. "Han Songan, you are well versed in medicinal herbs. Why not examine what these are?" Emperor Tianhui suggested, a hint of coldness seeping into his tone. Determined to unearth Han Yunqi's supposed wrongdoing, Han Songan replied, "Yes." He proceeded to pour out the contents of the medicine jar, meticulously analyzing each item and recording his findings, ultimately compiling them into a prescription. Han Yunqi observed the proceedings with a cool detachment, perplexed as to why her mother had ever married such a man. After an extended period, Han Songan finally completed his analysis and produced a comprehensive prescription. He believed that if even one ingredient differed from the previous prescription, it would suffice to prove that Han Yunqi had tampered with the medicine. Presenting the prescription to Emperor Tianhui, he was met with Dr. Gu producing the original prescription. Emperor Tianhui compared the 2 documents, and an oppressive silence enveloped the room as everyone awaited the outcome. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, Han Songan found himself inexplicably anxious, his hands clasped behind his back, fingers entwined. At last, breaking the silence, Emperor Tianhui raised his gaze to Han Songan, causing the hearts of all present to race in anticipation of the comparison's outcome. Smash! Suddenly, Emperor Tianhui slammed his hand on the table, flinging both prescriptions at Han Songan's face, bellowing, "Well done, divine physician Han, take a look for yourself." Han Songan's face drained of color as he picked up the prescriptions to compare them, only to discover that they were identical. How could this be? No, no. Han Songan shook his head vehemently, "Your Majesty, this cannot be. It was surely Han Yunqi who poisoned the child. There must be remnants of the toxin. She must have hidden them." Fortunately, he had suspected this all along, but alas, it was too late. "Han Songan, what nonsense are you spouting?" The Empress, unable to contain her fury, interjected. The evidence was irrefutable. The crown prince bore no child, only a malignant tumor. Han Songan dared to slander the crown prince still. "Your Majesty, Han Yunqi must have poisoned him. There will undoubtedly be traces of the toxin." "You must believe me." Han Songan teetered on the brink of collapse. He suddenly lunged for Dr. Gu's consultation box, frantically rummaging through it, but found nothing, neither remnants of toxins nor any poison at all. Seeing this, Han Yunqi generously tossed her treatment bag over to him, saying, "Divine physician Han, perhaps you should examine mine as well." As soon as he took it, he began to rummage through the contents, spilling forth an array of gold needles and some white gauze, but no medicine whatsoever. In that moment, Han Songan, as well as Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress, were all thoroughly convinced of Han Yunqi's innocence, and that the crown prince's affliction was indeed a malignant tumor. Han Songan's hands weakened, releasing Han Yunqi's treatment bag, as a buzzing sound filled his mind, as though something had violently struck him, rendering him dizzy and causing his legs to buckle. No. This cannot be. How could this be? There truly was no poison. Han Yunqi's diagnosis was correct, but he could not have been mistaken. That had to have been a child. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. As he spoke, his legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. The stark reality lay before him. He was at a loss for words. Had he truly erred? Could it be that even the esteemed members of the Yunкong Medical Academy had been mistaken? This revelation shattered his worldview, yet he found no argument to counter it. He glared at Han Yunqi, who was smiling, and in a fit of rage, he shouted, "Han Yunqi, tell me why." The crown prince was clearly pregnant, it was undeniable. Such words might have held weight moments ago, but now, with Emperor Tianhui firmly convinced of Han Yunqi's integrity, uttering them was tantamount to inviting disaster. What is it to speak recklessly? This was the very definition of it. Emperor Tianhui, already incensed, bristled further upon hearing such words. Just as he was about to erupt, the empress could contain her fury no longer, chastising, "You insolent fool, deceiving the world with your falsehoods, misdiagnosing, and causing harm. The evidence is irrefutable, yet you dare to argue. A man gives birth, how could you even arrive at such a conclusion? Han Songin, if I do not execute you today, I would be failing my son, who has suffered for so many years." With this reprimand, the crazed Han Songin finally regained his composure, unable to refute a single word. The mere mention of death left his mind in a fog, utterly bewildered. Emperor Tianhui's piercing gaze radiated murderous intent as he kicked out, exclaiming, "Han Songin, even now you fail to recognize your error, still daring to slander the crown prince. You truly are audacious. You will not shed tears until you see the coffins. Guards, take this fraud to the dungeons for trial. I shall annihilate his 3 clans." Annihilate the 3 clans. Han Songin's erroneous diagnosis had dishonored the crown prince and tarnished the royal family's reputation. This alone was sufficient grounds for the destruction of his entire family. Moreover, this bizarre affliction had persisted for so many years, robbing the crown prince of countless youthful moments. The decree to annihilate the 3 clans was a mere mercy for Han Songin. However, those 3 words struck him like a thunderbolt. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi, who had been observing leisurely, felt a slight shift in her demeanor, instinctively sitting up straighter. Initially taken aback, Han Songin then erupted, "Your Majesty, I am in the wrong. I acknowledge my fault. Please spare me. Your Majesty, considering that Yunqi saved the crown prince, please forgive this commoner, spare the Han family. Spare me, Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, Empress, please, in light of my years of dedication, even if I have no merit, I have endured hardship, spare me just this once." Han Songin pleaded desperately, bowing profusely, crying out for mercy. Yet, the guards swiftly approached to apprehend him, while Emperor Tianhui's cold countenance remained unforgiving. In that moment, Han Songin finally remembered that Han Yunqi was still his daughter. He suddenly fell to his knees at Han Yunqi's feet, crying, "Yunqi, my daughter, you have done the crown prince a great service. Please save your father, save the Han family." Han Yunqi's gaze narrowed slightly, her expression complex. Although Han Songin's diagnosis had not been incorrect, and his conservative treatment was indeed right, he had been wronged in this matter. Nevertheless, Han Yunqi had no intention of aiding him. Setting aside the matter of the young general, Han Songin, as a father, had not only failed to support her but had also betrayed her behind her back. Considering every grievance she had endured throughout her life, Han Yunqi felt no obligation to rescue him. In her eyes, Han Songin deserved this fate. However, this situation implicated the entire Han family. The annihilation of the 3 clans would encompass her paternal, maternal, and marital families, totaling at least 100 individuals. Moreover, her own family, along with her mother's kin, would also be affected. What was Emperor Tianhui's intent? Han Yunqi ignored Han Songin, hesitating for a moment before finally addressing Emperor Tianhui. Just as she was about to speak, he interjected, "You have saved Tianma, I will not implicate you, but Han Songin's crimes are inexcusable, and the Han family must pay the price." Han Yunqi stood and bowed respectfully, responding, "I beseech your Majesty to reconsider." Though the Han family had many wives, concubines, and siblings who had mistreated her, their crimes did not warrant death. Furthermore, there were countless innocent individuals within the Han family. While this matter stemmed from Han Songin, she too bore responsibility. She was not a saintly healer, but neither did she wish to become an executioner or a great sinner against her family. Chapter 69 Interrogation. Is it just like this? Your Majesty, Yunqi does not dare to claim credit. She only begs for your mercy on the Han family as 3 clans. Han Yunqi earnestly proclaimed, immediately kneeling down, her demeanor solemn. Your Majesty, the peculiar illness diagnosed by Han Songin has always been kept confidential. Yunqi believes that except for Han Songin, no one from the Han family is privy to the specifics, nor would anyone dare to criticize the crown prince. I am willing to atone for my past mistakes and implore your Majesty to spare the innocent. I beseech you to show mercy. Upon hearing this, the flustered Han Songin managed to regain his composure, quickly joining in with his pleas, Your Majesty, I stake my life on it. I have never divulged the crown prince's condition to anyone. I earnestly request that, for the sake of my family and Yunqi, you grant me this favor. The Emperor Tianhui maintained a grim expression, hesitating to speak, while the Empress Dowager silently observed, her heart filled with scorn. Compared to Han Songin and Lady Tianqin, he was evidently lacking, and now, in comparison to his daughter, he was even more inferior. Han Yunqi was advocating for the Han family, while Han Songin was solely pleading for himself. Mother, we cannot spare them. Otherwise, Immortal would be wronged, the Empress whispered, her desire to eliminate Han Songin palpable. Within the royal family, a single individual could alter the entire situation, just as Lady Tianqin had once saved the Empress Dowager. Had it not been for these years of delay, the crown prince would have already secured his position in the court, preventing the rise of several princes. However, the Empress Dowager cast a glance at Han Yunqi, a flicker of calculation crossed. You should grant her request. Han Yunqi was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's unexpected support, finding it quite strange. Even if she saved the crown prince, the Empress Dowager might not genuinely treat her with kindness. Yet, she could not afford to ponder such complexities at that moment. The Emperor Tianhui glanced at the Empress Dowager before turning his gaze to Han Yunqi, finally relenting. Very well, for the sake of you and your mother, I shall spare the Han family's 3 clans. At this point, Han Songin rejoiced, hastily bowing in gratitude, but to his shock, the Emperor Tianhui kicked him aside in fury, coldly declaring, the Han family may be spared, but you, worthless fool, shall not be forgiven. Han Songin was kicked aside, utterly stunned, feeling as though all his strength had been drained, leaving him entirely incapacitated. Thank you, your majesty. Han Yunqi's voice rang out, each word resonating. She had merely wished to save the Han family and had no intention of rescuing Han Songin. She felt quite satisfied with this outcome. Bring Han Songin to the dungeons at once. Ha, I want him paraded through the streets, executed at the noon gate, the Emperor Tianhui stated coldly. No. Your majesty, Yunqi no. Please save me. Yunqi. Han Songin cried out, his pleas growing fainter as the attendants dragged him away, his voice fading into the distance. Han Yunqi pondered the Emperor Tianhui's proclamation of executed at the noon gate, realizing that he intended to seize this opportunity to publicize the crown prince's illness, thereby clarifying the situation. After all, an unusual ailment could easily stir speculation, tarnishing the crown prince's image. If it were deemed poisoning, it would seem more commonplace. However, such a revelation would inevitably sully the Han family's reputation as a medical family, making it exceedingly difficult for them to maintain their standing in the medical community in the future. For the Han family, whose livelihood depended on medicine, this was undoubtedly a tremendous calamity. Setting aside the personal grievances, it was indeed a pity to ruin the Han family's century-old reputation. Nevertheless, Han Yunqi understood that the Emperor Tianhui's concession was already the best outcome she could hope for. After Han Songin was taken away, the Emperor Tianhui's anger subsided somewhat. He approached the bedside, scrutinizing his son's face, and calmly inquired, Han Yunqi, he will awaken in an hour, correct? Indeed. Han Yunqi replied confidently. Bring the princess consort of Qin to rest, the Emperor Tianhui said blandly, his dark eyes rekindling with a flicker of hope as he gazed at the crown prince. Thank you, your majesty. Han Yunqi tidied her medical bag before following the maid to the side chamber. She felt utterly exhausted and lacked the energy to contemplate Han Songin's situation any further. With just an hour to spare, she refrained from lying down, fearing she might not awaken again. Instead, she leaned against the warm couch, resting her head on one hand, intending to doze off for a moment, but as soon as her eyes closed, she fell into a deep slumber. In the quiet room, Long Fei's footsteps were remarkably soft, seemingly deliberate in their slowness. He approached Han Yunqi, looking down at her from a lofty height, initially expecting her to awaken. However, she remained in a deep sleep, entirely unguarded in this unfamiliar environment. A flicker of displeasure crossed Long Fei's eyes as he sat down beside her, yet, even after he had taken a seat, Han Yunqi remained oblivious, her sleeping face serene and beautiful, lacking the usual defiance and instead exuding a delicate charm reminiscent of a young girl. This was the first time Long Fei observed her so closely, and it was also the first instance he studied her with such seriousness. His naturally cold gaze gradually turned domineering, as if locking onto prey that must be captured. In the stillness, Long Fei audaciously extended his hand, gently pressing his fingertip against her soft lips, whispering, Han Yunqi, who exactly are you? He had investigated for quite some time and found no flaws in her. Yet, he could not bring himself to believe that this woman was the same timid and cowardly waste of a girl from before. After all, if she were truly intent on marrying into the Qin royal household, there would have been no need for her to pretend, nor to endure humiliation in the Han family. However, he was utterly convinced of his suspicions when he had just witnessed everything from the rooftop of the crown prince's chambers. This woman, with her back turned to Gubeiwa, had miraculously made all the poison in the medicine jar disappear, leaving Han Songin unable to find it. Was this one of her remarkable skills in poison? One could hardly say that the Han family, let alone the Yunкong Medical Academy, would possess such a capability, right? Heaven knows how exhausted Han Yunqi was, sleeping so soundly. Only when Long Fei applied more pressure with his fingertip did she startle awake, her eyes widening as she collided with Long Fei's chilling yet slightly dazed gaze. What is this? Han Yunqi's gaze dropped, and she immediately noticed his finger resting on her lips, an action that was undeniably intimate. Drowsily, Han Yunqi widened her eyes even further. Could it be that she was dreaming? After all, how could Long Fei possibly tease her while she was asleep? Realizing this, Han Yunqi suddenly jolted, forcefully pushing Long Fei's hand away. What had she been foolish in her slumber? This was an overt act of teasing, wasn't it? Long Fei, what are you doing? Han Yunqi exclaimed angrily, retreating abruptly and curling up defensively. Long Fei had no intention of justifying his actions, lazily reclining on the other side of the warm couch, raising an eyebrow as he scrutinized her. Han Yunqi, how bold of you to poison the crown prince. Han Yunqi was taken aback. How did this fellow know? What are you talking about? I do not understand your meaning, she feigned ignorance. I saw it with my own eyes. You switched the poison in the medicine jar, Long Fei insisted. Han Yunqi was even more astonished. This man had been spying on her. Did he see her hide the poison in the antidote system? Though feeling quite unsettled, Han Yunqi quickly regained her composure. Even if she were caught in the act, she could still argue her case. Moreover, as long as she had not been exposed on the spot, she would never admit to anything. I do not know what your highness is referring to. You must have seen it incorrectly, she replied nonchalantly, adding, Your highness, such words should not be spoken lightly. Poisoning is a grave crime, and if the emperor were to take offense, neither of us could bear the consequences. With an air of casualness, Han Yunqi spoke, but Long Fei remained even more relaxed, stating coolly, I can bear the consequences. A shadow flickered across Han Yunqi's eyes, yet she patiently continued, Your highness, such statements require evidence. When I treated the crown prince, physician Gu was present throughout and can attest that your words are false. Unexpectedly, as soon as she spoke, Long Fei suddenly leaned in closer, encroaching upon her space. Han Yunqi was caught off guard, instinctively leaning back. Had it not been for the high back of the warm couch, she would have likely fallen. She placed her hand against his chest, glaring at him in anger. What was this man doing? Could they not communicate civilly? Why would Gu Beiwei assist you? He knows too much, doesn't he? Long Fei sneered. Your Highness, Physician Gu was ordered. What is truly the matter with the Crown Prince's illness? Long Fei demanded earnestly. Your Highness, I have already explained the Crown Prince's condition very clearly. Han Yunqi maintained her tight-lipped stance. Long Fei's patience finally wore thin, and he coldly stated, Han Yunqi, do you think the Emperor would believe you in Gu Beiwei, or would he trust me? This. Han Yunqi fell silent, realizing that this imposing figure indeed had a rogue side. She pouted, displeased. Can we not have a proper conversation? Move aside. Taken aback by her sudden fierceness, Long Fei momentarily hesitated and retreated, yet his scrutinizing gaze remained fixed on Han Yunqi, determined to extract clarity from her. With no other choice, Han Yunqi eventually revealed the circumstances surrounding the twin fetus situation. Long Fei listened intently, his brows furrowing slightly, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Observing his expression, Han Yunqi reflected on how this man was unlike any other. Even Gu Beiwei had been shocked by such news, yet Long Fei was merely curious. Once she clarified the situation, Han Yunqi had no further comments to make, lazily reclining against the high pillow, meeting his gaze. Now that everything was clarified, what did he intend to do? Unexpectedly, Long Fei simply instructed, this matter ends here, never speak of it to anyone else. With that, he rose and departed, just like that? He had come specifically to interrogate her, merely to ascertain the truth. Han Yunqi was somewhat bewildered. She had prepared herself to face threats. Had he truly not seen her retrieve anything from the antidote system? With doubts lingering in her heart and no answers forthcoming, Han Yunqi mused that since he had not asked, he must not have seen anything. Very well, she could not fathom this man. After being interrupted by Long Fei, Han Yunqi, despite her fatigue, found herself wide awake, disinterested in moving, instead nestling in the warm couch to contemplate her thoughts. Soon, a eunuch excitedly knocked on the door. Princess Consort. Princess Consort, the Crown Prince has awakened. He has awakened. Earlier than Han Yunqi had anticipated, she was filled with joy and immediately perked up, rushing to the Crown Prince's quarters. Inside the chamber, everything was as it had been. Emperor Tianhui, the Empress Dowager, and the Empress surrounded the bedside, where numerous physicians had been summoned to examine Long Tianma's pulse. Long Tianma lay in the same position, his eyes wide open, his dark orbs brimming with indescribable joy. Even as a patient, he radiated vitality. If it were not for the fact that his mother and grandmother held her in disdain, Han Yunqi would have truly appreciated the resilience of such a strong patient. Chapter 70 Astonishment and unexpected manipulation. Upon the sight of Han Yunqi, Emperor Tianhui's demeanor transformed entirely from before. Yunqi, come here quickly, check the pulse of Tianma. The imperial physicians have declared him stable, but it would be prudent for you to examine him as well. Heaven knows how overjoyed Emperor Tianhui was at the princess recovery. Transitioning from Han Yunqi to Princess Consort Qin and finally to Yunqi, Han Yunqi felt a wave of satisfaction. She understood her efforts were not in vain. Regardless of Emperor Tianhui's true feelings towards her, he at least afforded her the respect and acknowledgement her status warranted. She approached, and both the Empress Dowager and the Empress stepped aside with amiable expressions. Even Long Tianma, who had previously looked down upon her, wore an expression of gratitude. Aunt Qin, thank you for your hard work. With a smile that barely reached her eyes, Han Yunqi settled down to take Tianma's pulse, and the room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear the faintest sound of a needle dropping. Although there were no significant issues, Han Yunqi's involvement rendered everyone tense, except for Gu Beiwei, who couldn't help but smile warmly at her feigned seriousness. This woman, even when pretending to be earnest, possessed an undeniable charm. After a display of faux solemnity, Han Yunqi finally spoke. There is nothing to worry about. He should rest for a few days and change the dressings regularly. After the wounds heal, he will be able to leave. Given that he has taken the blood-replenishing pill, there is no need for additional nourishment. Emperor Tianhui nodded. Gutai, I leave this matter in your capable hands. Understood. Gu Beiwei responded softly. As Han Yunqi rose, she secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. She had successfully resolved this most challenging issue, and the tension that had built in her mind over the past few days finally relaxed. Although she had previously mentioned her intention to offset her family's wrongs when pleading for the Han clan, Emperor Tianhui still insisted on rewarding her, instructing the eunuchs with numerous items that Han Yunqi couldn't fully remember, leaving her only to express her gratitude. Emperor Tianhui had intended to spend more time with the prince, but urgent matters called him away. Before departing, he instructed her to visit the palace often to keep the Empress Dowager company. Han Yunqi smiled brightly and agreed, yet deep down, she felt a sense of unease. The Empress Dowager and the Empress were sworn enemies, a fact that Emperor Tianhui could not possibly be unaware of. Furthermore, the relationship between him and Long Fei was even more delicate. It would be best for her to minimize her involvement in palace affairs. From her mother's act of saving the Empress Dowager, Han Yunqi had long understood a crucial truth. Members of the royal family do not genuinely feel gratitude. Perhaps it could be said that they would never soften their hearts out of gratitude to relinquish their interests, even if you saved their most precious lives. To Han Yunqi, this was merely a matter of resolving a troublesome situation. Aunt Qin, once I recover, I shall certainly pay you a visit to express my thanks. Long Tianma was still basking in joy, appearing quite sincere. Han Yunqi chuckled lightly. It was but a small matter. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Please rest well, and if you feel unwell, do inform Gutai. After giving her instructions, Han Yunqi exited with the Empress Dowager and the Empress. Just as she was about to take her leave, the Empress Dowager grasped her hand warmly, reminiscent of their first meeting. Yunqi, do not rush home just yet, come dine with me. After all these tiring days, I must reward you properly. Ah, Yunqi, the Empress Dowager never keeps anyone for a meal, you are indeed fortunate, the Empress added with a smile. Heaven knows whether this statement held any truth, but it placed Han Yunqi in a precarious position. To refuse would be to disrespect the Empress Dowager. Then I shall humbly accept. Han Yunqi appeared cheerful, yet internally lamented. All she truly wanted was to return home for a relaxing bath and a good night's sleep. She had anticipated that the Empress Dowager offering her assistance would bring no good fortune. One could only wonder what her intentions might be. As the Empress Dowager walked ahead, Han Yunqi and the Empress flanked her, making their way to the Empress Dowager's palace. Han Yunqi remained silent, her thoughts drifting to Long Fei. Where could he be now? Had he left the palace or remained with Emperor Tianhui? Would he come to take her home? As it turned out, Han Yunqi was overthinking. Upon arriving at the Empress Dowager's palace, the banquet was already prepared, replete with exquisite dishes and fine wines. Having not tasted hot food for several days, Han Yunqi could not help but swallow hard at the sight. Her appetite awakened. Once seated and exchanging a few pleasantries, she eagerly began to eat as soon as she saw the Empress Dowager and the Empress picking up their chopsticks. Yunqi, there is no need for formality. Treat this as a meal at home. I am not like your mother. At my table, there are no such strictures. The Empress Dowager intended to serve Han Yunqi, only to find her already helping herself to a generous portion, seemingly oblivious to the Empress Dowager's words, fully engrossed in her meal. Feeling awkward, the Empress Dowager and the Empress exchanged glances, while Han Yunqi, unabashed, continued to feast. Look at you, you must have been starved, eat more, the Empress urged, attempting to ease the tension. Han Yunqi noted the first remark contrasted with the Empress's opinion of the Empress Dowager. What were the Empress Dowager's true intentions? She remained silent. In this vast world, her stomach was of utmost importance. Significant matters could wait until she was well fed. The Empress Dowager sipped her soup and resumed. Yunqi, back when your mother, your majesty, who prepared this soup, it is truly delightful, Han Yunqi interjected with a smile. It was personally crafted by the head chef of the imperial kitchen, exclusively for me. If you enjoy it, you are welcome to come often and indulge, the Empress Dowager replied cheerfully. I would not dare, Han Yunqi said. Why not dare? You do not know, but prior to the betrothal, I nearly recognized you as your majesty. Is this dish also made by the head chef? Han Yunqi interrupted once more. Finally, the Empress Dowager, with a forced smile, ceased her attempts to speak. Thus, Han Yunqi enjoyed her meal with great satisfaction. A full stomach made for pleasant conversations. After rinsing her mouth and switching to tea, the Empress Dowager finally had a chance to continue her previous thought. Yunqi, before the arranged marriage, I almost recognized you as my adopted daughter, and your mother had agreed. Upon hearing this, Han Yunqi's hand holding the tea froze momentarily. What was the intent behind the Empress Dowager bringing this up now? She remained silent, patiently awaiting further explanation. The Empress Dowager paused, then smiled. Yunqi, would you still consider being my adopted daughter? Han Yunqi's lips twitched slightly. Your Majesty, thanks to your kindness, I am now wed to Prince Qin, and I have taken the liberty of regarding you as family. In a sense, Han Yunqi could be considered a daughter-in-law to the Empress Dowager. The audacity of the Empress Dowager wanting to adopt her revealed an ulterior motive, and astute Han Yunqi sensed the attempt to win her over against the Empress E. Well, a daughter is always closer than a daughter-in-law, the Empress Dowager jested, holding Han Yunqi's hand with a smile. Stealing a glance at the Empress, Han Yunqi noted her immediate displeasure. The Empress Dowager's remark was not directed at her, but rather aimed at the Empress E. Being the daughter-in-law of the Empress E, Han Yunqi's potential recognition as the Empress Dowager's daughter implied a blatant attempt to recruit her against the Empress E. Finally, Han Yunqi understood why the Empress Dowager had arranged for the daughter of her benefactor to marry the son of her adversary. It was a strategy to plant her as a spy. However, she had not anticipated that she would grow into a worthless and unattractive woman. Regardless of the espionage, Han Yunqi had no desire to undertake such a role, and even if she were to, it would never be beside Long Fei. The rivalry between the Empress Dowager and the Empress E ultimately stemmed from the conflict between the Emperor and Long Fei. Positioning her as a spy next to Long Fei would be tantamount to courting death. Though the Empress Dowager's words were veiled, to a discerning ear, their meaning was unmistakable. Noticing Han Yunqi's hesitation, the Empress Dowager signaled the Empress, who then spoke. Yunqi, the Empress Dowager has no daughters and has always wished for one. Being called an adopted daughter means she would treat you as her own. Should anyone dare to bully you, rest assured, not only the Empress Dowager and I but even the Emperor would stand by you. Ah, what a grand temptation. Han Yunqi mused. This was tantamount to saying that as long as she nodded her head, the Emperor would be her backing. Looking at the warm smiles of the Empress and the expectant gaze of the Empress Dowager, Han Yunqi yearned to inform them that spies are merely used and disposed of, and that the notion of a protective ally is nothing more than an empty promise. Silently sipping her tea, Han Yunqi smiled and replied, a daughter is naturally closer than a daughter-in-law. Indeed, the Empress nodded in agreement. A daughter-in-law is ultimately an outsider, Han Yunqi added to the Empress, believing she had acquiesced, nodded eagerly. A daughter-in-law is not as close. Han Yunqi continued. At this moment, the Empress finally sensed something was amiss. After all, she was the daughter-in-law. A flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes, but she held her tongue, choosing to endure. The Empress Dowager, however, was quite pleased, having previously stated that if Han Yunqi could heal the prince, she would not hold grudges and would follow through with the plan from years ago, positioning Han Yunqi as a spy in the Prince Qin's residence. Originally expecting Han Yunqi to deliberate longer, she was surprised by how readily Han Yunqi accepted her words. Yunqi, it is good that you understand. If we do not proceed with this matter, before the Empress Dowager could finish, Han Yunqi stood and performed a respectful bow. To receive the Empress Dowager's affection is a blessing for me. I thank you, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager was immensely satisfied, extending her hand to assist Han Yunqi. Silly child, if not for your mother passing too soon, and the misunderstandings between with me as your support, the Empress E would never dare to trouble you. Han Yunqi smiled faintly, appearing helpless, yet her expression was laced with sarcasm. Your Majesty, while my mother may have passed, I am now a married woman, and as such, I cannot take it upon myself to accept the title of adopted daughter. It would be better for your Majesty to consult Prince Qin. What? The moment these words escaped her lips, both the Empress Dowager and the Empress were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The Empress Dowager's eyes glinted with malice, nearly erupting in anger. Han Yunqi, oh Han Yunqi, after so long, you dare to play me for a fool. Aware that this matter was aimed at the Empress E and Prince Qin, she had the audacity to suggest consulting him. Very well, such a decisive refusal, executed so brilliantly, left both her and the Empress unable to express their ire or cast blame. Had she known this would be the outcome, she would never have pleaded for the Han clan. Her hands clenched tightly within her wide sleeves, forcibly suppressing her rage. Should this matter reach the ears of Prince Qin and the Empress E, it would not only become a source of amusement for them but also breed suspicion. The Empress, equally furious, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I had almost forgotten about this matter. Mother, you adore Yunqi, yet she is ultimately a member of the Prince Qin's household. You know well the temperaments of the Empress E and Prince Qin. They will surely oppose you. If they find out about this, it will be unmanageable."